Content warning. Listener discretion advised. This audiobook contains material that may be disturbing or triggering to some listeners. Themes include graphic violence, sexual content, references to rape and sexual assault, depictions of war and combat trauma, murder, torture, and ritual sacrifice, emotional and psychological abuse, death, grief, and severe loss, religious and political conflict, supernatural horror, demonic possession, and dark magic. This is a work of adult epic fantasy, exploring intense themes through complex characters and morally gray decisions. Listener discretion is strongly advised. If you are sensitive to any of the above topics, please proceed with care. Emperors and Exiles by Angela McDonald, copyright 1992, all rights reserved. Chapter 43, Depth of Light. Travis was a beautiful young man. His face was still beardless, but a hint of elven to his features whispered that he might never grow one at all. His hair tumbled in sweat-drenched curls on the pillow. He shivered in his dreams, and Eldwer stood watching him a long time before he looked back to Jamie, troubled.
I cannot heal him,
Eldwer said.
This is not a physical thing.
He motioned Gallus to the young man.
He needs a priest more than a healer.
He took a step back, looking ill. Gallus opened his mouth to protest, but Jamie stepped forward and stopped him.
I can show you,
Jamie said.
I just can't do it myself right now.
Gallus nodded uneasily.
You agree with him then?
Now that I see him, yes. His injuries are reflections of demonic torment. The healers here healed the injuries of the body already.
Jamie took Gallus's hand and laid it on the young man's chest.
The heart core is always the one to go in through when you seek a spiritual healing. It will mend fear just by your touch as a priest. Close your eyes and let me show you. All you have to do is trust me.
Gallus obeyed. As soon as he closed his eyes, he was rushed forward, and all his senses changed at once. The world became a reel of light, flows of energy, sounds and rhythms he had never heard, and before him, for a moment, he saw the body of a young man of great power, made of strands, flecks, and swirls of light in different colors. He had never seen anything like it, but with a burst of energy they were past, and he felt the core swirl about him, the struggle and tension, the touch. The energy itself was like nothing he ever imagined. Then they were beyond and into a white mist that swirled about them. There were 1,000 voices talking in the distance. He caught a word here or there, languages he had never heard, whispers and yells. He turned in confusion and disorientation. Gallus was about to feel his own fear and panic, but there was Jamie, who stood in all the glory he truly held. His robes of a priest were spun of the very mist they stood in. His cores were warm, and his eyes the green of the clearest emerald.
Be calm,
Jamie said.
I am with you. I will guide you.
He spoke without his mouth, but his voice was warm and strong in Gallus's mind. It flooded his heart and thoughts with calm peace and strength that he had never imagined in the healer. He was humbled and awed at once. This man was both priest and warrior, healer and wise. Gallus had no time to think. The mist was gone, and he stood in burning wind, where he saw Armond holding himself in a dome of power as the blackness of demonic might swirled and howled about him. Gallus acted without thinking at that point and threw up his hands and cast out the banishment, shouting at it with the depth of his soul. He felt a power, an energy, and a touch he had never felt before flood up through him, rooting him to a strength he had never imagined was possible. It gave him a confidence and a broader stance than he had ever been able to experience. His power hit the blackness. It turned at him, but with this new energy backing him, the darkness was met with the vast light that poured out of Gallus. The demon held his ground, wavering under the pressure, then turned away suddenly, as if to escape. There was focus in the light that poured from Gallus's hands, a control that he had never experienced or would have thought mortal men could have. His small bit of wizard's power was nothing to this, like a candle to the sun. Never had Gallus felt so powerful, so expansive, so... He did not even have words for it. For a moment, Gallus forgot why they were even there. All he could do was turn into the energy that flowed in him. He could feel his cores, feel every chord of his energy matrix. He could feel parts of his mind open up in ways he had no idea were even possible. Blinking in the golden light, he could see the source of the power. It was Jamie. They somehow stood facing each other, gripping each other's hands, fingers interlaced, pinned between them. He never wanted to let go. He never wanted to leave this. He wanted to be a part of such light and power. He had never wanted anything more. Then they were rushing back from the mist, back out of the cores, back to where they stood over the young man. Jamie still stood there with his hand over Gallus's hand, pressed to Travis's chest. Now the young man breathed deep and slow, fever gone, fight past.
Take a deep breath,
Jamie said softly to Gallus. Jamie's eyes were closed and his head bowed.
When I let go, you will be off balance and likely have an emotional release from the residue of the one healed. Ready?
Gallus took a deep breath and nodded. No, he wasn't ready. He wanted Jamie to meet his eyes, to say he had experienced the same light and power, but Jamie slowly removed his hand and with it, his energy and power. Gallus nearly collapsed, suddenly weak, heavy, dark, and feeling utterly small and alone. Dave caught him and helped him sit, as Gallus choked on tears and grief at the loss of something he could not even name. Jamie stepped back, looking a bit upset himself.
I need to go check on Oirion,
he said, and left quickly.
That was impressive.
Eldwer had to admit, not even noticing the two men's reactions, only staring at the young man on the bed. Gallus didn't hear him. All he could think was that the power that had joined him in the fight had been Jamie. Never again would he doubt Jamie or his blessed strength. Armond truly loved the healer and he was blessed, even if Jamie himself didn't realize it. The thought occurred to him that what he had glimpsed with just a touch had to be how Shannon saw Jamie all the time. Jamie hadn't slept well. The idea that Jerome was right outside and that war had come to Pert had haunted his dreams, and no matter how he tried to ease his fears, his dreams had been troubled. As the sun began to turn the sky lighter, he gave up and got out of bed. He didn't really need to, but he built the fire up, as much to make tea as to add more warmth to the room. The place was oddly warm, though, the stone itself seeming to hold on to the heat of the early summer despite the weather outside. He wanted to study it, to understand how the magics of the place worked. He could certainly feel it, even if he didn't even know its source. The fortress almost felt alive in an odd way. Despite himself, he trailed his fingertips along a seam in the stone wall. He was still so sensitive inside, though. He feared to go too far, too fast. The touch of the demon on his soul, the damage of having Oirion ripped away from him, the brush of Shannon through the bond with Oirion, and then being touched by the lure, Jamie felt as if he had been turned inside out and shaken before being turned right side out again. He had so much he didn't understand, starting with the seeming bond between Shannon and Oirion. It made no sense. There was so much going on all at once. War, politics, magics, and things Jamie knew he was unaware of were rushing at him from all directions, and he had no idea what to confront first, what to focus on, or why he seemed to be right in the middle of it all. It didn't help adding his reaction to Gallus to it either. He had not even been able to go check on Oirion for fear Oirion might feel what had happened and be hurt by it. A soft knock interrupted his worry. He thought for a moment that perhaps Theo, Theradon Lords, King of Awans, had come to give him some answers. He went to the door and opened it only to find Grim there. That was not what he expected or wanted to deal with. Part of him had forgotten the man was even here. He left the door open and went to pour himself tea. He needed to hold something in hand, or he'd be grabbing a bottle of wine, and it was simply too early in the morning for that. Grim shut the door softly. He came halfway into the room, but stopped short of the chairs and stood a moment before he spoke.
I think you and I need to talk, Jamie,
he said. Jamie made himself pour a second cup. He set one down on the table beside a chair and gestured to it before he sat himself. He made himself look at Grim.
Sit.
He said, gesturing again. Grim came to the table and sat. He was obviously uncomfortable and not happy about being there. Clearing his throat, he took the tea, but he didn't say anything.
I may have overreacted.
Jamie surrendered. He knew he had overreacted. He owed Grim an apology, and he knew it. It was just something he wanted to forget had ever happened, all of it. The entire year he wished had never happened.
I was pretty drunk. You don't look too scarred by it, though.
Grim took a sip of the hot tea.
It took over a year of healing and a hefty debt to heal up.
He said.
I can ask Oirion to cover the expenses. Sorry.
It's fine, Jamie.
Grim took a deep breath and let it out.
Look, the whole thing was a misunderstanding. It'd just been a very long time since I had a friend, and I was just trying to keep that. You were half elven, and I just thought...
Jamie leaned forward on the table, wrapping his hands around the mug, feeling a little ill.
What's your real name?
Jamie asked.
TyRaddick Imich von Dieden.
Grim said after a struggle. He shifted and cleared his throat.
Von Dieden?
Jamie asked softly.
As in the last ruling house of Spisen?
As far as I know, I'm the last member of the family.
But you're a White Guard.
I was about 20 positions from ever inheriting the throne. I was honored to be accepted into the Guard.
How old are you, Grim?
Jamie asked carefully, a bit surprised.
I was a little over 10 when Jerome took the throne. I had just gotten my uniform as a full initiate. We tried. We fought to keep the line safe. We did everything we knew how to in order to find the lost members of the house. Jerome's demons, his grims and stalkers, they hunted us every step of the way, and one by one, we were taken down. I was part of a brotherhood once. I was so buried in the role I played to hide who I really was. I had all but forgotten who I was until you reminded me.
So I beat the hell out of you and you put a tag on the city to find me. Why? To make me pay the bill?
No,
Grim said, a little surprised.
I was worried about you. I have one friend in the world, and I wasn't about to just let go of that because I misinterpreted our relationship. I was actually a little relieved that you were more pertinent than elven. I'm not elven at all, but to not feel so alone, I might have learned to be. And just so you know, I didn't exactly fight back. You took me a bit by surprise. I had no idea you could truly fight. I had no idea who you were until then.
My mother was elven, not my father. It makes a difference.
Jamie wasn't sure what topic made him more uncomfortable.
Look, Jamie, I'm here and I will never go back into hiding. I know who Shannon is, and the moment I can, I will choose apprentices. It's not chance. I cannot believe that it is. If ever the angels move men to build friendships and brotherhoods, then this is it, and I really hope you can forgive me for being stupid.
Right now I am being torn apart. Half the time I don't even recognize myself. I feel like everything that could be thrown at me is being stacked up and hurled all at once. I'd like to say that we're good, but honestly, Grim, you're a reminder of how not good I am. I lost my priesthood that day, and because of it, I am going to lose my partner. My world is crumbling. It's all I can do to not find myself drunk in a gutter.
Grim didn't say anything for such a long time that Jamie sat there wishing he could take back what he said. He had not meant to say so much, but then again, Grim had been a friend and saved his life more than once. Grim had taken care of him in a way no one other than Oirion ever had come close to.
What do you mean you're going to lose your partner?
Grim asked, after a long silence between them. Jamie got up to add wood to the fire and to think. He set the water back on to reheat and stared at the flames.
Something happened between Shannon and Oirion. Whatever it is, Oirion is being taken from me. I can feel it. Breath by breath, he leans more and more towards Shannon. His choices are first to protect Shannon, and the more he does, the shields we wear against each other become tighter. I have already lost.
You understand who Shannon is, don't you?
Grim said softly.
Yes.
Say it, Jamie.
Why?
I think you need to really hear it, to taste it. Say his name.
TyRaddick von Armond.
Jamie said softly.
Somehow your partner is bonded to the Prince of Pur, and breath by breath is drawing him back to life, and you're fighting it? You're jealous, angry, in pain, I get it. But how much of that is because you are fighting what you know will happen? I'm told you are a great healer. Well, as a healer, can't you do something to ease the pain? If you're hurting, imagine how Oirion must feel. Can you imagine being the weak link in this war and your soul a gateway to get at the King of Norwood? He must be horrified.
Jamie stood slowly and stared at the fire a long time. Grim was right.
Don't get offended if I'm not the brother you hoped for. I'm not even sure who I am. I have spent my life running from my father, and the older I get, the more I find myself as flawed as him. I have a lot I need to sort out, that's all.
Grim rose. He stood a moment, then left the room. It was after another cup of tea that Jamie left his room for Orion's. He knocked softly, then slipped in. Oirion had fallen asleep in his chair, a testament to how drained the man was. Jamie knelt down before Oirion, shaken and upset, and took hold of Orion's hand. Oirion was asleep, but Jamie needed the comfort. He had meant to help Gallus, yes, but not to hand with him like that. That was something limited to higher magics. It took centuries to get to be able to do that with someone you were not bonded to. Even bonded, it had taken him and Oirion years to pull it off. More upsetting, he recalled all at once, was the fact that what he had brushed on with Gallus was once how he and Oirion had been at all times. That was lost, gone, shattered, and severed with shields of their own making. He understood then how upset Oirion must have been to find Jamie with his shields up. Oirion had had no idea what had happened to him, and no shields of his own. The shields had been of Jamie's making, and when Oirion needed him most, he had been locked away to hide the demonic mistake he had made. If he had not tried to hide it, he might have gotten Shannon's protection by default, and possibly the aid he had needed right away. Jamie felt the thunder beyond rumbling closer, and the stones under him seemed to shudder. Energy was shifting. A warp was building. Jamie got to his feet slowly and knew what he had to do. There was no other possible outcome, and fighting Shannon only did harm. This was all his fault. His fears and doubts had betrayed Oirion and cost them everything. He lifted Orion's hand to kiss the back of it. He drew a deep breath, gently rested Orion's hand back into his lap, and left Oirion asleep to go think. Jamie was a little scared to find Shannon, but did find him without much work. Jamie really wished it wasn't so easy. Shannon opened the door of his room before he retreated back inside. Jamie stood in the door of the darkened room a moment before he closed it. Shannon retook his seat and watched Jamie, looking like the angel of death, both beautiful and dark.
"What do you want?"
Shannon asked.
"I'm not sure pushing me again is a good idea."
I think I can help Oirion through you.
"How?"
If I can rework your body and make the energy flow in the right matrix pattern, it can at least not conflict with him. If I can line up the rhythms and pulse rates, it might ease both your discomfort some.
"How do you propose to do that?"
Carefully.
Shannon rose from his seat with an eerie grace and walked to Jamie and stood before him with his shields pressing against the healer's own so Jamie could feel them like a cold wall between them.
"You want me to drop my shields so you can touch me? You really think that a wise option?"
Shannon asked without any malice or lure, just truth.
You are destroying him.
Jamie said after a moment, fighting the whispers of the lure that still lingered in his veins.
You can master yourself long enough for me to at least look. Or you can watch Oirion be turned into your shadow, a wraith with no flesh, no life, nothing left of him. I guess it depends on what would be worse.
Shannon stood looking at Jamie a long moment before he turned away and walked back into the room.
I don't mean to be...
Jamie cleared his throat.
Familiar, but Oirion set the tone of the way we all deal with you, and I'm sorry. I'm just a poor kid from the slums of Killaben. It's not in my experience to deal with kings, let alone you. For God's sake, I'm a member of the Sixth Kingdom, and you're the bloody patron saint of it. Please, Shannon.
Shannon held up a hand to stop Jamie from talking. He rested his gloved hand on the back of the chair where he had been sitting. He bowed his head.
I do not want to hurt you, Jamie,
Shannon said.
and you have no idea how scattered my focus is right now. I should not even be anywhere near a priest or a healer, let alone one who whispers of both.
He looked up.
You think what is happening now hurts Oirion? Imagine if I lost control with you.
So the Shadow King is scared. There has to be a bard's ballad in that. Gallus said Armond told him we were on the right path, and I have to believe that. I think I know how to help. Maybe that is the reason I was made Orion's partner to begin with, in order to help you.
You think the angels have conspired to bring you here in order to help me?
There was a bitterness to Shannon's tone that not even he could hide.
Don't you think it might have been a little easier to not block my access to the wells of Pert 5,000 years ago?
I don't understand why. Neither of us know what the angels know. Why they did what they did then is not anything I can even study. But I am here now, and I can study the effects, and I think I can help you.
All right,
Shannon said after he considered it, and watched Jamie for several minutes.
we'll try it your way.
He used his teeth to pull off his gloves, one fingertip at a time. He sat down and slid the black leather off his hand. He held his hand out with the palm down to Jamie.
Take a look.
Jamie walked over. He reached out to take the white hand and turned the palm up to look at it. Although Shannon did not drop his shields, he did allow Jamie's touch to pass within. Jamie caught his breath at the fire. It felt as if he was holding a scalding piece of metal. Jamie closed his eyes and looked within. He went as fast and far as he could before he jerked away, gasping in pain and out of breath, his mind rushing to put it into order. He had to step away and turn his back on the King of Norwood. He gripped his hand and fought to shake the storm of emotions the briefest touch had created. When his breathing had slowed, he turned to talk to Shannon and found the man had a glass of water for him. He took it and drank as Shannon retook his seat. Jamie drew a deep breath.
I see what he did. Your inner body is your own. There is more of it than I think you realize. It is horribly burned, of course, but you have most of your spine, sections of ribs, lungs, and several other vital organs. Your cores are turned inside out, and I cannot help you there, but I think I can help you regrow yourself.
He struggled with the words, but made himself look at Shannon.
I can also see what Oirion is doing to you. He is trickling energy into your core organs, lungs, heart, liver, and spinal fluids. His body is not strong enough to kickstart what he has built for you. But once I can make that energy match the rhythm of his, the strain on him will be far less. He might actually begin to recover some energy for himself.
There is no rhythm within.
Oh, there is. Deeper, darker, and not of this realm. Part of the energy demands that a vampire requires are to gain the rhythm of life. Living blood carries it, but so does this bond you have with Oirion. If I can make you two actually work together, you might find the vampire part of you is cured by his life energy. If I do this right, it might work so that you can slowly replace the clay with living cells.
Do you understand fully what you are talking about?
I don't want to do this, but I don't want to watch Oirion suffer anymore. You win, Shannon. Part of me hates you for it, but I am sworn to you on several levels and owe you my very soul, so I'm giving him to you. No more war between us. It hurts him too much. I don't know how to do this, but I'm willing to try.
How long until you can try?
I can try now.
Jamie said carefully, after thinking about it a moment.
In fact, I think now is the best option. When Jerome attacks, we will need both you and Oirion focused beyond fighting to stay sane. I expect it is going to hurt. A lot. You might not be real happy with me when I tell your organs they are alive and sync them with Oirion. In fact, it might hurt him and myself as well. I'm not positive on that. I have never tried to bring a ghoul back to life. This might change your energy signature enough Jerome won't be able to find you. That's good.
Will Jerome feel it?
Oh, I bet he will feel like he's having a heart attack, but I wasn't looking at that bond. I was looking more at your flesh.
Do what you do, healer,
Shannon said, slowly offering his hand again. Jamie moved to him, kneeling on the floor to get comfortable as he expected it was going to take time, and he had no doubt it would leave him exhausted and in pain. He took the wax-white hand and gently held it in his. Shannon let him in, and he went to work at once. Shifting all his focus to the task at hand, Jamie set aside the pain from his own cores that were tender at the slightest touch even now. He could see Shannon in a way he was certain no one had ever seen him, and certainly no one was likely to have touched him. Shannon was layers of power and energy wrapped together in ways Jamie might never have considered. The fragments of charred flesh lingered in unending flames and time, so that they neither healed nor rotted away. The energy of the demon who had pulled Shannon from hell still lingered about the organs, twisting and breathing, feeding off of the pain that Shannon was ever in, building and rebuilding Shannon at all times. Beyond that, there was the body that seemed to be made of volcanic ash turned to living clay. It was made in fine details. This body was very real to Shannon and moved as a body of flesh with everything from nerves and blood vessels to carefully structured muscle. Through it all ran the blood of the King of Norwood, built out of the deepest core he held, the core that held his true soul, and it was not that of a mortal man. That core Jamie stayed away from and did not look too closely at. That was where the demon side was. There was a great deal to the body, and after thousands of years of wearing it, the body was as alive as it might be. Every fiber was imbued with Shannon's energy and presence. It was stunning and terrible at the same time. Jamie had to stay focused, not only to get his task done, but to not get lost in the finer details of what Shannon was. He had to line the energy flows up. He had to connect them right. And as he did, he found bits of the charred remains of the kidneys, spleen, and stomach. He added them in and cast out tiny tendrils to other organs where they should be. He hoped that if there were fragments, they would gravitate to their proper position. Every moment was searing and felt as if his own personality and life were burning off in the fires that were unending within Shannon. All he felt of himself was the focus and the task at hand. All else had to be forgotten. He matched himself to Oirion and then shifted Orion's energy from his own cores to Shannon's. Once enough was in place, he opened his shields with Oirion. He took hold of the pulse of his heart, the rise and fall of his lungs, the motion of blood and spine, energy and air. Once he held it all in his head and timed it on a single beat, he hit Shannon with it. It was a joint pulse of power from both himself and Oirion. As soon as it hit Shannon, Jamie jerked away so hard he hit the floor. He knew that it would hurt Shannon and likely flare out energy inside his shields. He lay there panting and so tired, he could not even focus beyond breathing. His cores hurt, his head hurt, his soul was on fire, and his hands felt burned. He wasn't even sure how long he lay there before he forced his trembling limbs to push himself up. When he got up, he found Shannon had moved. Struggling to his knees, he saw Shannon gripping the back of a chair with one hand, the other hand holding his chest in pain.
Shannon?
Jamie asked, not sure if what he had done had worked or if he had just kicked Shannon over his tolerance.
Get away from me,
Shannon said. He did not speak in his usual whisper, but as a mortal man. Jamie was almost startled. He had hardly realized Shannon spoke in the whisper, but he had never heard the depth of the man's voice or felt the shiver of power that came with it. Jamie moved toward the door.
Did it work?
Shannon pointed to the door and said nothing. Jamie slipped out, shutting the door and praying to all things holy that it worked. He went back to find Oirion, but Oirion was gone and Jamie was too tired to seek him out. He found his own chamber and fell to the bed. End of Chapter 43. Continue with Chapter 44, Storms. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 44, Storms. Theo stood on the wall top, looking down at the army camped below, waiting for the sun and the attack he knew was about to come. The storm was above them now, hot and flickering with lightning, promising dark things to come. Jerome had tried to contact him 3 times now. Theo had allowed the storm to make it seem as if Jerome had simply failed. He had not thought there would be so many men, nor such power. If this came to battle, the warp would reflect off the Norwood barrier and amplify here. His beautiful homeland would be forever warped and changed. The thought made Theo want to cry. His land, his people, and all in it would never be the same. Why did it have to be like this?
It's what he wants, you know.
Shannon said softly, joining Theo on the wall top. Theo turned to look at Shannon. The man was himself, or seemed to be. The strain and the fragility of the shield was gone. He was strong, calm, and upright. Something had changed. Shannon looked out to the army below.
What do you mean?
Theo asked, trying to see what the change was.
He thinks you will not fight back. He knows you fear the warp will happen if you do. He knows you will do all you can to avoid it. He uses your wisdom and compassion as tools against you.
Theo nodded and looked back to the army.
He is down there,
Theo said.
He is angry at me, to say the least. I think he is insulted that I chose you over him.
I know.
Theo looked back to Shannon.
You know he is angry, or you know his reason?
Shannon met his eyes. He didn't respond right away.
I knew he and your mother were involved with each other, and thus you. I knew. On a level I knew. I'm sorry.
Theo reached out and touched Shannon's chest. He didn't know what to say. The idea had never even occurred to him, and while he could not imagine life without the torment, at the same time he knew that without what he had endured, he would not be able to stand where he did.
Given a choice,
Theo said,
you're not the only one who would choose to suffer for the sake of Pert. I cannot say I forgive you for leaving me to the whims of my mother and Jerome, because it was not up to you.
Theo could feel the power in Shannon. Through his light touch, the power keyed to him via the fortress itself allowed Theo to reach past the body Shannon wore to the soul beyond, the soul hidden behind thousands of years of shields and the work of more than one demon. Theo shifted realms to see. It was not the demon he saw or the black power and ice cold of the abyss, but beyond. He blinked away tears and looked back to the army below.
Sorry,
he whispered.
I did not mean to reach that deep.
Shannon watched the army without saying anything. Theo looked over when the vision of St. TyRaddick had faded enough he could look at Shannon.
You look better,
Theo said, changing the topic.
What happened?
Jamie took a gamble. It worked well enough for the moment.
He give you energy, then?
He gave me Oirion.
They stood at the wall watching the army set in at the base of the cliff. Theo suspected that whatever Jamie had done was part of why he had been able to see what he had.
Why are they here?
Theo asked.
Does he truly know who Dave is?
He's been told, but I think he doubts it. He is here for you, Theo. You have betrayed him, and your saving the two on the field is what he is focused on. He does not yet understand you have a fortress here. All he sees are the ruins, or he would be setting up very differently. Hold that as long as you can.
I plan to, but I won't let him up that ramp either.
He looked up to the sky and folded his arms over his chest.
This is bad, Shannon.
I will do what I can to stop the warp.
You tried in the Battle of the Nomads, and I am quite certain there was a warp.
Yes, there was, and a terrible one. But in the end, I was forced to use the power in the battle. I will deal with this differently. My own strongholds are not so far away, and do not forget you have an army on the way from the kingdom, just north of you. They will be here soon.
Theo nodded.
Thank you.
I've done nothing yet.
Theo looked over at Shannon.
Sometimes, my lord, you sound like Oirion when you cling to that most annoying humility.
Ha 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 ha.
Shannon laughed softly as Theo teased him, throwing words Shannon had said to Oirion more than once back at him.
Have I become your lord then, TyRaddick?
Shannon asked in a mild change of focus.
Should I vow you my soul and devotion, or can we just let it be?
Just let it be, Theo. I do not plan to ever sit any throne but Norwood. Save such vows for the true emperor should he ever wear his crown.
I will never vow to your father, just so you know. Not even Armond would wish that.
I do not think my father is an option.
Why then did the lights linger in Ulambak long after he vanished? Vanished, bound in stone perhaps, but not dead. I assure you, should he stand in Ulambak, your mother will denounce him and I will back her. He brought this hell upon us, and only his desperation to stop it has saved his soul. I cannot tell you how I know that, but you know well enough to know I do not just grasp at ideas.
And Child is part of that information?
Yes. I believe that Jerome's demons seek Tyrell desperately because Jerome cannot truly be emperor so long as your father lives, and until Jerome is truly emperor, the demons are bound in his service. Deny Jerome the throne because it already belongs to another and they are his slaves and he is not theirs. I fear if he becomes their tool fully, things will get far worse.
You might be right,
Shannon said after a moment.
Do not fear the warp, Theo. I will take care of it. Do what you must do.
As you will,
Theo said with a little bow of his head, making it very clear he saw Shannon as his emperor.
Don't do that, Theo.
Shannon muttered.
Save it for the true line.
Theo watched him go, then looked back to the army as he set his magics and plans into place. End of Chapter 44. Continue with Chapter 45, Herald. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 45, Herald.
You look worried.
Oirion glanced over to a man who had come to join him at the great windows that looked eastward at the storm that was pushing up against Aewons. He was an Aewons with the golden hair of the few lines left of the ancient people of Aewons. He held a cloak about his shoulders over a long, soft robe he wore. There was something about him that reminded Oirion at once of Theo, and he tried to think if the House of Lords had more descendants than just TyRaddick.
I do not like war,
Oirion said.
I have fought such battles before, and I feel ill to think it happening over Pert.
The man looked at the storm, almost seeming to look through it.
It's like stepping back in time. The war of old has come back to us through time, and as once we stood and fought to begin this age, now we must fight to end it.
He sighed heavily, winced a little at some inner pain, and shifted.
Off to the coast, the cities carry on. Politics and greed are unaware of this, and when TyRaddick gets home, another war awaits him. Petty, overfed lords will have taken control of his house again and will want him to be the puppet his father was.
The man shook his head.
They have no idea of his power, but his mercy will hold his hand, and he will play their stupid game.
I hate politics.
Oirion muttered, thinking of his grandfather and the game he had to be playing just now. He shuddered to think the old man might not make it through this little round of cat and mouse, and Oirion would become Lord Hennon. The idea made his shoulders knot up and his stomach turn cold.
So I've heard.
The man chuckled softly.
You know who I am?
Oirion asked. The man smiled and let his eyes glance from the storm to Oirion momentarily.
When I was young, I was rather obsessed with you,
he admitted.
I owned every book, image poster, and figure I could get my hands on.
Oirion shifted, uncomfortable with that. He folded his arms over his chest and tried not to be upset. He knew he was famous and that such things were sold in markets. Many men might be flattered, but something about it made Oirion very nervous.
I'm Harold, by the way. I'm not sure what my rank is anymore. I serve TyRaddick, though.
He offered his hand. Oirion took it despite his tension and felt a great deal of it melt away at once. There was something about the man that almost put him at ease. That in itself was a red flag. He tried to see the motive in the man's eyes, but he saw mostly only sadness and haunted depths.
What did you just do?
Oirion asked of the feeling that was far too similar to the magic Theo had put on his wine.
Oh.
Harold almost blushed as he let go of Orion's hand.
It's not an active thing I do, it's a spell.
He looked at his hand and showed the scars hidden in the lines of his palm.
I heard once that TyRaddick used to cut himself. The staff would say things, and some whispered that he was writing spells into his skin to try and save his soul from his mother. I tried it, and while most failed, some actually work.
You're a sorcerer?
Yes,
Harold said slowly, looking up with worry.
I don't use it much, though.
Oirion shook his head.
I don't care. Theo is a good friend of mine, and he is a very powerful sorcerer, and he has saved my life more than once with it. I just was curious what it was you just did.
It's a simple spell. It's one that the priests of the old ways used to tattoo on the backs of their hands. I don't understand it all, as much of that has been lost, even before Jerome came along. It's sort of a blessing. It rarely works at all. I still do not understand why it works with some people and not with others.
What does it do?
I'm not entirely certain.
Harold apologized.
I thought it did one thing, but it doesn't seem to. All I know is that it only seems to work on good people. It seems to make them feel better, sort of like they have just rested. I actually forget it's there. If I could remove it, I would,
He offered. Oirion shook his head and looked back to the storm.
You should have Theo look at it. I, for one, can promise you it is always better to know what magics you do before you do them. I tend to do things and get burned for it. Understanding is as important as control.
It was the year you both vanished that you met him, wasn't it?
Harold said.
Everything changed that year.
The year I vanished?
Oirion asked him.
I told you I was obsessed. I know you boarded a ship in Northern Owens, and then a year later you were found on the far coast. I know the Pontiff personally interrogated you, and I know TyRaddick also vanished for the same year.
Oirion felt some of his tensions returning. Harold faltered.
How do you know that?
Oirion asked.
I saw you get on the ship,
Harold said softly.
It doesn't matter. I was just trying to understand what happened to my king that he went from being the man he was to the man he is now. I never really put it together until now. That you might have been together never occurred to me.
Oirion saw the man flinch a little and shift on his feet again.
Are you all right?
Oirion asked.
There are healers here if you're in pain.
I've been seen by healers,
Harold said softly.
Part of it is the storm, the rest is the magic they used, and it just takes time. Not even TyRaddick can make it just go away.
What happened, if I might ask?
I was attacked by men who are afraid of change. I didn't expect it, and for men who claim to hate magic, they sure did use some unpleasant stuff on me.
That seems like a very light answer for a man who just asked me if I lied to the Pontiff, even if in a roundabout way.
Harold smiled a bit.
They don't like me. I jumped rank, I am a sorcerer, and rumour is I prefer men over women, and that by Jeroman law is very bad.
Do you?
Harold shrugged a little.
Does it matter?
No,
Oirion admitted and looked back to the storm.
I get accused of it all the time. I don't think I have ever met a man who truly was. Elves don't count, but you know what I mean.
Father James is half elven,
Harold said.
Jamie isn't like that. He can pretend really well if he feels like it, but it bothers him that people just assume.
They stood watching the storm, both of them, with arms folding cloaks against the wind that gusted hot, then chill, off the storm that seemed to be building over the plains beyond the cliff, waiting to strike Owens in conjunction with the army below.
This is going to change the world, you know. No one has stood up to Jerome in Pert in such an open manner. I don't think he understands the enemy he has in TyRaddick, or how ugly this is going to get. He marched 60 legions of men against the nomad people of the plains of Bracken, and there was no way they should have held, but we did. I don't know how Jerome was able to hide the massive losses. We stood there and we will stand here, but it will be ugly and the cost very high.
You and TyRaddick were there?
And others. Jerome has already taken a heavy blow with that war. I find it interesting that Owens is traditionally a land of nomadic horsemen, as were those people. He is about to find the power of Pert and lines of kings standing up against him.
If we push him back and we gain Valrine, will you take it up? As is your right, you should be king.
I hate politics,
Oirion said.
Who else would take that throne and do it for the right reasons? Who would take it because he loves his people and Pert? Too long have kings ruled for the arrogance and pleasure of their weak bodies and minds. I think you would make a very good king.
I do not think I would,
Oirion said sadly.
I am too stubborn, too quick to act. I do not have the patience to be a good king. I know my flaws and know what a king with such flaws could cost a kingdom. I would be better as a champion to a king or a friend who is free to argue with a king.
Who then?
I have no idea,
Oirion said with a weary sigh.
One thing at a time. First, we need to stay alive against Jerome and his madness.
Father Oirion,
Harold said almost hesitantly.
I do not mean to bother you, I really don't.
In fact, I'm a little surprised I worked up the courage to even talk to you. But I really feel like it's important that...
That what?
Oirion asked, not sure what he thought about the man's seeming ease with him one moment or his sudden nervousness. Harold turned to face him, breathing in his tension.
Might I have a blessing?
He asked. It was not what Oirion expected or thought the man would ask for at all. Oirion offered his hand. Harold took it, and for whatever reason, Oirion pulled him close and wrapped his arms around the man, sheltering him in his shields and from the wind. He felt Harold's strength almost give out. Oirion did not just offer a simple blessing, but began with whispering the names of the angels, spinning them in a circle about them. He followed those with prayers for healing, rejuvenation, and protection. It was not a quick prayer or blessing, but took nearly an hour. He gave himself fully to the powers of it, letting it build and take over all his mind. Even after he was finished, Oirion stayed and held the power and energy about the man he sheltered. He could not explain why he did it or why he felt so protective of the younger man, but he did. He imagined that it was very like the concern and protectiveness a father might feel for his son. He was slow to let Harold go, holding the young man's shoulders so he didn't fall. Harold wiped his cheeks of tears that had escaped.
Is that what you had in mind?
Oirion tried to smile. Harold tried to say something but couldn't talk and just nodded with a shaky breath.
Why don't you go inside, Harold?
Oirion said.
You do not want to get a chill.
Harold nodded and headed for the door.
That was generous,
Shannon said. Oirion turned to see Shannon in the great open-aired hall, standing back to the side, having slipped in during the prayer. Shannon left the wall and walked over to Oirion.
Generous?
Oirion asked.
You do not often reveal your full priesthood.
And you just couldn't stay away?
Oirion asked, almost harshly. Shannon touched the stone of the open window's low wall, not looking at Oirion.
Why did you do that?
He asked.
I am not stupid, Oirion. No man asks for that sort of blessing unless he's a priest and knows such a thing is possible. Had you ever done that for Jaime in the last decade, you might have burned away the parasite that nearly destroyed him. Had you done that for him, and healed your bond, you and I might be 1,000 miles apart.
Shannon looked over at Oirion.
I did not even know you knew that blessing.
What do you want, Shannon?
Oirion asked, annoyed. He did not need to be reminded of his mistakes of the last decade. Shannon just stood there looking at Oirion until Oirion couldn't take it anymore.
What?
He demanded.
You really have no idea how powerful you are, do you?
What are you talking about? All I did was give the man a couple blessings and keep him from falling over.
Shannon shook his head.
Who are you?
He asked, perplexed and almost frustrated.
What are you talking about?
Your soul, Oirion. There is no reason at all that in this life you can do what you do, and yet you do it, and I see you do it over and over with the skill a master of 4,000 years would envy, and you convince yourself it's nothing more than lighting, mage lights, or skipping stones.
You're tired, Shannon. Go back to your shielded room and stay out of sight.
Oirion folded his arms over his chest and looked back to the storm, forcing himself to ignore Shannon.
I am going to be doing some very heavy magics when this starts. I will be taking the storm's energy and using it to pull the Norwood barrier southward and over Owens. I will also be spinning off what I can't use in that task into Theo's core stone here. I think maybe you should consider a deep trance and doing nothing but shielding.
Oirion relented, as Shannon was there for a real reason, and he turned to look at him seriously.
You can do that. Move a barrier.
I can move that one. I built it.
You built it? By yourself?
Yes, Oirion, by my very own self. It wasn't built in a day.
He scowled at Oirion.
What's wrong with you? You stand there and do the blessing of Heaven's Gate like you're a pontiff, and then doubt my ability to move a damned barrier that I built in my own kingdom. And if you turn around and bond to Gallus, I am going to kill you.
That's not even funny, Shannon,
Oirion said seriously.
I wasn't trying to be funny, Oirion. Just stay out of my way and out of my head when I start working that magic. You jump in, and we both are going to get hurt.
Fine.
Oirion threw up a hand.
I'll stay in my room and stay out of it. But you know I am a decent fighter. I can use weapons without having to use magics.
Just stay in your room. Please.
Shannon added.
Fine.
Good.
Oirion gave him a childishly mean look. Shannon gave it right back before he left the window. Had Oirion not been so annoyed at Shannon, he might have laughed at that exchange. But as it was, he just looked back to the storm. End of Chapter 45. Continue with Chapter 46, Battle. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 46, Battle. As Theo expected, the attack came just after the men below had eaten their meal. They began to form up and move toward the ramp. Theo cast down an illusion of himself to the pathway. In truth, he stood on the wall top with his hood up, seeing through the eyes of the illusion. He waited as the army drew near, until they saw the man in a hood and cloak, with an old staff of snarled wood in his hand.
Who are you, and why do you stand on the gate of Arwen's geared for war?
Theo's illusion demanded.
Move, man, or die!
The man at the front of the column said.
We are the army of the Emperor, and we come for the traitor and heretic TyRaddick.
Another said, with an arrogant lift of his head.
Emperor?
Theo asked.
He has not sent an army anywhere for 5,000 years.
Jerome bids you move aside or die.
The first man said firmly. By his uniform, Theo could see he was a general in the army of Jerome, but his age said he was young, likely the son of someone important. Theo ignored him.
Arwen's does not acknowledge Jerome.
Theo yelled at them with magic woven into his voice, carrying his words out and over the army to all the men before him. A man in a long cloak moved his horse up at once to demand why they had stopped. He saw Theo, aimed a bow, and shot him without a word. The arrow passed right through the illusion. The illusion lifted back his hood to show his face.
I am TyRaddick Lords, king of Arwen's, and you serve the betrayer of Pert, the murderer of holy men and kings, the Black Heart. Retreat now, or be damned to hell with him.
It's an illusion. Push on.
The cloaked man roared at the men in command of the front line. As the horses moved forward, Theo dropped the illusion. He stepped forward from the shadows and outside the illusion of the fortress. He stood where the ancient wall stood as it had, allowing him to be seen as if standing atop the ruins far above the army. He brought his staff down and cracked its butt on the stone where he stood. The great claws on top snapped open. The orb flared red, and light flooded the wall top where he stood. All eyes went up.
I am TyRaddick Lords, and I do not fear you, Jerome. Your darkness has backfired, and I stand against you as true king of Arwen's and servant of the living and breathing line of Armond. I denounce you as traitor.
His voice was like thunder, and all the army heard it, including Jerome, who sneered and spat. It should have warned Jerome that Theo had been ready and waiting here, with time to set up the magics to cast his voice so, but Jerome gestured for his men to keep moving, unimpressed.
You cannot win, boy,
Jerome said softly only to Theo. Using the magic put on Theo as a child, Jerome had a direct link to him.
You have damned yourself to the torture of the pits. I will give you back to your mother.
Lift your hand, then. Summon your demons. Take me down without showing your true colors if you can. No holy place will you walk again if you go to war with me. Fall back and leave Arwen's, or I will force your hand. I will reveal your darkness.
Jerome threw back his hood and lifted a hand.
By the power of heaven,
he called.
Forgive me, child, you leave me no choice.
Nothing happened. Theo almost laughed as the magic Jerome sought to cast out failed utterly against the shields that had been built and placed for a decade now. Theo chuckled a little as the army paused to see what heaven would do.
Heaven has denounced you,
Theo called down.
My sires have not forgotten me, nor have they forgotten Pert. The flame of Ishtel burns. The walls of my city are lit. The light of the angels defies you and your dark allies.
The army began to climb up the ramp below. Theo took Shannon's advice and did not reveal his city or his true power yet. Instead, he lifted his arm and waved it as if unlocking a spell. He did not need to here, but it would hide his power from Jerome just a bit longer. On the ramp below, glyphs on the stone that lined the steep road upward flared into view. They were small, glowing blue rings of power and carefully laid magic. They were in rows, 4 up, and visible just as far as the men had reached. Unactivated were hundreds more that went all the way up to the gate of the city. The men who saw them paused, and those with magic added to their shields, but the glyphs shot glowing bolts of power that pierced and burned through armor of metal as well as those of magic. The shields and magics the men wore were against a different magic, not sorcery. The bolts left holes in their armor, and while the unprotected died at once, dropping painlessly, the men with magic shields had slowed down the attack only enough to have holes left in their sides, as if they had been shot with arrows, and the arrows pulled out. Men and horses went down, more of them wounded and in pain than dead. Here before his army of sorcerers, Theo was free to use his power, and he would. He kept his hand up, unflinching. He had stood before things as dark and terrible as could be imagined, and hidden his reactions to them. He had been cast into hell by his own mother, and Jerome knew it, yet the man below did not believe Theo could hold his own in war. Theo slowly lowered his arm as men rushed forward to pull back those who had fallen. The dead were carefully lined up to the side of the road. The wounded aided back towards healers. For now they held a hint of honor, but Theo knew by the end of the day the dead would be cast aside like rubbish. In the pause that it took to clear the dead, Theo could see shields going up, wizards and clerics setting up against him and his magic. Theo pitied them. He whispered a prayer for the men below. Many of those men might well be good men, men like Oirion had been when they met. Not so long ago, Oirion would have been on that side of this war, and the thought saddened him, but choices had been made, and they would have to talk with Armond about it. Once the dead were cleared and shields settled, a new order was given, and a company of horsemen rushed upward. They reached the point where the first of the men had been before Theo moved. He let them try to scan for more glyphs to break them, but that was why one used glyphs. They took a great deal of work to set up and a lot of power to place, but once there, they were nothing but marks on stone. They remained that way until the Creator, or those with magic keys to activate them, did so. The men on horseback saw nothing and charged on past that point. Theo snapped his staff down with the slightest sharp movement, and the horsemen below ran directly into a wall as solid as if it had been stone. They crumpled right there. Theo lifted his staff high. He held it up for several moments, then brought it down as the words of the spell ran through his mind. As if setting off a trigger, as the staff hit the stone at his feet, 1,000 arrows of what looked like black wood shot out off the rampart tops and down at the army. They reacted as if the arrows were wood, but they were no more wood than the glowing blue bolts had been. Theo lifted his staff again, and as before 1,000 arrows shot down as his staff cracked the stone. The second flight was in the air before the first even hit. Below, men and horses went down. The front ranks were crumbling and several hundred were dead, with more wounded. Jerome had no choice. Theo lifted his staff again and the order to retreat was given, but not fast enough. The men had began to retreat, but another round of arrows hit them. Theo let them fall back. He would not reveal yet that his reach was much farther than normal arrows, and even where they retreated to was easily in his range. He waited for the healers to move to retrieve the wounded who were trying to crawl back to the army. Theo lifted his staff and cracked it down again. Jerome would have to pause. He would be forced to try to figure a way to shield his army from Theo, and that might take a day or more. Whatever those shields, Theo would break them and force Jerome to show his true face. Careful to leave an illusion of himself standing on the wall top, he stepped back into the safety of his fortress and behind the illusion that yet hid it.
You could do far more damage now,
Harold said from where he stood watching.
I could,
Theo agreed.
But this war is against Jerome, not against the men of Pert. I do not wish to kill them. I wish them to see the true face of their master so they turn against him.
It's a dangerous game, sire.
Theo nodded.
Yes, it is, but we are ready for him, and he does not even understand yet that it's not just me up here.
What sort of power will he draw up?
A lot. It won't be easy exactly, but it will reveal his true nature. Don't worry.
He smiled and put his hand on Harold's shoulder as they headed back inside.
I have planned for this.
Theo wished he felt as confident as he played to the younger man. Part of him was, but there was always doubt. Jerome had magics he had never used openly, not since he had attacked the army of the Emperor, and in that battle he had sent Tyrell fleeing, his army in shambles. What magic was used then, and how it was so well hidden, was something Theo could not yet answer. There could be much he was missing. Inside the wall, Shannon stood like a shadow of power.
How was that?
Theo asked him. Shannon bowed his head very slightly.
I see what you are doing. It is a good idea. But do not forget that your own people have fears as well.
Theo nodded.
About that.
He looked to the command staff that waited near the back of the room.
I would like to talk with as many as can be called into the main yard, just after noon meal.
You do not think Jerome will attack again soon?
TyBelladar, the master of healing, asked.
No. He knows he must shield against sorcery at a level he never has before, at least not since Tyrell. He will need a few hours at least. Oh, and I would like to see all my newest arrived guests in my office. Harold, Shannon, please.
He gestured them to come with him as the other men saw to his orders. They gathered in Theo's office while he stood at the window, not talking to any of them. It wasn't until they all sat in the chairs about the office that he turned from the window and looked at the company.
I just want to let you all know that the day I decided to come home, the day I decided to do what must be done, I knew that a war would happen, and I would be the trigger for a civil war in Pert.
He joined them and stood near the ring of chairs but didn't sit.
Some of you have seen me use my full power and what happened for it. I have spent nearly every day since then learning to control that and to master it. It appears, though, that we already have a great storm right on the horizon and there will be a warp. I cannot change that, but I would ask you all to forgive what is about to come.
I will handle the warp,
Shannon said.
If it happens, it will be minor. I have plans for that energy. You just focus on Jerome and his army.
Shannon,
Theo said softly, almost appealing.
Pert needs you. The farther I push, the more that becomes true. You cannot hope to do everything on your own or to stretch yourself to a point you have to retreat to your sanctuary. And honestly, I am worried I will be distracted in concern for you.
Shannon almost softened at the unlikely comment.
I'll take care of him,
Oirion said from where he lounged in the chair, as unlike Shannon and his perfect posture as could be.
Oirion,
Theo started.
Really, Theo?
Oirion asked.
I am pretty sure I have proven that I can and I will do what I need to in order to keep his lordship out of Jerome's hands.
Are you admitting I outrank you?
Shannon asked, amused and perhaps uncertain. Oirion glanced over and a smile almost touched the corner of his mouth.
I was making a point to Theo, Shannon. Just sit there and be a good ghoul, would you?
Shannon lifted an eyebrow with just a hint of amused light in his eyes.
Yeah, well, as you tend to die because of it, that does not reassure me too much,
Theo said.
Like it or not, Oirion, you are the next in line for the throne of Valrine, and I am pretty certain Shannon would see you on it given the chance. You realize that this war will not end until we overthrow Jerome. No matter what happens in the next few days, it will not be over.
I will make sure Shannon doesn't go too far.
I would like to oversee the setting up of a healer's hall,
Jamie said.
Sooner or later, there will be a lot of wounded and battle-weary people to deal with, and I'd like to know my way around.
Eldwar can help,
Gallus said. Several around the room were about to object. Each stopped for the same reason. Gallus was the true pontiff. His wishes and advice were to be honored and obeyed, but none of them were happy about it. Eldwar shifted uneasily in his chair, but said nothing. Dave leaned forward with his elbows on his knees, his eyes on Theo.
Jerome might not understand that I am here, but his demons do. They know I am Shannon's heir, and they will move with their own motives. You know that, right, Theo?
Dave, I think I know that better than you do. That is why you are not allowed to go outside.
Theo smiled sweetly.
One day you might have rank to argue with me, but not today, and so inside you stay.
Dave opened his mouth to argue, but just shook his head and leaned back in the chair.
Gallus,
Travis said slowly. He still showed how tired he was, but he was there.
Maybe it would be wise to offer a mass.
Yes, of course.
Gallus looked to Theo.
The cathedral is still under repair, but Of course, Gallus.
He smiled a little.
How do you feel, Travis?
It is nice to be back in Pert, but I am a little worn out.
He smiled, and for a moment he was the little boy they recalled.
I am happy to see you chose to be king.
Thank you.
Theo bowed to him gracefully with a little laugh.
I just wish I didn't have to go to war to stay king.
It must be done.
Travis sighed.
I really wanted to just...
Theo shrugged.
I need to go talk to the people and make them really believe in this war.
He gestured and headed out. Harold followed him.
He reminds me of Theo,
Oirion said.
He should.
Eldwar said.
He's TyRaddick's son.
I don't think we are supposed to know that,
Travis said. Eldwar shrugged.
He shouldn't have him in the same room with healers as strong as myself then. I can see it as clearly as I can see what you're doing right now.
Travis didn't smile, and for a moment took on the cold expression, so like Shannon that Oirion sat up a little.
Careful, Eldwar,
Travis said very seriously, and very unlike his young age.
I know very well why you can see certain things, and I assure you, if I have to remind you of certain truths, you will consider Shannon's treatment of your crimes merciful by comparison.
Eldwar narrowed his eyes at the young man.
Shadowed references and threats from a half-elf boy do not scare me. You're not even Perton. Don't pretend to be what you are not.
The flesh is a tool, not a definition,
Travis said sternly, all weakness seeming to have vanished. He leaned forward a little, his eyes hard.
Tell that to the King of Norwood.
Eldwar snapped back at him.
I am pretty certain he is greatly affected by the condition of his flesh.
Travis pointed at Eldwar in cold anger.
You have already tested heaven's mercy. You drown in your bottles and pills and abuse every gift given you. Tyrell will be denounced, and you are about to walk that path as well. Another word, and only through your son will you find forgiveness, and I assure you that he will not give it any time soon. As beautiful a soul as he is, your sins against him are not forgotten.
Eldwar was furious, and it showed, but he clenched his teeth in his fists and said nothing more. He waited a moment, then got up and left abruptly. Travis sagged back into the chair.
What was that about?
Dave asked Travis. Travis sighed.
Nothing that matters at the moment,
he said.
Eldwar is a warp storm. His effects can swing either to great good or great evil. His hands can do such wonders and yet can cause such damage. He has been given gifts his soul was not ready for, and it shattered part of him. He must repair that damage, or he is going to be the next Jerome.
Travis rose to his feet. He looked at Jamie and smiled faintly with a great sadness.
You'll find it,
he said.
I promise.
He left the room, closing the door softly.
What was that about?
Jamie asked, confused.
Travis is special,
Dave said.
He sort of knows things. He has always been like that.
You'll find what?
Oirion asked.
I'm not sure. Apparently I'll find it, though.
Jamie shrugged a shoulder.
I think I should go stand with Theo,
Oirion said.
Jamie, it might help the morale of the men to see us with him.
Jamie got up and smoothed his tunic.
Right.
What?
Shannon asked Gallus, who sat wringing his hands.
What? Gallus, you have something to say. Just say it.
I wish I could, Shannon,
he said as he rose.
But Armond told me not to.
He drew in a deep breath and smiled reassuringly at the King of Norwood.
What was broken can be mended, and he is here to make that happen. Just don't forget to listen when he tries to talk to you.
He bowed a little and left the room.
You look troubled,
Dave said to his uncle.
What?
Shannon focused on his air.
This battle is going to go fast. It is going to hurt. You cannot, must not, be taken.
I know. Can I ask you something?
Anything.
Do you know who Travis is?
No,
Shannon said with a slight shake of his head. He understood Dave's question, and it was not a simple one. It spoke of souls and powers.
But he is someone?
He is special. The fact he got Eldwar to shut up is proof of that.
Dave smiled a little.
They were desperate to get him, both the elves and Jerome. I am not sure Jerome knows who he is or what he is, but I think his demons do.
Shannon nodded.
David, please stay inside.
Dave nodded and got up.
It's good to see you, Uncle, but I have to agree with Oirion. It'd be good to have clear support stand with Theo right now.
Go. You should be there.
Shannon agreed. Shannon stayed in his chair, sitting like a statue, his mind going over too many things at once. He could feel Orion's energy in him. He could feel rhythms and motions inside his body that made him shift from feeling strong and solid to dizzy and made of mud. He found himself more than once gasping for breath as his new energies demanded he breathe air into his ruined lungs, even if they could do nothing but exhale it back out.
David is my heir,
Shannon said finally to Grim, who was still in the room.
Under any threat, you guard him.
Understood,
Grim said softly. Shannon looked up at Travis when the young man re-entered Theo's office. The show with Eldwar was impressive, but Shannon could feel the pain the young man was hiding. He felt it, like smelling a perfume. The work Jamie had done to him had helped greatly, but Travis was almost worse than a priest in pain. He was impossible to ignore even with the shields he held. They were like his mother's, but seemed to shift a little more into pertinent patterns of energy.
How does it feel?
Travis asked telepathically.
What exactly?
Having a partner again.
Shannon rose to his feet and went to the window. He stood looking out at the army beyond and the storm that was still holding back.
Everyone I have ever asked for help has denied me. I am not sure I like having to ask Oirion for anything. Certainly not to share in my damnation. It scares me that he would be the next in line to betray me as well.
Travis walked over and put his arm around Shannon's shoulders and leaned his head against Shannon's arm. He was still quite a bit shorter than Shannon. Travis stood with him like that, while on the ramparts below 100 sorcerers with wooden staves lined up along the wall, getting in place for a battle that was about to happen.
Who is he?
Shannon asked out loud.
Who?
Oirion. You see things, Travis, you see things I cannot. Who is Oirion that he can do what he does and even dare to touch my soul and not be burned away?
Travis straightened and sighed heavily.
You know, honestly, Shannon, I don't know. He has a very old soul, and he is very strong. He has buried his greatest self very deep, and not even I can see into that place. It is almost as if he fears himself, fears his own power. He reminds me a great deal of you. Ha ha ha.
Travis laughed a little.
You two make good partners.
And if he dies?
Oh, that would be very sad. That would hurt you very much.
He looked over and caught Shannon's left hand and lifted it to his lips and kissed where Shannon once wore a golden ring. But now, under his glove, was only scar.
Jerome will soon know you are here. He will attack with great power. Do not shut Oirion out as you are planning to do. Oirion can help you.
I'm sure he can,
Shannon said, not sure how to take the gesture Travis had made.
At what cost?
If you cut him out, block him out, and things go bad, he will do whatever he needs to in order to save you. He will jump off a mountain into raging waters and risk his soul to hold you above the surface.
Travis let Shannon's hand go.
There isn't much I can give you right now except offer counsel. I would stand with you, but Gallus needs me more. If he falters in his heart now, win or lose this battle, it won't matter.
Shannon nodded.
Go be with the Pontiff, Travis. If he needs you, then go be there.
Travis smiled his boyish smile, his eyes filling with a deep inner light.
I love you, TyRaddick,
he said, then left the room. End of Chapter 46. Continue with Chapter 47, Attacks. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 47, Attacks. It was less time than Theo had hoped. He had wanted to have it be all day and give his people one more night to prepare. But Jerome didn't waste time now. The army below pushed forward with a shield of power that shimmered like fine glass. Theo felt the magic building well behind the army front. There were shields to blur and hide the source, as well as to hide the intended use of the power being raised. Theo knew it wasn't to shield the men from his arrows, but something more. The mounted army below moved for the ramp, but Theo watched beyond their ranks. He needed to try and pinpoint the real power he was about to face. The army reached the ramp and began to pick up speed as they moved. Theo let them for now. His focus was on more important things. For one moment he saw the point of origin before the attack came. It shot out of the storm like lightning aimed to hit him. It was far from lightning, but a summoned elemental. The orb on Theo's staff flared red. The other realm creature tried to surround him, to push in and take him, but the orb alone held it back, leaving Theo free to focus his mind and decide on what spell to aim at the one who called out the elemental. He lifted his staff, but didn't bring it down yet, as he was hidden inside the ball of red light and lightning. He gave it a moment longer, then struck with his own attack. He sent a beam of power down from the storm, not lightning, but a beam of golden light so hot it would melt metal. It hit the point from where the casting had taken place. The elemental vanished. At the same time, he brought down the staff, releasing a flight of arrows, and then, with a quick shift of his attention, all along the ramp, the glyphs flared up and targeted the riders. A hail of attacks from wizards below was aimed at Theo. The attacks shattered and exploded off his shields. They still had no idea he wasn't alone. He lifted his staff and brought it down again, sending more arrows and another set of blue darts all along the ramp walls. A far more clever attack came from some wizard below, whom Theo had to respect for his thinking. The blast hit the rock at his feet. The force nearly rocked him, but the shields and magics of the fortress left the wall unaffected. The idea was picked up by other wizards, who began to blast away at the rock walls of the ramp to shatter the glyphs, and more blasts were aimed at his feet. Fire poured up the ramp, burning away the dead and the wounded as well, until the army below was free to run up the ramp unhindered. Theo lifted his staff and cracked it down with a boom that every person within 10 miles felt, and with it, the truth of the ruins was revealed. The massive clifftop fortress with its banners, its wall lined with 1,000 sorcerers, each with his own staff, and the tower with its beacon, all came into sight.
"I will force your hand,"
Theo whispered.
"If war it is, then by all means strike at me."
Jerome snarled under his breath, and the earth rumbled, but nothing more happened.
"Take him down,"
Jerome ordered his men. The army advanced. Theo reached down, and with a tap of his will, the spells laid on the ramp itself flared up, and fire poured down the ramp. For one moment of panic, the men in front tried to turn and run, but they had nowhere to go as they were engulfed in flames. Their screams carried back over the rest of the army, and a shiver of fear touched the men who had never thought they could be bested, let alone in Pert, against a kingdom of pretty merchants and hillmen.
"Use whatever power you must. Take him down!"
Jerome roared at his nearest commanders. He snarled again, and above the fortress, the sky seemed to tear, and outpoured what seemed to be black eagles. TyRaddick lifted his hand and shouted. White light swirled up, over and around his fortress, burning away every last one of the eagles, as if they were merely illusions to be wiped away. The wizards of Jerome's army cast a massive single bolt of power, hitting a shield that sprang up at the attack. The blast was deflected down and back, exploding a section of the cliff and the road upward with it. Theo stood calm and cold. His magics would hold. He was yet untested. He knew Shannon had wanted him to hide his castle, but Theo needed to force Jerome to reveal himself. Theo needed to still have all the power he could at his disposal for when Jerome was exposed. Jerome issued more commands, but the power of the fortress held, and again Theo burned away any who tried to rush the road. Theo could all but feel Jerome's anger building. More than once he had been beaten by Jerome, and he knew the smell of the man's anger. Theo was going to push Jerome to reveal the truth. It was time. Theo could see Jerome shout something, then look up with his eyes closed. Jerome whispered a single name, and above his head darkness began to swirl. The storms began to build into it, adding power.
"There you go, old man. Call up your henchmen. Reveal yourself,"
Theo said. Out of the darkness crawled what looked to be a great black spider. It dropped to the ground over the army, towering 20 feet above the heads of the mounted men. It lurched forward, heedless of those it stepped on or sliced with its leg hairs. The shattered cliff was no trouble for it, and it rushed at the wall. Theo shouted and waved his arm, building a magic in the air that glowed like ribbons of fire. Once it was woven, he cast it out. It spun and grew like a great fisherman's net and fell over the spider's back. As soon as it hit, it began to draw inward until it was wrapped around the spider's body. The magic tightened until the spider was forced to deal with the discomfort the net was creating. As the spider sought to pull the net off its back, Jerome's wizards began to pound magic at Theo's shields again. The net spell tightened until it was overlapping itself. Tighter and smaller it drew in. The spider's bulk bulged through the lines and it screamed in pain. Theo clenched his fist. With that motion, the spell jolted inward and shattered the summoned Dark Realm beast. The chunks of it blasted away as smoldering brimstone. Smoke and reek filled the air. Jerome already had another attack headed for Theo. This one was 100 darts of red. They blasted against the shield placed on the fortress, but still it held. Theo met the attacks calmly. He knew his old teacher well and knew it would take time to make him so enraged as to actually summon his demons. Theo was ready and dealt with each attack on his own while he held his men for the right moment. It was between another volley of darts that Theo lifted his right hand and shouted one word. All the men on the wall top, who had stood utterly still until then, lifted their hands as well, and as one they cracked their staves down, releasing a spell woven into the very stone of the fortress wall. Their combined magic struck out into the fields below. A wind of heat beyond fire blasted out from the cliff and hit the army. All men, horses, and those unguarded by magic shields were burned at once. The men who survived were blasted with a hot wind of ash and death. Jerome roared in rage at the loss of half his army in one blow and the sudden fear and demoralization of all others. Order was broken, horses and everything from wagons to water gone. That was too much for Jerome, and just as Theo hoped, the first demon ripped out of the sky, blasting at the wall in eager bloodlust. Gallus stepped forward and threw up his hand. The demon hit a golden light that burst in front of it and over the army like a new sun, and then was gone. Tiny black crystals shattered against the fortress wall. The demon was simply shattered, with no concussion, no storm, and no show. Theo actually chuckled at that.
Nicely done, my man,
he said.
I had a spell ready for him, but that worked.
Thank you,
Gallus said, a bit stunned at the power within himself. The one moment of shocked stillness was replaced with a renewed attack by Jerome, who sent another demon. This one Theo did deal with. It was hit with a blast of blue light from the ground, and in a grand display, it was burned away as it passed through the light. It was far more dramatic to the layman, but not as impressive as the shattering of a demon as Gallus had done.
You have a true cardinal, do you then?
Jerome snarled at his former apprentice.
Where did you get him from?
Theo chuckled.
He thinks you're a cardinal,
he told Gallus.
Just wait, Gallus. You will have a chance to show him up some.
Theo looked upward as the sky growled. Already the storm was starting to turn in a slow, heavy rotation and flicker with more colors of lightning.
Fear not the warp,
Theo whispered to himself.
Focus, TyRaddick, focus.
He looked back to Jerome and pushed. He cast a spell and threw it outward, finger pointed to the sky. He aimed it out over the fields below. The ball of light formed a disk of power that rushed outward until it vanished in its expanse. Theo waited until it covered most of the army at the foot of his cliff. He jerked his arm down and triggered it. At its release, it came spearing down as a hail of darts of blue light. Those without strong enough magic shields above them were shot through with burning holes wherever the beams hit. The darts that did not touch men exploded into the earth, flinging rock and dirt in blasts at those around.
Tricks I have,
Theo said to Jerome,
but power also. Shall we continue to play like children on a sparring field, or shall we take this up a step?
Arrogant little whelp, you could not even summon a gremlin to save your soul. How did you get Riddell to help you? Who does he have up there with you?
Ha ha ha.
Theo laughed and made sure Jerome heard it. With that, he snapped up a shield and shattered the link Jerome had put in him as a child. It was broken, and there would be no talking now. That alone said very well that Theo was his own master, and far from weak. Again, he lifted his hand. All his men lifted their staves, and as one they struck again. The army below cowered down from the attack, but this one was a blinding blast of light that left them stunned and reeling. The archers rose from the wall, and each targeted one man and shot. Stunned and blinded, Jerome's men dropped as the arrows reached them. Some men had one arrow, others had as many as 5, but all were dead where they fell. It was a horrible tactic, but it forced the army to realize magic alone was not all they faced. They had to fear arrows and stones as well. What they saw was not illusion. Even with all the men who had just died, the army below was still remarkably large, and their loyalty to Jerome was that of religious fanatics to their holy prophet. Jerome commanded a charge, and the men rushed for the cliffs to try and scale the ramp despite its ruin. No matter what happened, some of them simply would not be turned against Jerome and would rush forward at his command. There would be no retreat, and Theo knew it. As he expected and feared, just behind the army, a new gate was being raised. Once it snapped open, the clouds above began to turn and roll, crashing with the power of the warp within it.
Be still, breathe deeply, stay calm, and focus on the light of heaven,
Gallus said, trying to calm his own nerves. The gate was open with an army pouring out, but the storm did not break. Theo looked up and followed the lines of the clouds. They all moved from their turmoil to be slowly drawn in and over the fortress. Theo nearly cheered when he saw the reason. Shannon was on the highest tower. He stood with his cloak blowing and snapping in the wind. He had one hand lifted, and to a magic eye, it was seen that he was simply drawing in the power of the storm. All of it was his to take. He was like a beacon of storm power. The energy did not grow, though. It held, it maintained. He was using it for something incredibly powerful to not have turned himself into a second sun. Whatever that magic was, not even Theo could see yet.
Dear God,
A man near Theo said,
he's using it. He's in command of it.
That was when the first truly powerful demon tore free of hell and attacked. 1,000 sorcerers with magics ready met it. The demon had been set free in an attempt to time it with the warp that seemed inevitable. Jerome was trying to use the warp against Theo. Pert itself sluggishly responded, and the ground under the army's feet dropped and ripped open in long gashes. A shield of golden power washed upward from the base of the cliff and caught much of the attack, but crumbled in ancient, weary slowness. It was as hoped for by Theo and feared by Jerome. Pert was waking. The wells were stirring. Shannon, still atop the tower, pulled in the power from the battle as well as the storm. He funneled it and commanded it. They had the unexpected upper hand, and all of the men on the wall knew it. Theo scattered away Jerome's biggest attack yet and slammed another back at the army below. Whatever it was that Jamie had done to help Shannon seemed to have worked. He looked as cool and powerful as ever he had. End of Chapter 47. Continue with Chapter 48, Unlooked for Aid. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 48, Unlooked for Aid. It was one thing to attack him far from his fortress and army, but here and now Shannon had the upper hand. Jerome had not attacked him openly in over 3,000 years, and much had changed in that time. This close to Norwood, Shannon had a very strong footing. He had far more support and more tricks than Jerome did. Shannon drew the warp away faster than it was coming in. He took the power and channeled it into stones not 100 miles away. With it, he was slowly drawing his barrier shield south, creeping its great weight down across Awen's. Not in Jerome's plans, nor in Theo's, had either of them considered such a thing. Slowly, so as not to be noticed, he let the weight of the shield settle and move on slowly. Slowly, carefully stretching it out of its former line. The power all along the entire shield was unbroken, unaffected. Shannon had built and maintained this shield for thousands of years, and it was a part of him and of the magic of Norwood. It was happy to move toward him. All he needed was to maintain focus and carry on with it. He let Theo worry about the battle below and held on to his own task. Shannon felt the shield pass over his own elites, not 20 miles north, running along the cliff top out of Norwood. They vanished behind it only to run out again, running faster than the shield was moving. So long as Shannon was linked to the barrier, he would have power and strength. Once he let go, he would likely need to draw in energy at once to keep mastery, but Owens would be safe. Theo would help him. Oirion would be a safety net and save him from immediate madness. Shannon held his focus and drew it ever southward. He felt Jerome's focus shift, as if, all at once, Jerome realized who was on the tower top and what he was doing. He felt the attack at his core. His knees buckled, but he did not let go. He held and maintained. The barrier shield continued to creep south. Shannon clenched his teeth against the pain and blocked out the haunting sound of the screams of his children. He only had to hold on until his army arrived, and they were almost there. He gasped and cried out as Jerome roared into his mind with the sound of Shannon's own voice crying for his wife and children, crying out in pain for their torture. His own voice begging Jerome for mercy and to stop. Shannon staggered back but kept his feet and held on. He gripped his shield and pulled harder. It was his refuge now. It was only miles north. It was coming at them, so close he could taste Norwood. The sky before him tore open. Cold darkness poured out, and from another place and another realm, the arms of a dark abyssal dragon clawed out of the rent. There was no way Shannon could hold against Jerome, move the barrier shield, and fight a dragon. He needed help and fast. He had to let go of the shield. He had no choice. He began to pull out of it slowly, to allow the power of the storm to build in him, giving him a way to stay sane. It wasn't fast enough. Demons were tearing out of the sky. They were going to hit him all at once. His breath steamed. He had no choice. He could not break free and fight fast enough. No ally would come to his aid. No savior would be there. He had no choice. If they were going to all attack him here, at least he would meet them in his most powerful form. End of Chapter 48. Continue with Chapter 49, Beyond the Realm. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 49, Beyond the Realm. Oirion jerked awake, his trance shattered. He staggered up. He could feel it, like a great wave of a tsunami moving ever forward in controlled closeness. Within it was safety. He had felt it in his trance state, but now something was wrong. In a flash, he knew. Stumbling over his own feet, Oirion ran. He clambered upstairs blindly, desperate to get to Shannon. His feet found the way as he fought upward. He hit the door to the rooftop and ran toward Shannon, who was just drawing his arm down. Oirion was blasted with wind and sudden bitter cold. He could see and smell the demons rushing at the tower. He gagged on the reek, and his eyes burned. Through the blur of power and tears from his pounding head, he could see the dragon dragging its massive, repulsive form out of the abyss into this realm. He ran to support Shannon. He reached out to grab Shannon's shoulder as the illusion that Shannon was a normal man gave way. Desperate and in pain, Oirion tripped. The shields were dropped, and as Oirion staggered, he fell into Shannon. He saw his hand pass into the energy that was Shannon, and in that moment, he knew Shannon had felt there was no choice. To save Owens, Shannon had revealed himself as the king demon he was, and he stood in power fully revealed to the world for the first time. It was also in that moment Oirion knew his own desperation had betrayed Shannon. He could not stop the fall. He could not take it back. The bond with Shannon pulled him forward, flaring to life. Once again, he had reached his hand into the fire. For one moment, Oirion felt the mind of Shannon shift, felt the power roar up, felt himself become Shannon, not only in flesh, but beyond flesh. He felt wings snap out. He felt the terrifying cold and the power like nothing else he had ever experienced. He heard Shannon cry out in horror at what had just happened. Pain exploded in every layer of what was Oirion. He couldn't think. He could not even grab for anything. There was just bitter cold and pain. Part of him was aware as Shannon ran at the edge of the tower and leapt. Everything shifted at once, and for one moment he was in free fall. Oirion's mind was drowning. His soul was burning up like light frost in full sun. He could not see nor breathe. He felt Shannon somehow grappling with the dragon as they crashed downward. Oirion felt frantic horror, desperate to escape, to take any way out of the moment, to not be part of what was happening. They hit a surface like glass, and Oirion felt himself shred to nothing without so much as even a scream. Theo watched as the very thing he feared, a dragon of hell, tore the sky and spilled darkness and fear over mortal men on both sides. Jerome was truly insanely furious and meant to be certain Theo was brought down. Men shrank, ill and terrified at the presence of the unimaginable darkness that was ripping its way into the realm. Not since the last battle with the daughters of Armond had such a thing been allowed into the world. At the same moment, Theo felt as if a great silver bell had been rung. He turned to look. Shannon stood exposed on the tower top above the fortress. He had lowered his arm from the magic he had worked on, and by his stance, Theo knew Shannon was not afraid, but determined. For one moment, Theo nearly cheered as he saw Oirion emerging from the stairway and running toward Shannon. For one moment, he thought it would be all right. Oirion was far more than he ever let on. Between Oirion and Shannon, the dragon would truly have a fight on its hands. Between them both, fighting as one, they could hold the line. The moment didn't last. Shannon didn't know Oirion was coming to his aid. He was dropping his shields and transforming. Theo screamed at Shannon to stop, but his voice was lost in the roar of battle. There was no time. Theo took a breath to gate to the tower top to stop Shannon from the damage being exposed. So close to Oirion would do. But even as he did, Oirion staggered. The transformation so close to Oirion would make him ill, make all his magics flare up against the man he sought to aid, and leave him helpless. Theo lifted his staff to get to his two friends, but staggered to a stop when Oirion blurred, his form set on black fire. Drawn in like smoke up a vent, he was gone, vanished into Shannon. Shannon flashed with a weird flush of blue fire, then running, he leapt from the tower top and snapped open wings, becoming a great dragon himself. Roaring in pain and rage, he caught his enemy in the air. Tangling his arms and wings about the other, they crashed downward. Theo braced for the crushing power of two dragons hitting, smashing down into his newly repaired city. But Shannon didn't let that happen. With the power of the storm, he opened a gate between realms, and the two dragons shattered the surface and vanished into hell. Theo had crossed that barrier. He had been cast into that darkness, and he knew Oirion would never survive. For a moment, Theo stood utterly stunned and unable to breathe. Drawing in a shaky breath, he turned toward the battle below. He roared his grief at Jerome, the fools who followed him, and the demons behind this war. His own power washed out an echo of the dragons. Within himself, realms and all of what he was, boiled up and was aimed at the men below. All mercy and compassion lost to grief at the certain loss of Oirion. He unleashed his gremlins on the army below. Just a moment too late to aid their king with magic, the elites came. Leaping down off the cliff top to the north of the fortress, with the magics and powers only vampires could master in this realm, they were not hindered by the cliff. They came like a black tide, as if summoned by Theo's grief. The sorcerer stepped up on the wall itself and lifted his staff. He poured every bit of his pain into it and aimed for Jerome himself. Jerome was immortal and could not be killed, but Theo could make damned sure the man hurt like hell and that he felt Theo's rage as he never had felt pain before. End of Chapter 49. Continue with Chapter 50. Insight. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 50. Insight. Tycale jolted awake, his heart pounding, his stomach sick. He rolled to his elbows and knees, trying to catch his breath.
Bad dreams?
Ivan asked softly. Tycale just nodded and sat back on his heels, trying to breathe, and wiped his eyes of the tears that always came in that moment between dream and awareness.
Maybe you're not ready to remember yet,
Ivan said with an odd softness to his voice. Tykael looked to the king of Ezir, who stood a little back from the small fire, his arms crossed, eyes to the west, his back to the flames.
Don't force it.
You can't sleep either,
Tykael asked.
They called him Shannon,
Ivan said.
His grief and rage had turned to ice. His rebellion against his fate had turned to stone. Once I thought him just a Perton like any other, until I saw his fear, until he was called by name by the demons of hell.
Ivan wiped his eyes.
Even in such fear, such desperation, he held his ground, not for himself, but for us. Tonight I heard him scream. The ancient things heard him cry out. Pert is at war as not since the days of the gods. He will be a part of it. If I know him at all, he stands now as he stood once for the nomads of the plains of Bracken.
Ivan turned from the darkness and the star-filled sky that reached all the way down to the horizon. He came to the fire and sank down.
If Pert is at war, Jerome will be looking at his old partner, and truly now is the time for us to do this. I swear, should we restore Ezir, I will kneel before him and offer him my sword. No soul could be more worthy.
Ivan looked at the Perton across the small fire.
You should be very proud to be of his people, of his race, to have a champion that puts all kings to shame.
Tykael sat silent a long time, letting the tension and fear of his dream drain away as Ivan's words sank in.
Have you ever missed someone you didn't even know who?
The young man asked.
Ever want to go home and yet not know where that is?
Yes,
Ivan admitted.
I do know that feeling. When your mind has been blocked or purged, you might forget the names and places, but your heart is beyond magic. Trust it.
I don't think either of us will sleep tonight. Should we run? The stars are enough to see by. We can cover a lot of ground. Let our run be our effort to support and make use of the sacrifice he makes tonight.
Dawn is not far away. We can run.
Ivan rose. Tykael got to his feet and looked at the big Izaran.
Maybe he will feel you like a thunderstorm on the horizon, about to come to his aid. The world will hear Ezir roar again. Of that I have no doubt.
Ivan nodded to him at the similarity of the words from Luhun. It was reassuring and guided. He knew it and accepted it as such. They turned northwest and stepped into a run. It was over. The wounded were being gathered and brought to the halls of healing as the dead were added to fires that would leave nothing but ash. The cliff was ripped into a labyrinth of towers of stone that left the city of Torin standing almost on an island, above the raw, shattered, sheer new cliff faces. The thunder never stopped, and hot rain blasted down on gusts and swirls of wind. Theo had turned over every dead, searched for any sign, until there was nowhere else to look. He had found no sign of Oirion or of Shannon. The two just seemed to be utterly gone. There was going to be no easy answer. Theo was too tired to look into realms beyond. He would need to sleep, to bathe, and then he would go to the base of his fortress and cross over to the abyss to find Shannon. After that, he would hunt for any fragments of Oirion that might have survived. He wanted to weep. The loss of Oirion was a pain that left his heart raw in a way that maybe nothing else could. He sank to a block of stone in the yard. The work had all stopped, and now the only sound was the rain. He hung his head and tried to hold his grief in. Theo only looked up when a dozen elites ran into the yard as a vortex of energy began to form. Theo nearly cried out with relief as he felt the familiar energy of Shannon spun into it. The elites began to link shields between them and around them, making a safe place for their king to step through from the abyss. The shields held such power, they became manifest as a swirl of purple flames and black mist. There was a burst of power that felt like a shove, and Shannon staggered forward out of the darkness of the abyss, the truth of his power masked in the shields of his men. For one flicker he was revealed, but as his foot touched the ground, he reverted to seem nothing but another Perton. Shannon was not in good shape. His cheek was gashed open and scabbed black, his clothes torn, his hair half free, and he had a stubble of a beard on his chin and cheeks. His face had lost all color, and his eyes seemed bloodshot, but somehow more in a mortal fashion than that of a vampire in need. He was instantly soaked in rain.
"Where's Oirion?"
he demanded at once of Theo. Theo nearly tripped on his own feet as he staggered to a stop, his relief at seeing Shannon forgotten.
"How can you not know?"
Theo asked, feeling ill.
"I saw what happened, Shannon."
"Where is he?"
Shannon demanded of anyone who was around. He was almost desperate, a hint of panic in his voice.
"Jamie, where is Jamie?"
He collapsed.
An elite said softly.
He's in the healer's halls.
Shannon moved at once with Theo right behind him. As fast as his battered form allowed, he rushed to get to Jamie's small private healer's chamber. Jamie sat on the side of the bed holding his head. Shannon dropped to his knees before Jamie and grabbed his wrists, pulling his hands down, making Jamie look at him.
"Where is he?"
"I don't know."
Jamie looked as if he was ready to cry.
"I don't know. What did you do?"
Shannon shook his head.
"Find him. Bring him back. Focus Rochelle. Bring him back."
Jamie shook his head.
"I've been trying,"
he yelled at Shannon.
"You did this."
He shoved Shannon away and clambered back across the bed to put it between them. He pointed at Shannon, then broke down, catching his breath on sobs.
"If he does not come back, I will make you wish I was as merciful as Jerome. Get away from me. Stay away from me."
He shoved out of the room, his own power nearly visible in his war to not aim it at Shannon. Shannon wrapped his arms around his head and laid over on the bed, weeping. The elites pushed Theo out and pulled the door closed. They stood guard over it and let no one near. End of Chapter 50. Continue with Chapter 51, Touch of Armond. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 51, The Touch of Armond.
"James?"
Gallus put his hands on Jamie's shoulders, his voice caring and soft.
"You need to stop, please."
Jamie shuddered and looked back to the woman he was healing. She had a shattered spine from a falling boulder. He had made certain she would walk again, but he knew he was too tired, and she would have scars. She would suffer the rest of her life because he would not stop when he needed to. He drew in a breath and tried to get up. Gallus helped him to his feet. Jamie had to hold Gallus by the arm to not fall over. The old bishop didn't take him to his bed, but instead to a bath, and with the care of a loving parent, he aided Jamie into the hot water. Jamie was too tired to even weep, too tired to hurt. He just sat numb while Gallus took care of him.
"Are there any more bodies?"
"Jamie, there have been no more wounded coming in for 3 days. The fields are clear, the dead are burned, the energies are being stabilized by wizards out of Norwood even now. You have been healing non-stop for 5 days.
He washed Jamie's hair, brushed it smooth as possible, and braided it back tight and clean.
"Jerome?"
"Fled in a gate with a small handful shortly after the dragon was taken down. Theo is certain he will be back, and soon, with all of Pert behind him."
Jamie looked up as the young man he and Gallus had healed entered. Jamie felt a little uneasy with the young man. His touch with Gallus when they had aided him had left Jamie oddly vulnerable in a way he did not understand. Almost as if the young man's proximity was a key, Jamie could almost feel Gallus's energy inside his own heart core. Travis looked at Gallus a long moment before he caught a towel off the rack and came to help. He offered Jamie a hand to aid him out of the tub. Jamie didn't object, even though he already felt overly exposed. The young man dressed Jamie in a white bathrobe, then Travis took a seat next to Jamie. He took hold of Jamie's hand with a gentleness that Jamie did not understand. Jamie had nothing to say, but looked at the young man, a bit confused and still in a state of shock from the loss of Oirion.
"I have something to show you."
Travis reached over and put his left hand on Jamie's chest. Jamie felt his body relax and all pain melt away. And then he was standing in a garden that was lit by moonlight and the soft blue glow from stunning swirling lines on a nearby wall top. A tall red Perton, wearing a long robe of ancient style, stood near a pool that had floating flowers and small fish within it. The Perton was as handsome as any, with a slightly more fierce look to him than Shannon. He seemed a man of great power, with many battles both won and lost.
"My Lord Master Oirion,"
said a handsome priest in formal robes as he walked up and bowed to the tall Purton.
"I hate to bother you, but I wanted to meet you at last. I grew up hearing of your wisdom. I thought perhaps I might seek your counsel."
Father Jerome?
Master Oirion bowed his head to the young priest, with the long chestnut hair and warm, deep eyes.
"You know me?"
the young priest asked, a bit surprised.
All of Pert knows the prince's partner. What can I do for you?
"It does not bother you that I am human?"
The Purton laughed a little.
You did not seek me out with such tension about your heart to ask me that.
"No,"
the young priest said seriously.
"I wanted to—"
he faltered.
"You are greatest of any living master. I need to know—"
"Master Oirion."
A guard in white and silver stepped out of the air.
"The Emperor wishes you to have an audience with him."
Of course he does.
Oirion sighed with annoyance.
He can wait, I am certain. I am already talking to someone.
"I am certain he insists,"
the guard said firmly.
"It is nothing, Your Grace,"
Jerome said.
"Do not keep the Emperor waiting on my account, childish curiosity only. I have a trip to pack for anyway."
He bowed as Oirion hesitated. Master Oirion looked doubtful, but with a troubled look followed the guard.
"Oh God, help me,"
Jerome pleaded in the night. He gripped the holy star he wore on his chest.
"I don't know what to do."
Tears filled his eyes before he turned and hurried away. Jaime stood in the white mist of his own soul with Armond.
Please trust me. I need you to belong to me, not to despair. Rise up refreshed and think beyond your fears, my blessed.
Jaime nearly fell to his knees, but couldn't. He gasped as power flooded into him, and he was back on the bench facing the young man. The memory was fading, and he knew he would forget most of it, but he recalled enough for now. He rose up, taking a deep breath.
Okay, I'm better now.
He left the two in the bath chamber, feeling as if he had slept a week. His heart was hollow. Oirion was gone as he had been when he went through the barrier, but now, like then, gone did not mean dead. Jaime had much work to do. Travis sagged on the bench. Gallus caught him with concern.
Go, Gallus. Help him,
Travis said, waving Gallus off.
Others will aid me. Jaime needs you and Pert needs him.
Gallus reluctantly let go and followed after the healer. End of chapter 51. Continue with chapter 52. Time and Space. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 52. Time and Space. Darkness shattered into a million fragments of time and place. Each fragment reflected a moment that was involved in the creation of the person known as Oirion. A flash of each life that touched his, each moment that defined the events and reactions about him, was reflected off of each shard. Somewhere, in some place, a mind that might have been Oirion had the thought that this million shards of reflections that made a man must be how a demon feels the moment it is shattered. Maybe that was it. Maybe he was shattered in a way that no mortal man had ever been. There seemed to be something more to it, something out of place. Reflections became experiences. He was TyRaddick, the child playing tag with his brother. He was TyRaddick, the man standing silent as he was berated by his drunken father. He was the boy Rachel, choking on his own tears in a dark attic that smelled of body fluids and illness. He was Lord Hennon cradling an infant in his arms. He was a young woman in love with a fellow rebel. He was the same woman bound and raped by Jerome. He was all those things and 1,000 others, each bleeding into the other like an endless nightmare that swung from joy to pain and back again. There was no seeming rhythm or reason to any of it, all of it just rushing, swirling, and jerking into deeper and deeper knowledge, deeper insight. He was Master Oirion. He was a crystal shattered, prisms of light that scattered and fought to be seen. Lives indistinguishable one from the next seemed to scream for his mind to know and relive, to remember, to reclaim all the parts of himself. Desperate to escape for a moment, Oirion was in the raging river, his hand closed about a belt. He could not die, not this time, not this way, not when he had gotten to where he needed to be. He heard his mind cry out.
Don't let me go.
He heard himself beg of the grip that held him. He could not fail, he could not fall. He had made himself born of the lines he needed to be. He was Travis sitting in the office.
The flesh is a tool, not a definition.
He jerked to a new layer and stood facing Shannon. No, TyRaddick.
What?
For a moment clarity hit him and he fell back a step.
Master Oirion,
TyRaddick asked, concerned. Oirion was nowhere he knew. All things swirled about him as if in a hurricane, all except TyRaddick, who stood looking at him with a concerned expression.
Oh, God.
He caught his breath. Somehow he was really there, standing in a garden under wizard lights, talking to Shannon before Shannon was Shannon. Everything came back. The fight. The battle. All of it. What could he say? How could he warn him? How could he stop it? But then, even as he opened his mouth to speak, his hand moved to reach out, and he was back in the river, trying to grab hold.
Shannon!
He wanted to scream. This time Shannon wasn't there. He was going to drown in the madness.
Shannon, help me!
He had no voice, he had no flesh, and yet he was drowning. His soul found no bonds, no partners, nothing to grab onto. Even the momentary awareness turned to nothing but boiling water. Oblivion was about to claim him. He was slammed to a floor of stone. He coughed, sobbed up salt water. Salt water. He could hear the surf pounding outside. He pushed himself up. Even as his eyes saw it, he knew it. It was his tower, his sanctuary, every part of it a part of himself. Time had no meaning. He collapsed on the floor, only vaguely aware of anything beyond where he hid. There was a life beyond this hidden place. There were flickers of it whispering to him as he slipped in and out of sleep. How long he lay on the floor he had no idea. He ached, his head pounded, and he felt old. He pushed himself up on trembling limbs and crawled to a chair. He forced himself up and into it. There he sat, slowly becoming more and more aware of the life beyond. Closing his eyes, he let himself sink into the life he had once. Memory slowed, and he began to tie them together into vast understanding. It rose up, filled his mind, and became clear. Oirion looked away with a sob and was back in his tower. He was so sore, so tired, so beaten. He lifted his gaze to the far wall. Hanging there, a dozen feathers of the albatross of Pert hung on a red cord. He was so tired. He needed to rest. He had to get back, but he just couldn't get up. He sat, fading out. It was too much. He could go no farther. This time, just too much had been asked of him. He simply could not keep going. The effort to restore himself was utterly unachievable.
Jamie.
Theo nearly jumped as he opened his door to find the healer standing right there. Jamie looked almost as startled and fumbled to know what to do.
Your Majesty.
Theo, please. I was actually just coming to look for you. Can we talk while we walk?
You were coming to find me?
I'm going after Oirion. I need your bond to help me.
He motioned Jamie to walk with him.
This fortress is a huge sorcerer's focus. I have a great deal of power I can draw on while I'm here. I can do things here I can't do anywhere else, and before I go, I have to try to find him.
You think it's even possible?
Jamie asked with both hope and fear.
I do.
Theo opened the door to the stairs, going down the deep underground tower.
I am going to have to use some very rare magic to do it, but if there is any chance that Oirion might still be reachable, I have to try. I assume you're willing to have me do that.
Anything,
Jamie said, with unwavering conviction. They hurried down to the main floor, over 30 stories below the level of their chambers. Jamie could feel the power of the place, like a beating heart, and he was slow to step out on the floor. Theo took Jamie's hand and led him out. He held Jamie's hand in his while he put his left over Jamie's heart in almost exact motion as what Travis had done.
Oh, Jamie,
he breathed.
What happened?
He asked as he felt the pain in Jamie's heart and lungs. Jamie started to pull away, but Theo held him firmly.
No, do not feel ashamed for it, whatever it was. I ask because I can help.
Shannon did all that can be done.
No, I have magics he does not. When we do this, I will try to help. I just need you to trust me. Tell me what you did.
I made a very bad deal,
Jamie whispered.
I don't know if you have any idea who my mother is, what she was like, or the hell I endured as a child. Nothing I learn, see, or hear will shock me, upset me, or make me respect you any less. Do you understand?
I really would like to, but right now all I care about is Oirion. I cannot stand the thought he is lost. Do whatever you have to.
Jaime,
Theo said very gently.
It might be a wise thing to not offer that sort of open-ended freedom to a necromancer. Now, breathe in.
Jaime stood on a sun-bathed hill. Tall green grass reached nearly to his waist. He stood facing Theo, who was taller, stronger, and older, but without a doubt Theo. He wore ancient-style clothes of Awen's and a crown of tiny stars about his brow. It lasted one moment, and he shifted. The hill became great black steps towards a vast arched gateway. The sky was dark, but for stars that Jaime did not know. Theo was no longer Theo, but ancient. Long white hair fell nearly to the floor, and his robes were of another universe, not just mirroring one, but a separate one altogether.
I will not hurt you,
he said, in a voice like waves that seemed to crash and roll and echo. In a way, Jaime was not even sure how he understood. Jaime felt the man before him reach into his soul and hold it, like a marble in his hand. Everything was laid bare. Every moment of his childhood, every cruel act he had ever inflicted on Oirion, every sin and weakness he had ever been a part of was there. Jaime didn't want to look away, but to destroy the man who was so broken and so fouled. He almost struck out at himself, but the focus shifted like a light shining, not on those things, but on other moments. He saw himself with no masks to deny his generosity, his compassion, his unending love for Oirion, his peace at being able to heal others and lift away pain. He was far more than just the broken child he could not seem to get past. Here in this light he saw all of himself, and how very little of himself was truly damaged. He had a strength and light in his soul that was both humbling and uplifting. It seemed to him that this simply could not truly be him. He had always felt that all his strength came from Oirion. As if that thought was the key, Jaime felt himself become like mist and saw Theo step into an ancient stone tower. The walls were book-lined with scroll cases along the tops. Maps of stars and of lands that Jaime did not even recognize were spread on work tables amid stones, gems, and tools for crafts unknown. In a gray robe, sitting in a chair, slumped and crumpled as if he had died, was the room's only occupant. His white hair hung lank and long, his head bowed as if too heavy. It looked as if wings had been nearly ripped from his back and now hung bedraggled and limp. His feet were bare and looked to have burned. He made no move at all. Theo sank to his knees and reached out to touch the man's knee.
Oirion,
he said, his voice echoing as if from a great distance, maybe across a high, vast mountain valley.
Oirion.
Oirion slowly lifted his head. It took effort for him to even open his eyes. They spun with stars beyond ice-blue irises that almost seemed to glow.
TyRaddick lords, Nehemiah the Immortal, Casca the Reborn.
Oirion whispered as if letting himself know who was before him.
Why are you here?
Oirion, come back. We need you.
Oirion sat a long moment just looking at Theo.
Oirion is beyond death. There is nothing left.
You are Oirion,
Theo pleaded.
I see it as clearly as I have ever seen. Please, we need you. Jaime needs your assurance just a little longer. Shannon needs you. He cannot go on without you. Please do not abandon them.
I tried so hard,
Oirion said with a shudder. A tear escaped his eye and ran down his cheek.
I am so tired, Nehemiah.
I know.
Theo took Orion's hands in his.
I know you are tired, and I know you fear you have nothing more to give. But even now you hold on. Let me take you home. I can help you.
There is nothing left but shattered memory and whispers of love and loss. Go back to the world and give your support to Armond and his siblings. I am done.
No.
Theo gripped his hands.
I am sorry, Oirion, but I will remind you that you made a deal with Shannon not to hurt him, and you are hurting him beyond words. You leave me no choice.
He released energy and shoved at the same time. Light flared and filled the room. Jamie blinked in the blinding light and was back in the fortress tower, which felt very dark and cold all of a sudden. He looked at Theo, who looked tired and heartbroken.
What happened?
Jamie asked.
I gave him what I could. I don't know if it was enough.
What now?
Jamie asked.
I don't know.
Theo looked ready to cry.
Jamie.
He met his eyes.
Do you have any idea how many angels gather around you? You are loved and supported and are never alone. Your heart is made of sacred light. Even as Shannon hides behind Oirion, Oirion hides behind you. Do not doubt. Do not allow yourself ever to doubt that. I am honored and humbled that you have allowed me to even glimpse that truth. Accept and release your fears, and you will find something that took me a very long time to even realize was possible. Peace.
Jamie collapsed in tears. Maybe it was having had someone see his soul and be kind to it. Maybe it was simply a side effect of the magics used. Maybe it was the stress of the last few months, but he could not stop. Theo held his shoulders, but made no other move. When Jamie could catch his breath and stood still, Theo let go.
I begin to see the lines of light about us. And, my Lord Valrine, you hold a great many threads. I'm starving, let's go eat. And then I really must get back to being king before my Senate decides to become a republic in my absence.
End of chapter 52. Continue with chapter 53. Return. Emperors and Exiles, chapter 53. Return. The man had been found in the city several days after the battle, and as he showed no real serious injuries, he had been mostly overlooked and left unattended. It was the coma that the healers came to Jamie about. Jamie didn't rush to him at once, but made his way up to the bed that the man was on. The city marshal was certain he had not been in the city before the battle, and had no idea who he was, so they guessed he was one of Jerome's men. They didn't know how he might have gotten into the city at all, but because no one knew him, they had him under guard. Jamie had other things on his mind. He had eaten with the king of Awans, who had chatted about the design on the fortress. It was truly astounding, but Jamie could see how tired the king had been, and that the talk was to distract Jamie from his worry and loss of Oirion. Jamie had gone to his room to rest. He had fallen asleep and had not woken until the other healers had come for him. Going to go see a man in a coma seemed a strange thing to be doing.
We have been able to keep him hydrated some, but even that is difficult, and it seems he has internal bleeding, but we can't find the source,
the healer Karna said, as she handed Jamie the small chart they had on the unnamed man. Jamie glanced over it and handed it back to the older woman before taking a seat at the bedside. He reached out to take the man's hand and stopped. He slowly took hold, trying not to overreact at seeing Orion's rings on the man's hand.
Could you please send a request to the king for him to come and see me?
Jamie said, daring to look at his patient. He was a red Purton, a very rare reflection of massive inner power. So great was the power that when the cores lined up just right, a Purton's black hair would turn red. Not the strawberry red of a human, or the bright red of a dwarf or a Xeran, but a deep, dark red like sunset, blood, or rubies. Jamie had never actually seen a red Purton, as Jerome would snatch up most before they reach adolescence, and where they went no one knew. The rare trait had become almost a myth, yet here it was. He couldn't help but recall the vision he'd had with Gallus. Perhaps it was just the red hair or a very overtired mind, but he could swear this was the same man. Jamie dared to look beyond the flesh to see if it was indeed Oirion, wearing his own rings. With just the thought of it, he felt the bond between them almost warm and hum back to life, but it was weak at best. Still, Jamie found what he both hoped for and feared. If it was Oirion, his hopes were filled, but it also meant that the man was dying and might well be so brain-damaged no one could heal him. Jamie searched deeper for proof of who was before him. This man had all of Orion's old scars, from the scars on his spine to the healed scars of decades of fighting beside Jamie. He had every marker, and yet was more. He was unmasked. The binding and restrictive magic that the Lord Henan had put on his grandson seemed to be wiped clear. Jamie began to seek the source of the bleeding on the brain that was causing the man's eyes to blacken, and his coma to deepen even under the care of healers. Like the others, he could find no source and had to pull free. When he did, Theo was there waiting. Jamie turned over Orion's hand to show the king the rings.
Does anyone else know?
Theo asked, understanding at once.
No.
Are you certain?
Yes, but there is bleeding on the brain and I can't see why, and his coma is very deep. Let's move him to a private chamber and I'll take a look.
Jamie rose and nodded to the healers who stood back watching. They were clearly curious why the king had been called down. They hurried on command to get a stretcher. As Jamie made himself stand up and let go of the hand, the bond almost vanished. He looked at Theo, upset, wondering if the sorcerer felt the magic. Theo was focused on Oirion and seemed very troubled by him. Jamie helped move Oirion to the stretcher and followed the king up the hall. The room Theo took them to was near his own, and the one he had given Shannon. Theo gave a few quiet orders after Oirion was put into the bed, then shut the door. Whispering, he cast up a spell that created a shield about the chamber. He sank to the bed beside Oirion and took hold of his hand. Jamie felt the shift of power. He could smell it like some strange flower he had never known before. He could feel the magics, almost cold, almost burning. Then with a shiver of energy, Theo let his shields down and revealed his own vast power as a necromancer, but this time in the waking world. It was both terrifying and marvelous. Up to that moment, hearing about a true necromancer was nothing but a word and theory, but here sat one. Not even in the magic used to seek Oirion had it seemed so real and present. There was nothing dark or toxic about him, nothing that would say the magic he held was ever dark or evil. It was different, yes, but it was not foul. Jamie could hear Orion's heartbeat in the silence of the shield about them, and time seemed to stop so completely, Jamie had no idea how long he stood watching Theo. The king sat with his eyes closed, holding Orion's hand, and seemingly making no other action. Theo lifted his shields up, becoming simply Theo again. He gently laid Orion's hand on his chest and dropped the shield about the room with a small gesture. He drew a slow, deep breath. Gallus and Shannon both slipped into the room the moment Theo dropped the shields that had been holding the world out. Gallus looked worried, and Shannon looked ill. His hair had not been kept. He had sweat on his temples and had a brush of stubble on his face.
It is most certainly Oirion,
Theo said as he rose to his feet.
From what I can see, when you melded on the tower, his soul jumped away, and in true Oirion fashion, when he does something out of fear, he tends to go a little extreme.
Shannon stopped at the foot of the bed with a stunned expression. Whatever he had been about to say failed.
What?
Theo asked.
I know him,
Shannon said.
It's Oirion,
No.
Shannon looked at the king and back to Oirion.
I know him.
It's Oirion, Shannon,
Theo said.
His soul has fled, but it is him. He is not home, so to speak. I could boost Jamie's bond and allow Jamie to call to him, possibly bring him back, but...
In my great-grandfather's reign, there was a great lodestone in the university, and it shattered. The explosion leveled the university, killed hundreds, and if it had not been contained, it would have likely killed my grandfather as well. It was held back by a red Purton, who could not, because of the trauma, recall even so much as his name. They named him Oirion, and spent decades trying to find his past. He became a good friend of my grandfather's, and of the King of Krent. My father and Master Oirion did not get along well, though, and he was all but banished from Unlooked when my father became emperor. Master Adept Oirion Silverwood, I know him.
Shannon looked to Gallus and back to Theo.
His soul isn't gone to where, but when.
If we do not get his soul back, he will die,
Theo said.
If he looks like the old master, then so he does. But he is ShaHaNon the Stubborn, who fell off a mountain and shattered his spine, was healed by orcs and beaten by elves.
What happened to the master?
Jamie asked Shannon, suddenly feeling very scared. Shannon looked at Jamie a moment before he answered.
He came to Unlooked to talk with my mother. I spoke to him briefly that night. The Emperor called him to his chamber sometime in the night, and no one knows where he went from there. My father claimed Oirion never arrived at his chambers.
We need to pull him back right now,
Theo said.
He could be Armond himself. But if we don't get him back into this body, he will die, and with it the link to him. If that happens, the two of you will slam into each other with such force you'll level the area, and God only knows what you'll do to the dimensional gates.
What do I need to do?
Jamie asked.
Call for him. I'll do the rest.
Now? Out loud?
Shannon stepped forward and took hold of Orion's hand and closed his eyes. He bowed his head.
Oirion.
He whispered the name, but there was power to it, power that hinted of the truth of Shannon. The room went so cold that Orion's breath steamed faintly and Jamie shivered. Theo put a hand on Jamie's shoulder, his other hand on Orion's forehead, and bowed his head.
Oirion,
they both whispered as one. The world felt as if it was jolted. Jamie lost his balance and nearly fell, but Oirion gasped in air like someone long emerged underwater. Shannon and Theo stepped back as Oirion sucked in air, out of breath, as if he had run a marathon. Theo touched Orion's brow softly and nodded.
He should sleep now as long as he can, but his soul is back. Until we know what damage was done to his brain, we might want to keep things quiet about it, however.
Shannon brought Orion's hand to his lips and kissed it, holding on as if it was life itself. Then the King of Norwood turned and left. Jamie let out a shuddering breath, watching Shannon go.
He does not look well.
No,
Theo agreed.
God help us if our enemies learn the truth of how much Oirion matters to him.
Theo put a hand on Jamie's shoulder.
He is back, and I could not have done that without your help. I will not tell Shannon what I saw, but I hope you begin to realize how very powerful you are. It is not you who needed Oirion. It is he who needed you, and still does.
He left Jamie to sit with Oirion and let it sink in that the red curtain was truly Oirion. Oirion woke slowly. His mind was a jumble of images that made no sense. They moved and blurred heavily like mud. He felt pulled, strained, and crushed into a form that was not real. The slurry of memory became shards of recollection. It was too close. It was dangerous to know what he knew. It was dangerous to be him. His mind moved from lifetime to lifetime, trying to find a safe place to be. War after war, battles fought, friends ripped away, time a burden that was a punishment. He knew too much. The very awareness of who he was, dangerous not only to himself, but all those around him and all those in the world. He had to stay hidden. He had to push it down, push it away, and deny it. He wanted to tell Shannon and Jamie. He wanted to cheer and reassure them. But even before he pulled himself back into one time, one self, one life, he knew that he could not say anything. He needed to make himself forget and trust himself to get Shannon and Jamie and all the others where they needed to be. It was difficult. He needed both Jamie and Shannon's bonds to give him a focus, a place and time to be. With it came the burden of mortality, memory of war for its brutality, of friends long gone, of places and beauty that would never be seen again, all hung in his mind. They created a veil that pushed all the knowledge and the light down, safe beyond his reach. He choked on tears for the loss and the pain he was in. He had to be Oirion. He had to be ShaHaNon, and he knew it. He was there for a reason, but even that understanding he had to bury. He pushed the blankets off and sat up. His head hurt terribly, and he still felt very tired. As soon as he moved, everything seemed a dream, almost as if he was still sleeping. There was safety in that, and he welcomed it. Sitting in a chair near the bed was Shannon. He looked horrible. He had black eyes, if that was possible, and there was a strain to him that Oirion had never seen. Oirion closed his eyes. He leaned on the bed's headboard. He did not see Shannon as Shannon, but as TyRaddick. A lifetime ago, he had lived with the von Armonds, and he had known TyRaddick as a child. Worse, he could almost hear the pleading for mercy and help via the bond and the shattering of time. Oirion wanted it to go away and pushed the dreams down.
I take it we haven't been overrun yet,
Oirion said before he looked back up, forcing himself to focus on this lifetime, on being Henan. He had to for Shannon's sake.
He gated out. My people are working to clear the battlefield and draw the barrier shield down further. How do you feel?
Fuzzy,
Oirion said honestly. He stopped and looked at his hands. He turned them over, then looked around for a mirror.
How do I look?
He asked, pushing himself up.
Like Oirion Silverwood.
There was no humor to Shannon's tone at all.
So my grandfather's illusions didn't survive that little nightmare?
He tried to play it off.
It's more than that, Oirion. It's been a while, but I have a very good memory.
Oirion made himself stand to go get water. Shannon indeed had a good memory, but he must not learn the truth. Oirion could not lie. He had buried the information to fully understand, but was certain he had to make Shannon stop thinking he was the old master adept. The idea that Shannon might tell it to the world was terrifying, and made Oirion feel about ready to vomit. He knew that somewhere in his soul he knew exactly why it was such a bad idea, but he couldn't think of it at the moment. It was part of what he had seen in that space between realms. One thing Oirion did know was the old master's enemies had found out who he was and had drowned him. Oirion was still trying to understand how the magic was working, but Shannon making waves would not help him figure it out in a safe way.
So now I'm supposed to be some great wizard from your past, am I? That makes it easier for you to take me from Jamie.
He tried to sound bitter and angry, but he wasn't. The last thing he wanted was to fight with Shannon. Shannon got up as Oirion struggled with the weight of the water pitcher. Too tired and shaky, he set it back down, unable to pour it. Shannon took the pitcher and poured a glass of water for him. The Purton was no longer taller than Oirion, which struck him as an odd detail to notice. They were almost exactly the same height. Shannon stood very close, almost behind Oirion, to pour the water, and didn't move when he was done. Oirion took the glass and lifted it slowly to take a sip, doing his best to not play Shannon's game, pretending he wasn't there at all.
You did this, Oirion. It's always been you,
Shannon whispered, drawing Orion's now very long hair gently back where it fell about his shoulders.
If I was Silverwood and I stood here and told you I wasn't, then there would have to be a good reason, wouldn't you think? I'm telling you very clearly, I am the same Oirion Henan you have always known.
He wanted to shove Shannon away, but he refused to show how hard it was to just stand there. He was not intimidated as he might have been before, but the presence of Shannon so close was unnerving in an entirely new way. Oirion knew Shannon drew his power from the souls of men, breaking them down with the cruelest of gentle touch and whispers. His being so close was a test, if not more. He had to be very careful and hide his emotions, as if both their souls depended on it.
He has Tavia,
Shannon whispered.
He has forced my hand, and you are going to help me get her back.
You left her with the nomads,
Oirion said, setting the glass down.
But now you are going to walk into Unlooked and take her. You have any idea how stupid that is?
Every part of him knew this was a very bad idea. How could Shannon not see that?
That's why we are taking David. While Jerome is busy looking at Ewens, we are going to give Pert a new emperor.
You go from one moment accusing me of being some old master to plotting an insane trip to Unlooked. Are you sure you're the one who is okay? And is there a reason you are standing behind me like that?
Oirion demanded. Whispers of prophecy from the past tried to assert themselves, and Oirion needed Shannon to step back before the truth was undeniable.
There is a reason for everything I do. I do not waste energy with needless motions.
Really? Well, I'm quite curious to know what that reason is and why you think it necessary to keep touching my hair. It feels just a little too much like I'm one of your back-alley targets.
I'm testing.
Testing what? My tolerance?
Not exactly. I'm seeing if you still look like Oirion Henan to a demon. If not, then we could say you died, and you'd be free of Jerome's focus and hunters. If that is so, then it also frees Jamie of his little demonic mess.
Well?
Shannon reached around Oirion and put his gloved hand on Orion's chest. Oirion felt an odd chill. Then it was gone. Shannon let go, making Oirion feel suddenly as if Shannon had somehow vanished. Oirion nearly fell over from the sudden lack of Shannon's presence behind him. There was an odd sensation that Oirion was certain was more than just Shannon testing his energy signature. Shannon drew in a sharp breath and turned away from Oirion suddenly. The door opened to let in Theo, Jamie, Gallus, and Travis. Oirion wasn't sure if Shannon had turned away because he knew company had arrived or if there was more to it. He bit back the desire to ask or look closer. Jamie strode to him and hugged him, the bond between them warming back to life. Oirion accepted the embrace and the support it offered. Jamie's energy flooded away the energy of Shannon's touch as well. Jamie had no idea how much Oirion had needed that. Oirion looked at the boy, who had become a young man. Travis moved to Oirion and hugged him the moment Jamie let go. Oirion felt better at once. The world seemed to become solid and stable. His bonds seemed to settle and accept their place again, and the memories in his mind became like a vivid dream. Nothing more. They would fade back to where he had hidden them all along, and they would be safe.
Travis.
Oirion smiled and hugged him back.
You doing all right?
Much better now that you're here.
Travis stepped back, smiled, then turned to Shannon. He didn't hesitate, but went to Shannon and hugged him as well. Shannon seemed to relax as he accepted the embrace and offered it back.
How do you feel?
Jamie asked Oirion.
Still have a headache. Really weak.
He shrugged.
Have you told anyone?
Shannon asked Theo.
No. No one outside this room knows.
It needs to stay that way,
Shannon said, as he took a seat at the table.
No one can know. In fact, we need to tell them that Oirion died. His body was found and burned with the others. I might even go so far as to use someone else and set it up to truly seem he has died.
That's a bit extreme,
Oirion said.
You are known to be a liability to me, Oirion. If Jerome thinks you're dead, it stops him hunting you. Not just for his own reasons, but as a way to get at me. If the news goes out that Oirion died, then you have a freedom you have never had.
Has he changed that much?
Jamie asked, referring to Orion's energy signature.
Changed?
Shannon considered it.
I am not sure I would use that word so much, but with the illusions placed on him at the level they were, he is as changed as his face. He is certainly Oirion to you and me, but to a demon, he might be a blood relative. To a demon's touch, he is not Oirion Hennon, as Oirion Hennon is known. He is von Valrine and von Assi, without a doubt, but not necessarily Hennon.
So I'm free of the deal?
Shannon bowed his head a little in answer. Jamie let out a great sigh of relief, then looked to Oirion, concerned.
You still feel like you, don't you?
Jamie asked.
Yes, Jamie, I am me.
If we said that you died and didn't tell anyone outside the room, then Dave and the others...
Jamie started to say.
It needs to be done,
Shannon said.
Right now he has been cut free of all the hunters and magics that were tagged into him. If we don't do this, all of hell will hunt him now that they know he is connected to me. Not just Jerome, but all of hell. They will watch and study, wait and test. He cannot be a target. Oirion Hennon must die.
So what then? I get hidden away?
Oirion asked.
No, you just become someone else, manifest another truth.
I am not claiming to be Silverwood.
The idea was terrifying and made him feel suddenly on the verge of a panic attack.
I didn't mean that. I meant to claim your mother's name, claim that heritage over the Valrine, become von Assi Amdor.
I don't know my mother,
Oirion said.
And you told me once you didn't either.
Not her, just the bloodline. Perhaps we might even claim you are your own half-brother, and that as a child you came to Norwood, and that is why no one knows of you. We say that I hid you away in the north after the battle that your parents fell in. It also would explain your skill in the woods, but you might want to take off the priest ring.
That makes no sense to anyone who is not aware that the Earl's daughter is not Oirion Hennon's mother.
I'm confused,
Gallus said softly and a bit sadly. Travis smiled at him kindly.
I can explain later.
We aren't trying to make you a hero of Valrine anymore. We are trying to hide you from hell, and it makes perfect sense on that level.
I don't think he has to take off the ring,
Travis said.
Norwood is a stronghold of the last true followers of the Church. Maybe that can be expressed as well. Norwood is not the dark tangle of forest that the world thinks. Pert needs her northern kingdom to remind her of what she can be. And like it or not, Oirion is a cardinal, and it shows to the eyes of any who truly look at him. That will not go away by taking off a ring.
You could say that he is your consort. Give him political power. Make it very clear that in Pert we do not dictate what others do behind closed doors, so to speak.
Theo offered, with a smile, but a seriousness that was born of the plight Harold found himself in.
No,
Oirion objected.
I think it's perfect,
Jamie said.
It would explain why you two fight so much and yet put up with each other.
No,
Oirion insisted.
One day soon I might make him regent of Norwood, but not yet. I also do not need to explain myself to people. I don't need to give him title or explain why I put up with him for any reason. You can say whatever you want about it.
Jamie nodded and shrugged.
You know I'm sitting right here,
Oirion pointed out.
It won't be easy,
Travis said.
We will have to tell people we love and who love Oirion that he is dead, and their grief will be hard to deal with.
There aren't that many,
Oirion grunted.
Dave will be very upset,
Travis said.
The news will crush your grandfather like no other. He will know you on sight, but he lives in the hope you will one day be made King of Valreen.
That's not going to happen,
Oirion said.
Neither is being regent of Norwood,
he muttered under his breath.
No, it's not. Your son will be, though. I'm quite certain that Shannon will see to that,
Travis said.
I have no sons, Travis.
Travis smiled.
Not that you know of,
he said.
Are you a seer now?
Oirion asked him.
Honestly, yes, after a fashion. I just seem to know some things. I know that if we don't all get destroyed in darkness, that your son will be King of Valreen. Ask Theo. He's a seer as well, and he's seen it.
Oirion looked at Theo, a bit shocked.
Well, now that you put it that way, I suppose that would make sense, but I didn't think about it in that light.
Theo replied.
If you say so,
Oirion said, dismissing them both.
Do we really have to do this?
Oirion appealed to Shannon seriously, not liking the idea. He did not want to hurt Dave. But then again, part of him also felt that the secrets he had dreamed of needed to stay utterly hidden. Perhaps it was for the best. It might even be enough to make Shannon stop asking questions.
I will help with Dave,
Travis said.
His grief might drive him to do stupid things.
Speaking of stupid things,
Oirion said.
Shannon wants to go to Ulumbak.
That's pretty stupid.
Theo agreed.
Why?
Jamie asked.
For Tavia,
Theo said.
You know I care for her as well, but I don't think you should go.
If we can get Dave to the right place, everything changes,
Shannon said.
Jerome will move his armies against Arwen's. He will be distracted, and I can get Dave in and to the right place.
Remember that your father is not dead,
Theo said.
Tyrell will be denounced,
Travis said firmly.
The angels will demand no less, but he has to be there, TyRaddick.
I will trust that to you too,
Shannon said, looking to Theo and Travis.
Great,
Theo groaned.
Find a lost army that is hidden from demons and angels for 5,000 years. No problem, and do it while in a very serious war with an insane, demon-summoning blood wizard.
You can do it,
Travis said to Theo.
I think we should go soon,
Shannon said.
Tomorrow, if you can ride.
He looked to Oirion.
Who is all going?
Theo asked.
I want to, but I am needed here, most certainly if Jerome's eyes need to be kept on Owen's.
Oirion, Dave and I,
Shannon said.
Gallus, Jamie, and I should go as well,
Travis said.
Grim will follow even if you tell him no,
Jamie added.
I don't think Eldwar should be left,
Shannon added unhappily.
I am not sure I trust him in a city like this.
So, everyone but me?
Theo sighed heavily.
That is really not so fun for me.
I don't know that we want such a big group,
Shannon considered.
If we do manage to get everything in place, then you will want the Pontiff there, and Jamie should keep working on you. I am going even if you tell me no. She is my mother, after all. I will simply go on my own if I have to,
Travis said. Shannon folded his hands on the table and looked at Theo.
I give you the army of elites that are here to use as you will. If you can make a way for them to find a home in Owen's, I will let them stay indefinitely. Call it a late coronation gift from Norwood to you.
That will help.
Is there anyone who is badly burned that you could say was Oirion?
Shannon asked Jamie.
There are several who are horribly burned, but they aren't dead.
That can be arranged.
Shannon rose.
Your soul and Orion's are more important than the life of one man. His soul will be perfectly fine, and he will gain reward in the next life for it,
Theo said to Jamie's objection.
What about me?
Oirion asked.
Who the hell am I supposed to be?
Tyshane, Emeror, von Amdor von Assi, Oirion Hennon's older cousin, son of TyRaddick von Amel, daughter of the last true queen of Amdor and Tygereden von Valreen. I will have clothes brought up for you. Stay put for now,
Shannon said. Oirion was not thrilled about the clothes. They were almost exactly like the black leather Shannon and the elites all wore. The difference was that his had a belt of meshed gold links and leather, tooled with silver for his sword. Over it, instead of a surcoat, was a very long, open-fronted tunic. It was a dark blue fabric with soft, supple leather trim, fantastically laid with silver and gold, in a way Oirion could not imagine how it stayed, and did not break, but remained flexible. He brushed his hair out and then looked in the mirror. The man he saw was indeed Oirion Silverwood. He almost laughed at that. He was named after himself. Still, it all seemed far away now and not real. The man in the mirror was a tall Perton with all the grace and power one might expect of the Emperor's companion. Add to it the red of his hair, and he was quite a sight, and one that would not be soon forgotten. He wondered if there were any image captures of Silverwood. He might have to destroy them or make them all seem fakes.
Where did you get this outfit?
Oirion asked.
It's not yours.
He knew very well Shannon never wore metal of any kind. The only thing he used that was metal was a sword. Even with that, he usually used one of several he was known to pull out of his vault that were not metal at all, but more likely made of bone, dragon by the level of power that was often fused with the weapons. Shannon looked Oirion over, as if inspecting to make certain it was all in order and acceptable.
The leather is out of my pack, and the tunic was mine once upon a time. It's been locked up in a vault with the rest of my useless things.
You're really so vain as to waste such power on a wardrobe? Wow, you stun me, Shannon.
It is not vanity.
Shannon smoothed Orion's shoulders and adjusted the tunic a fraction of an inch.
I do have use of things now and then, such as this. It also saves a great deal of weight and time when traveling. Besides, once an item is in a vault, it takes no energy to maintain it there. You should know that.
Did you have use of the vaults inside the barrier?
No. Elliot made one that worked within the barrier, and I used that in the end. But if you do not know what is there, you have a hard time pulling it out.
Can you see inside your vault?
Some can. I could if I wished to shift realms a little, but I don't like doing that. I'll teach you how to use mine later.
I don't want your vault, Shannon.
Oirion.
Shannon looked at him seriously.
You and I are going to live a very long time, most likely, and you will be dealing with me the rest of your life, and possibly beyond. Refusing to get a few benefits from it is childish. I know you do not value wealth as some men might, but having certain things at hand is very useful.
Oirion nearly grumbled at how that was like what he had told Jamie about being made part of the House of Hennon.
Well, you don't need to teach me how to build one. I have one.
Oirion grumbled.
Good. That saves me time, but you will still have to be keyed into mine.
Shannon moved to the window to see if all was ready for them below.
Why key me in?
Oirion asked.
All of a sudden you're very open and trusting,
he said with a hint of distaste.
Because there might be a time when I am forced to shift realms, and you can lock me into a crucible and put me there for safekeeping.
I am a priest, not a demon master.
Like it or not, Oirion, you are mine, and my wars are your wars, and my magics are yours as well.
He paused.
Did Jamie even tell you what he did?
What he did? No, what do you mean? When?
Shannon walked to the door and held the handle a moment before he looked back to Oirion.
Don't die again. Next time, I might not survive.
He opened the door and held it for Oirion.
They are ready. Your brother has died, and needs your attention.
Oirion went out with Shannon. In a small private room where a very badly burned man had died, Jaime stood back in the corner looking ill. Already 2 elites were wrapping the dead man up in the cloth for the fire. Theo entered the room in a rush. He saw the man, then turned to the healers in the hallway.
Tell Lord David that Oirion is dead,
Theo said.
Ask Bishop Gallus to meet us at the fire.
Oirion silently watched and then followed, as the man who had fought for Jerome and then died to hide Oirion from his former master was carried out of the room. They went down the halls to the place just west of the fortress where the pyres were built and rebuilt as the injured died. The ground was already burned and grassless from the massive fire for the pyres of dead from the battle. The elites set the dead man on top with great reverence and ceremony just as Dave ran up. Oirion realized half the fortress had followed them out and had gathered about the fire. The elites had also formed up, and one man from them walked forward to Jaime and offered him a sword. It was an ancient gesture normally held in reserve for the widow of a great man. It was saying that the giver would protect the survivor as if she was his. Jaime was not a widow exactly, but the gesture was huge. It also hit Jaime very hard, as he knew he was going to lose Oirion to Shannon, and to Shannon's world of elites, wars, and dark magics. His tears were not fake.
His Majesty TyRaddick von Armond, King of Norwood, swears by this sword to protect and aid you in all his power until the day Armond takes you,
the elite said and bowed. He then went to Oirion and gave him 2 rings.
Our deepest sympathy on your brother.
He bowed and retreated to his formation. Theo cast up his hand, and the wood lit in a roaring fire. Oirion felt sick. Dave looked confused and pained, as if he had been punched in the gut. Oirion went to Jaime and put his hand on his partner's shoulder. Jaime glanced at him and tried to smile, but they both knew everything was about to change, and that change would take them on different paths. It was a goodbye in a way, and they both felt it. Jaime shook his head with tears in his eyes.
I just want to go back to the woods.
I know, Jaime. I'm sorry,
Oirion said.
Shannon?
Dave asked, stricken. Shannon shook his head and turned, pulling up his hood as he walked from the fortress and out to the hills. Dave stood, watching the flames without a word. Gallus lifted his hands and prayed the prayers for the dead over the man who was rapidly burning away. Oirion couldn't stay and watch. He walked back to the fortress, letting the lie begin without him there to see it. The feast was not truly formal, but the table was filled, and the meal a large one. Oirion took a seat beside Shannon. It was very quiet until Theo lifted his glass.
There is always sadness with war. People die, and sometimes great men fall. Oirion gave up all his wealth and rank to be a man of God and to serve his empire, and he has given all his body and soul to the task of restoring the throne of Pert. Honored am I to know him, and greatly will I miss him. Let us not linger in grief. Let us honor the fallen, and let not our strength or resolve waver. Let the fallen be our champions who give us strength.
Everyone lifted their glasses and drank the dark red wine. The meal was mostly silent, with only soft talk. Afterwards, they all moved to the great hall for music and an attempt to celebrate victory. Dave walked over to Shannon and Oirion, who stood near the back door ready to leave.
Who is this?
Dave asked, looking rather rough at the moment.
Tyshain von Assi,
Shannon said. Oirion took Dave's hand and wished he could tell his friend he wasn't dead at all, that he was there.
Why did they give you Orion's rings?
Oirion looked at the rings on his hand, then looked at Dave.
David,
Shannon said.
Let it be. What had to be done was done.
Dave nodded silently.
That's what I thought.
He walked away and left them to go drink by the fire.
I need to lie down,
Oirion muttered, and left the hall to go to his room. It was done, the lie was set, and now he was headed to Ulumbak. Not as Oirion, partner of Jaime, but as Tyshain, partner of Shannon himself. God help him. End of Chapter 53. Continue with Chapter 54, Energy Work. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 54, Energy Work. The weather patterns had been unstable for years, but now, with the Battle of Torin, the skies over Noyon had lost all sense of order. What should have been late spring weather was colder, damper, and more windy than winter here had been in many thousands of years. To say it was bad was a horrible understatement. Rain lashed from all directions, cold and heavy. At times it turned into sleet, or even tiny hailstones that stung wherever they found skin, making everyone outdoors miserable and the horses skittish and unhappy. Camps offered little relief. They huddled under battered tents that kept collapsing. There was no escape on the muddy open prairie. The company had hoped to ride quickly east before cutting south on their way to Ulambak, but had found themselves slogging through the mud. The deep mud and slick hillsides had them leading their mounts more often than not. Days turned into weeks. As if the weather wasn't bad enough, they had not brought enough rations for such a long trip, and they were forced to scavenge whatever edible plants they could find or hunt when the opportunity presented itself. All the wildlife seemed to have fled the area, and what with the time of year and the weather, there just wasn't much in the way of plant life. Jamie's skill at finding food was noticed at once, and without him they might have had a far more difficult time. Even so, with so many in the group, they still didn't get much in way of meals. They were forced to turn north away from the intended route. The shortcut was taking too long, and they needed the speed that roads offered. They left the open expanse of endless grass and turned north toward the old trade routes and villages. Shannon led them from the gray wall of rain to an old battered road that after several hours brought them into a dilapidated village that was the color of the mud they were all plastered in. They chose a small tavern on the outskirts. They wanted out of the rain as quickly as possible. Without a word, they tied their horses up under a small awning and trudged inside to find a table large enough for all of them. They dropped into the chairs, dripping and mud-stained.
"Something hot to eat,"
Gallus said wearily as the tavern hand walked up to them.
"Pitchers of whatever you have on tap,"
Jamie added.
"Ale, beer, don't care."
"Whiskey,"
Shannon said.
"The best you have. I do care."
"You want a room, laundry, baths, maybe?"
the man asked with a sympathetic expression on his face.
"A room, yes, if you have one open,"
Jamie said.
"The weather has kept people in, but I have a couple open. They aren't great, but they are private and large enough for you all."
"We'll take one,"
Jamie said. They didn't talk as the man went to get their drinks. He was quick to return with a tray of mugs. He spread them out on the table and poured the ale first. He set a small, clear glass in front of Shannon and poured him the blonde whiskey with a nod and smile.
"Not dwarven by any means, but it's got a warming kick to it. Enjoy. The rooms are all the way up. Third door on the left. The girls will put a basket at the door for laundry if you change your minds about that."
"Thank you."
Grim nodded. The tavern man left them, moving away to see to other customers.
"I don't think we should stay long,"
Grim said, watching the tavern man.
"Why?"
Gallus asked.
"He seemed nice."
"Too nice,"
Shannon said, as he picked up the small glass of whiskey. He ran a finger around the rim, even as Jamie did the same with his mug of ale.
"Why?"
Gallus asked, concerned.
"They aren't looking for us yet, are they?"
"Petty crime,"
Eldwar said, taking a big swig.
"He wants us to stay, get drunk, get robbed, and be indebted to him. It's a common practice. We stink of money. I suggest we have a story as to who we are so we won't be remembered as strangers with money. Jerome will have the outlying inns checked for that sort of thing."
"What do you suggest?"
Gallus asked.
"I don't suggest anything. Someone needs to make up a story. Too many wealthy Purtons together stand out. Add to it a couple half-elven, and we better have a damn good cover."
The food arrived, breaking off the conversation that was about to turn very tense. The owner was cheerful and friendly as he refilled their cups with a smile.
"I don't like him,"
Grim muttered once the man left.
"Maybe we should not even stay the night,"
Gallus said uneasily.
"We can pretend to, but just slip out."
"Just eat,"
Shannon said, taking a sip of the whiskey. He watched Eldwar fill a cup of the expensive whiskey for himself and raise it to his lips with a trembling hand. Eldwar lifted his gaze to Shannon as he took a sip. He drank it, but did not meet Shannon's eyes again. Shannon watched him, but said nothing.
So, you never did tell me why the elves were after you.
Dave said to Travis. Everyone else was just sitting there, with their heads bowed in exhaustion. They were all tired, and tension held the company in a dangerous, disjointed manner. Dave knew they needed to break the mood they were in, or it would get them into serious trouble.
My father,
Travis said.
What does that mean?
Oirion asked.
My father is Emperor Tepe-Epshek. He was very upset that my mother escaped.
Your mother escaped?
Oirion asked with a sudden sick feeling in his gut.
What do you mean?
Dave insisted. He had too many questions about that revelation to ask them all at once.
My father is set on the idea that with the right body he can make himself an immortal, a god. He keeps a handful of concubines with whom, with a great amount of magic and such, he tries to breed a body capable of housing a god.
Travis shrugged.
He uses magics his father mastered in an age past. That magic allows for the transfer of his soul into a different body, and he'd be reborn, in a sense, as a god. When the babies fail to be capable, he kills them and tries again.
But Tavia escaped,
Dave asked, looking even more upset than Oirion.
That is sort of understood by his being my father, Dave, and her not his captive. There is no way my father would have just let her go. She escaped before I was born. She has been on the run since and will always be on the run.
How did you get out of the barrier?
Shannon asked with a serious scowl.
Captain Elliot. He found a man who could be paid to get us through about 3 years ago now. He was very worried about Dave and wanted to go home. We parted ways in Dakin.
You and your mother?
Shannon asked.
Salma and Dahane came too.
He smiled at that.
Dahane?
Dave asked.
Who is that?
Her son. Her people were furious about her having a half-blood son and were set on killing them both. We paid a lot, but she got an illusion on both of them, and she fled with us.
She has a son?
Oirion asked in disbelief. Travis smiled at Oirion openly and chuckled.
Pert and father, a little human in him, but not much.
Was Oirion his father?
Dave asked, shocked.
That is sort of suspected, yes,
Travis said.
Not many Pertons in Bracken.
Oirion was with Salma?
Dave asked Shannon, still shocked at the idea Oirion had broken his vows.
I was not aware of that.
Shannon actually smiled a tiny bit and shook his head amused.
Who is Salma?
Grim asked.
A Sphinxan woman,
Travis said.
The Sphinx are very feline, a warped race in search of a god. Salma is the daughter of the queen and very attractive. They have a hormone they produce that increases pleasure to others when they touch them, and another one that can, in time, become an addiction. They pretend to be slaves in order to learn the magics and ways of other races. Salma was very good.
Oirion was with a woman?
Jamie asked, surprised.
Now, that I would not have guessed.
Why?
Dave asked almost defensively.
You saying that like he didn't like women?
Jamie shrugged.
Oirion didn't like to be touched. In the woods, he became so sensitive to things, he could tell if there was someone within a few miles. It was a useful skill to have, but made being in crowds very difficult for him.
He tried not to glance at Oirion as he spoke, careful to use past tense. It made him a little uncomfortable, and it showed, but it was something that had to be done.
That sounds like a vampiric ability,
Shannon said softly.
Except theirs is the opposite reaction. You can gain a lot of pleasure and energy through touch.
Does it seem odd to you that Oirion had a son?
Dave asked Oirion. Oirion shifted a little uneasily in his chair. He wanted to react as himself, but he had to play this new role cast on him, and he knew it. He also wondered if Dave was testing him, or if he truly had not figured out who TyShaHaNon was. Either way, it was a conversation he did not care to have at all.
Well, I wasn't much in touch with him, but I would assume he must have been having a very bad day and was rather upset with life in general. Can we not talk about it?
He tried not to sound personally upset, but knew he failed. Shannon almost smiled, but instead just poured himself a mug of ale to go with his whiskey.
Also, tonight, Shannon, I need to work on you,
Jamie said, cutting off Oirion from remarking on Shannon's seeming amusement. They finished eating in silence. Shannon paid for everything before they all headed up. The room was empty, except for a chamber pot in the corner and a dozen bedrolls on the floor. 2 small windows looked out on the world beyond, but it was late, and the rain made seeing anything nearly impossible. The back wall was the chimney from the kitchen below and offered some warmth, but not as much as they might have hoped for. They had clearly overpaid for the room, but at least they were out of the wind and rain for the moment. They dropped down along the wall, ready to rest and dry out. Jamie and Shannon went to a back corner and sat cross-legged, facing each other. It took several minutes before Jamie held out his hand, and Shannon gave up his, laying it with his palm up in Jamie's open hand.
What are they doing?
Dave asked Travis softly. Travis just shrugged.
Can't really see,
Eldwar said after a glance.
The shields he keeps are impressive. He let Jamie in, but didn't drop any of his shielding. What can you see, TyShane?
Oirion looked over at Eldwar from where he sat on the bedroll he had chosen with his back to the wall, rubbing his feet to warm and dry them.
Jamie is just doing basic energy meridian line work.
Nothing is basic when you include a ghoul in it,
Eldwar said.
You cannot make a man out of mud. Rochelle might be good, but not even Armond can do that.
Why don't you not talk, Eldwar?
Oirion said.
I'm in no mood to deal with you.
You going to deal with me then, are you? Decided to make use of your pet demon?
You're not helping yourself,
Travis said to Eldwar.
Why don't you stop avoiding the truth and be worthy?
Eldwar shot Travis a hateful look.
Why don't you leave me alone or do your best to kill me?
Travis leaned forward on a knee, with a very intense look on his face.
Death would not fix the pain, Eldwar. Maybe you should seek to find redemption in this life, or the next will not be so pleasant for you. And that I promise.
Eldwar gave a bitter snort with a look of disgust.
You know, Jamie is a very giving man, very forgiving and powerful,
Gallus said.
You must have been a pretty horrid father to have him hate you so much.
Eldwar turned on Gallus, rage and hatred burning in his eyes, making him almost seem another man.
You know nothing about any of it,
he said with his voice and his hands shaking.
No idea.
Don't even think of leaving,
Oirion warned as Eldwar started to get up.
You going to stop me?
Eldwar demanded as he got to his feet. Oirion surprised them all and was up and at the door faster than it seemed possible. Eldwar went to shove him aside, but Oirion struck him once in the chest with the palm of his hand. Eldwar dropped to his knees, gasping for air and holding his heart. Eldwar struggled to his feet with hatred in his eyes.
You should have left me in Awen's. I want nothing to do with you, your war or Rochelle. I would have healed people for TyRaddick for nothing but whiskey. I hate you, I hate him, and I hate Armond. All of you can go to hell.
Dave snapped his fingers with a small pop of magic. Eldwar dropped like a rag to the floor and didn't move. Oirion sagged in pain. He caught his chest with one hand, panting for air. He went back to his bedroll and dropped down.
He didn't mean it,
Gallus whispered, as if trying to reassure all the others or himself, but upset either way.
Yes, he did,
Travis said. He pulled his knees up and wrapped his arms around them with a serious scowl on his brow.
I don't know if you can save that one, Gallus. Maybe Shannon should have left him behind. He could end up betraying us.
What do you want me to do?
Gallus asked Travis, upset.
We can't send him back now.
Travis shook his head and rested his cheek on his knees, in a way only the young and flexible can.
You all right?
Dave asked Oirion, watching him with a concerned expression.
Just very fragile inside right now,
Oirion said, pressing his hands into his eyes.
I acted on instinct without thinking about it again, and it hurt. That's all.
What did you do to him?
Grim asked Dave, curious.
It's a pirate trick. It's a way to knock out healers. It's a small magic you can aim at one if they need it. It's sort of like knocking a fish out by slapping the water hard enough. I use it mostly to help healers on the water. When they get to sea, most feel very ill for a long time. It's the only way they can sleep.
None of them got up to move Eldwar to a bed or to check on him. They just hung up wet clothes and tried to pick mud off before crawling into the bedrolls to try to sleep. In the back corner, neither Jamie nor Shannon showed strain until Jamie jerked free, leaving them both in pain and shaking. After a moment of recovery, Shannon looked at Eldwar crumpled on the floor. He gave Gallus a very stern look before he sank into a deep trance. Jaime crawled to his bed to sleep, dropping into a near coma almost at once. Gallus sighed, got up and drug Eldwar to his bedding and covered him up as best he could. They all tried to sleep, glad to be indoors at least, even if they were cold and filthy.
Stop,
Shannon told Oirion with a hint of annoyance in his tone.
I do not need to be told what to do,
Oirion objected. Shannon snatched the filthy and torn shirt from Orion's hands. Oirion grabbed for it, but Shannon jerked it away, making it vanish as Oirion tried to steal it back.
Damn it, Shannon!
Oirion swore.
Give me my shirt back.
It's torn, it's filthy, and we don't have time for you to sit and stitch it up.
Shannon offered a cream-colored blouse pulled from his vault, as if such magics were as simple as breathing. He held it out for Oirion. Oirion scowled at him.
I do not need your shirt.
Then reach into your own vault and grab a clean one. We do not have time for all this.
I don't have a vault,
Jaime said.
I'll take a new shirt. Clean socks would be nice if you have any.
Shannon tossed a fistful of clothes at Jaime, but kept his eyes on Oirion.
I am not as vain as you. I don't put clothes in there.
Or you just don't want me to see that what you have is all older than I am?
Shannon challenged. Oirion snatched the blouse from Shannon.
You're insane,
he said.
Can I...
Gallus tried to ask for clean clothes as well. Shannon shot him a look to say, not to say another word. Gallus sank back sadly.
If we all show up in new clothes,
Eldwar explained with a smirk,
they will notice.
Can we just go?
Dave asked.
Yes.
Shannon motioned Oirion towards the door. Oirion gave Shannon a dirty look, but went ahead, leading the others out of the room and down the stairs.
You're leaving already?
The owner asked, clearly disappointed.
You'll not even stay for a meal.
We have a long road ahead of us,
Eldwar said, stepping up beside Grim.
King Dunnan has a short temper, and we are already overdue.
King Dunnan? You serve the King of Nay?
The tavern owner asked, shocked and worried all of a sudden. Eldwar put his hand on the man's shoulder and leaned in closer, as if they were close friends.
Sent us all the way to Talik to try and get him some special fish remedy for that woman he calls Queen.
He made a face of disgust.
If you ask me, if the woman can't have an heir with all the help of all the healers in Nay, then she shouldn't have one, and I, for one, do not think some fish oil is going to fix her.
Aye.
The man nodded.
I still cannot imagine why the pontiff allowed him to be rid of the old queen like he did. Was it truly as horrible as they say?
He asked with morbid excitement.
Aye,
Eldwar breathed.
But when you serve the king by blood and by vow, you do as ordered.
He shuddered and changed the topic.
So we all want to get back before his temper finds the necks of our kin, if you get my drift. He wanted a new younger queen, and he took one. Not even Jerome was going to stop him.
The man nodded and swallowed, his face white.
Haste, my friend, I pray you haste.
Indeed.
Eldwar gave Grim a sour look the man of the tavern didn't see as he shouldered past the white guard. Eldwar's contempt and disgust at having to be the storyteller was obvious.
What the bloody hell was that about?
Grim demanded once they were in the street.
I just gave us cover,
Eldwar shot back.
While you stood there like an idiot with his tongue hanging out, I saved us time and recollection.
What did you do?
Jaime demanded.
Did none of you notice the men in the back corner?
Eldwar demanded as he mounted.
They were here to rob us, but only an idiot messes with Dunnan's personal errand, boys.
How do you know that?
Gallus asked.
I knew one once. I saw what happened to the men who killed him. Dunnan is very protective of his personal guards in that way. Even in the streets of Kilaban, you know not to mess with the Blackhawks of Nea. Worse is to impersonate one, but at least we can travel free for the next few 100 miles.
How do you know about the Queen?
Oirion asked.
I sold a cure to a man for her,
Eldwar said.
A real cure?
Grim asked.
You might not like me, but I am very good at what I do when I choose to be.
She has no heir,
Oirion pointed out.
It wasn't fertility she wanted cured. She wanted the opposite, and I was happy to oblige.
He moved his horse to lead the way from the outskirts toward the main road. Grim took over, knowing the area the best. Shannon made them stop on the east side of the next village at a bathhouse. It would give them a chance to get warm and scrub the mud off. No one objected. Shannon provided them all with different clothes. None of it was new or very expensive, but it was clean and dry. The worn condition and the mismatched bits of it would play in better with the common populace than the clothes they had worn before. After a long hot soak, they moved on, heading out of the village. They stayed on the road, trying to make up for some lost time. The moods had improved, but the weather had not. The trip ahead of them was a long one, with an increased risk of being tracked on the roads. They found small inns along the way, and filtered inside in small groups, or one by one to get separate rooms, and seemed strangers to each other. Shannon simply gave them the coins needed, and ignored them otherwise. At night, Jamie would lock himself away with Shannon, then sleep until they drug him from bed. Near the Valrine border, they left the main road for a backwoods track that the rain had left more water than road. The horses sloshed along, dripping and dangerously chilled. They had to stop often and rub the horses' legs down, getting themselves soaked in the process. While Oirion knew the way, Shannon knew it better. Shannon took the lead and left the flooded wood. He cut just over the Norwood border. Oirion knew they were headed to the ShaHaNon estate, but didn't say anything as he followed Shannon's lead. He wasn't sure why Shannon had changed course, but anything to keep them from Ulumbak was a good idea. Only a few days from the house of ShaHaNon, they turned back into Valrine. They camped alongside a creek Oirion knew well enough. It was a place where the hunters would camp on annual deer hunts. The sport was not why they camped this far out or at this spot. It was a week of drinking, raging fires, and women who were brought along and paid for well in advance. Oirion had been forced to go along several times, but his dislike of it and the obvious contempt between Oirion and his younger brothers had convinced his father to stop forcing him. He took to scheduling it so Oirion was not even home when the hunt happened. It seemed an odd place to camp now, with the men of this company. Jamie set to camp tasks at once, making a fire and preparing a meal, while the others put up the few small tents and gathered wood. Oirion helped Gallus set his up and showed him a number of tricks to make it more comfortable. Jamie poured a bit of the broth from the soup he made into a bowl and fished out a few bits of herbs to add to it. He took it to Shannon and held it out to him.
"What?"
Shannon asked.
"It's time you start eating."
"James,"
Shannon said.
"I do not eat."
"You do now."
Jamie waited.
"Would you just do it because your healer told you to?"
"I do not eat."
"You do now. Eat."
To everyone's surprise, Shannon reached out and accepted the bowl. He took a small spoonful, but was clearly not happy when Jamie motioned him to take it all. He forced a spoonful at a time. Jamie stood and watched Shannon like a stern parent.
"You figure out how to see past my shields, James, or are you just that bored?"
"I can't see exactly, but I have worked on you enough to be aware of how your body is reacting to some things. I've also figured out how to use the bond to help me read your systems a bit. I expect, though, your body will need several tries to be able to keep it down long, but you need to start to train it."
Shannon just gave him a cold look.
"It's just broth. He's eaten broth before,"
Dave said.
"Not exactly,"
Jamie explained.
"He sort of absorbs fluids like a sponge. This is going down into a stomach to be absorbed from there. Eventually we will make it digest more as I mend and heal things inside, and he will absorb less, but gain more from what he takes in."
"So what are you doing exactly?"
Oirion asked.
"I am taking the trickle of energy that
He scowled, trying to explain without saying he was using Orion's energy.
Oirion left sort of pools of energy that I work with. That is helping me heal the damaged organs."
"I've known other vampires and they all ate just fine,"
Grim said.
"It's a terrible waste of energy,"
Shannon said, for once talking to Grim instead of pretending he was not there, as he normally did.
"Most can eat and do out of habit, but it takes more energy to digest than is gained from the food. It's a pleasure, nothing more.
The vampires I knew couldn't stand the sun, though. You and the elites seem fine with it,
Grim said.
To become an elite demands a lot of power, self-mastery, and the ability to be in the sun. The sun's sensitivity is because of the exposure to hellfire. It is more of a scar than anything. If their energy is up, they can deal with the light. Many vampires simply cannot hold enough energy and stay sane.
What about you? You designed the uniform to hide the body, I take it.
It is woven with a lot of power and shields to help hide more than skin. But no, my skin cannot tolerate sunlight at all. My burn was a bit more extreme than most.
Your face is exposed all the time.
My face is my face, and they made sure to keep it shielded. The rest of me spent a lot of time directly in flame.
I don't quite understand. I saw the tower top, but you're not just a vampire, are you?
Grim asked.
No, that little affliction just makes life in this realm more difficult. It is certainly not my biggest issue.
I will have to address some of your body issues more directly,
Jamie said.
There are things that must be made if you plan to eat. If you understand my meaning.
Shannon didn't look real pleased at the idea. Grim had many more questions, but Shannon's willingness to talk seemed to end all at once, and they could all see it. Conversation was made more certain to be over when Eldwar returned from gathering grasses to put under his bed for the night. If he noticed, he made no reaction, but just made his bed and crawled into it.
There is a dark air tonight,
Eldwar said as he pulled his blanket up.
Watch your back, angel boy. Dark priest will crawl into your bed tonight if you aren't careful,
he muttered.
What?
Jamie started to demand to know what he meant, but Shannon shook his head.
He was talking to Travis, and he's right. There is something in the air tonight.
I feel it too,
Travis said.
Not sure what it is. It's too distant.
Hidden,
Shannon said.
It is well hidden, but in the area.
There is a story that one of the Dark Masters of old was buried alive near here,
Oirion said,
and that he waits for the body of one he might possess so he can come back to seek vengeance against the line of Valrine for casting him down.
You believe that?
Jamie asked. Oirion shrugged and settled down into his bed.
Strange things happen in these woods to young wizards. Several were murdered in my childhood, but I'd blame vampires, not long-lost souls of evil masters from an age ago. We are very close to Norwood and its most unsavory residents. Good night.
They all settled down and tried to get sleep while the low clouds rumbled distantly and lightning flickered somewhere off to the west. Shannon opened his eyes. Something was wrong, and he wasn't sure what it was. He couldn't see and feel clearly with all the shields he wore against the company he was with. He felt almost bound. He focused outward for any sound or movement. Lifting his energy slowly, he used more mundane means to sense what was happening around them. There was the smallest hint of movement, not even on this realm, but Shannon saw it. With a leap, he moved from his seated position. Clearing the fire, he caught Travis in one arm and rolled hard, snapping the cords tagged into the young man. Travis gasped for air. As they rolled, Shannon slammed up a shield of demonic power just in time to block the attack that came at them. The power behind the attack was instantly furious at him for grabbing its prey away. Shannon felt the rage, as surely as a man might feel a raging fire. The attack shattered against Shannon's shield, even as Gallus, Oirion, and Jamie jerked awake. The demonic magics he had used so close to them woke the priest with a terrifying jolt. Shannon could see the attacker, like a form of smoke and ash swirling as it entered the campsite from the far side, its focus on him and Travis alone. At the same time, men rushed the camp from outside the clearing. Grim threw up his hand and cast a flare of light over the campsite, allowing everyone to see, revealing the Lord Wraith, as well as other wraiths of weaker power coming with him. Shannon waited a moment for Travis to catch his breath before he let go of the young man. Then, springing to his feet, he leaped across the fire in a single move. He attacked the wraith with just enough of a realm shift to meet it, as if it was solid. This was something the wraith clearly did not expect, but it adjusted rapidly. The backlash of power blew outward through the camp, causing the priests to stagger and nearly lose their breath. Grim moved unfazed at the lesser wraiths, with his sword burning a deep blue. The sword cut the mist of their bodies, slashing through them, but not stopping them. Each swipe burned away a little more, but it was no easy task. Even with the other fighters in the group, Grim had to fall back from his aid of Shannon to back up Dave, who was nearly overwhelmed by the number of mortal men charging the camp. The wraith Shannon fought remained in hand-to-hand combat with Shannon only until it realized it could not beat him. It vanished for a moment, seeming to forego the fight altogether, but as Travis began to backpedal, Shannon turned and threw up a shield. The shield shattered at the wraith's touch, and Travis was caught. The wraith swirled about Travis, seeking to suffocate him, and so steal the body over. The creature was slowly pulling Travis across realms and out of reach. Shannon again rushed at Travis and caught him in his arm, but this time he pivoted out of the physical realm and back into it. Shannon knew it would hurt Travis, but it would be a hurt he would heal from. He had to break the wraith's hold and burn it off, and that was the only way he knew. Shannon took a defensive stance, holding Travis to his chest. The wraith stood where they had been a moment before. The creature burned with anger and hatred, but had to hold back, uncertain what to do. It had never fought a creature like Shannon. Gallus cast out a banishment that hit like a golden wave of light. Shannon staggered back, the pain nearly making him lose his hold on Travis and the grip on his shields. The smaller wraiths were washed away, but the master remained, smoldering and further enraged. Oirion shouted in frustration and acted. It could not be known the true pontiff or Shannon were here, let alone that they worked together. This wraith would sell that information for what it sought. Oirion hit the wraith with power he rarely showed. The wraith was caught in a white light. It fought for one moment before it exploded outward with a force that staggered everyone in the camp back a step or two. 3 men attacked Shannon with weapons. He had to fight one-handed, hindered by holding Travis, but he was not about to let go. Power cracked down against Shannon's shields. He had no idea where it was from, but it was a very serious attack, and he could only do so much at a time. Oirion was there, his skill and speed far above that possessed by the men who had come into the camp. As a second magic attack came, Grim grabbed it and backtracked it. He had spent thousands of years hiding from those who sought him, learning to find his attackers fast and furious, to destroy them before he could be revealed to others. This was no different, and while the wizard sending the attack was powerful, he was not expecting the skill or strength held by the White Guard. The speed and severity of Grim's counterattack was impressive and not about to be defended against. The fight came to an end all at once. They stood under the light of Grim's flare, which was slowly burning out, but the sun was just coming up to replace it. Shannon's sword vanished as he wrapped his arms around Travis, keeping him safe and sheltered in his arms. His left hand was bleeding inside his glove and blood dripped from the cuff at his wrist. Each drop shimmered in the air and burned away before it hit the ground.
"It's all right,"
Shannon told Travis softly.
"I've got you."
Travis cried softly into Shannon's shoulder, not letting go, clinging to him. Oirion and Grim set to the task of trying to figure out who the men were that had attacked them. They piled the dead after searching them, and Oirion set them on fire. It lasted only a few moments. Nothing was left but ash. Little had been learned. Gallus knelt and began prayers of purification to cleanse the area of the stain of the battle as much as from the magic used.
"You all right?"
Shannon asked Travis with a concern that could not be faked. Travis nodded and drew in a shaky breath. He wiped his eyes, steadying himself. Shannon held him by the shoulders and looked at him carefully.
"I'm sorry, Travis, I had to. There was no other way to break its hold."
Travis nodded and lowered his hands.
"I know. I got a lot of backlash from you, that's all. It is I who should be sorry. I am so sorry, TyRaddick. So sorry."
He started to step away, but Shannon drew him back into the safety of his arms. He rested his cheek on Travis's head and just held him. The others were not sure what to do or say. but none felt comfortable with Shannon being so compassionate and oddly mortal. Oirion had most of the horses ready to go when Shannon let go of Travis. Shannon searched the young man's face.
Better.
Travis nodded a little and tried to smile.
You have no idea how much I love you,
Travis said.
No other soul could do what you have done. No other could be who you are. Thank you.
He turned and went to his pack to get a drink from a small canteen. Shannon smoothed his glove, forcing blood out. He made a fist and held it to his chest and looked to Gallus.
You all right?
Shannon asked.
Fine. You? You're bleeding.
It's nothing. I didn't mean to have to do that, Gallus, but...
Gallus smiled.
TyRaddick, you did fine. You did what you had to, and I understand that. Let's just get out of the area and try to make sure we aren't tracked from this. That's all.
They headed out with no talking. Shannon led the way through the day, camping next to a small stream at dusk. It had been a very long ride, and most dropped off to sleep right away. Grim waited for Shannon to leave the camp and followed him.
What did you learn?
Shannon asked.
The men were being manipulated by the Wraith, who was indeed very old and powerful. The wizard, I think, was alerted to us from the attack and in the area by chance. I don't think Jerome will have any word of this.
He shifted a little on his feet.
If the Wraith was after the most powerful body, why go for Travis? With this company, why him?
He is the youngest by a long way, and Travis is very powerful in himself.
He looked to Grim.
When we are attacked, you need to not worry about me. Protect David.
You have said as much.
I mean it, Grim. He might not fully understand who I am yet, but you do, and you know he is my only heir, the last living blood of the line. If he falls, there will be no heir to Armond.
What does he think then? How can he not know?
I have tried to not make him have to know, to let him just think what he wants. The less he knows and acts as such, the better.
Jerome knows, shouldn't David, so he begins to understand why you are so protective.
Shannon didn't say anything for a long moment.
I don't know if I will survive Ulam. You must get him to the Seal of Angels. If I do not make it, you must teach him. If Theo can open the gate and bring back the Imperial army, you must stand up to Tyrell for his sake.
I will, but if you doubt you will survive, why are we going now?
The barrier shield has only 2 decades at most before it collapses. If that happens, the power will tear the world apart and leave nothing but dust. It must be taken down very carefully. If I do survive this, that shield is all I will be focused on, but we also need the blood of Armond to take it down. So if you see a chance to help Dave have children, do it.
Grim nodded, troubled but obedient.
I know it is not my place, but can I ask, please, why are we doing this? What is it about this woman over all others in the world that you would risk everything for her? Dave can wait, we can plan this better, we can find another way, but you rush this for her sake. Do not tell me it is because she knows things. If Jerome really wanted to know anything she knew, he would know it in ways that are not from a random, escaped slave woman.
Shannon looked off at the direction of the camp.
If he learned I cared for her in the least, he would do to her what he did to Alicia, and my soul cannot bear that.
So we go because you care for her?
In simple terms, yes.
And her son? Even though you know very well his father will go to war with Pert the moment he sees a chance and reason to.
Travis is special, Grim. I do not understand it, but I know it to be true. He has a grace to his soul deeper than a priesthood, more powerful than even Oirion, yet it is distant and hidden in a power of compassion and mercy few souls can even begin to hold. It would not surprise me if he is to be Gallus's other half. He is blessed, Grim. I knew that when he was a child of 5 years, and I am further convinced now.
Grim nodded and folded his hands behind his back.
May I ask one more thing?
Ask what you will, Grim.
May I give Tyshane the gift of the white fire, give him the power to teach and pass on the magics? I am the last, and I fear it will die with me. He already is devoted to you and your house. I will take apprentices as soon as I can, but perhaps it is wise to secure the keys in case I do not survive Ulam.
Shannon considered it a long moment.
I cannot answer that right now. I agree you should share it. Pass it on. But I'm not certain Shane is the best option. He is already so bound with magics that pull at him. Layering on more might be too much. I will think on it and try to help you find a suitable apprentice. I am not dismissing the idea. I just need to watch him more to make certain he would be able to carry it.
Thank you.
Grim bowed and stepped back to leave.
Grim,
Shannon said, stopping him.
I know you're in the line of kings. You hide your name, so I let it be. But you might consider having a few children of your own. The blood is rare, and more so with the rash of murders in the south.
When we do this and go back to Norwood, I will seriously consider it.
Grim.
Shannon stopped him one more time.
Thank you,
he said.
For what, my lord?
Staying alive, honoring your vows.
Grim bowed to him.
I might say exactly the same to you.
Grim headed back to camp. Shannon stayed outside camp, alone, catching his breath, staying away from the others. He was so tired, and was so isolated from those he was allies with. It hurt. He could not be himself, or use his powers with them so close, and yet he could do nothing alone. His moods were swinging wildly. His body ached at times, shivered and struggled to work. His flesh was a mangled mix of the ruins of a body he once wore, Jamie's magic, and Shah's attempt to create a body for him. His soul was a tangled mess of ghoul, demon, vampire, and saint. Even with all the work and energy Jamie was pouring into him, he was still Shannon and would always be Shannon. He just wanted to lie down and rest, but that was simply an impossibility. He couldn't be near the others now. He needed to calm himself and let the emotional swing settle. Grim's questions and conversation made his mind go to the last place he really wanted it to linger. Tavia. He closed his eyes, and like a mortal man with no control of his thoughts or self, his mind went to her, imagined her there with him, standing there, glad to see him. He knew just how she smelled, could feel the energy of her breath in the air, the shield she wore that hid her emotions and made her so much easier to be near. He might reach out and touch her face. He might. Shannon growled at himself, jerked his mind under control, and went back to camp. There he would be forced to focus on his shields, keeping his mind under control and not thinking up such stupid, childish daydreams. Oirion watched Shannon settle, but said nothing. The others were all asleep. Shannon closed his eyes and forced away all that mess of thoughts, willing himself to step from the world into his sanctuary and to be still. Oirion could all but hear the whispers of stress and worry in Shannon's mind. Oirion wished he could offer comfort or counsel to the Prince of Pert, but he simply could not. He stared up at the sky, watching distant flickers of lightning in the clouds. He tried to settle his energy, his thoughts, and his lives. End of Chapter 54. Continue with Chapter 55. TyBelladar. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 55. TyBelladar. They traveled as fast and far as the horses and weather allowed. They kept off roads, cut cross-country, and made decent time to the manor of the Earl of Valreen. They came in from the north on a path Shannon knew very well. Oirion was certain it was down this path Shannon had carried him more than once as a child. He could almost remember it. They were met in the garden of the great tree by the Earl and the fat shadow that was his son-in-law. The Earl saw Shannon and opened his mouth to speak, then saw Oirion.
I got the news Oirion had died,
the old man said softly to Oirion, troubled, but not taking his eyes off of him.
Word moves fast indeed,
Shannon said.
You have not seen Shane in quite a while, but he has come out of Norwood after Orion's death. He has not seen you since childhood, and wished to see his grandfather, so we have come for a brief visit.
The Earl took Orion's hand and could hardly look away.
Well, that changes everything,
the Earl said with relief in his voice, and took a great shuddering breath.
You can't be serious,
Orion's father said in disbelief.
He murdered Trey.
He pointed a shaking finger at Shannon.
Not to mention he is most assuredly behind Orion's death now as well.
TyRaddick looked to Shannon, letting Orion's hand go with reluctance.
I heard the storms over Awens. They keep me from rest. I dared not ask what has happened. All I know is that Jerome was in a rage when he returned to Ulambak,
he said, ignoring his son-in-law's words.
Jerome showed his hand,
Oirion said.
He went toe-to-toe with the kings of Norwood and Owens and did not fare the better of the sides.
War has come at last,
Shannon said.
Where do you stand?
I am an old man, and all my hopes were on Orion's blood, to restore Valrine. I am not certain what to do now about that, but I have already told you where I stand.
Oirion has a son,
Travis said, stepping up quite happily. The fat man at the Earl's side went white, and his jaw dropped.
Oirion is not your only bloodline,
the fat man objected.
A son?
The Earl asked.
Oh, yes, Dahane. He is about 10 now. His mother is a princess, no less.
Travis smiled.
His mother is a great warrior and scholar, so he will be getting a very good education. He will make a very good king once he gets here.
Did Oirion know?
The Earl asked carefully, trying not to look to Oirion.
No, but even inside the barrier, Oirion Hennin is a famous man. Dahane knows the name of his father. One day he will come home to you,
Travis said.
And how do you know this?
The fat man demanded.
Dahane has been like a little brother to me most of his life. I know him well.
We need shelter and rest, and then we will be on our way,
Shannon said.
I can send you an army if you will accept it.
Yes,
the Earl said firmly.
They will be elites.
I don't even care what that means.
Vampires,
Jamie said.
Highly trained and skilled.
Yes,
the Earl said.
No,
the other shouted.
Have you all gone mad? It was all we could do to not be killed last time you all came here.
This matter does not concern you,
Shannon said. The fat man stepped up with rage in his face. He pointed at Shannon with all his anger.
Oirion was a good boy until you showed up. I don't know what abuse you inflicted on him to shatter his childhood, but he loved me once. Then you came and you keep showing up. You stole him from our family, and then you take him off to start a war and get him killed. I don't know just who the hell you think you are to have the right to ruin lives, but for what you did to him, I will never forgive you.
Strong words from a man who beat his son regularly, locked him in closets, mocked him, and spat at him until he was left stuttering and afraid of his own power.
Shannon snapped.
You think I don't know what you did?
He was my son and I made him strong.
The man shot back, too angry to be afraid at Shannon's sudden anger.
He was your ward, and you nearly destroyed him.
Shannon's voice raised, and he took a step forward.
It was all I could do to keep him from suicide, from your abuse.
Shannon?
Oirion put his hand on Shannon's arm softly, stopping him.
It's not your fight or worthy of your energy. Let it be.
If he talks to me again, I will kill him,
Shannon said.
Just so you know,
Dave said to Orion's fat father.
He wasn't joking. He will kill you.
We will need rooms. Our old ones still empty?
Gallus asked.
Yes, of course. Please go and rest. I will have a meal made up, and you can tell me what has transpired.
The fat man turned and stormed away. Gallus smiled, nodded, and headed to his former room to bathe and sleep.
I can't imagine Oirion as a beaten child,
Dave said softly to Jamie.
I need a bath,
Oirion said, and went after Gallus as well.
I overreacted. I'm sorry,
Shannon said with a sad seriousness from the doorway. Oirion looked over from buckling his own belt and sword on. He had not worn them in a decade. He had sent them home before he had taken that fateful ship that had cast him inside the barrier. His trunks and weapons he had left here. He shifted to get the weight to settle. He had gone to his old room to collect his things as soon as possible. He knew he wouldn't have the chance again. There wasn't much he wanted. But the sword, he most certainly did.
Belt doesn't fit quite the same anymore,
he muttered, looking back to it. Shannon and his mood changes had made Oirion very uneasy and worried about Shannon's state of mind and energy.
I'm sure you will need to relearn a little. Your body doesn't fit the same anymore.
Shannon entered the room from the doorway and took a seat, resting his hands on the arm of the chair like it was some sort of throne. He watched Oirion almost as if he had something to say, but held it back.
How long will we be here?
Oirion asked, not certain how he felt about being here at all. It seemed a very bad idea.
We should leave tomorrow, I think.
When did you know how abusive he was?
Oirion asked, twisting and shifting the belt and the sword weight on his hips. Shannon wanted to talk about something. Of that Oirion had no doubt, but he wasn't sure what, and made a stab at what it could be.
I always knew. You made sure I knew. I tried to help, but I figured a regular life, even a bad one, was better than being bound to me.
Oirion turned and looked in the tall mirror at the man he was now. It felt surreal to see himself as a tall red Perton with his flawless features, body to rival any, and the hair no dye could quite copy. He had a moment of utter disorientation. It felt strange to see his own eyes again. He had an entire life and all its weight bound to the face he wore now. He pushed the whispers away.
That didn't work out well for me either, did it? I get the worst of both worlds. Why don't you make the old man king? The boost of power will aid him.
Oirion said, changing the topics again.
I'm not emperor. I do not have the power to open the wells for him.
You did it for Theo.
I imagine Theo somehow had that done by the angels themselves, not by me. TyRaddick Lords is no normal soul, and his powers work in ways not even I understand fully.
Oirion turned from the mirror and looked at Shannon.
How is what Jamie's doing to you working?
He tried a different topic to get Shannon to say what he needed to say, so they could focus on what was going on in the world.
Very odd feeling. You realize he is weaving us together, don't you? So long as you don't die or get too drained, I will be stable. The curse of the must of the vampire is all but cured. It might be a way to cure others,
he added as an afterthought.
You're still a demon.
Oirion moved to his old battered trunk. Little in it was of monetary value, but it all had value to him, and he wanted to keep it. He put his hands on it, focusing on the vault he had built as Master Oirion Silverwood. He wanted to test the limits of the tie he had with the past, and more out of curiosity than anything, he tried to push the trunk to the old vault. If it didn't go there, he could send it to the one he had built after he had gotten home from Bracken, but curiosity got the better of him. He wasn't sure if he hoped the trunk would go to the old vault or not, but he had to know. It was one moment of resistance, then it was gone. He stood up and looked at Shannon a moment before he headed for the door. Shannon got up, graceful as ever, to follow him. They were walking up the hall to the others' rooms when the Earl approached them.
A word.
He motioned them to join him and led the way to his office and closed the door before he caught Oirion in a hug. The Earl caught his breath once, then began to weep. Oirion wasn't sure what else to do but be there and offer an arm around his grandfather. The old man stepped back, wiping his face.
I heard. So what is it you claim? TyShane? Is that right?
Yes,
Shannon said.
Orion's elder brother.
Oirion is only 20 years younger than his mother.
The story for the populace is TyShane is Orion's cousin, your son's son. But for Jerome and others who know better, he will have to be considered a half-brother, as it will be better for Jerome to continue believing Oirion was his son. It will be enough to fool a demon.
You know of my son?
The old man asked, a bit surprised.
I knew him, if only from a distance.
He always thought one day Norwood would produce a true heir to Pert, that somehow, some way, Norwood would hold out and heaven would aid the true-hearted. Your being here, does that mean his prayers were answered? Does your king still have love for the rest of the empire?
Shannon stopped Oirion from saying anything. Oirion closed his mouth and went to get wine for them instead.
Please, shall we sit?
Shannon said. They moved to the chairs on the side of the room. The Earl watched Shannon curiously, but couldn't help but keep looking at Oirion.
TyBelladar,
Shannon started.
How do you know that name? I haven't used that since I was a child.
I knew you as a child,
Shannon said, as Oirion returned. He offered Shannon wine first, hinting at the order of rank.
You knew me?
The Earl asked very carefully.
I am a very old man, and you do not look more than a few centuries at best.
Shannon smiled slightly and waited for Oirion to sit as well.
I haven't aged in a very long while. Needless to say, I was part of the court of Ulambak, and I knew your father.
Oh, dear God, you truly are a vampire, aren't you?
Among other things,
Oirion muttered. Shannon set his glass of wine on the lamp table at his elbow.
The lights of Omen have not gone out,
he said softly.
That should tell you a great deal about what sort of power and self-control anyone representing Norwood must hold.
Is it true,
the Earl asked Oirion,
that the King of Norwood is TyRaddick?
It is true, but let's just say what Jerome did to him has left him not quite the same man as he was,
Oirion said.
What happened? Truly, there are so many lies. I know Jerome.
His eyes filled with tears.
I saw what he did to my father. I have always known and hated him, but my father made me swear to keep the lands and family intact, and I have, but...
TyRaddick was betrayed. Jerome murdered his family and sent him to hell to be broken by demons. He escaped, but not unchanged,
Oirion said.
Every elite is a vampire,
Shannon explained.
Formerly a priest or powerful magi who had grown too aware of the truth and become a threat to Jerome. He turned them to keep his demons amused and to make any who oppose him seem insane and the very evil they preach him to be. The King of Norwood gathers the shattered souls and teaches them self-mastery and has made them into a very powerful army. His rule did not come without a price, and the centuries it took to learn his own self-mastery has left much of Norwood very warped. The elites patrol the wilds of the north, but Pert has moved into war, and even now an army stays at the command of Tharadon lords. If you wish one, I can have one come to your aid, if you're ready to stand against Jerome openly.
Yes, but I...
He drew in a slow, deep breath and sipped at his wine, letting it all sink in.
He cannot become emperor, then, if he has turned.
I do not think so, but the line of Armond is not dead, and that was what the war in Arwens was about. Jerome now knows the blood lives, and he tried to take it. Norwood objected, as did Tharadon, who is a force unto himself,
Shannon said.
And the illusions I placed on Oirion as a child, they shattered in this battle.
That was one of the things that happened,
Shannon said.
So I ask again, where do you stand?
I stand with Pert, with the line of Armond, with TyRaddick,
he said firmly. He looked to Oirion.
Is it true? Oirion has a son,
he asked Oirion.
If Travis says so, then it's possible,
Oirion said.
How did I miss that?
Shannon asked.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe having 60 legions marching at us,
Oirion said.
I should have felt her on you.
It was months before you found us.
I don't need to be anywhere near you to feel you,
Shannon said, almost annoyed.
I should have felt the shift in your morals and vows, at least.
You're as old as I am?
The Earl asked, to be certain.
Yes, older by a few decades.
So, what is the relationship between you two? It just seems there was a tension with you and Jamie, and now I just don't understand.
We are not romantic partners, if that's your concern,
Oirion said, trying again to convince his grandfather.
Yet,
Shannon said under his breath as he took a sip of wine. Oirion gave him a dirty look.
We have a complicated relationship,
Shannon explained.
If I am going to go to stand up to Jerome, cast my kingdom into war, and be punished beyond death if I fail, I would really like to know what is going on with my grandson and heir.
Shannon leaned forward on his knees and set the glass of wine down and looked at the Earl a long time before he answered.
When I was turned, the bond with my partner was shredded in a most unpleasant way. When Oirion was a child, he was able to touch those frayed cords of power, and somehow we got tangled up together. We hate each other for what we do to each other, as my curse and his blessing rip at each other's souls. Still, we can't help but love each other because, in those moments when we are able to move past that, we fit together in ways few can ever begin to understand.
So, you're partners,
the Earl said, trying to understand.
What about Jamie?
I outrank him,
Shannon said simply.
It's not easy,
Oirion said honestly.
There are powers involved beyond us, and we are in the center of a war with Jerome and the dark powers that work with him. Consider who it is that rules over Norwood, and you begin to see the sort of power I am caught in.
The Earl drew in a slow, deep breath several times, then looked to Shannon.
The reason I asked to talk to you is that I just got word Jerome is marching a very large army towards Ewens, and he plans to rest here. He will be here in a couple days. I don't know how long you will be here, but you need to know he is on the way. I think he plans to gate from here with my help.
We plan to leave in the morning.
You could have Orion's room if you wanted, or I could get you another,
he said with a nod of relief.
I cannot stand against Jerome yet. I have no force and no power. If you can ask the king to send me men and let me know quietly, then we can move from the rear at him. Open war will warp Valrine, but if the call has been made, I will fight for the line of Armond.
Norwood will send you men,
Shannon said.
You need to let ShaHaNon die, though. You must treat Valrine and all your actions as if he has truly been lost. It matters more than you can imagine. I knew you would see past the face, and that is why we came here. You are the line of Valrine, and on the Norwood border. I can aid you. I can defend you in ways I cannot aid kingdoms off the border. You must swear to it, though. Even Oirion had to make a deal for me to trust him.
A deal?
Belladar asked.
It's simple,
Shannon said.
No tricks. As regent of Valrine and Avon, just swear loyalty to the House of Armond and to Norwood. That's it. You cannot betray TyRaddick in any way. I will even let you use your own words.
Oirion leaned forward.
He's serious, and it is really that simple. Make your own words. Just take his hand and do it. He will send you an army.
The Earl rose to his feet and paced for several minutes, then stood before Shannon. Shannon rose and offered his hand. The Earl took it and held it.
As heir to Valrine, as von of Pert, as a Perton of Perton blood, I swear to aid and serve TyRaddick von Armond, King of Norwood. I will protect his borders, his person, and all his house.
Shannon stood facing the man.
I will send you aid. I will support you. Norwood is open to you should you have need of it. Valrine is under the protection and friendship of Norwood, her steward, and her king. So be it,
they both said. The power that rushed up their arms left both men a little breathless. Shannon did not let go.
3 days, and you will have 2,000 elites in your North Wood. They will honor and obey you as a king, but I ask that you honor their discipline and requirements. It takes centuries of training to be able to be anywhere near common populace safely, let alone battles.
You have such power, you can appeal to your king so quickly and assuredly,
the Earl asked, a bit surprised.
I do not ask permission of my own house. I do as I will,
Shannon said.
Good night, von Valrine.
He left the Earl there with a confused look on his face. It took a moment for it to sink in, and then the Earl looked to Oirion in shock.
He's...
He fell back into his chair, all color draining from his face. Oirion went to his grandfather and knelt on a knee, taking the old man's hand in his.
Norwood has crossed the border and moves against Jerome. Pert has gone to war, and I am bound to the heart of it. You must understand how important it is that never again do you think of me as anyone other than von Azzy. I am your son's son, partner to the King of Norwood.
Yes, I understand,
the Earl said, catching his breath. He touched Orion's face and smiled a little.
But my grandson you are, and so I shall claim.
Oirion rose and lifted his grandfather's hand and kissed it, as if the old man was truly the king.
I do not wish this war on Pert, on Valrine, or on you. But perhaps before the end we can both avenge the wrongful deaths of our parents.
The Earl put Orion's hand to his forehead, holding it there a long moment before he nodded and rose as well.
I will honor Orion's wishes and will. I will also see to the welfare of Valrine.
Thank you,
Oirion said, and left his grandfather's office. Oirion found a maid in the hallway who led him to a door of a chamber for visiting family members, but not his own room. She held open the door, her eyes on him, with obvious awe.
Are you really related to the Henons?
She asked, clearly starstruck.
The Earl is my grandfather,
Oirion said softly.
His eldest son was my father.
Is Lord Orion's friend, that Perton in black, the one who killed Trey. Is he really your partner?
Yes, he really is.
She had more questions, but she didn't know what else to say. He slipped into the room and shut the door. Shannon sat in a comfortable chair near the great windows, looking as if he lived there.
Did you know you're Orion's friend?
Oirion asked, a bit amused but a bit annoyed as well. Shannon lifted an eyebrow with a hint of amusement in his eyes.
Your grandfather accepted all of that pretty well. He's still certain we are lovers, though.
Of course he is,
Oirion said, annoyed.
He already was certain I was that way, and you hinted at it further.
Haha, why does that bother you so much?
Shannon asked with half a laugh.
You ask for us to share a room?
Not exactly,
Shannon said.
You know what I think? I think you don't want to admit part of you loves me. The idea you could care about a demon makes you fear what else you might do.
Oh, leave me alone, Shannon,
Oirion grumbled, heading for bed.
If I wanted to seduce you, I would have already. It is just a game, a play of energy. Really, you think feeding me your soul isn't a bit more intimate than energy play with the flesh of a mortal body?
Oirion tossed aside his boots and ignored Shannon as he got dressed for bed and crawled in. Once he was settled, he put the lights out with a whisper of his wizard's energy. Shannon stayed in his chair. End of Chapter 55. Continue with Chapter 56. Moving. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 56. Moving. The morning meal was ready early, as usual for the house when the Earl was home. It was expected all family members be there, and today was no different. At the table was not only the man who called himself Orion's father, but the last two of the men Oirion had known as brothers, and the woman he had known as his mother. His brothers' wives were there as well, none of whom were 30 years old, and one with a baby on the way. Oirion didn't bother to ask who belonged to whom. It didn't matter. They would be traded off for another in a few years. Several other guests as well had come down and joined them, but they were people Oirion didn't know. Orion's mother looked terrible. She said nothing, but sat puffy-eyed and tired-looking. Despite her Pertan blood, the last few decades seemed to have hit her rather hard. While she didn't exactly look old, something about her seemed worn out. Oirion tried not to look at her too closely, but it made him uneasy, and he reminded himself to mention it to Shannon later. Her sons, on the other hand, looked exactly as they had for the last 30 years, right down to the eye shadows and liners they used to the current fashion of the court of the Emperor. Oirion tried to ignore them and swallow the contempt and disgust they provoked in him.
Forgive our mother,
Kylan said with a wave of his hand.
News arrived our brother has died. She actually wept for him. Seems my brothers have a high mortality rate of late.
He chuckled a little.
We barely knew the man.
Garrett objected to his mother's seeming grief for Oirion. He didn't even bother to hide his sneer.
Most of Pert will weep for him,
Jaime said firmly and a bit angrily.
You are foolish boys to think otherwise.
He was a wizard gone mad with his power,
Kylan said.
Do you realize you talked to his partner?
Dave asked.
Not to mention me. Oirion was one of my best friends and one of the best men alive in this age. Talk disrespectfully of him again, and your mother will lose another son.
I recognize you,
one of the women at the table said to Jaime.
I am so very sorry. The others of you I do not know.
Her attempt at making the table peaceful was met with rolled eyes from Kylan and a shake of the head from Garrett. Neither man seemed to be at all impressed by her.
I am Bishop Gallus,
Gallus said.
My dear friend, Travis, and that is Grim. He doesn't talk much, but a nice fellow. You know Jaime, and Shannon of Norwood, of course, and Tyshane von Assy. He was Orion's cousin, your cousin as well, I suppose. That is Eldwer of Kil'Aben, a skilled healer.
Oh,
she said, a little surprised at Orion's introduction, but not in argument.
Did you know him well?
She asked Oirion of himself.
Very,
Oirion said.
Did he ever talk of home, talk of us?
Orion's mother asked.
Rarely,
he said honestly.
His distaste for his brothers and father especially was not well hidden.
He almost smiled at the look of shock and disbelief on the faces of his brothers.
Our distaste was for him,
Kylan said under his breath.
Enough of that,
the Earl said.
As long as we are all here, I think it is important to see to the details of the family matter.
He held up a folder that was passed to Jaime.
As due to the writ and the forms filed more than 60 years ago, Jaime, as Orion's partner, you inherit what was his at the time of his death, his houses, his lands, his share of the annual family income, and his name of ShaHaNon, if you wish it.
He held up a hand to stop the objections from the members of the household.
Shane.
He looked to Oirion and smiled faintly.
As you know, it was to Oirion I had planned to pass all my estates and titles, but with him gone, that is not possible. His son has not yet come of age, and I wish that you stand in his stead until Dahain arrives, to claim his inheritance and rank that is mine in the event of my death. You and I are not as close as I might have wished, but now that you have left Norwood for the greater part of Pert, I feel I can ask this.
What?
Kylan gasped in horror.
Oirion has no son, and we don't even know this man.
He gestured at Oirion. Oirion shifted a little, not wishing to accept the place, but this time around he was at least being given an option.
Should I be needed, I will do all I can to be here. For now, that is all I can promise.
That is enough. You will stand to inherit it all if Dahan does not arrive, or until he does.
He passed a heavy folder of legal papers to Oirion. Oirion bowed his head in acceptance.
Now,
the old man looked at his mortified grandsons on the other side of the table.
You boys need to understand your mother is not my only child, and Shane is the son of her elder brother. Had he not been born in Norwood and raised there, or had his father not died as he did, he would have stood to inherit it all from the beginning, so put away your looks of disgust. You have lived in wealth all your lives, and will inherit your own share of it. Now, eat.
He took a seat and pulled his plate just a fraction closer. They had barely begun to eat when a carriage man rushed in and whispered to the Earl.
Now, here?
The old man demanded.
Yes, almost to the wall. They do not look as if they are here to rest, either.
Jerome's men are here?
The Earl looked around.
They were 3 days out last night. There is no way they came all at once unless they knew. What have you done?
He demanded of his son-in-law.
I will see the man responsible for Orion's death taken down,
the fat man said, looking at Shannon.
See if you can make it to Norwood with the hounds on your heels, you cur.
He sneered at Shannon. Shannon had his hand around the knife at the side of his plate, but Oirion knew what to expect and caught his arm.
Shannon,
he said firmly.
Not like that.
You want to know who I am to have the power to do as I do?
Shannon coldly asked the man he would have killed if Oirion did not have hold of his arm.
Ask your wife, and share her well-due fear of me. I should have killed you the first time you raised your hand to Oirion.
Fight or run?
Dave asked Shannon.
Run,
the Earl said.
I can deal with this. Go.
He pointed a finger at his painted grandsons, stopping them from talking.
I will cut your tongues out, boys. Your father has forced this on us, and any motion like his will be met with the same end as Trey met for the same crime. How stupid can you be?
Horses are ready,
the carriage man said to Shannon.
Thank you,
Travis said. They left the house in a rush. Oirion led the way out the back gate to where the horses waited. Keeping to the taller vegetation of the gardens and the low side of a wall, he led them from the palace, north and then east. They cut south and slowed the horses, keeping to the trees and brush along the roadside. They could hear the marching of the army on the road as they crept past them down a narrow, deep ditch running along the field edges and trees, with only an open field between them and the army. Even with the cover it offered, they were far too exposed for anyone's liking. Before leaving the ditch, they waited to make certain all had passed, then stepped out on the road and headed for town to board a train and slip away unseen. Oirion prayed no one had been left to watch the road or the railway. The bad weather was their friend that day, as it began to rain, dark and heavy. It allowed for hoods and washed away their energy, and their tracks. For once, Oirion was glad of the early hours at the estate. Had they slept in, they would never have had a chance to slip out. They left the horses at one of the Earl's stables in town, while Travis bought tickets for the train for them. They felt no new magics to the north, and had to wonder if the old man had talked his way out of the trouble again. Oirion prayed for him. Travis put a hand on Orion's shoulder.
It will turn to war, but he knows what he is doing. He has bought us time and bought time for the elites to get there. Jerome's focus is on Theo now, not us.
End of Chapter 56. Continue with Chapter 57, Lineage. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 57, Lineage. Shannon was not at all happy about the next level of healing, and it showed. Jamie knew how difficult it was going to be, and they had gotten rooms in this inn for a reason, and they all knew it. They were going to be in this little village for several days in order for Jamie to take the next step. Shannon would need time to recover before they moved on. Everyone settled in. The need to let him recover had not been spoken of, but the entire company could see the mood swings and physical hardship Shannon was suffering from. Even Eldwer had fallen silent to avoid Shannon's growing short temper.
I have to see,
Jamie insisted.
I can't do anything more until I address the burns.
Shannon was well aware of how much the healer had done for him. The healing was far beyond anything he had held any hope of achieving. It had reached the point that his physical body needed to be aided to match the energy work Jamie had done. If he did not allow Jamie to do what he had begun, it would be Oirion who paid the price. Energy had begun to move and shift. Once Shah began to understand what was happening, he had also added to the effort to shift things to work in unison with Jamie's efforts. Shannon could not even find the words with which to argue about what Jamie planned to do. Part of his mind hesitated, while part of him was beginning to dare to think Jamie might actually be able to give him back a fraction of his former self. The fact that he was torn emotionally about it added to his frustration and unsettled feeling. It had taken Oirion hours of work to put the shields in place. The curtains were drawn and all fires out. Now there was nothing but for Shannon to allow Jamie to see what so very few in the world had. Shannon began the slow process of taking off his clothes. Each layer was magically woven with shields and carefully tooled protections, not only for himself but for those around him. His clothes, like all elites, were closed up with bone hooks. No metal of any sort could be tolerated in their wardrobes. It wasn't difficult to undo, but Shannon still seemed to almost fumble with the task. First to come off was the black leather surcoat and vest. He folded them and set them aside on the arm of the chair. Under that was a silk blouse. As Shannon pulled off the long sleeve, his arm was exposed. Jamie caught his breath despite his best effort not to be shocked. Shannon did not look up as he stripped away the rest of his clothes to reveal what was the scar he wore as a body. Jamie knew the scarring would be bad, but he had no real idea just how extreme until he saw it. All of Shannon was like wax, utterly white, smooth, with no hair or mark. It was a body built by a demon in a hurry, trying to capture the form of a man with no real understanding of it. Shannon stood in front of Jamie, his eyes closed as the healer looked at the wax doll body before him.
Do what you have to do, James. I can't stand exposed like this near a healer for too long.
The hope of giving Shannon back the function and true form of a man suddenly seemed much further away than Jamie had thought. He was going to have to find a way, but for a moment he was utterly overwhelmed at just how far they had yet to go. He had not expected to find he would have to start from scratch as far as the skin and bone itself. It drove home just how few those fragments of cells inside Shannon truly were. All the effort made so far seemed minuscule at best. Jamie set aside doubt and circled. He dared to touch the Vampire King's skin to look closer and ran his fingertips down Shannon's spine. Shannon winced in the effort it took him to stay still and calm. He focused on the rhythm of his body, which was a gift from Oirion. He focused on the energy within, forcing himself to ignore Jamie's presence. Jamie stood before Shannon with his eyes closed as he looked beyond, his fingertips over Shannon's heart, and looked deeper, tracing every system in a way he had not yet been able to.
"Oh, dear God,"
Jamie said suddenly. He looked around, then held out his hand to Shannon.
"I need a blade that won't burn you."
James.
Shannon was very hesitant.
"Riddell,"
Jamie said back firmly, as the master healer he was. Shannon offered out a small bone-bladed dagger from his vault.
"What are you going to do with that, James?"
Shannon asked, sweat already beading on his brow.
"This might hurt a little, but I can fix this. I'll talk to you when I'm done."
Jamie dropped to a knee before Shannon. He searched for what he had seen hidden within the matrix of energies that was Shannon. Then, with the skill and speed only a warrior healer would have, he set to work. He started with a single clean slice to open the glove of wax-like skin that Shannon wore. Shannon focused on the need to keep his blood off Jamie's hands and to stay in control of himself. Jamie had a task to see to and pushed aside everything else. He worked as fast as he could, but with all the care demanded for the line of Armond. The moment he completed the job and was certain the energy lines were connected, he scrambled back. Shannon caught up his cloak, jerking it around him as fast as he could to get the shields back over him. He was sweat-soaked with tears on his face. Jamie didn't even wait, but ducked out, his heart pounding. He knew how very close to death he had come. Shannon was truly a master of self-control to have stood there, taking the work Jamie had done without losing his control of the vampire within. He staggered to the next room, which he shared with Oirion, and dropped onto the bed. He had exerted more energy than he had thought he would. He wanted to shout about what he had found, what he had been able to do, but he needed to wrap his mind around it. Far more than making an energy shift, he had unlocked a truth hidden from Shannon himself. Even if Shannon remained infertile, this one thing would give Shannon a much greater sense of being a man again, in a way few other things would.
"Why are you holding Shannon's knife?"
Oirion asked. Jamie looked at the knife he still held. Shannon had managed to push away all the blood, so Jamie's hands were still clean. That alone had been a test of Shannon's mastery and his skill. It struck Jamie how very much the Vampire King was enduring to save Oirion. It was humbling and terrifying at once.
"I need to rest a bit,"
he said, but could say no more as he passed out. Shannon did not leave his room for 2 days, causing the others to grow concerned. Jamie rested nearly as long before he ordered a thick broth and a plate of food from the kitchen and went to check on Shannon. Knowing Shannon well enough, Jamie had Oirion go with him to get Shannon to unlock the doors and let him in. There was no point in asking himself.
"Shannon, let me in,"
Oirion said at the door. It took a moment, but the lock magic lifted. Shannon lay in bed, not moving. Oirion realized he could not recall ever seeing Shannon lying down in a bed.
"How do you feel?"
Jamie asked, setting the meal on the table.
"About like you imagine I would,"
Shannon said, resting his hands on his chest, not moving.
"So what did you do to him?"
Oirion asked. He dropped into a chair and took the roll that had come with the broth. He picked at it, more interested in Shannon than any food. Jamie poured water and tore off a piece of bread, a small slice of fruit, and a little chunk of cheese. He brought it to Shannon and set it all on his chest.
"You can't be serious,"
Shannon said.
"Perfectly. Sit up and eat."
Shannon made himself move. With a heavy sigh, he sat up to lean against the wall and considered the small meal Jamie had given him.
"Well?"
Oirion asked.
"It had to be pretty impressive for the strain I felt and for the fact you made him lie down."
"His face wasn't the only thing they protected,"
Jamie said, as he took a seat.
"The reproductive core was locked up pretty tight and they tucked away the organs. I think they wanted the ability to breed more Armonds, if they desired to later. That's not to say they protected the flesh completely, mostly the inner details, and just enough to work with. Whoever built him after he escaped hell either didn't know about it, or hid it on purpose. I sort of cut it out of the scars and—"
He shrugged as he took a bite of cheese.
"You mean you took a knife to him and—"
Gallus looked a bit ill as he and Dave entered the room through the open door.
"Did you heal it?"
Dave asked, concerned.
"He's not bleeding, if that's what you mean."
"Can we just leave it alone?"
Shannon said from the bed,
So, you can have children again someday?
Dave asked.
If Jamie can heal everything,
he asked, waving his hand, not sure if he was sympathetic or about to laugh.
No, I don't think so,
Jamie said.
Well, maybe he could have children, but they would not be von Armond's.
What do you mean?
Dave asked.
Being a von is a condition of the soul. I can heal the flesh, but only Armond could make him a mortal man again, and I don't think even then he would be able to have children. If he did somehow, I doubt they would be considered Armond's. They would be carrying the energy of Shannon, not Armond.
I don't think that's even a real option. Can we change the topic now?
Shannon asked, getting slightly annoyed. Dave looked at Jamie with a very odd look.
Almonds?
He asked. Jamie stopped chewing and looked back to Shannon.
He doesn't know?
It would seem he does now,
Shannon said, regarding the cheese with a look of distaste.
No. Wait, what does he mean?
Dave questioned.
There are no more von Armonds. They are all dead.
Not exactly,
Oirion said.
There is Shannon, your father, and you.
You have got to be joking. That is not funny, Oirion.
The slip of the tongue revealing his suspicions.
Elliot doesn't count any more than I do, really,
Shannon said.
The fight with the High Priest warped his cores and made him infertile. This is not a thing to talk of out loud, though, and don't call him Oirion.
Dave stared at Shannon half in horror, half in the hope he'd laugh and say he was teasing.
So who are you?
He asked, looking a bit ill.
I'm Shannon.
He was once High Cardinal Tyrone von Armond, crown heir of Pert, King of Norwood,
Oirion said.
Now he is Shannon, King of Norwood, your uncle, if not your cousin. How can you not have guessed that? You know he is king and that Ormond is lit.
You can't be serious.
Dave firmly objected and found he was on his feet.
That is not even funny.
No,
Shannon said.
It's not, nor is it wise to say out loud.
Oirion shrugged.
But,
Dave objected.
Sit down, David, and eat,
Shannon said.
That makes you over 5,000 years old.
Dave said, shocked.
And what all about? Oh, I don't know. The fact they say he murdered his children and such.
That was Jerome,
Oirion said.
Sit, Dave. Relax. Nothing has changed except a small part of something all the rest of us knew.
You knew?
Dave asked Travis. Travis nodded.
I've always known,
Travis said.
I knew before I even ever saw him.
Dave dropped into his chair, trying to think.
So, they tucked it up in secret?
Gallus asked.
So tightly, not even Shannon knew it was there. But that means that he hasn't had a... well, it'd be even worse than castration.
Gallus seemed troubled, but not just for the sympathetic reasons.
They truly thought he'd break to their will, didn't they? They expected a very different end result.
Have you ever seen what happens to flesh in a fire?
Jamie asked.
Have you seen the way those scars act? It's not pretty, and it's all very painful. The body melts, Gallus. Hands can be knobs of bone and scar with no hint of what had been fingers. It had to have been very intentionally protected, like his face, but not quite as well.
I take it you're not up for riding today?
Oirion asked, then laughed.
Ha ha ha.
Shannon shot him a very cold look, which only made Oirion laugh more.
Ha 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 ha.
By tomorrow night, but we might as well stay. I can't eat all this, James.
He set it aside and eased himself back down into the bed.
But how do you pee?
Gallus asked, still unable to think past it.
His body absorbs fluids like a sponge. There is none,
Jamie said.
For now, but soon.
He giggled under his breath, unable to hide it.
Yeah, I'm that good.
You're a horrid man, James,
Shannon told him. Jamie laughed with a light in his eyes.
I think I shall write a book for your library. Call it The Healing of Things. What do you say?
Shannon ignored them and closed his eyes. Jamie stayed when the others left and did a short session to help the food stay down before he went to get more sleep himself and rest up for the next big healing. Shannon stayed in bed for several hours before he got up. The strain of the healing was too much for Shannon, and while he fought it as long as he could, the energy Oirion was trickling into him was not enough to heal his body and stay in control. He blocked the pain and left the room, drew his hood up and slipped out past the others who played cards at a table and went silently into the street. He was not sure if he wanted to ask Shah about it or just let it be. Shah had been his only ally, and without him, there would have been no escape. Even if Shah had purposely hidden things, would it matter? If that had been part of the deal, would he have said no? When he got back to Norwood, he would ask Shah for the truth if it still bothered him. For now, he had other things he needed to see to. End of Chapter 57. Continue with Chapter 58, Another Line. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 58, Another Line. The city of Tesail was Shannon's gateway from Norwood to other places, and under his control in ways few cities outside Norwood were. Here were many places of learning and secret holds for his people, but he went to none of them. The local magic was still wild from the shattering of the archdemon, and was echoing through the area in dark ripples. Magic from the Battle of Torren was also washing back off the barrier of Norwood, and tangling here with the other unsettled energies. The seething fabric of magics were like a snowstorm about him, making it impossible for him to see far. Shannon would have to go blindly hunting, but he knew exactly what he sought, and he knew what part of the city to find it. He hunted for men with aggressive dominance issues. He chose those who were the sort who would rape and pillage for amusement, and ideally those who hated pertins. Twisting the power of allure, Shannon would mix the victim's daily emotions with the lust and energies of submission, despair, and excitement. It would make a cocktail that would be put to good use. He would use all the rage and energy of it, all the energy of every emotion he could provoke. He hated to do it, but there was no other way.
"Sorry, Oirion,"
he whispered. He needed to get to Tavia and get her out of Jerome's hands. He could not take the time to allow Orion's trickle of energy to be enough. He slipped into a tavern and took a place back in a corner to watch the crowd and find his target. He would lure him out and play out the game of seduction until the man surrendered his soul to him, offering him anything he wanted. Shannon would take what he wished, then be on his way, not a mark on the flesh, and leaving no real memory of it. All of his victims would change. Some changed for the better and some for the worse, but they did so with their soul and body intact. Permission must be granted and the soul be left alone. No women, no children, ever. That was the rule of Norwood. It was written by Shannon and followed by him as well. He found what he was after and let the magic of the vampire lure swirl out to the man. It would take time to settle in, but when the man spotted Shannon, most of the battle was already done. The lure was set, and there would be no escape. Shannon was just about ready to pluck the strings of the lure to make the man see him when he felt a dark power drawing near. He waited. 3 men entered the door. They were tall, dressed in long black cloaks, and at a glance might have seemed to be elites, but were most assuredly not. Shannon could smell the cold of demon magic on them, and knew at least one was possessed. He watched them pull the door closed, and one ran a finger over the latch, locking it. Another moved to the back door, while the third went to the barkeeper and gave an order for 3 different beverages. The doors were sealed, and the 3 sipped their drinks for a moment. Shannon watched them look over the crowd and talk of the souls within the tavern. Whatever they were up to was bad, and Shannon was not about to fight with them, as he was already working to just stay in full mastery of himself. He shifted his magic in another direction and made himself seem nothing but shadow in the corner. The 3 of them pushed back hoods to show they were elves. The one who was possessed had eyes stained red from burst blood vessels. They acted suddenly. The possessed one moved toward the closest soul, grabbing him about the throat. The other 2 opened small wooden boxes. Each one was a crucible holding a demon within. Once opened, the demons were free to act. Shannon did not move as the 3 elves and their demons tore into the crowd. They savored the blood, the pain, and the screams. It was unlikely anything was even noticed from outside. Even if it was, there was little anyone nearby might be able to do. The demons here were neither crude nor small, but clearly very good at what they did. While Shannon could have taken them on, it would have been another massive blow to the energy balance of the area, and set off a warp he likely would not be able to catch and prevent. It would also leave his energy mark clearly dominant in the area and alert Jerome that he was no longer in Awen's. The elves hunted out everyone from the rooms above, hiding in any corner or under counters, and even from the cellars below. Any that were found were ripped apart.
She's not here,
one of the men said in Tenno.
We have never been wrong before,
another said. The one with the demon within snarled with the demon's voice.
She has to be close. Find her.
Two went out the back while the third left through the front door. The room was filled with powerful blood and emotional energies, and while the demons had drawn up most, they had left plenty for a vampire as skilled as Shannon. He waited before he knelt down and touched a creeping pool, was just out of reach of his toe. He used it at once to heal his cut body and then to rebuild his energy levels until he felt almost fully himself again. There was nothing gone to waste, and he thanked the dead for their gift and whispered a prayer to Armond for their souls, wherever the souls might have gone. Only when he was certain the demons had moved on did he move to the door, stepping over the body of the man he had meant to take out of the tavern and into the alley. Outside it was cool and very still as another storm built up. Laughter from a tavern just up the street spilled into the night. He paused to allow his senses to feel for the demons. Instead, he saw their prey. He had no doubt this woman was she whom they sought. She was young, barely in her adulthood, and very scared. She stayed put, hiding directly across the street from the door. She wore an elite's long black cloak that hid her well. Shannon only noticed her because the cloak was one of his. It was old and held his own magic. Whoever had given her the cloak was one of the elders.
Now is the time to escape,
he said to her, holding a hand out as if he was looking for her all along.
Let's go.
She hesitated, then got up and dashed to his side. He put his hand on her far shoulder, pulling her close against him. He offered a deeper, darker shield to hide her in. She felt it at once and let out a breath of relief, staying close as they walked up the street. They stayed to the shadows and moved silently. Whoever the girl was, she was well trained at stealth, and it was needed as they came around a corner and found the demonic elf standing in the center of the street. He cast out a scan that went right over Shannon's shields. Whoever this demon was, he was not local, nor did he know the many levels and layers of magics of the area, let alone the swirling effects of the warp. They were focused on one thing only, and it was not Shannon. They did not even see him. The only way she had hidden from them was the cloak she wore, and Shannon had no doubt of that. They were dangerous and powerful. Shannon and the young woman stayed put and allowed the scan to pass before they moved carefully along the wall and up the next street. Making sure to take a longer route to the tavern where they were staying, Shannon laid alerts in case they were somehow tracked. He took the girl to his room. He built more shields over the space before he let go of her.
Who are you? And why are you wearing an elite's cloak?
He asked. She pushed back her hood to show she was a very pretty and full-blooded Perton.
I am Tiralashna, daughter of Tirakina, granddaughter of the line of Amel. My mother bid me flee to Norwood and beg refuge of the king.
Shannon took her face in his hand and looked at her for the line of kings, and true to her word, it was there. She was also gifted as a healer with the cores of a wizard, but they seemed inactive. They looked as if they had been locked intentionally. That would have to be looked at closely later.
You have fled on your own?
Yes. I was not hunted until I reached the border of Foley, though.
And you wear the cloak of an elite. Why?
It was my father's cloak,
she said.
He gave it to me to wear always.
Your father is an elite.
He said he would meet me in Babbick if he could.
She paused with a flicker of grief in her eyes.
I think perhaps the right way to say it would be, my father was.
She looked him over with the attitude and carriage of a princess.
By the looks of it, you are an elite as well. You need to take me to your king. I have a message for him.
Oirion opened the door and stepped in with an annoyed look on his face.
Shannon?
He stopped when he saw the girl. She looked from Oirion to Shannon, went white, and dropped to a knee.
Forgive me, I did not know.
She switched to Norwood at once.
Carry on,
Oirion said as he closed the door.
We need to talk when you finish.
He stood back and folded his arms over his chest. Shannon looked to the young woman.
"What is your message, then?"
he asked her.
I am to say,
She paused to repeat her father's words.
the blood rings are not being built by Jerome, but by an elven prince, name yet unknown. Jerome is trying to deny him finding the needed 24 of the lines of angels. They have at least 12 already. Norwood seems the only safe bastion from them. They plan to open the wells and use the power for godhood.
Shannon nodded. He had suspected as much, but had assumed Jerome behind it. The confusion of bodies being left to be found and Jerome's people cleaning up so well began to make more sense. If the elven prince, whoever he was, already had that many known victims, they were all running out of time.
"Will you take her to Gallus to watch over until an elite arrives to escort her to Norwood?"
Shannon asked Oirion. Oirion motioned to her to come with him. He would be right back, but Shannon had to talk to his local elites about this girl and her father, check the information, and make certain she was watched closely in case she was anything other than what she seemed. He could do it telepathically and project an image of himself to talk to them, but he would rather not do it in front of Oirion. Oirion returned just as Shannon finished his inquiries.
Where did you go tonight?
Oirion asked.
Out.
You kill anyone, you reek of it.
I did not. Did I see others do so? Yes. They were hunting for the girl. My guess would be they are the same as set up the rings in Broston. I do not have time to deal with them right now, but others will. Is that what you came for?
Whatever you did, it made me very ill, Shannon. You cannot do that. You forget I'm a priest and I can taste it on you, and when you use it, I feel it.
I am sorry,
Shannon said very honestly.
We need to move, and there is not time for me to heal the way you wish. It was there, so I made use of it.
Jerome does not even know who Tavia is, and she has escaped places before.
He might not know at the moment, but he will. He will want to know why she was desired, and he will pick her apart one spark at a time. He will find out she was in Bracken with us, and then he will use her.
Oirion shook his head.
Even I can see how bad an idea this is, Shannon.
You have changed,
Shannon said, sitting in his room's small wooden chair.
Before, you'd have already been there, and thought nothing of running into the flames for a friend.
Maybe I have been burned too many times,
Oirion said. He shook his head.
Is that it? Or have you suddenly found a lifetime of experience to give you caution and maturity?
Oirion scowled at him. Shannon just could not let the Master Silverwood drop.
I suggest you get accustomed to calling me Shane, Riddell. The more you talk, the less this will serve us in any manner.
I will not leave her in his hands, Shane,
Shannon said firmly, stressing the name pointedly.
Just don't do what you just did.
Oirion wanted to fight with him and make him understand it was far more serious than the politics of the moment, but even in thinking it, he made it that much more dangerous. He left Shannon to sit alone in his room before he said anything else. An elite was already there to take the young woman away. Oirion realized he could feel the elite's presence in the street outside. He suspected that with the slightest bit of focus, Shannon would be able to tell exactly who it was and anything about the man that he might want to know. Oirion paused in the hall. It was the bond sinking into a safe place. It was not cold or painful, but more like the quiet and awareness he felt in the woods. Maybe all along that had been Shannon and not Jamie at all. The idea scared him a little. Oirion looked back to the door to Shannon's room wanting to talk about it, to figure it out and to test it, but he knew Shannon was focused on his concern for Tavia and the trip before them. Pushing anything right now would lead only to a fight. End of chapter 58. Continue with 59, Borrdick. Emperors and Exiles, chapter 59, Borrdick. Harold followed Theo through the small door to the top of a stairway that spiraled down into what seemed a great tower. The tower went deep into the earth instead of up into the sky, though, and made Harold feel instantly a little dizzy. As soon as they stepped through the door, he could feel the power of the room. He could feel it sinking into him, making his heartbeat match the rhythm of energy of this secret space. There was nothing malicious about it, but more like an unborn child matching a mother's heartbeat with its own.
Did you ever see the Queen make a soul stone?
Theo asked, leading the way down the steps. Harold followed, not certain why he was there.
Once. She wanted me to learn how, I think, but something about it, and she rapidly gave up on teaching me anything further.
Harold answered a little uneasily.
She was doing a test. In the presence of certain magics, inherent powers wake. She was looking to see if you had the ability to become a necromancer. You failed, thankfully,
Theo said with a glance back over his shoulder.
I thought soul stones were a sorcerer's magic,
Harold said.
It can be, if you can get a necromancer to give you the tools to do it. She was very apt at persuasive magic. It was her favorite power. I'm actually surprised she never tried to pull more magics from me.
The soul stones in the cellar? She made them all?
Those and more. I have been releasing them as I have time, setting those souls as free as I can. Here, though, I think I have a chance to do more. This fortress is more than just stone and surface magics. It is itself a magic. It is a magic I can use and perhaps give those souls back their lives.
He paused and looked at Harold.
You know she was a horrible woman.
I know.
Her favorite form of magic was sex-based,
Theo said, leading on down the very long flight of rail-less steps.
She was obsessed with gaining powers. She wanted to possess the kind of powers as has not been held since the Great Wars, and she would do anything to make it happen. She believed as a mother she could command anyone born of her. She had several children in her lifetime, more than I know of, I am certain. She would do anything to give them great powers. I was not her first. I was, however, the first who survived the magics she infected her womb with.
He paused to let Harold rest a moment.
How do you feel?
Much better than most of the men here,
he said a little ruefully.
When did she start to abuse you?
Theo asked, not looking at Harold, but out at the space of the tower.
Around 12 or so, I think,
he replied.
Was she still coming at you in the last year?
She used me,
Harold said, trying to not get upset about the conversation. He was sure there was a reason Theo was talking to him about it, and he trusted his king.
Politics, mostly. She liked to make sure I was still at her mercy, but she had not actually forced me to do anything in years.
You did not hold the power she hungered for. She gained much knowledge of dark magics from vampires and demons. You could not give her what she wanted. Thank God for that.
What did she want?
It changes with time, but whatever key she was looking for, you did not hold it, so she used you in a more mundane way. Not all her sons were so lucky.
He began to move on.
She would inject her unborn with things. Demon breath, dragon bile, vampire blood, anything she thought might make for that one great heir who would give her whatever she wished.
Wouldn't that kill a fetus?
Often. Some lived. Most were deformed, insane, or retarded, and she killed them like one might pull a weed from a garden. One was born merely discolored. The left side of his body where the poison had gone into him was stained dark red. However, as he grew, the stain changed, becoming boils and scars. Blisters would rise up and burst, only to scar over and do it again. Jerome took him, as it was too hard to hide such an ugly thing in Arwen's. Servants would talk, and sooner or later her image would be damaged. When he was young, she would make me watch as she tormented him, forced him to learn magics he did not want to learn, made him suffer in any manner of ways. At times she would reverse it and force him to watch her abuse me. She tried to make it so we blamed each other for it, to hate each other for not being stronger, not being able to aid or escape. In that she failed, and we became allies in our hatred for her and for Jerome. Borrdick was less afraid of his inner power than I was, and he reached out to me. We made a plan, and he was able to escape with my aid.
Why do you tell me?
Harold asked after they had walked on without talking.
Because you're about to meet him.
Your brother?
Brother? Son? Both.
Theo glanced back.
His name is Borrdick, and his appearance can be shocking. He is also your brother,
Theo said when they reached the floor level. Harold came up short.
My brother? I have no brother.
Half-brother anyway,
Theo said.
What are you saying?
What did your mother tell you about your father?
That he was a young man who brought her a lot of wine and left her with a small purse of gold and was gone in the morning. She took the money and moved out of the city.
Theo put a hand on Harold's shoulder and smiled faintly before crossing out to the center of the room. From above, voices and footsteps could be heard coming down. Harold moved to follow the king.
"What are you saying?"
Harold whispered. Theo looked over at him seriously.
"Don't worry, Harold. I have no plans to force you to be a prince any more than I would make Borrdick. I just thought it was only fair to warn you some of the magics Borrdick and I use might be felt by you in ways no one else can feel them, and that is why."
"You're my father?"
Harold asked, shocked, confused, and in disbelief.
"It's our little secret."
"Did she know?"
he asked of the queen.
"It's the only reason she took any interest in you at all. Now,"
he whispered, gesturing to the floor. It took several moments, but the room seemed suddenly to drop, and Harold nearly fell over. There was an odd surge of energy, and then a man stood before Theo. He was hunched over, wrapped in a long hooded cloak, gripping a staff in his right hand.
"Borrdick is exceptionally gifted in building gates and portals,"
Theo said.
"Borrdick, this is Harold. Harold, Borrdick."
Borrdick peeked out from under his hood with his good eye, but stayed very hidden in the folds of his fabric. Harold could only nod. Borrdick held out a small pouch to Theo before he limped to the side of the room, as several other men arrived from above. Harold moved back to join the men, and watched as Theo took one of the soul stones out of the pouch and set it on the floor in the center of the room. Holding his hand out over it, he closed his eyes and focused. Harold felt the world sort of blur and his body grow numb, almost as if he had suddenly become drunk. Borrdick caught his arm to stop him from falling forward. Harold blinked as he watched strands of light spin out of the stone on the floor. It slowly began to lift up, to pulse with the rhythm of a heart, and the lines of light to form the complex systems of a body. His eyes seemed to be losing focus, and his breathing sounded very loud inside his head. He saw TyRaddick sort of blur, becoming taller, his clothes going dark, his energy shifting like a morning sky to a night sky, still the same sky, but very different. And then, there on the floor was a naked and beaten man, his hands burned, his hair chopped off, his eyes swollen shut. His beating had been horrific, and death was not far. Theo knelt beside him and put a hand on his shoulder.
"It's over. Be at peace,"
he said softly.
"You're free now."
The man sobbed once, then simply collapsed into sparks of light and was gone. Theo sighed and set another stone on the floor and began again. Harold felt as if he was half in a dream, half drunk, all of it blurring together in a very odd way. In the end, he knew a dozen people or so had survived and had been carried up out of the tower to be seen by healers. It might have been only minutes or maybe days they were in the tower before Theo walked back to his sons and nodded.
"That was interesting,"
Theo said.
"Did you learn anything?"
he asked Borrdick.
"Some,"
Borrdick said in an oddly soft voice.
"I will need to reflect."
He took a step and simply vanished. Theo caught Harold from falling over.
"Let's go back up,"
Theo said. He led Harold by the hand. Every time he let go, Harold became dizzy. With the high steps and the lack of a rail, Theo eventually just kept hold of Harold and took his time to gain the top. Theo guided Harold to his room where Brian waited. Theo let his son drop into a chair, then nodded to the guard.
"Why don't you stay with him? He's a bit dizzy."
"Your Majesty,"
Brian bowed.
"Why did you show me that?"
Harold asked his king. Theo paused in the door and smiled a little.
"When one is exposed to certain energies, some inherited magics can awaken. Not all dark magics are evil, and not all priests are holy. The dizziness will pass after you sleep a bit. Brian can take care of you."
End of chapter 59. Continue with chapter 60. Fortunes. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 60. Fortunes. From the small village outside Tasail, they took the rocky, treeless mountains into Nye. The wind never seemed to cease. It tore at them for days until it suddenly died in the higher hills. Winter had turned to summer overnight. Young spring plants seemed to wither in a day. The heat hurt, and the horses suffered for it as well. They never seemed to have enough water for themselves or the animals. They were all getting to each other, and the bickering was enough to drive anyone crazy. Shannon hated to stop, but he found a small mining village tucked up in the hills. It was poor and built more of tents and random planks than real homes and streets. They wandered in, dusty and in need of baths and something to drink. They dismounted before an open-walled eatery. After the horses were tied up, they chose a table. A thin man walked over to them. He was a Purton with a missing eye and battered, worn-out look.
"Pay first, then eat,"
he said. Shannon dug in a pocket and spilled out a handful of copper coins. They scattered across the table, worn and old, but plenty.
"That enough?"
Shannon asked.
"That'll do,"
the man said, gathering them up.
"There be baths just there while you wait, if you like."
He pointed to another building that was more tent than solid.
"I need one,"
Jamie said.
"As do I,"
Gallus agreed.
"Take turns, we will all bathe,"
Shannon said.
"Watch each other's backs."
The baths were wooden tubs just big enough to sit in. They were set against a wall where 3 pipes brought up water in a constant flow. It poured into each tub in the back, drained out the bottom in the front, and down an open pipe, running off to wherever it went. There was no soap, no towels, but the water was fresh and just cool enough to feel good after the heat. They took turns while the food was cooked for them. It helped all their moods. Shannon, Oirion, and Jamie went last, sharing the bathhouse. Shannon knelt beside the tub to let the water pour over his head and washed his hair, but did not get undressed or get into the tub itself. While the other 2 bathed, he combed out his long hair and braided it back. He couldn't help but pause when he saw the scars on Orion's back, scars so deep that not even the magic of transformation had erased them. He looked away as if pained by them. Oirion didn't notice, but Jamie did.
"His scars aren't your fault,"
Jamie said softly as they walked back to the eatery.
"No,"
Shannon said, agreeing. He glanced over.
"But it is not always so simple."
"What do you mean?"
Jamie stopped Shannon with the lightest touch to his arm.
"Shannon, you need to talk to me. I am trying with all I have to save Oirion, and to do it in a way that none of us are driven insane. But if there is more to something, you need to tell me."
Shannon looked off at the scrubby, heat-blasted mountains they were in, and struggled to tell Jamie the truth of what bothered him the most.
"You know that what you are doing is making me very moody,"
he said, and almost smiled.
"I haven't been so unstable since I was a teenager. It's very difficult."
"In a way, you are dealing with very similar issues as a teen. It's all about new energies in your matrix. You're evolving again."
"It's dangerous, Jamie."
"I know. Me even talking to you is dangerous. However, that is not what made you flinch when you saw Orion's scars. I saw that, Shannon."
"When Oirion was dealing with the pain of both the healing and the injury, he hurt badly."
Shannon stared at the clouds, trying to keep his mind half focused on them and not on what he was going to admit.
"He was in tears with it, begging me to help him to just sleep."
"You took his pain away?"
"I did."
He looked back to Jamie.
"I am very good at denying my desires now, but not even I could do that without a moment of weakness. It scares me that even then, when I was in far better condition, I could not help him and not brush too close. If it happens again, I am not sure I will be able to deny myself. It terrifies me. I think we need to lay back on the healings until I can adjust a little."
"Okay."
Jamie nodded.
"One more healing. Then we leave it be for a while. If I can make it so that fluid at least can pass through your body, it will move energy in a way nothing else can. It will help purify energy for you and give you longer to absorb it from anything you drink. Let's go eat and try to get the others to relax a bit."
They took their seats just as the food arrived. Already the water in the bath had helped, but the food helped even more. They were just finishing their meals when an old woman came to the table. She was wearing many charms and ribbons of the Gibson Wanderers, who lived scattered over all Pert as bards and traveling traders. She bowed with her hands to her face and smiled at them.
"Fortunes for a meal, my worthy lords."
"Oh, certainly,"
Travis said happily. She went to him and took his hand in hers at once. She smoothed his palm and closed her eyes. Her old wrinkled face softened as she relaxed. She looked at him suddenly with her mouth having fallen open. Travis laughed at her a little.
"Oh, please. Read my companions' futures for me."
he said, motioning to the others. She bowed her head and reached to Grim. She took his hand and held it a long moment.
Seek ye the high road. At the top of the stairs you shall behold the face of Armond, and he will know your name.
Grim nodded.
Of course,
he said. She took Jamie's hand and held it.
I see your path entwined with another, but soon it shall diverge, and you shall walk on without your beloved. But fear not, for another shall pick up the ribbon of your path, and you shall stand in white before the altar of Armond.
Jamie did not think it funny. It was too real to him to think he might completely lose the last of his bond with Oirion. To whatever magic she possibly held, the energy of Oirion might seem that of a beloved, but Jamie knew he would never stand at a wedding altar in white, nor could any replace what had taken his lifetime to build. He just nodded and let her move on to Gallus. She took his hand and rolled her head a few times.
Fear not what is handed to you. You have been long trained for what shall come. Step forward and demand that you be known.
She stepped up to Shannon and took his hand. He allowed it only at the bidding of Travis. She held it with her eyes closed and seemed to be looking this way and that.
Beware the magic of old, for they will strip you of all that is not true. What is broken shall be mended. What was burned shall be made new. What was lost will be found.
She turned her attention to Dave and took his hand.
To the ocean you will look, but you shall not ride the waves, for greater tasks lay at hand for now. Be at peace with it. The waters shall remain, and a time will come when you shall call them home again.
She moved to Oirion and took his hand and was very still a long time.
Maybe he has no future,
Dave said.
Maybe he is too hard to guess at.
Grim chuckled.
It all seems pretty generic to me.
She looked long at Orion's hand, but said nothing.
What do you say?
Travis asked.
The gate will open, but it will be at a great price,
she said very sadly. She set Orion's hand down gently, then turned and took hold of Eldwar's hand. He tried to jerk it away, but she gripped him firmly and gave him a stern look. She was as firm with him as she had been gentle with Oirion. She closed her eyes, gripping his hand in both of hers. She looked at him with a sudden wave of sympathy and sadness on her face.
The scars inflicted on a few need not be the greater legacy of a soul. Within your hands is the power to heal a great rift and mend the scars of 1,000,000 and more souls. Do not fear your hands, simply find peace with them and make them a new sort of weapon, one against evil, not against what you feel betrayed you.
She patted his hand, but he jerked it away with a look of contempt and disgust.
You're a freak,
he spat. She looked back to Travis.
Is there anything else I can say to please you, my lord?
No.
He motioned her to come and take his plate. He handed her all their leftovers, and she took the plate with gratitude, moving away to eat it.
Well, that was altogether boring,
Jamie said.
Pretty uninteresting bits for this company.
She is a true seer,
Travis said.
She sees the possible, not the is. Also, she knows that to speak a thing is to give it power. It may be that she wishes only to find the best in her sight to give strength to that only. She saw more, but her age allows her to hide her true reactions, lest the vibrations of her soul shift the paths of man.
Is that wise?
Shannon asked.
I would rather none know our path.
Is it not wise to have her whisper the return of Pert? Is it not wise to have her people breathe hope and light into the minds of all Pertons?
Travis asked him.
We need hope and light right now. She will whisper it to the trees and winds, and to the people who have hidden under illusion in forgotten mining camps and fortresses under barriers where the world has forgotten them, so they might return and come to your aid. Did you do no less in Norwood to waken the minds of men to the idea the king might return?
Norwood was different.
We are going off to Tavia, and the old woman's words were foolish, Travis,
Dave said.
Jamie is not about to get married, and the rest was easily guessed at by our appearance alone.
Think what you will,
Travis said.
She was here today for a reason, and to whisper of hope is that reason.
I think we should move on,
Oirion muttered.
I agree,
Shannon said. He rose from the table.
We are bathed and fed. and we need to make up for lost time.
The mountain temperatures remained hot and became filled with biting flies. As the ground began to turn into shattered bits of shale, they had to walk more and more. Every few miles they had to stop to check the horses' hooves, water them, and rub them down to be rid of the flies. They had left the storms of Valreen and Awans behind and gone far enough south that the ripple off the Norwood barrier was no longer felt so severely. The attack in Valreen and the demons in Ney had made Shannon even more worried about random attacks, alerting Jerome and his allies to them, and he had all but forbidden magic by anyone. They knew Shannon was serious when Jaime was not allowed to even aid a limping horse, and the healing of his own self stopped. Without Jaime's touch, every time he ate, he got sick and had to leave camp to throw up. It was exhausting for him, but he stuck to it, obeying Jaime's insistence that he eat. Everyone did their best to stay away from each other, but the small camps tended to demand they were together almost without break. Oirion sat up on watch most nights due to his inability to sleep. When he did doze off, he was plagued with nightmares that he refused to talk about. Lack of sleep made his temper short, and Eldwar took the brunt of it. Eldwar almost seemed to enjoy it, and often set out to provoke Oirion on purpose. At an evening fire, when Oirion was about to get up to kill Eldwar, Shannon laughed at him as he forced himself to take a sip of the broth Jaime had given him.
Ha ha ha. Now you know how I felt the entire time we were in Bracken. Oirion, you were a pain in the ass, and purposely so.
Oirion turned on Shannon to redirect his anger, lack of sleep, and altogether bad mood at the Pertin King.
He's right, ha ha ha,
Dave said with a chuckle.
One major difference.
Oirion pointed out angrily, his attempt to pretend to be Shane forgotten in his bad mood.
I was not a drunkard or a pedophile.
He jabbed a finger at Eldwar.
If Theo was here, I'd have him turn Eldwar into a goddamned soulstone and stash his ass in a vault.
Careful, von Valreen,
Gallus said sadly. Oirion threw his hands in the air and left camp angry and needing to get away from all of them. Eventually, Jaime got up and followed Oirion out of camp. He found him sitting on a fallen log nearly a mile away, his head in his hands. Jaime took a seat beside him. The healer leaned on his knees and folded his hands together.
You really think there's a chance this Darhain is your son?
No.
Oirion almost laughed sadly, not lifting his head.
He might be Orion's, though.
Right,
Jaime muttered.
What sort of woman would tempt Oirion the pious?
You know, it wasn't the things about her that made it happen,
he said.
Hell, Jay, she was a warped race that was half lion. She was a walking seductress and breathed sensual powers, but it was the real her, the scared woman who was so utterly alone she didn't have any witty remarks left, no smiles to pull up, nothing but loneliness. You might call it kindred spirits.
You miss me that much?
Jaime teased. Oirion almost smiled, but he went on seriously.
How do you tolerate him? I know Shannon wants to keep him alive to protect you and your sister, but, my God, Jay, how do you not just strike at him?
Jaime considered it.
Honestly, it's Travis. He says things and I hear him. There is more to it than we know, and I wonder what. Travis scares him, says things that seem so unlikely, and I don't know why Eldwar's hands shake, but they do. Why? He is a healer. I got my power from him, and I know enough to know he had to be pretty damn good to pass such a strong gift to me. Much better than he pretends to be.
Your curiosity again makes you stop and think.
Oirion dropped his hands.
You'd have loved Bracken. So many things to study and see.
Why does this woman matter so much to Shannon? If I didn't know better, I'd think he was in love with her.
We all were in own way. She was our camp mother. When she was gone, we felt it and it hurt. I don't think it was just one person who made Shannon wake up. I think Tavia had a lot to do with it.
You realize we will likely die for this. He can say it's to get Dave to Ulam back, but I don't believe it. He's trying to make it into that, but I think it's a bad idea, and so does Travis. Travis tries to say so, but Shannon won't listen to him. He knows Travis is special, and thinks he will be pontiff with Gallus, but won't listen to him now when it matters so very much. Why?
I don't know, Jay.
They sat for a while longer, then without a word got up and walked back to the camp. They took a seat at the fire and leaned back against the boulders that sat about the site.
What do you know of the Guardians?
Travis asked Grim. Grim looked up from checking to see if the water he had put on was hot yet. He sat back on his heels.
After the death of Landra, the other children of the angels gathered in Ulambak to talk of how they might aid and secure the integrity and safety of Pert. They decided then to bind their souls to the wells of Pert, and on death they would stay in the number of 1,000 and guard the magics of Pert and protect the house of Ulambak. They were said to dwell in the Hall of Kings in the Catacombs and watch over the emperors to make certain they stayed true and good. Each king, each line would pass into the stage of being a guardian after death, and so rotate souls out, but always keep the 1,000 number. We believed it, it's why we fled to the catacombs when the massacre started and all we found were statues and death. A myth, I would say.
What if they aren't a myth?
Travis asked.
What if they were just asleep, sort of like Shannon was for most of the last few thousand years, sort of just dwelling without actual involvement? What if there is a reason they are like that? What if they shouldn't simply be dismissed as a myth? Do you think that could be the case?
He asked Shannon.
I don't know. Ask Armond,
Shannon said a bit bitterly.
I'm in no mood to talk of the failed magics of Pert, Travis.
What if they were woken up?
Travis asked, concerned.
What would they do to you if they woke up while you were inside the palace? They wouldn't.
Travis,
Shannon scolded.
Enough.
Jamie gave Oirion a look to say that what he had just spoken of was happening right there. Travis had an upset, slightly ill expression. He drew his knees up but said no more.
Maybe we should pray,
Gallus said.
Why bother?
Travis asked.
If Shannon won't listen, there is no point.
He threw himself down and jerked a blanket over his head. They reached the border of Purs several days later, but tempers did not improve. Everyone was in a bad mood, tense and brooding. Travis wandered around a bit, then came back with a handful of little plants from about the area. He wove them together and threw them all into the fire. White smoke filled the camp, but before anyone could object, the smoke had dissipated.
What was that for?
Dave asked.
Did you know that we are almost in the place where 4 kingdoms meet? Do you know why they meet at this one point?
No,
Dave said.
Why?
It's where the eldest daughter of Armond died in battle. The place she fell was marked by the magic she used until her last breath. Her death, with its magic, ended a great battle and brought peace for several decades. It was time enough for her daughter to secure her rule and the magics of Ulambak to be put into place. I cast the herbs in her memory and for her soul, wherever it may be now.
Do the souls of angels go back to being angels on death?
Dave asked.
Yes,
Gallus said.
So long as they hold on to their energy in death,
Travis said.
If they give their flesh completely to the world, they sort of spend their energy and become as all men. All souls of men were once as angels in a manner of things. But they chose war, and heaven's gates were closed, and all were made to stay either here or there, except under great situations.
Like Malchazedon,
Dave said, leaning back on his elbow.
He was banished from heaven, yes?
After a fashion,
Travis said.
It is said he dwells with men to this day.
He gave his heaven passage to spare the world in the last turn of the age. He is thought to be in the world, but he has remained hidden, even from Armond. He is hunted for his soul blood, and if he is captured and is made to reveal himself, whoever was to have him would become a very dark and powerful god.
Is that what the whole war is about?
Dave asked.
Jerome wanting the soul of Malchazedon and thus godhood.
Travis struggled a while with how to answer that.
I think that is part of it. I do not think that was Jerome's goal, though. I think he got caught in the middle and a good man was destroyed by dark forces. It might be part of what he was promised, but I do not think that was his motivation at all. Malchazedon is very ancient, and while an angel bound to earth, he is likely little more than an orb like the one on Theo's staff, or perhaps an energy in a sacred place. The chance he is a manifest person is very slim. He has vanished from the eyes of angels and demons, and not been seen for a great long time. One does not easily find nor defeat the angel of death.
What was Jerome's motivation, do you think?
Jamie asked.
Love,
Travis said.
He loved his partner, and he was being taken away from his partner. The demons found his weak spot and saw him as a way to get to the wells of Pert, and they took it.
How does a priest not know?
Dave asked.
That is a question better asked of Oirion and Jamie. They are dealing with the same thing, only they had weaker demons and greater aid. Still, the damage is deep and will never be mended.
Jamie stared at the fire, not looking at Dave or Travis.
Travis, can you talk of something else?
Shannon asked from where he sat.
I do not need to think on it. I'm already in a poor temper.
Ignoring Shannon, Travis went on.
When the third Empress of Pert, granddaughter of Landra, came to rule, she married a druid. In those days, druids came north to aid the Pertons in healing the world. Deep alliances were made, but none deeper than that druid and his Empress wife. In that time, Pertons rarely lived more than 2,000 years at most. Old age was not the issue. They all sacrificed their energy to the world and to healing it. Many died after only 1,000 years and more so in battles. The druids lived much the same lifespan, but at times they would stop and sink their energies into the earth and transform into great trees. He had stood in the hills of Spizzen for 100 years, healing the earth by his presence alone. She would come and rest under him, leaning back against his great trunk, not knowing he was a druid. Tired, on her way back from a great magic battle, she rested against him and woke to find her tree gone and a man there. He had stood guard over her for 3 days. The spiders had spun him a robe of silk and dew that he turned to crystals. He offered his service to her as a druid and as a guard, for he had known her for all those years. He travelled with her, and she fell in love with him and he with her, but it was not for another 100 years that they acted upon it. They had travelled north into what is now the great forest of Norwood, and in the place where the palace Rasha was later built, they came together. They stayed a year there, and when she came back to Ulumbak, they were wed and had a son. Their son was named Norwood, for the boy was born of the north, but a druid as well. That boy became the first king of Norwood, and later became the first male of the line of Armond to ascend a Perton throne. It was said that one day the heir of Norwood would marry the queen of the druids, and again a child of Armond, and the druids would sit the throne of Pert.
There are no druids left,
Shannon said, still not opening his eyes.
The elves burned them down, blasted their hills to glass and obsidian, and so defiled their home that the ground is more salt than soil. Malkut is dead.
Who do you think the Gibson are? They are the few scattered remains of the druids, those sad few who were abroad when the elves came. In the forests of Pert they sank their roots in grief and forgot to speak of their past and of their home. Their heritage slumbers within them, TyRaddick. You are their king, even if they do not claim it openly, and you may as well admit it.
So Pert has the druids, the Pertons, the Owens, and what else?
Dave asked.
A hint of elves there as well.
Pert has ancient things and some new, but the age is about to turn, and what survives is up to the power and lords of Pert,
Travis said.
Why won't you let me rest?
Shannon asked Travis in Cruson.
I am tired, Travis.
We are all tired, but there are things we should all say before we reach the gates of Ulumbak.
I know the story of Norwood. I've been the king there for a while now, and I was born there. I do not think you need to demand I listen to you.
You need to be reminded.
I need to rest.
Then rest. I will not bother you any more today.
Shannon closed his eyes, and Travis got to his feet and strode away. Gallus hurried after him, and they were gone much of the evening and well past dark. End of Chapter 60. Continue with Chapter 61. TyRaddick. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 61. TyRaddick. The company was up early and moved on. They kept to the hills and mountains. The roads here skirted the border of Amel and were rarely traveled. It was a longer route, but safer. They spread out, traveling as far from each other as they dared. Travis, Gallus, and Jamie tended to move together, talking of little but sharing in deep concern for the rest of the company. After 2 weeks, the mountains gave way to vast fields of grains and root crops, with narrow roads set between hedge fences. The fields were painfully dry, and plants were wilting where they grew. The company stayed in the small bands of trees that grew as windbreaks and wildlife refuge. When they neared the Tyran Mountains, they stopped at the last village for baths, supplies, and news before leaving the area. Traders and travelers paused here at the crossroads at all times of year. They were never in great numbers, but they did pass through. Centuries ago, the train had even had a small station here, but the collapse of the railway had cut them off. Shannon chose a decent-sized inn that would allow them to drift in as they arrived. They seemed independent travelers and unremarkable in any way. One by one, they got rooms, took baths, ate meals, and found space away from each other. It was a welcome relief. Jamie slipped away to wander the small town and try to collect his thoughts. Once he felt up for it, he went to find Oirion. He wanted to get close enough to really look at and feel how the shifting energies were affecting his partner. Being bound to Shannon could not be a comfortable thing, and having Oirion have a heart attack was nothing they needed right now. The nightmares were proof Oirion was under a strain few would ever comprehend. He found Oirion in the backyard running training drills. Jamie watched a moment, impressed anew with the skill Oirion possessed. With the new body he wore and all he had been through, from his tearing soul to his scars, the fact Oirion could move at all was impressive. Not only did he move, he did so with the power and grace that only a true Perton seemed to hold.
"You want a partner?"
Jamie asked. Oirion drew up from his workout and looked at Jamie and laughed.
"Come join me then,"
he said. Jamie grinned and produced the staff he had just picked up from a local merchant. It wasn't grand, but it was solid and strong. They bowed to each other, then moved at once in a way only those who knew each other well could. Sword against staff. It was a game they used to play daily and had since they were teenagers. They had trained both against and with each other so they could work separately or as a single unit. They forgot everything else, and in their game they felt, without even knowing it, their bond begin to rebuild as they moved in old patterns and familiar steps. So fantastic their skill and workout, they began to draw a crowd. When they ended their entire set, they came up in mirrored stance, both out of breath. They stood and bowed to each other to end the session. The crowd broke into applause.
"Well done, well done,"
a well-dressed man said, walking up.
"Are you two for hire? I have trade to get to Unlooked, and the roads are uneasy these days. I could stand a few good men."
"We don't come cheap,"
Jamie said at once.
"But we don't come alone either. Let's talk."
He smiled, nodded to Oirion, then left the yard with the man, likely to get a drink and find them a cover to get into Unlooked.
"Let me buy you a drink. That was amazing,"
a man said from the crowd.
"We don't normally get mercs through here with such skill."
"I wonder why,"
Oirion said. He accepted the offer for a drink and went inside just as the sun set. Jamie talked to the man who was in trade. Dave played cards at another table. The local man spoke with Oirion about the nearby trouble with highwaymen and of the army that rushed through the area, crushing a lot of the fields.
"There will be a famine in Pert this year, unless we get some real good trade from abroad. Crops in the south have drowned, and here we cook."
He shook his head sadly.
"Hate to interrupt,"
Jamie said, coming over.
"The good merchant would like to see all of us in action and know what skills we have of use for the pay I demanded."
"He already saw me."
Jamie shrugged. Oirion got up and they all went over to where the merchant's men cleared tables for them. Grim stood lazily against the wall, comfortably talking with a woman, while Travis and Gallus spoke softly to the side. The trader had brought up several of his best hired men to stand in a line.
"All right,"
he said.
"We have been attacked several times in the last few weeks and lost a few men. We need more, but I'm not paying for those who aren't any good. I have 5 good men. If you can draw or beat them, I will hire you. But they fight in order, and you all fight by draw."
Jamie shrugged. The first man stepped up and stood with his hand on his sword. The trader took their names from Jamie and put them in a bowl and had a woman from the crowd draw a name.
Dave,
She read. Dave left the crowd to face the man before him.
You have no weapon,
the other man said.
I do. You just don't see it. Whenever you're ready.
Dave smiled. The man moved to put his sword to Dave's chest, but Dave stepped aside, slapped the man's sword hand down, and struck him in the back of the head with his elbow, staggering him forward to his knees. Dave stepped behind him and grabbed the man's head in his hands.
I could slit his throat or snap his neck from here,
Dave told the trader. He stepped back and around, offering the man his hand.
But that's unfair,
Dave said.
He was not prepared and moved slowly towards an unarmed man. Shall we try again?
Dave was having fun. The second time, the man moved more seriously. They stepped into a fight that was Dave bare-handed against a swordsman. He danced around a bit and snuck in a few jabs, but he was just playing, and several knew it.
Stop dancing and end it.
Someone yelled at Dave, annoyed at what they saw as a coward's way. Dave moved with a pivot and twisted the sword from the man's hand and had it to his lower back in the same motion. The man came to a stop, hands up. Dave admired the blade a moment, flipped it around, and handed it back to its owner.
Well played,
Dave said, with an easy, friendly manner, and got a smile from his opponent.
You'll have to show me that one, if the rest of your men can play as well.
Ha ha ha.
Dave chuckled, shook his hair out of his face, and went to stand next to Grim.
Shane,
someone called out. It took Oirion a moment to recall that was him. He walked forward and faced the next man. Unlike Dave, he was already warmed up, tired, and not interested in showing off. He had his sword to the man's chest in a matter of seconds. He got a nod from the trader, and the next man stepped up. Grim was called next. He came forward and smiled to the man he was to fight, who stood alert with his sword ready. Grim faced him with a long dagger in his hand. The man came at him with surprising skill and speed. But Grim was not new to the world of fighting and met him. They had an honest and fair fight, but in the end, Grim won, although he wasn't certain he would ever try with just a dagger against that man again.
Jamie,
a voice called. He caught up his staff and met his challenger. He had him down in 3 steps, but hit him so hard there was a sound of ribs cracking.
Sorry about that,
Jamie apologized as he touched the man's side to heal the damage.
So you're a healer also?
The merchant asked.
That works well.
Indeed, haha.
Jamie laughed.
They are more than they seem,
Grim said softly to Oirion. Oirion just nodded. Travis was called last. The others had not thought of that, but Travis stepped forward and bowed to the man before him.
This is an unfair fight,
Travis said to the trader.
But if you wish it, he can try to come at me.
The man got the nod, and he went to take Travis down. Travis stepped aside with calm grace. The man whirled and fell to his knees as if tripped. He dropped his sword to grab at his throat. Travis stood watching him as the man began to struggle to breathe. Travis looked at the trader.
Tell me when, and I'll let him go.
Let him go,
the trader said. The man fell forward, gasping for air. Travis folded his hands behind his back.
So you wish to hire us, do you?
Indeed.
The man nodded.
So you're a wizard?
Among other things.
Travis bowed deeply to him.
They call me Travis in this life.
I am Raddick,
the man said.
TyRaddick of Port Hall. Welcome to the troop.
The trade was in the form of several wagons heavily loaded and wooden carriages that were enclosed and unmarked. The companions were not told what the carriages carried, and they did not ask. The wagons of the traders lumbered along the road at a pace that seemed terribly slow after the push they had been making. But they were on roads that were fairly well maintained and spent the nights in inns along the way. Raddick asked little of them, but to work as guards as they traveled. Eldwar managed to get himself drunk every night and spent most of the day with his head bobbing as they rode, but no one complained. The route at times seemed full of other travelers, then other times they went for hours without seeing a single person. They entered the lower woods of Amel about 100 miles north of Krakow on the 5th day. As the road wound through the dense forest of the area, everyone was on edge. Unable to see far, most were uneasy. Oirion normally preferred the forest, but even he felt hampered and unable to see far enough. The weather was hot and miserable with high humidity. When rain did come, it was welcome only for a moment. They were soon soaked with it, dripping off their noses, running from their hair and down their backs. The rain quickly seeped into every bit of their clothing and left them feeling hampered and raw. Oirion felt something shift, something that just didn't feel right about the day. He loosened his sword in its sheath. Jaime saw the motion, and as casually as he could, he pulled his staff from his saddle straps and laid it across his knees and took to winding the middle of it with a bit of leather and cord. Grim caught the glance between the two men and loosened his own sword as he stood in the stirrups to stretch. He moved his horse up beside Shannon and made his animal shy into the King of Norwood, just enough that Grim hit Shannon's knee with his own. Shannon jerked out of his distraction. While Grim wasn't sure why Shannon was so unobservant, he knew they would want him warned that the woods were uneasy.
Something has her jumpy,
Grim muttered and made his horse step up a pace. That was all the warning Shannon had before the attack came from all directions at once. Arrows sank into several men along the train of traders, guards, and wagons. Travis shouted and threw his hand out, slapping away a number of arrows aimed into his area from the south side of the road. Oirion was just about to cast out a scan as Grim threw up a shield that nearly shattered under a magic attack. Shannon launched from his horse and vanished into the trees with Oirion right behind him and Jaime a step behind Oirion. Grim grabbed the magic attack and traced it back to its origin to make his own strike. The wizard at the end was no road bandit, and that was obvious. Grim hit a very powerful shield and shouted as he nearly lost his focus. That had not happened in a very long time. Recovering quickly, he redoubled his effort. With a burst of power, he slammed more into it and shattered the shield, killing the man at the far end. Grim had his sword out as other horsemen crashed out of the trees at them. Travis brought down more arrows as his horse spun and danced under him. Eldwar flung his hand out, and the three men rushing him grabbed their chests, dropping weapons, their faces going utterly white all at once. They toppled from their saddles, two hitting the ground, while the third was caught up in his stirrups to be drug away by his confused horse. The fight ended with Raddick driving a sword into a wounded man's chest. Shannon, Oirion, and Jaime, still on foot, emerged from different areas along the road, all of them with bloody weapons and blood spatter on their clothes.
Ah, damn,
Raddick swore sadly over the bodies of three of his men who had died in the attack. Jaime tossed his staff to Oirion as he moved to heal the men with arrows in them. Eldwar slid down from his horse with a wince from his hangover, but moved to help as well.
That was no ordinary attack,
Grim said softly to Oirion.
These men would have had no chance against them without us.
They after us?
Dave asked, worried, wiping his sword clean on his tunic hem.
No,
Shannon said.
We would have been attacked very differently if they were. Gallus, cleanse the area, though. I don't want any sign of magic use left.
Gallus nodded.
I'm on it.
That's a lot of power and skill for a random attack,
Oirion said, as Shannon knelt and rolled over one of the dead attackers. The man was a full-blooded Perton. Shannon looked at him a moment before he stood up.
I said it wasn't about us. I didn't say it was random.
He grabbed a canteen off his horse to wash the blood spatter off his face. He gave Oirion a scowl.
Go wash. You have blood all over yourself.
It happens when you chop off a vampire's head.
Oirion hissed at him.
What the hell, Shannon?
He breathed.
Those are no random culls, and they are awfully far south.
I've been busy.
Shannon all but growled at him, having a hard time keeping his voice low.
I haven't been in the position to hunt down Jerome's victims the last decade. I had my own problems. These are not mine. They are not out of Norwood.
They have your training,
Oirion said right back, just as harshly and under his breath.
You have how-to books out there for all the damned ingrates of the world to pass around?
Shannon punched Oirion in the jaw with the speed no mere mortal man could have used. Anything less, and Oirion would have blocked it. Oirion swung right back, but Shannon managed to block the first blow. Oirion connected with a second to Shannon's chest, knocking Shannon into his horse, who jumped and snorted. They both stopped with hands on their swords, furious at the other.
Leave me alone,
Shannon warned him.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Oirion yelled at him.
You!
Shannon shot right back.
Get yourself under control, you arrogant jackass.
Oirion yelled at him. He could feel the deal warning him to calm down, to not draw the sword or go any further. He knew it had to be screaming at Shannon as well.
I will not back down from you on this. You need to get a grip, now.
Shannon snarled at him, but jerked his hand from his sword. He held his hands up.
Stay away from me,
he told Oirion.
Just stay the hell away from me.
He stalked off into the trees.
What was that about?
Raddick asked Jamie, who had caught Shannon's startled horse, but had also been ready to jump to Orion's defense. Jamie smiled.
Lovers' quarrel. You know Purtons.
Jamie grinned.
Piss off, Jamie.
Oirion snapped and went to go get his horse. Jamie laughed to lighten the mood and to ease Raddick's clear worry.
Can you help us clear the dead? We'll burn them off to the side. Hate to burn them all together, but we can't rightly carry our boys along.
Jamie nodded and handed the horse to Travis. They cleaned up, burned the dead back far enough from the road that the sight couldn't be seen. Jamie used magic fire that lasted only a few minutes, turning the dead to ash. They were back on the road within the hour. Raddick wanted to gain as much distance as possible after the attack and picked up the pace. The new pressure for speed and gradually improving roads allowed them to begin to make good time. Shannon and Grimm took side paths to act as scouts, and Oirion fell back to watch the rear. It was 3 days through the mountains of Amel to the border of Kraus, where they left the road and slipped across after dark on an old farm road. At a remote barn, they pulled large emblems down from the hayloft and nailed them to the side of the carriage. They unfolded matching blue cloaks of the king's colors for everyone.
I suspect we are in with smugglers, ha ha ha.
Dave chuckled as he adjusted the cloak and nodded to the emblems of the King of Kraus on the carriage.
Good color, I like it,
he said of the cloak. He pulled out a gold belt he had not worn before and put it on the outside of his cloak. He added a set of swords on belts of black leather, set with sapphires, that matched his new cloak.
Ha 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 ha.
He laughed as he tied back his hair to show his earrings as well.
It's good. You like the colors of Kraus, David,
Shannon said softly.
Why's that?
Dave asked, then went a little white-faced.
Oh, the heir of the Emperor would rule Kraus, wouldn't he?
Only until he took the throne of Ulam back,
Shannon said, adjusting Dave's cloak a little and smoothing his shoulders.
Breathe, David. You will pass out if you don't.
Shannon handed the others a few rings to wear and belts of finer quality. Within minutes, the company looked far more wealthy than any mere trader mercs. Raddick nodded to the change and smiled.
If anyone stops us, just let me do the talking,
he said.
Indeed,
Dave muttered. They traveled at as fast a pace as the wagons could handle for the rest of the night and rested only shortly before rejoining the main road. After dark, they stopped at a well-established campsite to rest and eat. Others were there at the site, but no one bothered them. They left before dawn and again did not rest until after dark. On the third day, they were stopped on the road by men in full uniform of the king.
Papers in place,
one of them demanded. Raddick dug out a scroll case and offered it over to him.
Ulam back,
he said. The man pulled out the scroll and looked it over.
We need to see all you carry.
Raddick motioned them to go ahead. The wagon tarps were pulled back and trunks opened to show wheat. Barrels revealed sweet dried fruits, nuts, and pickled eggs. Bottles of wine filled the crates. The solid wagon was opened up and cold poured out.
Pork and beef from Forley, it looks,
the man said after an inspection.
It's all inventoried,
Raddick said.
Indeed,
the uniformed man said. He still did not seem pleased. He rode his horse over to Travis and looked at him closely.
A little young for the guard, aren't you?
You are a little low rank to be so stupid as to think I am here because of my age,
Travis snapped at him in perfect Crusen.
I am Tygertane, son of His Majesty's third daughter. I suggest you mind your attitude, Captain. You can clearly see the papers are all in order. I have travelled a long way to get goods for my mother's feast, and you have done your job. Now move aside.
Forgive me, Your Highness. I did not see any sign of rank, nor know to expect you.
Of course not. It is a surprise for her, and to travel openly is foolish. We should be attacked at every turn in hope of ransom.
The captain waved them past. They moved forward with the stamp of inspection. They did not stop again until the moons were up and the horses needed to rest. Raddick went to Travis when they stopped and patted his shoulder.
Good thinking, quick thinking, well done. If you ever need a favor and I'm around, you let me know.
He put a small token in Travis's hand.
That'll cash it in.
Travis nodded.
One day, Master Raddick, you might get this back.
Raddick nodded. Once he had moved on, Travis handed the token to Oirion.
You should vault that. He will honor it, and one day it might be needed.
Oirion slipped the coin into his vault and stopped Travis with a hand on his shoulder.
Travis, Shannon isn't mad at you, he's just struggling.
Oirion could see all too well how worried and uneasy Travis was, and that he became more upset whenever he looked at Shannon. He looked about to cry every time he tried to talk to Shannon and got no response.
I know, but if he won't listen to me, I can't help him. He should not go to Unlooked right now. He should be mobilizing Norwood and pushing his barrier south and forcing Jerome from the northern kingdoms. With your grandfather and Theo, he could crush the army and force Jerome to back up.
I know, Travis. I think maybe Jamie is right. He acts like a man in love who can't think straight when the woman he has fallen for is in trouble.
She is stronger than he realizes, and she is wiser. Why won't he listen to me?
It's too much, Travis. Armond asks too much. Shannon is trying with all he has to hold on to what he has left, trying to stay sane and fix things. But to have him have to choose Pert over a woman again is too much. He watched what they did to his wife. He cannot see such a thing happen again.
She is my mother, Oirion.
Travis almost started to cry.
Don't you think that of anyone I have the right to be the most upset? Does he think he loves her more than I do?
Oirion didn't know what to do, so he just caught Travis in a hug, as if he was still that small child he had known in Bracken.
Armond is not the only angel who cares.
He tried to reassure the very upset young man.
He is not alone in this. Didn't Ishtel light his fire to prove that?
Yes,
Travis whispered.
So we are not alone.
Oirion tried to smile.
We can do this.
I'm not so sure we can,
Travis whispered.
I have not been so scared since Shannon had to carry Riven across the bog.
I know you can't crawl into laps and offer hugs to cheer us all up like you did then, Travis, but your mood affects us all.
He held him by the shoulders and met his eyes.
Please try. We can't abandon him, and he is not going to change his mind.
Travis nodded.
I'll try.
He has earned it. All he has done has earned him a little unconditional love and support. Yes?
Yes.
Travis nodded.
My mother is going to be furious at him for being so stupid, though.
I hope so.
Oirion smiled.
Maybe that is why he loves her so much. Come on, let's get back and try to get some rest.
They left before the sun was up and made good time on wide paved roads. By dark, they had reached the coast. On the high cliff overlooking the southern surf was an old castle that looked all but abandoned. They entered the gate to the main yard. Raddick had them all stay mounted up with a gesture of his hand. He rang the bell at the old battered door and waited. An old man shuffled out in short order. The wagon of meat and the cloaks were handed over and were quickly taken away. The dry goods were broken into, and from under the wheat and fruits came slim packs that were put on all the horses. They were given red cloaks, the color of the Empire. On their arms went the ribbons of road guards, and again Shannon pulled out different bits and pieces of jewelry or clothing from his vault to change their look. Eldwar studied the items he was handed and scowled at Shannon.
I expect you want these back,
he said, almost with disgust, as he held out the belt and the ring he had gotten before. Shannon looked at him a moment with his own look of disgust flickering across his face.
Keep them. I'm sure you need them more than I do.
I need nothing from you,
Eldwar said in a snarl of contempt. Shannon just walked away. Eldwar grumbled, but put the ring back on his finger and rolled up the gold-studded belt and tucked it into his inner cloak pocket.
You have any idea how wealthy he is?
Gallus asked Eldwar.
Or how generous he can be? Why would you purposely try to provoke his anger?
Eldwer looked at Gallus a moment before he snorted.
What do you care what I do, priest?
He turned and stalked away.
I do not understand him,
Gallus said as Travis joined him.
He is...
Travis sighed and shook his head.
Haunted. He took up a thing he could not carry, and without his wife to aid him, he broke. Those things torment him, and only rage and liquor seem to silence his pain. He has turned from holier means to find peace and healing. He has shoved all aid away.
He looked to Gallus sadly.
You hold mercy for him, though,
Gallus said.
You try to hide it, but I see it in your eyes.
He is a von Gallus, child of the lines of angels and once a great man, a healer who might have transformed Kilaban into a new capital, but...
He sighed heavily.
You cannot know the pain he felt when she died. They were bonded as much as any partnership can be. Not even all the angels of Pert can protect their sons if their sons do not turn to them in the right moment.
Pertons and elves can bond?
Any two souls can bond, Gallus. An orc and a Perton could bond if the powers lined up right. A dragon and a human, a bird and a mouse, if such was set in the right path.
I did not know that,
Gallus said, considering it.
I saw the pain in both Jaime and Shannon when Oirion died. I cannot imagine either of them living long or sanely if he had not come back.
No, they would not last long.
Then I too have mercy for Eldwer.
Gallus paused.
What kept him alive?
Jaime and his sister. He was insane, and part of him still is. But he loved his children, even if that turned vile.
How sad,
Gallus said, truly saddened at the idea of such a painful fall.
Do you truly think he cannot be saved?
Travis sighed and folded his arms over his chest.
I don't know. Right now he is an added burden that I do not need. All my focus is on Shannon, and if I cannot get him to listen to me and turn him from this quest, the price will be very high, and Eldwer's soul will be just another soul lost on the list of shattered gifts and forsaken blessings. The nomads have a saying, you can lead a horse to spring fields, but you cannot make him frolic. All joy has left Eldwer, and what is left is a bitter, angry soul. Save him if you can, but right now he is not my priority. I have tried and failed. Shannon is more important now.
Then I shall not pray for him, but seek to offer forgiveness and try to be a friend to help remind him of his greater self.
Travis looked at Gallus a long moment, then smiled brilliantly.
You are well chosen, Gallus. You give me hope.
Gallus smiled and walked back with Travis to rejoin the others, as new horses were brought out for them. They didn't stay or rest at the decrepit castle beyond what it took to change horses, and then they were gone again. Oirion could not shake the conversation he had with Travis, and tried very hard to not sink into depression. Only the influence of the life as Master Oirion Silverwood kept him from crumbling. They went up the coast at as hard a pace as the horses could stand, and by dawn they were at Ulumbek. It was the mightiest of all Perton cities, and one of the largest cities in the world. The palace of the emperor stood on a mesa of solid white granite stone overlooking the cities of Ulumbek and Port Hall with its great harbor. The city of Ulumbek flared out north, east, and west of the palace on high white cliffs that reached far beyond sight. Below the cliffs, the once small village of Port Hall had grown to a city of impressive size itself. It filled all the land between the harbor to the south and the cliffs, reaching out even to the arms of the harbor walls that formed wings out and around the great port of the city. Fields, orchards, farms, gardens, and vineyards, all ancient, stretched beyond Ulumbek for over 100 miles in some directions. Once all had been irrigated by waterways controlled by the same energy that had given such glory to all the great cities of Pert, that the world had stood in awe. The city had been white and lit with the heartbeat of the emperor. From light to heat, sewers to running water, all of it was once controlled by the wells of Pert. Now it stood smoke-stained and burdened with the weight of poverty and filth, choked with the smoke of coal and wood fires from every home and business, reeking of sewage and animals. It was a shadow of its former self, and yet was still a marvel and awe-inspiring for those who saw it for the first time. They paused at a small tavern on the outskirts of the western edge of Ulambach to have a meal and beer. No one said anything. They just ate what Raddick paid for. Everyone was eager to get moving again. They were nearing the end of the journey, and they all wanted it over with. After the meal, they rode openly and easily into the city. The outskirts rose up, and they passed between clusters of homes and small businesses separated by stretches of dry and cracked fields. It was miles before they came to the outer wall and the first gate. Raddick waved to the guard on duty, and they rode right through, not even slowing. Farmers vanished and dwellings became walls of tenant apartments. It was early yet, with only a few people out, but the traffic would grow rapidly as the day wore on. After the poverty of Kilabin, the district they rode through did not seem that bad, but Shannon had a look of pained disgust that not even he could hide. Oirion tried not to recall the memories of the old master, but he felt ill at how far the once fine city had fallen. They cut for Port Hall toward the older gate of the ancient city, and there they slowed to a walk. At the gate, Raddick had to wait for a man to come to them and stamp their route cards before they could go in and head to the barracks. The barracks were not their destination, however. Ribbons were changed from highway patrol to city patrol, and they made their way through the streets and down to the wharf. They entered a warehouse right at the docks and dismounted. The place was packed with crates ready for shipment. A lone man waited for them. He had several open crates ready by the door. Whatever it was they carried went into those crates and were sealed up. The cloaks and ribbons were packed away, and after some talk with the man who had waited, a small chest was brought from somewhere in the back reaches of the warehouse and presented to Jamie.
Thank you. Perhaps we will seek you out again,
Raddick said. Jamie opened the chest and counted the coins before he handed it to Shannon.
Good luck, Raddick,
Travis said as they left, walking the horses out. Shannon took the lead as they moved into the city of Port Hall to find a place to rest and plan the next move.
What did we just help smuggle?
Gallus asked.
Load stones,
Shannon said,
headed to Ramdell to try to stabilize the barrier shield along its coast.
So, a good thing?
Gallus asked.
Yes, a good thing,
Shannon confirmed. He pulled up his hood and led the way at a fast pace. End of Chapter 61. Continue with Chapter 62, Homecoming. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 62, Homecomings. The highlands of Azir rolled down suddenly like a lake spilling over a long, even dam. The ridgeline itself was called the Rim, while the slope that fell steeply down to the lowlands was called the Bank. It rushed down in a single sweep with only one break in its amazing uniformity, the River Keef. Built into the bank, along the river was the great city of Immerish. There the highlands, the river, and the lowlands met. Overlooking a great fjord, the city was unlike any in the world, and uniquely Aziran. The city faced west with its back to the bank. A great wall was built to protect it from avalanches from higher up. The massive wall swept out east and west to shelter and buffer the city like the wings of a great bird. Tykael suspected the snow at the wall's foot would last well into summer. The river Keef poured over the rim, born of glaciers far to the north. It roared and cut its way down the bank and into the city. At the King's Hall, it split and cut along either side of the ancient building, rushing into channels and waterways throughout the city, to rejoin itself and tumble down to the King's Fjord. The city was built of massive black and gray stone and had changed only in small measure since it was built countless millennia ago. Little could stand up to the weight of the great snow loads of an Aziran winter. No wooden structure could hope to carry the burden, so even the newer buildings were made of the same great stones as the older parts of the city. No money had been spent here to alter the aging areas, and clearly much of the wealth had been stripped away. Ivan's expression said a great deal of just how much had been taken. He shook his head sadly.
Not so much as a single banner,
he muttered. Tykael stood with Ivan looking down from the rim at the city, not sure what to say. With the fall of darkness, The twinkle of lights below hinted at life, but it all seemed oddly dark. TyKale scanned over the city, trying to guess at the numbers that lived within its perimeters. He had expected a city for sure, but nothing so big. He had imagined the Eziran capital to be just a massive village, but not the true city he saw below. He guessed it had to hold several 100,000 homes. He felt a little embarrassed at himself to think the capital would be anything less.
"This is where you grew up?"
he asked Ivan.
"Oh, certainly not. This is where we had to come some winters for certain feasts or such. A bear has his den, but he does not spend his summers within it. I grew up on the highlands and out on the high moor."
"It's bigger than I thought,"
TyKale admitted.
"It's grown. I suppose fewer go out on the moors now and need more room here, but it's all Eziran built from what I see. That's good. I'm sure once we get closer, much will show the touch of Jerome, but that can be erased if the stones are Eziran. You can see the line sort of there, how the older stones have the great timbers built into the buildings, and the newer places you see no timbers at all."
"I thought that was just the difference between wealth or not,"
TyKale said.
"No, we built all buildings together as a single people, not as individuals. No lone man could move the great stones. The higher houses will have finer carved timbers, but all the city was built to work as one, for the people as a whole. Few actually lived here all year, mostly women with small children and the very old. Now it seems they all live in cities always. How very sad."
They moved down the slope as soon as it was dark. They knew they were not alone. There were others on the slopes, moving in low, fast, and silent. They were arriving. The warriors of Azir were slipping into the city.
"To Imarish,"
TyKale heard himself whisper, and knew Ivan grinned. They came to the wall but did not follow it as TyKale expected. Ivan reached up and found fingerholds and began to climb the wall itself. TyKale followed suit. He was a little surprised to find the wall was rough and had deep holds. It was easy to climb. It was little more work than taking a ladder up. He wondered if that was on purpose or chance. On the top of the Great Wall they paused. Ivan nodded to him to make sure he was good. The moons were coming up, first Alphen, then Omgan, both in stunning great crescents that would trace across the sky for several hours before they set. They paused to take in the view of the lights of Imarish and the dark waters at the base of the city. The moons, the sky full of stars, and bands of softly undulating pale green light all reflected off the waters of the fjord, almost in mirror perfection. TyKale breathed in the view.
"I'm glad I'm here,"
he said.
"I am glad I get to help you reclaim this place. It just feels right."
"You have no idea how glad I am that you are here as well,"
Ivan said, and dropped a hand on TyKale's shoulder. Ivan stood a moment, then sat on the edge of the wall and just jumped down. He swore when he landed a little poorly and stung the bottoms of his feet. He hopped a few times, then looked up. The drop had to be at least 50 feet.
"Jump," Ivan said. "I'll catch you."
TyKale sat on the top of the wall, putting his legs over, and looked down at the man below. The distance was much further than he had any wish to fall. The wall was far taller on the inside than the outside. TyKale looked back and wondered if maybe it only seemed that way because there was still snow on the outside, or maybe the snow was deeper than he thought. He swore, squeezed his eyes shut, and jumped. He was about to look when Ivan easily caught him. TyKale opened his eyes as Ivan set him down gently on the ground.
"Light as a bird,"
Ivan teased him.
"You doubt I'd catch you?"
"No, or I'd not have jumped, but it's a long way down."
"Haha,"
Ivan chuckled.
"Let's go find an alehouse."
He put his arm around TyKale as a friend and comrade and headed into his long-lost city. The city of Ulambak was far more depressing than Oirion had been prepared for. Once a beautiful city, every inch of it was now filled with poverty and filth. The water channels were the worst part of it. They no longer ran, but were stagnant and stank. They often bubbled up and fouled waters went rushing down the streets after heavy rainfall, or where blockages had broken free. Sewage ran in clay pipes that were laid along the sidewalks, but the pipes were often broken in places and poorly fixed, if at all, so that refuge ran down the streets in reeking rivulets. The underground infrastructure was clearly in ruin. Once boulevard parks had run down the center of wide avenues, but wooden complexes of apartments had been built to replace them. They often rose up 5 or more stories, blocking light and air, and many were so poorly built that they were falling apart. The buildings of ancient design were divided up into smaller rooms, boarded over and often lost to the filth. Many of them had plaster molding tacked to them to dress them up in the fashion of the empire under Jerome. Traffic crammed together, jolted, and fought for passage down the now narrow streets. Carts, carriages, riders, and all those on foot pushed and lurched together with little to no order at all. Oirion felt ill. He recalled the glory and beauty of the city as it had been in the time of Master Silverwood. He could not express his grief at the state of the city, but his own feelings were reflected in both Grim and Shannon's faces. Unlike Killaben and its deep poverty with no hope, here there was work, but pay was little, just enough to possibly eat and maybe even keep an apartment. It made the people fight for the work that was to be had and to undercut each other in their efforts to get ahead. The tension and rivalry was almost tangible and made all horses restless and dangerous in the crowds. So massive was the city, to those who had never been there or who had to walk the streets, the size was unimaginable. It seemed utterly endless. Even Jamie and Eldwar, who had lived in Killaben, found the size impressive. Most who lived in the city of Ulambach stayed in the city for their entire lives without ever leaving its borders. It took them hours on foot to make their way across Port Hall to the walls of Ulambach itself. They reached it just after dark. They were all tired and ready for a meal and bath when Shannon picked an inn under the wall that rose up where once Ulambach had ended in ancient times. The wall was stained black and moss-covered, except along the very top. If one looked close enough, lines could be seen that had run along the stone, crisscrossing in graceful elegance, in representation of wind, water, and energy. Along the top of the wall, where some of the original stone still showed, stains seemed to bleed down from those lines. In the days of the true empire, those lines had glowed with inner light. They had connected all the city, every light post, every home and hall, everything, and all of it worked with the grace of the emperor. Rich or poor, emperor or beggar, all had access to light, heat, and clean water. Now the light was long gone, and the walls had gone dark with the poor rule of a once grand city. Oirion had to wonder that, even if Dave was made emperor, would the magic come back to life, or was it so ruined it was beyond repair? Would the knowledge to repair the broken lines even exist anywhere, or was that also lost? Shannon went to the bar, ignoring the others, and sat alone, ordering several shots of whiskey before he retreated to his room. Oirion and Jamie sat together at a small table, playing cards, but saying little. They ordered a meal and ate in silence, then retreated to a shared room to get sleep. The others stayed up only a while before they went to their own beds and tried to sleep as well.
You know, it scares me,
Jamie said.
What does?
Oirion asked from the dark of the room. He wasn't asleep, and there was no reason to pretend he was.
Being alone, almost worse, being with anyone else. It was very hard, you know, to learn to trust and to allow the bond to work. Once it did, though.
He sighed heavily.
What if I become like my father? What if without your strength I am not strong enough to be any good?
Oirion sat up, rubbing at his weary eyes, and leaned on his knees. He looked to where his troubled partner lay on the second cot in the dark room.
Honestly, Jamie, I think something was thrown off the path and the angels are scrambling to try and save us all. For whatever reason, you and I are part of it. Trust they will not abandon us.
They abandoned Shannon,
Jamie whispered.
Who am I compared to him?
There is a reason, a plan, that much I know. I think, like in a game of strategy, you and I are set up to be able to move in various directions if they need us to. Consider if Armond came to you and asked you if, for the price of the bond, you would sacrifice it to save Pert, to stop an endless war, to save the world or the soul of one robbed of all things. You might not be a priest at this very moment, but if you were, Could you be healing, Shannon? I think not.
I can think through it like that, but it still scares me.
Whatever happens, Jamie, you and I have been through 70 years together, and bond or no bond, that remains, and we will always be brothers.
Jamie sat up as well and tossed the blanket aside.
I don't think we will all live through this. I just pray Shannon is not taken down for this woman he seems so insistent on saving.
He tugged at his wild curls and attempted to bind them back.
Like I told Travis, Armond is not the only angel involved. We are not going into this alone.
I hope you're right, Oirion. I just wish I might have healed Shannon more than he is. I can see how hard of a time he is having, and I understand it from a healer's point of view, but he does not seem ready for this.
None of us are,
Oirion said. They sat in the dark for a while before Jamie lay back down and tried to sleep. Oirion stayed up later, then forced himself to lie down. He had tried to reassure Jamie, but had the same doubts and worries as his partner. This was an insane quest that Shannon was on. It seemed highly unlikely they would survive, and it felt like he was walking into the gates of hell, a lamb to the slaughter. Sleep was nightmare. It had been that way since his return to the realm of men. His nightmares were spun of the horrors of the last days he had spent as a mortal man. There was no escape. He knew what was going to happen, knew he could not break free, and knew the horror that was about to unfold when they shredded Alicia's gown away. He wanted to scream, to wake up, to escape the nightmare, but it was as if he was back there, unable to do anything but remain helpless and caught. Shannon started to reach for power, any power to escape, then felt a cool touch on his arm, and he was out of the palace of Rasha and on the high peaks of the mountain pass of the Orc Mountains in Bracken. Tavia knelt before him, her hand on his arm as he sat with his aching body against the ice and stone wall behind him. He still wore the nightrobe he had worn when Jerome had come to his home and destroyed TyRaddick, casting him on the path to becoming Shannon. They had been here before, once she had begged him to rest, to eat, to be okay. He was back in that moment. Her tear escaped her eyelashes and ran down her cheek. Once he had denied himself taking the energy he so needed. He had held himself in check and tried to deny the depth of his emotions towards this quiet woman. This time, he did not deny himself, but took her face in his bare hands and kissed her cheek, kissed the tear, tasting it. For 5,000 years, all things sensual were tarnished with the nightmare of what he had witnessed, and the sensual had become nothing but a tool to provoke energy from others. This, however, held none of that. It was pure, simple. It was mortal. That act, that one kiss, the touch of his hands on her skin without being Shannon, without being a vampire, was breathtaking and beyond any words he might have tried to summon up to explain. He could not let go, but wasn't sure what else he could ask for. Her fingertips touched the backs of his hands.
"Are you all right?"
she whispered, her breath on his cheek. He couldn't help himself but to kiss her cheek again, softly and lingering, soaking in every texture of it, the warmth of her skin, the taste of her tear, the feel of his own lips on her cheek. He was terrified to answer, as it might break the dream, and for once he wanted to linger. For one moment he was TyRaddick again. He was just a man, given the chance to touch another as nothing more than just a touch of flesh. She started to say something again, but he stopped her with a kiss to her lips. He could feel her breath. He could taste the energy, and it was untainted. It did not provoke dark feelings or desires. He almost couldn't imagine her reacting to him, but she did. The slightest intake of her breath and a return of the kiss sent an energy through him that had not moved in him for so long he had forgotten how it truly felt. His body reacted, and he only wanted her closer. He reached for her and pulled her to kneel over his lap with his left hand, keeping his right on her jaw, touching her neck and cheek, her hair tangled in his fingers. She moved to him, returning every breath with trembling, uncertain motion. She looked at him from where she knelt, her fingers slipping back into his hair. She searched his face, studied his every line. He held her with his hands pressed against the line of her waist, warm and solid, real in his grip.
"What are you doing to me?"
she asked. He struggled with what to say, but fumbled for words. She looked about to pull away, with tears of a different sort in her eyes. He wasn't doing anything. He was dreaming, caught in a moment that he did not want to ever end.
How could you not know?
He asked, afraid the sound of his voice would shatter the dream.
You have no idea how much I wanted you then, but couldn't even begin to do anything about it. Don't.
He wiped away her tears with his thumbs. She pulled his braid from behind him, unwound it as she struggled to think about what she was going to do or say. He just watched her, his hands pressed to her thighs, just to feel her as a solid, warm thing. As she got the last of his hair undone, combing her fingers in it, he slid his hands up her back and pulled her closer to kiss her. He was aware of every detail, from the snowflakes that had begun to fall, to the way the fabric of the silk she wore wrinkled under his hands as he slid them up her back to pull her body closer. All thoughts beyond her were gone. It felt so right, and as if he could just get her to him, he might be whole in a way nothing else could make him. It felt as if she could heal him, but just as he moved to address the clothing between them, in one blink he went from the dream back to his room in the inn. He caught his breath, as if he had been jerked through a gate and dropped back in the chair with brutal force. His body ached, trembled, and objected against being denied. Everything that it was to be Shannon came crushing down, roaring up and suffocating him. Like crashing from a blood high, he felt broken and destroyed all over again. His body rebelled, and he felt the dry heaves coming on. He stumbled to the side table where a pitcher of water stood. He tried to pour himself a cup, but his hand shook too much, and he was doubled over as his body screamed against what he was. He all but fell to the floor, unable to keep himself up. Anything of the dream he tried to hold on to became stained, tainted, and provoked the dark hungers and lusts of what he was now. As his body rebelled and escaped his command, he fought to hold on to it, to the taste of the tear, the skin of her cheek, of her mouth. He wanted to save it uncorrupted, but he couldn't. He could not understand it. His mind tried to sort it out. What sort of magic might have been used to do that to him? It was cruel. It had to be Jerome. He had to have learned that Shannon knew her, and he was moving to attack Shannon as once he had taunted and teased him with the memory of Alicia. Slowly, Shannon caught his breath between heaves and realized he had been crying as well, which didn't help. Crying never helped. His new lungs revolted against the unsteady breath and left him gasping for air like a child who has cried for too long.
"Here,"
Oirion said softly. Shannon lifted his head and looked at the cup of water Oirion held out. Oirion pressed it into his hand. Shannon had not even felt Oirion slip into his room, but had to admit on a deep level that he was glad he was not alone. Shannon took a sip before he curled his hair behind his ear. He took a slow breath that ended up in a stuttering gasp for air. He took another sip and made himself swallow it.
"You want to talk about it?"
Oirion asked.
No,
Shannon said, still trying to master his breath. He put his hand on his chest and shook his head.
This is pathetic,
he muttered in Crusen.
"I had a dream tonight,"
Oirion said, as he took the chair Shannon had sat in earlier when he had tried to trance down and rest.
"About you and me."
You want to talk about it?
Shannon asked with almost a chuckle, but it threatened to turn into tears again.
Dear God, Jamie has turned me into an emotional wreck.
"No,"
Oirion said.
"I do not want to talk about it, but I am going to anyway. I need the truth about it, and it needs to be open between us."
He sat on the bedside and leaned forward on his knees and interlaced his fingers.
"Once you told me that there was something about me that you didn't want to look at too closely, something that didn't fit. Well, I think we know what that was."
He gestured to his new face.
"But my dream was about the night after the healing in the tent outside Ulam Ar. I was desperate, and we both know it. I cannot even begin to describe the pain I was in, but you know, don't you? When you put me to sleep, you took it, didn't you? Maybe more than just the pain."
Shannon stood up to try to make his new lungs expand and stop jerking inside him. He closed his eyes.
The R almost shattered me for that little slip,
he said with his eyes closed, not looking at Oirion.
"Even then, even if I had understood what you had done, I would not have cared. You could have broken me then, and we both know it.
Shannon took another sip and shook his head.
It is no excuse. I tried to offer you rest. I did not mean to slip in my control.
Oirion nodded.
I will say again, I think this is a very bad idea. I think you should stop and listen to those of us who love you, and mostly listen to Travis. He is in tears downstairs. If you do go through with this, you have my permission to do whatever you must for the greater good of Pert.
Shannon looked at him, his breath finally calming.
Travis is that upset?
You know he is.
Shannon caught his long hair in his hand and drew it over his shoulder to look at it a moment before he pulled it back and bound it at the base of his neck with a bone hairband that he pulled from his vault. He refilled the cup with water.
He knows. Jerome knows that she is a weakness. He has already begun to use it. I cannot turn back now. His focus is on Arwen's and he thinks us there. We have one chance. I will be no good. I will be in ruin if I cannot be certain she is safe from him.
He lifted his gaze to Oirion.
I would do no less for you, for Theo, for Travis. Think of her, Oirion. Think of what he will do to her body and her soul. Can you walk away so easily?
No.
Oirion said softly.
I cannot, but I am not the king of Norwood. The fate of Pert does not hinge on my command of soul. Let me and Dave go in. We can go in alone. Get to the yard. Find her. Hide and wait for Theo to find the gate of your father. You do not need to go in.
Shannon tried to force a smile.
What is the difference? If you are taken? If Dave is, if either of you die, it's over. If you are taken, dear God.
He half laughed at himself.
You have no idea how bad that would be.
If I die, the bond shatters but floods to Jamie. You have a backup. He is a healer, and that might be a bit more difficult for you to deal with. But he is there. He can pull you back, and he will do it if he must.
And if Dave dies?
Then some other line of Von can take the throne once Tyrell is denounced. Jamie, perhaps, or Theo. God only knows who else is out there who is worthy. Armond is not the only angel. He will surrender his direct line to save Pert.
Shannon turned from Oirion and went to the small window of the room to watch the sky slowly growing light. He needed to think. End of Chapter 62. Continue with Chapter 63, Crystal Truth. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 63, Crystal Truth. Theo had not planned to be away from the capital for more than a day, but he had found a battle at his door and been forced to stay. He knew he would be missed at court. He was not surprised at all to find that most of the court had gathered for whatever reason. Now there was a very heated argument between Garben Warshan and several other lords of the court. Garben stepped back red-faced and furious. Then he saw Theo walking up. The court fell back a step, bowing, as the king entered the great hall. Bishop Rayler stood just to the side, looking almost as upset as the Duke, but not seeming to be on either side of the argument. Theo walked to the men and stood calmly before them, wishing Harold had not lagged and fallen so far behind him.
Your Grace, why is my court arguing? Why are there raised voices in my hall?
He asked the Duke, using the ancient form of speaking, the Perton whisper, to make it very clear how out of line yelling was.
Your absence, Your Majesty, left some of the court to question your ability to rule. I merely suggested that you had gone to see to the young Lord Harold and should not be judged so harshly.
Warshan said flawlessly in the whisper, proving his ancient heritage and power. Theo folded his hands, interlacing his fingers before him. He needed this court. He needed their guards and their money for any hope of holding Owens together. War was here. They just didn't know it yet.
Your Majesty.
One of the men who had been yelling at Warshan stepped forward.
The court worries for the line of lords. Your affection for Lord Harold is understandable, but my king, we need an heir.
The man came weighted with plots and power, with the sway of many men behind him. He was seeking to gain power, and the power he wanted was that which he planned to strip from Theo. What was implied was out of line, and angered Theo at once. Theo looked at the man, almost in shock at the idea presented by the tone and attitude of the young lord. For a single moment, He wished he had not told Harold the truth, or that he had promised to not make him a prince, but Theo could feel the weight of the accusation, the jealousy, the hatred for such relationships within his court. The court was shifting away from him. He needed them. Even with all the blackmails and all the bribes, loss of control was a danger. He would utterly fail if he lost them and if they deserted in force.
"He's my son, you idiot,"
Theo said to the man with as much contempt and disgust as he could summon.
"You want an heir? There you go."
He pointed at Harold, who stood back by the door, suddenly looking very pale. There was stunned silence in the room. Theo took advantage of it.
"I did not leave on a whim,"
he scolded them.
"I left to fulfill my duties as king."
He held out an image capture stone on his hand. It was one of the larger ones that had captured the entire Battle of Torin from the vantage of just behind and beside him. In this there would be no images of Shannon or the fate of the dragons, but everything else would be seen. He held it out.
"I was commanded by Ishtel,"
he said firmly, hoping the angel forgave his lie.
"Orwen's was attacked. Magic of the darkest sort was sent against us. An army marched on our borders, and while you all stood about arguing over whom I spend my time with, Orwen's was at war."
He motioned the crowd to move before he set the stone on the floor and activated it with a tap on its round, smooth surface. Before the court, the scene was laid out, the armies gating in.
"Jerome has betrayed Pert, if that is Jerome at all and not some impostor, and all of you will stand here and watch this."
"Your Majesty, surely,"
the bishop began.
"Your Grace,"
Theo cut him off.
"Watch."
He pointed to the stone.
"My heart is as broken as yours, but the truth is right before you. My being a true king means I was blessed by the line of Armond. Jerome fears that more than anything. To learn the heir to the throne of Pert was in Owen's was too much. He moved to try and destroy us both. Now watch."
He moved to the grand chair at the head of the room that may as well have been a throne. He took a seat and motioned Harold to join him. Harold uneasily crossed the room and sat beside Theo with a very unhappy expression.
"You said you were not going to tell anyone,"
Harold breathed, almost as if he was afraid to speak so to the king.
"I know. I'm sorry."
Theo looked over at his son.
"We need the court to keep Owen's alive, and they were shifting away. If it calms their nerves for the moment, then... for the moment. Please understand."
Harold bowed his head and stared at his hands. Theo sighed and looked back to the battle, just as he sent the first volley of bolts against the army of Jerome. The court watched as the battle played out. All the hesitations and still moments sped up. Theo watched Rayler as the demon spider was summoned up and sent against them. The man covered his eyes and began to weep. Theo felt sorry for him, but truth had to be known. He looked away from the broken bishop to study the court, as they watched their king stand up to the army and use magic and force. They could see flickers of other sorcerers at his sides, and for one moment Gallus stepped into the image as he moved to cast out his own magics. The battle played out move by move, the sun sinking down and the moons coming up. The court could not look away. In their eyes, there was a dawning reality of the truth. The stone went silent, just after the gate of Jerome took his broken army away. Slowly, all eyes went to Theo, many with tears in them. The look of shocked disbelief after the hours of war they had been forced to watch was in all of them, and Theo had their attention for once. What they had seen could not be denied. Theo leaned forward on a knee and looked at his lords.
"Jerome will move against Owen's in force and seek to destroy us. His hand has been revealed and he now has nothing to lose. His darkness will infect all he touches. I call on you, my lords, to gather in resources, to set up stock to last out this battle. Prepare places for the refugees off the borders, and prove your place as lords of Owen's."
He rose and looked at them, almost sorry for them in their shock and the sudden change of life.
"I tell you all good news,"
he said to them, so all could hear clearly.
"The line of Armond lives. You could not see him in this image, as he stood behind and upon a tower fighting to avert the storm from warping, but I assure you he was there."
He let that sink in.
"Norwood is our ally and has drawn a bit of its barrier south to aid us. They sealed their border to protect the last heir of Armond from the man we call Pontiff. We do not stand alone. Please know that within your lifetimes we may well see the true son of Armond standing on the cliffs of Ulambak, with the city lit by his mere presence. And you, my lords, who are bold enough, brave enough, and true enough to stand and fight for that day will be rewarded when the crown is upon his brow.
He drew a deep breath and nodded.
Please, go to your places. Consider well the moves to make, and know the world will again find Owens the strongest kingdom to ever stand.
He motioned a dismissal, and men began to turn away.
Bishop Rayler, a word.
The bishop went to him and dropped to a knee, his head bowed to hide the tears he tried to wipe away. Theo waited for the room to empty before he pulled the bishop to his feet. He knew that haunted, broken look in the man's eyes. He had seen it in Riven's eyes and in Orion's eyes, as they had stood and faced the army of Jerome to save the nomads of Bracken. It was the look of a priest who had just lost all he knew.
Forgive me, my king,
Rayler whispered, ashamed of his tears and sniffles. Theo shook his head.
Rayler, my good priest, I have more to tell, but few I will whisper this truth to.
He took the man's hands and held them.
Armond has chosen a true pontiff,
he whispered as he looked into the bishop's eyes.
I have seen him. I have spoken with him, and he travels with the heir of Pert. For now he does so with a hood up and his blessed state hidden as best he can, as Jerome does not yet know. Until the time is right, Jerome must not know. Do not grieve, do not falter in your devotions and prayers. Let the truth be a light in your heart. The angels are with us.
Rayler wanted to believe it, but he was too pertinent to adapt so quickly. Harold rose and touched the man's elbow, as if to confirm the king's word.
I have met him as well. He has shattered demons and restored the dead to life. He has lifted his hand with the power of the angels, and he stands against Jerome with only mercy and forgiveness in his eyes, but also with a firm will and a father's love for Pert. You will see, Bishop, and you will know joy when you see the light of heaven in his eyes, and you will know without doubt that you have taken the right path, that your angels are real, and that all you hold dear is more present than ever you dared to think.
Bishop Rayler seemed to take courage in the words, and stood a bit taller. He nodded.
I will seek to share hope with the people.
The city of Auman Ran glows like no other. The lights flicker back to life in Arwens. Soon other kingdoms will come to the call of Armond, and Pert will know its true emperor.
Harold said. Rayler took the king's hands and kissed them fervently. He looked at Harold and smiled a tight, almost nervous, but clearly grateful smile before he stepped back. Theo let the bishop go before he turned to Harold.
Nicely done,
he smiled.
Poor Rayler,
Harold said.
I guess my being called out as a prince isn't nearly as difficult as having one's entire life be shattered with a single insight.
I will live a long time, Harold. You don't have to worry about it much. Your tasks will change little. Only your position at the table and the power you can wield will change.
You know, showing them that stone revealed a bit of your own power. I think they will think twice about your anger.
I hope so,
Theo chuckled.
Come, let's get us a meal and a bottle of wine before we set to work.
End of chapter 63. Continue with chapter 64. Gates. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 64. Gates. The weather was felt at once and made Theo's ears pop as he entered the city of Torin. He left the small room that was the key to the portal. Few, if any, would know he had left, as here he did not need to have guards who would track his motions, and there would be no events where his presence was required. He cut for the long stairs down to the Master Keep. The stairs wound down into the earth far below the level fields about it, and likely as deep as the lands of Forley. Here power swirled and hummed, like the heart of a mother to a child within her womb. It was warm and lifted away the outer world as if Theo was sinking into an entirely different realm. On the smooth floor glowed glyphs so ancient, no books contained them, and no mortal eyes had seen them except for Theo and his few chosen. He pulled his boots off before he walked out on the warm stone into the very heart of the power that flowed here. As he stepped deeper into the energy, it felt as if he was stepping into a dream. This time he was not here to unlock soul stones, but to fulfill Ishtel's true request. Here, he had thought to pass through into his sanctuary and ask Child to try to help him find the lost army of the Emperor. Here, he would have great access to power should he need it. He settled his feet on the floor and was about to move when the light about him reflected off a dragon that seemed to be within the energy, and yet not there at all. He lay before Theo, unconfined by the size of the tower, but as if the tower walls were not there at all.
"What is it you seek, King of the Arwens?"
the dragon asked in a voice that was remarkably like Theo's father's voice when the old man was sane. Theo wasn't sure what to say to that. Having a dragon in his fortress seemed an odd thing, certainly after the darkest of abyssal dragons had been summoned over this very fortress just days before.
"You forget me,"
the dragon almost laughed. He stretched and let his claws flex like a cat waking from a long soak in the sun. Theo recalled all at once the soul stone his mother had once had, the dragon soul, the soul he had hidden and set free. Even at the thought, he could see Child playing in the distance, as if contained in a world within the dragon, chasing butterflies and running through tall grass.
"Child,"
Theo whispered.
"My descendant, even as he is yours,"
the dragon said.
"Tell me, Nehemiah, Great One, what is it that you rouse me to aid you in seeking?"
Theo was a little confused by the use of his name, known only to the side of his soul that was a necromancer, but it seemed to snap him back to focus.
"Tyrell and his lost army."
"Child cannot aid you in that. He hears whispers of the lost souls and reaches out, but his prison is not that of the stone army of Pert."
"Who is Child? How can he dwell within my sanctuary? And if he was not there with Tyrell's army, how does he gather them in his hands? How does he know them?"
"Child is us, my brother. He dwells within your soul, like a fetus hidden and safe within a mother. Hidden, not yet revealed. He is the potential of a new age, of a new race, of healing between souls."
"He is unborn?"
Theo asked.
"Unborn, yes."
The dragon smiled, almost amused.
"Dragons can hold an egg, stall it, but once it forms in the depth of a heart, it cannot be removed. The drive to give life will force a mother to produce her egg for any sire to claim. She has no control at that point. Child is his mother's child. Beyond that, all things of Child will become dependent on the sire."
"Evil seeks to be that sire, then,"
Theo said sadly.
"Several evils,"
the dragon said.
"But those whom you call angels seek also. Is this what you summoned me for? To ask things you already know, even if you do not yet see them clearly?"
"No,"
Theo said.
"I seek the army of Tyrell. Can you aid me?"
The dragon lifted his head in thought, closed his eyes, and considered.
"When a gate is made, if the key holders are tossed into panic and have the goal of finding a safe haven, they cast their energy such. Should more than one of them be so torn, their energy would spin out like a spider's web, and at that point, the gate fails. It opens wherever that energy line has taken them. Find the crosshairs of the homes of the gatecasters, and you will find the fail point. Learn the names of the gate holders, and use the power of a necromancer to awaken them. Only they can rebuild the gate. Once those souls refocus, then you can aid them, call them home to the point they sought."
"I do not have means to learn the names,"
Theo said.
"No records have survived, Jerome."
"No records have. You are Nehemiah, the Great One. Awaken your own inner power and ask those who were there. Look back in time, see the faces, go unto the shadows, necromancer."
Theo knew the dragon would soon be gone, and he had one more question that perhaps no other might know.
"The orb upon my staff. It warms, it feels,
The dragon bowed his head.
The souls of mortal men are like fragile planets cast into the universe. The souls of angels are like suns, calling those lost planets home, giving them paths to follow, offering life, giving warmth to their surface, fire to their depths, and the glory of sunrise. Love her, for she loves you, and has found peace in your hand. She is your fallen star.
Why are you here? Why do you aid me?
The dragon laughed, a great warm laugh that seemed to carry through time and space.
Ha 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 ha, for I am you, and you are me. We are but reflections of one another, in another time, in another place. Souls do not die. Power does not scatter like chaff in the wind, but moves like gold along an ancient stream bed.
The dragon was gone, and Theo was left watching Child, an older version of Child, a boy of 5 or so, running and laughing, his red hair free, wearing the clothes of an Owen's hillman, with a thong of leather about his brow. He was laughing and running to Theo, who reached to catch the boy who leapt at him. But there was no boy, just a swirl of energy. Theo stood a long time he could not feel, before he went back up the stairs to his office to think.
Sire.
Vin stepped into the office.
He has gated. To where?
He seemed to know exactly why Vin was there.
Tuslang. He tried to get further in, but the shield of Norwood kept scattering his attempts to lock onto a site.
Is the army ready?
Yes.
March at once. I will send elites on foot and portal myself there momentarily.
Vin bowed. He turned to go, then stopped.
Theo, my friend.
He switched to Poussin.
I have powers of my own I might use against Jerome. It might rattle his mind to see my face and know that I live. Might I go to war as myself?
Yes, Vin.
Theo bowed his head.
When you meet me in Tuslang, you shall be the Lord of Pusa that you are. One thing then?
What is that?
I have never asked your story. I would like to know it.
Indeed, I think it best you should.
Vin bowed and slipped out to portal back to command the army to move to Tuslang. Theo left his office to find the closest elite. The man was just down the hall, standing guard-like where he could see 3 directions, up and down, and to the next floor, with an incredible view. It was a very great spot to stand and overhear snippets of conversation from any of the open directions. Theo stood beside him a moment, impressed that he had not seen how great a spot it was to stand.
I need you in Tuslang as fast as you and the others can get there. Jerome has gated in.
The elite bowed his head and went at once. Theo stood another moment, then headed for a portal to get to the city. Theo could risk using a portal, as it would be nothing but a small flicker of power that would be lost in the massive waves and roar of the gate magic that rocked against the city. Theo felt the waves of energy as soon as he stepped out of the small closet that he had made into a portal in one of the smaller royal houses of Tuslang. Stepping from the closet, the lines of power in the ancient hallway he entered flushed, and light flowed faintly out from his presence, as if his actual person had triggered the magic to awaken here in the city. He noticed, but put it aside for now. He might have to take the time to visit every old city and building to get the powers to flow, but that was not the task for the day. He needed to focus on other things. He needed to get to where he could see and find out what was happening. He wasted no time as he moved through the house to get to where he had a view of Jerome's army on the Forli plain, just beyond the Owen's border. Tuslang, unlike Torin, was not a fortress and had not truly ever been. It was a city on the border between friendly kingdoms and built on trade and agriculture. The city was just a few miles east of the Forli border, with just a couple of great flagpoles to mark the line between kingdoms. Owen's flag flew on the pole to the north, and Forli flew to the south. They didn't even have border guards. Theo reached a place where he could look down the street and see beyond the city, as the land rolled down toward Forli. Amassing just beyond the flagpoles, he could see the army like a carpet of red and black. All around him, people had gathered to see what was happening. They whispered with both excitement and fear. Already the air buzzed with energy. Any more magic and a storm would build, drawing the threat of warp from the northeast to here. This time Shannon was not here to help. Theo would have no backup with the battle that most certainly would happen, or the warp that was more than likely to happen, which would affect close to 1 million souls just in the city alone.
He's gone utterly insane,
Theo said, somehow surprised Jerome would really try this again already.
The king,
someone whispered. Theo began to feel looks and tried to ignore them for the moment. He wasn't sure what his plan was yet, and he might not want to be known. A small child was pushed forward. The boy looked up at him uncertainly.
Sire, are you...
He almost looked ready to start crying.
Are you the king?
Theo smiled at him a little.
Do I look like a king?
He asked. The boy just nodded a little.
Then you are very brave to come and ask me. It is better to be certain than to be mistaken in such a serious matter. Yes, I am TyRaddick, lords. Do you know why I am here?
The boy pointed back to the army that was still getting itself sorted out.
Yes,
Theo said sadly.
The pontiff has been revealed as an impostor. The man who claims to be pontiff is a demon lord. He is a very dark and evil man, and likely the very one who made the Queen Mother go crazy. Now that he knows we know, and that the kingdom of Arwen is loved by the line of Armond, he will stop at nothing to try to destroy us.
The line of Armond is dead,
someone said. Theo looked to find the voice and did only by the energy of it. He saw the man, an older, heavy-jawed human with an eye patch. He looked like a former soldier, one who had likely lost his job and income under the court before Theo.
If the line of Armond is dead, why does the city light under my feet?
Theo pointed to the lines of the ancient city walls which had once been a shop of some sort and were now a soot-stained hostel.
I assure you I have walked with the King of Norwood, and he has stood and fought beside us in Torren when we were attacked just weeks ago. The line of Armond lives, and that terrifies evil men. They move to destroy Arwen and the truth.
Where is your army?
The man asked, almost too sad to care that he spoke so to a king.
On its way.
How did you get here without an army?
The man asked.
No king travels alone.
I do most always. My armies are on the way. Until they arrive, I will do my best to hold the invaders back.
You're one man, king or not.
The older man almost laughed, but the matter was not funny, and the poor fellow was likely ill for the awareness of what was about to befall the city and all in it.
An army is made of just one man at a time. I will go out there alone and hold as long as I can. I will trust to Ishtel to give me strength and speed to the men who have sworn to defend Arwen.
He touched the boy's head and laid a small shield of protection on him with a motion of his thumb on the boy's brow. If there was a warp, this child at least would be somewhat protected. Drawing in a deep breath, he headed down the street. He would meet Jerome and his army in the field beyond the city. He would stand alone if he had to. He wasn't looking forward to it, but he would do what he had to. The crowd parted for him and followed him, but as he reached the last of the buildings, they held back, and he went on alone. He walked out, taking his staff from the sanctuary to make it very clear who he was to the army beyond. Perhaps some had been at Torren and would know him. He chose a spot with an ancient boulder that would give him a solid place to stand. He took a step up and held his staff, leaning on it a little. He centered and breathed deeply, trying to feel the ground and the energy of Arwen under him, as he had so clearly felt it in Torren. He tried to be felt by the ancient magics. He needed them aware that he was here, and that Arwen was in need. If only the wells of Pert would answer that need. He opened his eyes to look at the army less than a mile away. As of yet, they were unconcerned. Either they didn't see him, or they didn't think he was truly a threat. He hoped they would wait until dawn to attack, but his hope was quickly lost as they formed into rank and moved for the road and the flagpoles. Theo lifted his staff and cracked it down. The claws snapped open, and the orb glowed red in his hand. He was not fearful or even angry, just sad to have to, once again, go to war and risking a warp to stop Jerome.
No army geared for war is welcome within the lands of Arwen,
he yelled, using his magic ring to cast his voice for all to hear.
I am TyRaddick, lords, and I demand you lay down arms and fall back, or I will be forced to use my power against you.
They did not even pause.
I didn't think they'd stop, but I had to try.
He told his staff and sighed. He lifted it and brought it down again. As the butt hit the stone, 1,000,000 bolts of blue power shot out of the sky at the army below. They were forced to stop and hold up shields, but the shields they had now held. Theo grumbled and focused another way as he cracked the staff down again. This time, red bolts shot down. They sizzled against the shields, but again they held. Jerome had gotten aid from some source that knew how to shield against a sorcerer and his staff.
Not good,
Theo muttered to himself. The staff flashed a brilliant green in a way it never had before. There was a moment of hesitation. Then the men at the front of the army, who had just reached the flagpoles, gasped and fell to their knees, clawing at their throats as if they were being choked by their uniform collars. Theo didn't waste time. He lifted a hand and shouted the words of a spell, drawing up magics he had never used so openly before. He drew the energy in the air before him, and with his voice and his hand as one, cast it out. Fire flared up along the border of the kingdoms and raced along it both north and south. The flames drove the men back a bit. The wizards on the far side struggled to figure out how to block the magic that had killed the men in the front lines of the army. The flames went down, leaving a band of scorched earth to mark the border. The dead were pulled aside, and the army reformed with yelled orders he could almost hear. The army began again, but as they stepped over the burned mark, it flared up and consumed the men who had gotten too close. This was not going to be easy. He had not the time to build glyphs and lay the magics like the walls of Tauren. Compared to Tauren, his power was limited here. He had no real support and no army. At best, the army of elites would arrive in a day. He needed to buy time, but if his staff was made nearly useless, he was at a serious disadvantage. Theo had only a moment to try to think of another way to fight since his sorcery was mostly ineffective.
Why didn't I think to ready two slang?
He muttered at himself.
Stupid, Theo, just stupid.
His poor kingdom, his poor people. This was a major oversight. He looked over as an old woman joined him. She was dressed as a server woman of some sort. She looked over to Theo and bowed as she dropped her illusion. Out of the old, haggard human mask emerged a Pertan woman. Old certainly, likely over 1,000 years old by the white of her hair and the fine lines about the corners of her eyes, but clearly very Pertan.
Your Majesty.
She bowed her head.
Lady.
He smiled. She drew a deep breath and closed her eyes. Theo could see bands of power move up the flagpoles. They reached the top and arched over toward each other and began to sink down, creating a small barrier shield across the road. Work to break the fire line hesitated, but after just a moment, they kept to it, with only a few wizards redirected to attack the woman. The staff flared green again and deflected the attack back at the army itself, exploding it into their ranks. The old woman got the shield up and lowered her arms.
There is an old ditch line along the border there. It will slow them if they try to walk around my little barrier shield,
she said.
It will break the line up if nothing else. Further south, the ditch fills and becomes a muddy, shallow band that will not allow them to cross well at all.
Theo saw several more people coming down the hill from the city. They came as workers in worn and battered clothes, but as they reached the stone, they dropped illusions to show they were Pertan under human masks. They bowed their heads to him and moved to stand in a line next to the old woman. Each sank into their magics. Theo saw what they were doing, even though he could not do it himself, or truly even affect it much. Each raised up a pillar of power that linked back to the one before it, the first linking to the flagpole so that a wall of interlocking shields began to be built along the northern stretch of the border. As each section linked in, all of them before it grew stronger and more solid. The focus on the fire line was traded for an almost frantic attack on the shields and the makers of them. The staff was rapid to deflect the attacks. Out of the city, more people came. One of them was the man who had spoken to him in the street. He bowed his head and dropped his illusion to be a very old Pertan man. He clearly had been very badly beaten once and half his face had been burned horrifically. So one of his eyes was little more than a slit in a jumble of scar tissue, revealed as he pulled off his eye patch.
I am TyRaddick,
he said.
Once I was Duke of Tuslang.
Again, Duke of Tuslang,
Theo said.
Your Grace.
He bowed his head.
Welcome back to the war against the traitor.
Is it true the line of Armond lives?
Yes. Norwood has safeguarded the line.
You swear it as true king? You swear it on the name of your sires?
Theo stepped down from the boulder he stood on and looked at the man who had both fear and hope in his eyes.
I swear it on all that is holy, to the threat of all that is not. The blood of Armond lives. The heir was in Torren. He fought with Owens against the first attempt of invasion. The barrier of Norwood has been drawn south as far as could be done at the time. I swear it to you.
TyRaddick searched Theo's face a long moment, then sank to a knee and offered his hands up, cupped together, palms up to the king, in a gesture of most ancient Pertan tradition. Theo knew it and was impressed, for all ancient things of Pert held power and purpose. He lightly touched the palm of the man before him.
I will seek always to be worthy,
Theo said honestly, honored at the massive gesture of the wizard lord, offering his body and soul to the service and aid of a true king. With Theo and his level of power, it might just matter. The old duke rose up and turned to the army before Owens, and out of a vault, long unused, he pulled a sword and belt. He wound the belt about his waist in a clearly formal manner. There was power to that as well. Theo looked back to see several more coming down the hill.
How many of you are there?
Theo asked of the Pertan wizards who had been dwelling in secret.
Thousands,
TyRaddick said.
Thousands in Tuslang itself, more in the outlying estates, many more across Pert as a whole.
Theo smiled.
I have not had such good news since Tyrradell of Norwood said he would be staying in Torren for a few days.
He almost laughed.
It seems old Jerome has gotten an ally who is rather good at blocking sorceric magics. If I can find out who and how to fight them, I will be able to do much more.
TyRaddick nodded.
Do what you must, Majesty. We will hold the line.
Theo nodded and planted his staff solidly on the ground, leaned on it and dropped at once into a trance. He passed from the realm of the world onto the great steps that led up to the gate of the abyss. Here in the shadow realm his power was a robe of blackness. Shimmering universes were held deep within the folds, power smoked off him, and his eyes were like obsidian. Gremlins walked beside him like lions of deepest night. He was Nehemiah and feared here. He took the steps knowing such an entrance would be felt and answered. Little demons who lingered at the gates, ever ready to consume any lost souls, whispered about like clouds of gnats. A few larger demons were like skittish creatures in the undergrowth. A demon of far greater power appeared before the gate. He stood looking like a falcon-faced man, naked and aroused. He bent a knee and bowed his head in a submissive manner.
How might I serve you, Great One?
He purred.
I seek the new ally of Jerome, the one who dares to aid him in blocking the magics of Tharadon lords.
The demon lifted his eyes, now very human-like.
Not a demon, my lord,
he said, almost with contempt.
That is all I know, and that I give you freely.
Theo cast the demon an orb of power, energy for its soul to feed on. Nothing came for free, and all good lords of power knew that.
Perhaps I will bring you more for that information. If I knew exactly who it was, I might offer the very soul up to the one who tells me.
I will seek knowledge of it, and should I learn of it before you, I will call unto you and whisper the name,
the demon promised. Theo gave the demon the slightest bow of his head before he stepped back to the world beyond. It had grown dark, and rain was coming down. The warp storm was building, and pressure was coming down out of the north. A cloak had been draped over Theo's shoulder, and the hood drawn up, but also a canopy had been erected over him as well, and the rain pattered on the canvas over his head. He stood thinking on the matter. Not a demon. Who else might have such power?
Not a demon,
he said out loud.
Who then?
Oirion often had dreams more real than the life he led. Most nights he dreamed of being Master Oirion. Somewhere between being awake and deepest sleep, the truths long forgotten and conversations with those long gone came clearly to his mind. Often he sank into deeper sleep, more the master and less the man he was now. How many times he had fallen asleep missing friends, lost to time, he could not count. Tonight, however, this night before they would reach the very walls of the palace of Ulambak, his dreams shifted. So real all else fell away, the dream drew him in. He was cold, so very cold. His lungs hurt and his body did not work. He gasped for air that was so raw it was searing. The bitter cold burned his mouth, his nose, his throat, and his lungs as he struggled to suck it in. He started to cry for the pain. Clothes were stripped from his body, the fabric frozen so stiff it would not bend, before he was lifted up by warm hands. His eyes could not see, blurred with tears, and with his lashes half frozen shut. He was so small, so fragile, and so helpless. He must not die. He was not prepared. Panic, fear, and pain began to drop away as he was gathered into the folds of a cloak. The air was warm. He was tucked within the safety of a strong arm. Oirion began to catch his breath. It was right. He was where he was supposed to be. Never in his lives had he felt so safe, or so like he had found what he was born to find. It felt as if he had come home. The strong, warm hand, gloved in softest leather, wiped his face, thawing his lashes and warming his cheeks, easing the pain in his lungs and nose. A great sense that he had found what he was looking for filled his tiny chest, making flashes of thoughts, of lights and magics, of things too complex and far away to fully surface. He wanted to cheer. Blinking, he saw he was wrapped in black. A warm fur vest was against his naked skin, and a gloved hand covered his entire torso like a warm blanket, melting away the cold and the pain. His heart slowed. Every fragile bone and fiber was at the mercy of that hand. But Oirion knew he was safe now. Oirion gripped the wrist of the man who had saved him and held tightly. He looked up, beyond the warm, dark safety of the arm and the cloak that was about him. The face that looked down on him was a face he knew so well and which made his heart jump. Above him was Shannon. Oirion knew him as he knew him now, for all that he was. Truth was there. It was dream and memory both, but Oirion knew Shannon. He felt the bond between them, felt recognition in their eyes. He saw the Vampire King at his strongest, coldest, and most removed point shed a tear for him. That single tear, shimmering with power, said very well that Shannon felt the bond, knew it for what it was. Yet Oirion knew that Shannon would deny it, carry him home and build shields to block him out. At that moment, Shannon could have taken him, body and soul, simply breathed him in, and been a god. In the moment that they looked at each other, they both knew it. Oirion wanted to cry out to him that he was there to help, to not send him away, to not hand him back to the Henons, but he was too small, too young. Words were not within his ability. Shannon got to his feet and drew the cloak back around the small child in his arms and held him tighter for the walk, to give him back to the world. Oirion started to cry, unable to talk, unable to beg Shannon to not give him back, to not let him go, to not block him out. He did not want to go back. He did not want to endure the struggles they would both face. But Shannon simply covered him inside the cloak and kept walking. Oirion woke with the lingering knowledge that the memory was nothing less than awareness and a recalling of the events and the connection with Shannon. He could feel how it was to be a child, to be held and to be utterly safe, and yet completely at Shannon's mercy. He lay in the small inn cot, holding on to the feeling, until the cold and the ache of his body made him get up. He built up the fire in the small hearth in the room, and wished for the day Dave sat on the throne so the lights of the cities might come on, and need for fires to keep a room warm was gone. As the fire crackled up, he let his mind wander back to the moment he had met Shannon's eyes. It had been that moment, not when he was a young teenager reaching blindly for aid, that the bond had been triggered. No, that was Oirion trying desperately to get back to Shannon, to go home, to be where he was supposed to be. The pain of that rejection, or what had felt like rejection to a child, threatened to consume him. But almost as it did, he felt the storm of emotions and energy ending, as Shannon slammed up a shield so hard that Oirion had to make his ears pop, and he felt dizzy a moment. He drew up his cloak and left his room, heading to the one Shannon had rented on a floor above and down the hallway. He didn't bother to knock, but used magic to open the lock and stepped in. Shannon stood at the table in the small room's open floor space, his hands on the battered surface of old wood. His head hung, shaking. Oirion closed the door softly and lifted a shield to block both magics and sound from the room. Shannon slowly looked up. They were bloodshot, but not as a vampire's eyes, but as a man who had been unable to sleep for way too long and had possibly been crying.
"What do you want?"
Shannon demanded.
"You're the one who woke me up,"
Oirion said sadly.
"You were already awake."
Shannon half growled with a scowl and a shake of his head.
"If you say so, what's happening? I cannot help if you do not talk to me."
Oirion ignored the anger and frustration in Shannon. He knew Shannon recalled the bank of the river where he had found the small child. Even if Oirion had not remembered until now, Shannon always had. It was an odd thing to consider. It explained so much of why Shannon had put up with him in Bracken. The man's mercy and self-control were staggering.
"I'm going insane."
Shannon laughed bitterly.
"I don't know if it's Jamie meddling in my energies, Jerome taunting me, you—"
He threw up his hands.
"I can't trance, I can't sleep. My sanctuary is smoking ruins, dead trees and screams of children. I have no escape. I dream of what it was like to be a mortal man, able to touch another without the darkness and the hellfires. That is all I am now. Dark twisted fire and pain. One moment it's Tavia, the next it's you, and I can't."
He clenched his fists and pressed them against his face, frustration and pain in every word he spoke. Oirion moved. Maybe it was the motivation of the dream, or just the experience of being bonded so long with Jamie. Either way, he went to his suffering partner and caught hold of him. Shannon tried to shove him away, but Oirion grabbed him in a hug, holding him as tightly as once Shannon had held Oirion as a child.
"Just stop,"
Oirion insisted.
"I'm here,"
he said firmly.
"I'm here,"
he said again softly. It was true. He was here, and this time he was not an infant half-drowned and freezing. Shannon's fight failed, and he nearly sagged. Oirion held him up, a shield, a strength, a brother who was not going anywhere. Part of Orion's mind was a little shocked when Shannon started to cry. But part of him, as Master Oirion, stood as a solid guardian who was not afraid. He was protective. He was understanding. He was sorry it had all gone so wrong. He had promised to aid TyRaddick and had failed then, but would not now. There was a shift in the energy between them when Shannon put his arms around Oirion, holding on, needing support. It was the return of the grip Oirion had on Shannon when they had been in that river those years ago in the wilds of Bracken. Oirion felt it, knew it. The partnership was no longer one-sided. Shannon had surrendered to it. Even if he kept up shields to protect Oirion, he had surrendered to the greater power of the bond. It had taken nearly a century, but he had finally given in. Outside, the sun rose, and faint light came through the window. The growing light, perhaps, was the reason Shannon drew in a breath and stepped away. He didn't look at Oirion at all, just went to pour himself a cup of water from the side table and took a small drink.
"You don't have to remind me of this,"
Shannon said, after standing there a long time.
"You should try to sleep,"
Oirion said.
"When we go in there, you need to be rested."
Shannon shook his head.
"I'm better. I just want to get this over with. If things go badly—"
He looked over at Oirion.
"If I have a chance to kill Jerome and end this, I will. His immortality comes from me. You understand? Jerome's death will happen only if the last of the bond is destroyed completely, or I die first, in which case he becomes vulnerable."
"I know,"
Oirion said honestly.
"I'm all right with that. I have already died twice for you. Once more won't matter that much."
Oirion knew very well if Shannon managed to kill himself somehow, Jerome would become mortal and could be killed. The dark reality was that if that happened, It would likely come back up the bond to Oirion, and Oirion would die, or worse, be destroyed. Jaime, in turn, might be pulled along with them, but to end Jerome, it was something they would both accept. Oirion didn't know what magic Shannon was thinking about that might kill him, something that he had not been able to get hold of anywhere else. But the palace of Ulam Bak was sure to have magics capable of killing the Vampire King. Shannon wiped his face of the dried tears and looked to the window.
I wonder at times how things might be now, if I had kept you, if I had not given you back to your family.
It's a thing we can't change. You made the choices you felt best for good reasons. If nothing else, I learned to be a stubborn fighter for the life I have led.
Shannon almost laughed.
I think you were born a stubborn fighter.
He moved to wash his face, undo his hair, and brush it quickly before re-braiding it. He picked up his pack as Oirion waited and watched.
Let's get this over with.
I'm right behind you,
Oirion said, opening the door for the King of Norwood. Theo had not expected to have any true aid come out of the city, but when TyFannic had said there were thousands, he was not exaggerating. A dozen or more canopies had been lifted over the wizards who stood in place, holding the shield that was being hammered on by Jerome's magics. Theo stayed under his smaller canopy and watched the light swirl and wash over the shield that held back the army. The army would break the shields, both sides knew it, but the wizards stayed in place. Already several wizards had gone down, and others had stepped up to fill space. Those who fell were carried back up to the city, but others remained unflinching. They had waited too long for this, and were very ready for it.
Your Grace.
Theo called for the Duke. The man appeared in under a minute, having run to Theo's call. He bowed.
You called for me?
How well do you know the city?
Very,
he said.
I've lived here a long time.
I think it will be better to pull back to the city to give us the high ground and to get the wizards in. I think they are giving too much too fast. Keep in mind we are only buying time for the moment. Vin is coming with my army from Kvish, and elites from Norwood are on their way from Torren. If we can get back to the city, I can lay glyphs on the way, and your wizards can build more solid shields across streets and offer layer upon layer, not a single target. They can rest and rotate.
Should I make it look ordered or like a failing of control?
TyFannic asked.
Ideally, like we simply are out of wizards.
Fannic bowed. Theo was about to turn back to the city and begin working on magics, when a fully human man in wealthy clothes, a number of lords behind him, came boldly marching up in a huff. Theo wanted to groan, but simply clenched his teeth.
I demand to know exactly what is going on,
the man shouted, waving a lace handkerchief in the air as if the area smelled bad. TyFannic started to open his mouth, but saw the slightest twitch from his king, and so remained still.
Two things,
Theo said.
One, no one demands anything from me, and second, just who do you think you are to even walk up to me?
I am the Duke of Tuslang,
the man said with shock.
You know who I am.
Were,
Theo said.
You were Duke of Tuslang. You've been replaced.
You can't do that.
The man started to scoff.
I am your king, you idiot.
Theo snapped at the man, all humor gone.
I am King of Owens and master of all within it.
He took a step forward, his staff top beginning to glow faintly red.
You have utterly failed at your task. While you dined on your last meal as lord, you have allowed a hostile army to invade. That cannot be forgiven.
You cannot do that,
the man breathed.
Oh, I can, and I just did. This is Duke of Tuslang, TyFannic.
He gestured to the scarred Perton at his side.
Your house and all in it is his to do as he wills. If he be kind and toss out your wardrobe, that is up to him. If he wishes to burn it before you, that also is his will. You.
He looked to the three younger men who were clearly the sons of the former duke.
You want to pick up your swords and join your king in letting no man tell us we are servants to Jerome's corrupt power, or do you wish to hide behind your father?
But it's the pontiff,
one of the three said aghast.
No, he is not. It is one who pretends to be.
Theo reached into his vault and pulled out one image capture stone he had and held it out to the young man.
This is his last attack on Owens. No holy man summons demons to do his bidding or summons forth dragons of hell to attack when he begins to fail. He has set off warp storms from Nay to Owens and works to do more. God bless Norwood for coming to our aid. The line of Armond stands with us and fights beside us. The impostor has gone too far. Look.
Theo pointed to the city that even now could be seen to have a slightly glowing outline against the night sky, even with the rain.
The lights of old answer to my presence. The line of Armond lives. Pert can be restored to the greatest empire in the world, but only if we stop the impostor in his tracks. Pick you up swords, my young lords, and become the great men you were born to be. Be not puppets and paper pushers for petty men, but heroes who will be remembered for generations of Pertan kings. Prove to Pert why TyRaddick fought for humans' rights, the very rights he was attacked and betrayed for. You will not live 1,000 years, but by God, when a human man lifts his sword, the world can be changed. Join me, boys.
The former duke gasped and sputtered, but one of the sons stepped around his overweight father and bowed to Theo. He was clearly the most athletic and eldest of the three.
I have lived my entire life being told TyRaddick Lords was a weak man, afraid of his own shadow. That is not what I see. And so I must question all I have been told by those who would make me be, as I am not in my heart. If I had a sword, I would offer it up to the king of Owens, but I came armed with paper and pen.
He held up the items as proof.
I came with arrest warrants and lies.
Kneel,
Theo said gently. The man knelt despite his father's objection and even a grab at his arm. Theo traded staff for a sword from his vault and unsheathed it. He held it before the kneeling man.
TyRaddick, I name you, the reborn. All your past be forgiven, all you own be cast to the wind. But now, what you earn for your deeds, not for deals made behind closed doors between corrupt men. When the dust settles, you will come to Kvish with me and be given the best education in whatever your heart yearns to seek. This is your sword, and so long as it serves me, you shall want for nothing.
The man lifted his hands and took the sword with clear awe in his eyes. He likely had never seen a vault in use, or even had any real idea how the king just pulled a sword from the air or made his staff vanish at will.
Rise, TyRaddick. Take a stand beside Typhanic, true Duke of Tuslang, and he will guide your steps toward true lordship.
The man rose and bowed to Theo.
I also.
The second brother stepped forward.
I do not know a sword, but I know magics, my lord. I have been given the rare chance to study magic in this age, and while I am not overly powerful, I do have a decent grasp and can offer other aid to you.
He dropped to a knee.
Please accept me.
Theo took from his vault an ancient-style wizard's robe and laid it over the young man's shoulders.
No less shall you be given than your brother. Be known now and always as Tygadon the Young. Stand at the elbow of Typhanic and learn magics you have never known, for he is a great wizard and a commander of many others. Be blessed, be brave, be an example to all young men that more than just swords are worthy.
The younger brother rose and joined his elder beside the old Pertan.
You are disowned.
The former duke pointed a shaking finger at them.
How dare you?
He's king,
TyRaddick said sadly.
And disowned means nothing, as you have nothing. Even if I die tomorrow for this, then at least I know my king accepted me as I was and for what I offered. That is something you never did.
Theo looked to the youngest son who stayed behind his father, clearly the sort who was about to try to take advantage of being the only son left to the old man. Theo suspected they would flee over the border and run to Jerome, and both would be headed for a very sad life. He sighed and waved them off.
Typhanic, why don't you go ahead and see to the orders, and take these two young men as your aides? I have my own magics to see to.
He looked back to the former duke and his son.
Wander off, boys, be gone with yourselves.
He left them standing there as he began walking up the hill back toward the city. Every so often, he would pause and lean on his staff to whisper the words of magics and lay them in the ground. He zigzagged his way up the hill, and once at the city's edge, he wandered back down again. Even if the magic of darts and the like were blocked by Jerome's new ally, it was unlikely that secondary magics, like exploding sections of ground, would be. Spells laid and glyphs drawn were very different than wand or staff-casted spells. If he was being watched, it would look like he was just wandering and watching, or at least that is what he hoped for. As he worked, his mind ran through the words of the dragon, the ideas presented, and magics it would take. He also heard the words the demon had spoken. Not a demon, not a demon, not a demon. Then who? The sun rose behind him, and for a moment all attacks stopped. Something was about to happen. Theo turned from the city and looked back to Jerome's army.
Idiot!
He swore as a second gate opened. This one was massive and heavy, and the ground seemed to groan under it. It was cast from a great distance, and Theo knew the smell at once. Jerome was casting from inside the Great Barrier. He was calling up his entire army. Whatever force he had maintained in the wars he waged inside the barrier were now being brought to Owen's doorstep.
Dear God,
Theo breathed. He had no wish to reveal his deepest powers, but he would stand here, and he would do it, and so buy Shannon and the others time, if he had to.
We are here,
Harold said softly, joining Theo at the city's edge. Theo looked over at him. Harold caught Theo's hand and squeezed it. Theo squeezed back and smiled.
I'm glad, Harold. I could use your help.
I am but to serve, my lord.
If Jerome has an ally who is not a demon, who is he?
Theo asked, holding Harold's hand to his chest.
An enemy of Pert. Razan, perhaps. Elven.
Harold offered.
Whoever it is, we need to find that person and crush him.
Is he in the army beyond?
I doubt it.
Ulam back, then?
Perhaps.
Theo lifted Harold's hand and kissed it before he headed toward the city. Harold moved to follow him, a little surprised by the king's affection.
How is it you got here so fast?
Theo asked.
Borrdick portaled us in with the elites. He was talking to them when I went to find you.
Even better.
Theo spotted a roof he wanted and pointed.
Get him and have him meet me up there.
I'm not certain he can...
Harold looked skeptical.
Tell him to use whatever means he must. I need to be up there, and I need you both to help me. Hurry.
Theo left Harold to go up on the roof. He stood on the top of the building and looked to the massive gate still being built. How do you bring a gate that huge down? How do you shatter its core? How do you stop it? Already dark clouds were beginning to gather over its flickering power. The air was stirring, warming, and whispering of darkness to come. It had to be such a gate that Tyrell tried to lift to move his army from whatever battle he fought against Jerome. Theo tried to clear his mind and imagine that battle, to be inspired by the power of Pert itself. The wells of Pert had to know, had to feel their emperor. He opened his eyes as Borrdick and Harold walked out on the nearly flat roof. Theo felt bad for Borrdick's pain. The man leaned heavily on Harold's arm for support, his breath ragged from climbing the stairs. His misshapen and deformed body, so much more massive on one side than the other, caused him terrible pain with every motion.
You wanted me?
Borrdick asked. Theo met them and stood before them, considering just what he wanted from them and how to do it.
There is a magic that I am going to try to do, and I need you two to help me. Using the energy thrown off of this new gate, I am going to cast myself to where the gate of Tyrell failed, try to see the shadows of it, and then return. I need you two to support my body and be anchors to keep me from being cast adrift.
Now?
Borrdick asked.
Now, with all eyes on Owen's in this moment, not on my search. No one will think I have left the battle for any reason, and I can risk what normally I could not. I am confident.
What you are going to try to do is very difficult and powerful,
Borrdick said with concern.
I can only try this the way I am about to because I have you two.
My king...
Borrdick sounded very worried.
Borrdick.
Theo put a hand on the shoulder of each man.
Just hold my cord. Watch the battle. Do what you can. I must do this. We need to find Tyrell, and I think I can use what Jerome is doing to our advantage.
Owens cannot lose you,
Harold whispered.
If it is that dangerous...
You two can hold me,
Theo told them.
Do you not understand? Borrdick, you know you can do this.
I can, yes, but Harold is young and has never walked in the realm of shadows.
But he is your brother and can hold. You are both my sons, and together you can allow me to do this. Please, the longer we stand and talk about it, the more chance it will be learned of.
Theo stood and faced east with one son on either side of him and had them brace their shoulders against his. He cast cords of his own energy and soul to them, hooking them into his anchor points, and then stepped not to his sanctuary or to the realm of shadow, but out into the blur of time. His soul rushed into the building storm like an eagle, using an updraft to reach the highest point. Even if he was being watched by demons, he would seem to have simply tranced down, and his magic would vanish into the swirl of power. He searched for a gate, a massive gate over Pert. He sought for a battle, for fear and pain, for the ripples left in the places only a necromancer can go. He felt the fairy in his sanctuary whisper something to him, and suddenly he was there in the fields of Spizan. He saw a battle not unlike Tauren in its power and darkness. He set all his attention on the gate, on the builders. There, he saw them. Tyrell he spotted by his robes, a dwarf and 2 old Pertons with white hair, and a teenager. A boy no more than 14 at most. How? Who? He saw it. A red sash. Dear God, it was TyKaelin, Shannon's eldest. With that one last bit of information, he saw within his mind the place, the point none had looked. He saw so much more. There was vast power involved from beyond. He was not alone there. In his mind's eye, he saw Oirion as an old man, bound in chains, and sinking into deep, dark water. Orion's magics reached out, desperate to aid the son of TyRaddick. The gate broke. Cords of power like a spider web snapped out, and Oirion grabbed hold of it, used the shattered power. There was one moment where lack of focus might have killed them all, but Oirion bought them time. Every soul reached desperately for home. TyKaelin's desperation to get home when the gate shattered had cast the gate further north than any had looked, and Theo saw where. Between TyKaelin and the dwarf, the lost gate was under the Ezerin high moors. It was deep under stone and caught between Castava and Norwood. Theo had it. Theo retreated, desperately pulling back, and just as he did, he saw one more thing. The reason the power of Pert failed to aid the line of Armond. He gasped and collapsed on the rooftop between his sons.
Dear God, he's walking into a trap.
Theo choked. He let his sons pull him up.
I have to get to Ulamback now. I have to gate now. I have to stop him. Borrdick.
I can gate you if Harold can see to me afterwards,
Borrdick said.
Now. Everything counts on it.
Borrdick closed his eyes and lifted his hands with graceful power that swirled about him like Harold had never seen or imagined. A disk of darkness opened before Theo, spun with lavenders, purples, and deepest greens.
Be wise,
Borrdick said.
Be brave,
Theo said, and stepped. He dropped through and was gone. Borrdick collapsed to the roof, just as lightning exploded out in all directions in the sky above. Borrdick's portal's power had clashed with the gate beyond, making it waver as lightning set the sky on fire. Harold threw his cloak over his brother and stayed to aid him as the battle beyond roared deafeningly. Harold was not trained in battle and could do nothing but watch as the elites and wizards of Tu Slang met Jerome's now massive army. He could not imagine such horror and power. He hid his face against Borrdick's shoulder and layered on shield after shield. End of Chapter 64. Continue with Chapter 65. Into the Catacombs. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 65. Into the Catacombs. Shannon led the way up the street out of Port Hall to Shinden's Gate. Here the most ancient part of Ulamback was met by the newest and highest reaches of Port Hall. The gate was built in the wall that had once protected Ulamback from attack both of arms and magic. The wall ran the length of the great mesa both east and west, before it circled back on itself, enclosing both the palace and the oldest areas of Ulamback inside it. Much of the wall was lost to the modern city, but here it stood, a moss-covered and soot-stained reminder that Ulamback was a fortress. The gate itself had stood open since the day that Emperor Tyrell had vanished. It was simply too massive to be moved by anything other than the wells of Pert. Jerome had claimed it was a show of Ulambak, awaiting a god-chosen emperor. To those who knew, it was a testament to Jerome's dark rise to power. It was if the city itself was rebelling in the only way it could. The ancient city was where most of the wealth lived and the best artisans worked. It was a very different city from Port Hall, and yet nothing but a mere shadow of what it once was. Shannon made his way through the crowded streets full of workers and errand runners. The ancient places were stained, divided, and covered over with wooden fronts or stone motifs. The streets had not moved, but the city was unrecognizable to those who had known it under the rule of the Von Emperors. They left the main streets for an ancient park tucked in between market districts and universities. The park was long unattended and left to grow wild. It served as a buffer between the city and the palace wall that rose up hidden behind the great oaks, birches, and walnuts that grew here. They paused when they saw a statue of Shannon. He was posed as a young man, beautiful and benevolent, peacefully looking down at the people of the park. His attire that of a hunter, not a prince.
There is something unsettling about how he has you depicted,
Oirion muttered to Shannon.
It's all about propaganda. It has nothing to do with me.
Shannon glanced up at the statue that was now stained with age, woody-stemmed, dark-leaved vines clinging to it.
Once this park was the envy of the elves. Built by the druids, no park was more wonderful. They say once fairies came to frolic here in the spring, casting their magics in blessing to the best musicians and dancers who travelled to practice and play with each other.
Grim sighed heavily, his age showing for a moment.
There was once much sacred power here.
Travis agreed sadly.
Perhaps the Druid Queen can renew it and offer a healing that can come only from Gaia.
The Druids are gone,
Shannon said.
They have been a very long time, Travis.
That's what they say about the Von Armonds,
Travis said, with a hint of bitterness.
You of all men should not be so quick to dismiss divine will.
Shannon scowled at the young man and almost said something, but turned and led them deeper into the tangle of what had once been a haven. Further in the park, they came to a great statue of Armond. It was long broken and stained with graffiti. Vines older and thicker than had been on the statue of Shannon twined about it, making it almost seem to vanish into the ever-denser vegetation. Shannon cleared away the years of fallen leaves at its foot to reveal a stone base. Running his hands over it, he tapped several places. Drawing a deep breath, he pushed down gently. After a moment, the stone slid back under the statue's feet to reveal a steep, descending stairway.
Shannon, please,
Travis whispered.
We can still turn back.
Shannon rose slowly and stood looking down.
You can, Travis, but I cannot.
He led the way down into the darkness. Travis caught Gallus by the arm with a look of almost panic on his face.
This isn't right,
Travis whispered. Gallus nodded.
I know, but what choice do we have?
Gallus waited for Travis to take the first step before they descended into darkness. Entering last, Oirion bowed his head, steadied his own fears, and followed the others. After he cleared the top step, the stone slid closed, and they were in the dark.
Dave, light us up,
Shannon said.
Gently.
Dave made an orb of light for each person, casting them up to float above their heads. Shannon led the way, and they moved down into the web-filled tunnel that cut back into the great white stone that supported Ulambak, and that the palace itself was made from. They moved down the tunnel until the air was thick and heavy. The scuffing of their feet sounded loud, and their breathing was labored. Time was lost in the darkness, and only the strain on their bodies marked how far they had traveled. They found the darkness moist, first in drips and seeping on the walls. Then the floor began to have a thin layer of water. They splashed along, their feet quickly soaked, and their pant legs soon after. Before long, they were forced to walk in ankle-deep water. It was cold and seemed terribly noisy. It wasn't long after that they all began to feel as if there was something dark in the depths, that it was tainted and fouled somehow. Shannon's steps slowed, but he kept going.
Try not to splash too much if you can help it,
he said softly. After what felt like days to the others, he finally stopped.
We should rest here,
he said.
This place feels dark,
Gallus whispered to Shannon.
Where are we?
The halls of darkness,
Grim said.
It leads to the Catacombs, and then to the chamber of the Guardians, and past that to the tomb of kings. I do not miss this place.
He shivered.
It was in these tunnels that the men of Pert hid from the great storms and the demons of Raz. These walls are why Unlooked is here.
I take it this is how you escaped,
Shannon said to Grim.
It is. I did not emerge alone. It took many years for them to hunt us down, one by one. I do not wish to linger here. It reeks of the stalker who murdered the house of Armond. It caught us more than once in these tunnels, but the last time was not far from here, and it makes a chill far worse than the waters. It may still linger here. Whom do I guard if it comes at us?
David,
Shannon said.
Rest for a bit. We dare not stay long, but we all need to pause and rest.
None of them liked it, but they needed to get off their feet despite the water that covered the floor. Travis sank down beside Gallus and laid his head on Gallus's shoulder. Gallus seemed very upset by Travis's discomfort and fear. He held the young man's hand.
Can I do anything?
Gallus whispered to him.
No,
Travis said.
I just do not know how this is going to play out, and it makes me very worried. Things could go very badly for us. If ever one was to pray for the aid of Malcazadon, now is the time. All other angels will be beyond reach right now.
Gallus put his arm around Travis, offering what comfort he could. They rested as much as possible, but it wasn't good. It let their legs recover some with a trade-off of getting far wetter and chilled. No one was sure it was worth it.
The story is told that in their elder years, the granddaughters of Armond made a crown for Pert, spun of starlight and the magics of their elder generation.
Travis spoke softly.
Mounted in the crown was a set of 3 stones, one for each of Armond's daughters, who gave their bodies and souls to the safety of Pert. The granddaughters made it the key to much of the magic they built. They spun safeguards and locks, magics never revealed outside their coven, and they placed it on the head of their sister to be the next empress. Most of them gave up the power to bear children to build that crown, and some believe that such was their power, and so united and so woven in with their father's energies and love, that it became a sort of key to the palace of Unlooked, and thus to the guardians, and the right hand to the wells themselves. The empress's crown always went to the empress, be she of the line or not. Elishara was the last to wear it in public. Where it went is unknown. It would be a great shame if Jerome possesses it, and with it he can turn the palace magics against us.
He looked to Shannon as he finished his story. Shannon lifted his gaze from his study of the path ahead to Travis.
If it is real, if Jerome has it, if he could control it, he would have already. I know the story, Travis, and I never saw my mother with such a thing.
You discount old stories too easily,
Travis said, standing his ground.
It would explain a lot. Why the wells did not respond as they should have. Why the magics failed. Seriously, Shannon, do you think the angels were too busy to notice or did not hear you cry out? There are rules, you know. Angels are not omniscient. Some things are hidden from them, even as they are from mortal men. If Jerome or his allies hold that crown, you are going to get us all hauled to hell. You know that, right? You really love her so much you'd risk that?
He almost seemed to be pleading, almost challenging it. His voice cracked a little under the strain, but he did not look away. Gallus and Oirion could see the tears in the young man's eyes, but Travis blinked them away without letting them escape.
I'm aware of the risks, Travis.
Shannon made them get up and move after that. He was not about to have to say more to Travis, and there was no turning back at that point, and they all knew it. The water grew ever colder and deeper until they were wading knee-deep in it.
Try to not make waves,
Shannon reminded them softly.
I know it's impossible to hide it entirely, but go slowly and try to keep the surface unbroken.
For once, all of them were glad he spoke with the whisper. There was no echo, and they felt it hid his voice, as none of the rest of them might be hidden if they spoke.
This water was not here when we came out,
Grim said.
Try not to think about it,
Travis said.
You don't want to know what it is.
The tunnel suddenly opened up in both directions, and square alcoves began to line the walls. At first they were empty, then they began to hold jars, and in turn, the jars turned to skulls. The catacombs became a labyrinth of hallways. Some were sealed, and some were far apart with no seeming reason. The company followed Shannon carefully, the water getting ever deeper.
Lower the lights, David,
Shannon breathed.
All be still.
They stood in the water, shivering with cold. They began to ache from standing still long before Shannon allowed them to move on. With light no longer safe, they moved in the darkness with a hand on the shoulder of the person before them. They could not tell if their eyes were even open or shut, and the oppressive darkness was a strain on them all. Shannon stopped often, but never for so long again. Unlike the others, he could see as easily in the dark as not, and led the way slowly and steadily. The water began to recede, and they took a flight of stairs up out of it.
David,
he said softly. Dave lifted his hand and offered the faintest of blue wizard light. After the long dark, it seemed almost blindingly bright. They stood before a massive metallic door. Shannon paused and drew a slow, deep breath. He laid his hands on the door and pushed. If the door did not open, they could be trapped and die in the cold, wet tunnels. The idea alone made them all stop breathing. It took a moment, but the door slowly swung open. Air, stale and tasting horrid, rushed out at them. Shannon almost sank down with whatever magic was in the rank wind. He gathered his strength, pulled himself back up, and led them in through the door. They followed him, shivering and dripping wet. The moment Oirion stepped up into the dry chamber after the others, the door shut silently, almost on his heels, with a finality that was rather chilling. About the chamber, a faint light began to build. Ancient magics flickered into life, revealing complex glyphs and rune lines over the entire floor and up the walls. This had once been the deepest sanctuary of the last of the great masters of the age that called upon the angels, and it showed.
This is where Pert was born,
Travis said with a shiver.
No place in this world has held such magics and not been turned to obsidian or sank beneath oceans. Angels became men here, and the daughters of Armond were born in this chamber.
He shook his head.
I do not think this was the best way to enter the palace. It is too familiar.
As the light grew, they could see the bones of many people. Blood still stained the floor and walls, and sealed in it was the reek of hell-brought death. Several of the bodies in the chamber were clearly children, but all of the victims had died here. They had been left as they had fallen. They were nothing now but broken bones, scraps of cloth, the metal they had worn, and a few tufts of hair. Several still held swords in their finger bones. Grim looked away, recalling the day that it all happened.
The stalker caught us here,
Grim whispered, his voice haunted.
The blood of Armond was a curse that day, and it took them so fast. There was nothing we could do.
Shannon put a hand on Grim's shoulder.
I pray those souls welcome your return and aid us to dethrone the one who called up such a hellspawn.
Grim said to Shannon, trying to make them all feel better.
If it is here, he will come at me first. You have one job, Grim, and you know it.
Grim looked to Shannon.
Can you beat the stalker?
Possibly. It might destroy me, but I would not go lightly, and if it did, Jerome would die as well. Just stay close to David.
Uncle,
Dave said with worry in his voice.
If we are walking into such bad odds, why are we doing this?
Shannon looked at Dave a long moment, then moved to lead them across the floor. Travis caught Dave's hand.
Don't lose sight of me, Dave. Whatever happens.
Dave smiled at his young friend.
Don't worry, Travis. I got your back.
Thank you, Dave, but in the end I think it might well be the other way around. And on this one thing Shannon is right. If anything happens to you, just don't get too far from me, okay? And don't be as stubborn as Shannon if I try to help.
Dave didn't understand, but smiled at Travis.
It can't be much worse than the Forest of the Damned or the Bog, right? We can do this. It will be okay.
The bog cost us more than you know,
Travis said with a haunted look.
And this is worse, far worse.
They moved to follow Shannon. They made it halfway across the chamber before everything changed. Out of the walls stepped figures of men in ancient robes. They were all pertin and dressed as kings. Shannon took a step back.
Trespassers,
they all breathed.
Defiled and unsanctified.
Travis rushed forward as the figures moved. He grabbed Shannon's hand and stood protectively before him.
Useless,
Travis declared at them.
Slumbering cowards, look beyond your bedchamber to what you have allowed. Do not hinder the passage of the heir to the throne you failed to protect. Where were you when your sons cried out to you? Fall back,
he commanded. He did not wait, but rushed forward with Shannon in tow. The figures seemed sluggish and half asleep. Travis and Shannon, followed closely by the others, had just enough time to get through the room and into the next chamber as the Guardians moved forward.
They will wake fully and might not behave well for our plans. We have to hurry,
Travis said.
Too long they have not thought as men. We must hurry. Someone has awakened them, and it wasn't us,
he said firmly to Shannon in a very clear, I told you so manner.
It's only a matter of time now.
In the great chamber they were in stood the sarcophagus of the emperors of Pert. Within lay the past, and here, like the room they had passed through, the bones of those who had fled were left on the floor, long preserved by the sealed doors. They did not pause, but ran after Travis, who seemed almost calm, now that the uncertainty was over. Running across the Hall of Kings, they reached a stairway at the back of the chamber. Travis took it 3 steps at a time, forcing them to do the same. It twisted ever upward with archways spelled to prevent the wrong souls from passage. Travis ran ahead of them. The spells seemed to almost go dead at his presence and did not touch them. Whatever magic he used, the guards and barriers failed, and none of them were so much as brushed upon. At the top step, however, Shannon staggered. His foot caught the riser, cracking his shins on the stone lip. He could not catch himself and fell to his knees. Suddenly blood ran from his nose and his breath heaved in his chest. Oirion grabbed him up just as guards rushed at them. Somehow they had been announced. Jerome's palace guards came armed and ready. They had no choice but to fight. Travis cast up his arms and flung away the first of them, slamming them back so hard, the force crushed the men and injured their comrades who had been coming up behind them. Grim threw down his power and jumped through it, emerging as a man in the white and golden armor of the Imperial Guard. That bought them time, as it stunned the men who faced him, as if the ghosts of the past had come out of the sealed catacombs. It didn't last. The dead were forgotten, and the guards came at them again. Grim attacked the guards in the hallway with Jamie and Dave on either side. Oirion aided Shannon as best he could, but he had to let go of him to fight. They were far outnumbered, and the guards they fought were not just swordsmen, but also wizards who were countering the attacks and casting magics of their own. Shannon knew his time was limited, and he had to act as fast as his body would allow. He slipped up a side hall and ran. If he could find her, and then get Dave to meet him in the Yard of the Angels, it would all change. Pain was pressing on him as the guardians of his own palace read his energy and struggled to decide what to do with him. Once they were fully awake, they would burn all of him that wasn't TyRaddick to nothing. At that point, he might just be able to die. Maybe, just maybe, they would burn the darkness away and let him truly die, ending this nightmare. It might kill Oirion, it might even kill Jamie, but it would most certainly kill Jerome as well. The thought gave him both hope and strength. He dared not think that perhaps Travis was right in that someone controlled the crown and would turn the magic to simply capture him. He had more pressing matters on his mind. It had been a number of decades since Theo had been in the palace of Ulambak, but he knew it well. He had spent much of his time hiding from Jerome when he was in the city and had learned the layout. Even before he had stepped into the portal, he had a good idea where Borrdick would send him. Exactly as expected, Borrdick sent him to the old cell where Borrdick had often been hidden and lived as a small child. It was still empty, abandoned with the same little bed in the corner and a mat on the floor. Theo set aside the image of Borrdick as a child trapped here and moved quickly. He could feel things stirring and knew Shannon was already in the palace. There was no time to waste. He left the tower hall, breathless, afraid his energy would be felt or that Borrdick's gate would alert the magics of the palace. There was no sound, no alert yet, and he prayed it stayed that way. Borrdick had once lived here, and surely his energy had been tied to the place, so perhaps they had managed to do this unnoticed. If so, it was a huge boon to him, and he thanked whatever angel made Jerome forget to clear Borrdick's energy from Ulambak. Theo drew in a deep breath and ran. He took the stairs down out of the old stone tower as fast as he dared. This tower had been built a century after Jerome had taken the throne. It held none of the smooth grace of the ancient buildings of Pert, but was narrow and steep. No lord was meant to have to walk these halls, so the comfort or lack of it was no concern. It was a difficult downward rush, but Theo risked the fall to gain the speed. He saw no guards, no servants, even in the stone halls, no one at all. He paused in the doorway, where the old structure met the new, and waited a moment before he moved on. He took the hallways to the room he knew would hold what he sought. The years he had suffered under Jerome's care might well be Jerome's undoing. Theo could only hope.
If there is any chance for aid in this, I could use it now,
Theo whispered to the angels, to Ishtel and Armond mostly, but to any who might be free to aid him. He knew they were busy, but if he failed, they all would fail. He took a long stairway up to the higher floor levels and down the long grand halls, still seeing neither staff nor guard. A cold fear grew in his gut that all the guards were waiting for Shannon. It was very difficult to not run, but Theo kept his pace and made his way towards the private chambers of the betrayer of Pert. If he was caught running, there would be no hope of talking his way out of it, and he didn't want to have to fight for every step. At the door he was headed to, there would be no mortal guard, but there would be demons. Theo felt them long before he got there and was ready. The moment they turned their attention to him, he released his gremlins. 12 of them rushed out of him like hunting hounds after a rabbit. He ran forward as the creatures of the abyss met. The lock on the door would take further time to break, but he knew it well. He had picked it more than once, and while his pets fought to overtake the demon guards, he set to work on the lock. The demons were there, after all, because of the thefts Theo had made out of the rooms beyond. He had no doubt. Jerome never could pin it on him for certain, so he had escaped with his trophies, most of them long forgotten in his sanctuary or vault. Some he didn't even know what they were, but if they mattered to Jerome, they were worth stealing. The door opened and he slipped through, closing it behind him. Outside, gremlins and demons still fought like lions and wolves, out for the throat of the other. The bedchamber was massive and ornate. Once this room had belonged to Tyrell, but now belonged to Jerome. It was not this bedroom that Theo was after. It was the private room beyond. Behind the great fireplace that had been built to hide the door was Jerome's personal and private study. Theo expected to find guards here as well, but there were none. Likely he had taken most all of his men and power with him to Awen's. The side wall of the fireplace had only a simple lock on it, and Theo was quickly inside the back room. Here Jerome's obsession with Shannon and the idea of godhood were evident. Everything from the great image capture of Shannon in his youth hanging on the wall over the door, to star charts marking and mapping when energies would be best for trying to gain necessary power to try for godhood, were everywhere. Jerome's plans were no secret, nor was his desperation to regain control of Shannon. Theo had no time to study and look, but had to move quickly. He crossed the room to where the crown of the Empress stood on a stand looking like just another trophy of conquest. But Theo had seen. Theo knew the truth. He could also see the layers of power wrapped about the crown, the powers that guarded it, and what had been done with it in the past. The crown had to be part of the deal. It was guarded more securely than anything Jerome owned. Within the web of magics that held it, Theo could see the power of necromancy on it. He had thought he alone held such power, but whoever had spun such magic into the thing was still alive and very powerful. Theo walked around the stand, looking at the magics, trying to figure out how to break in and steal the crown without having all of hell attack him. He had to set aside his fear for Shannon, the urgency he felt, and instead be still. He had to focus past all threat, letting his mind open to any whispers of wisdom that might offer guidance or inspiration. He wasn't sure how long he stood there before he came across an idea. He wasn't sure it would work, but it was the only thing he could think that had any chance. He pulled on the power of his soul, the deepest, darkest power he held, that of a necromancer. In the waking world, his very face shifted. His clothes were transformed from the greens and whites of Owens into black so complete the eye could barely look into it. His eyes spun into pits of vast space, flickering with lightning and flashing with stars. He reached out his hands, and as gently as a mother, tossing a blanket over a child, he tossed space and time and his own energy about the crown, drawing the power up, sealing the crown, shields and all, inside. In one moment, the crown seemed to simply vanish. Nehemiah, the Great One, picked up the crown of Pert in his satchel of power and simply set it inside his sanctuary. For one moment, it was an orb of darkness. Then it transformed into a dark green sack and was left safely beyond reach of anyone, demon or man. Theo nearly cheered with relief that it had worked. He had one moment before he was attacked. Demons roared up out of hell, furious at what he had done. They had overlooked his presence, secure with the guards that had been in place. Their rage and power was impressive. He held his stance as Nehemiah. They assaulted him with the same flailing, whipping attacks he had suffered under his mother's hand. For one moment he was forced down to his knees with a cry of pain, but this was nothing new. He had trained his entire childhood for this.
"Where is it?"
The demon screamed, clawing at him.
"Give it back."
They roared in his head. Nehemiah focused his will and forced himself to stand and blasted out energy in all directions as only a necromancer could. It swept out like blue and purple light, filled with powers no other mortal could possibly hold.
"It is gone from you,"
he yelled at them.
"Fall back, lest I shatter you one by one. I have time, you do not. Your deals crumble even now. Your puppet is about to die at the hands of the line of lords."
There was a pause, as if the demons were checking the truth, and with that they flickered and were gone. Theo caught his breath and fell back a step and back into being TyRaddick lords. He had deep scratches where the claws and whips had hit him, but he was alive and in possession of the crown of Pert. He cast out a scan just as he felt deep ancient powers shift under his feet. He ran from the room, his gremlins excitedly rushing back to him, thrilled with their victory over the demons. Time was running out for Shannon. Theo could feel it. End of Chapter 65. Continue with Chapter 66. Behold your king. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 66. Behold your king. Ivan remained in the yard. He stood under the eave of the inn where they had spent the night, watching the day begin. Dawn was just arriving, and the low clouds were turning pink and lavender with the new day. He watched the people who were stumbling into wakefulness and the tasks they had ahead of them. The Azirans of Imerish seemed to have been stripped of life. They wore clothes made after the style of the court of Jerome. They had cut their hair, shaved their beards, and moved about in tasks with heads down and voices dull. There was no life, no light, no fire in their eyes. They reminded Ivan of the slaves of the far south who had been so broken for so long they were little more than beasts of burden, who, even when offered freedom, simply didn't understand what that meant. Last night, when he and TyKale had reached the inn, it had been deserted. No one was there, neither to eat nor to drink. They had only a mug before going to bed. But as sad as that had been, this was far worse. He and all the men from the hills would stand out, and he knew it.
"Great costume,"
a human guard said with a nod as he strode past.
"It's early to be so geared up, but great job."
"What did he say?"
TyKale asked, joining Ivan and offering him a mug of steaming morning tea.
"He liked my costume."
Ivan took a sip of the tea and found it well made, familiar. and although the people seemed utterly stripped of the past, at least they still knew how to make morning brew.
Do you think everyone is here?
TyKale asked, sitting next to Ivan on a barrel beside the wall.
Not all. They will keep arriving for weeks, I think. We will have enough, though.
TyKale nodded and sipped the hot drink. He glanced up at Ivan.
Are you anxious?
He asked.
No,
Ivan said.
Just sad. What if we do this and succeed? What if I cannot breathe life back into them? Look at them, Kale. They look half dead. What if they are just too far lost and do not want me? What if change is too hard for them?
They will fight it then and argue, but their children will be born free with the songs of the hills in their hearts and heads, and birth by birth Azir will be remade. I think, though, that once they hear the drums, see your face, and hear the roar of the great bear, they will wake from this daze and tear off their blouses to prefer nakedness to the styles of their oppressor.
Ivan smiled.
I pray you are right. I am glad you are here.
Ivan nodded to an Aziran man he recognized from the village. He, like Ivan, stood out in the crowd with his furs and weapons and great beard. He walked over with a troubled look.
They all look dead,
he whispered.
Like zombies. Even today of all days, they just seem dead inside. On the night of the King's Festival, everyone is supposed to dress up as warriors of old.
He snorted.
It works well for us, though. Tonight is the festival and we are well dressed. None of us will stand out too much in a few hours.
How many are here?
Ivan asked softly. The man's name was Braun, Ivan remembered.
Many. We have been staying in the inns, not to be seen much. It was hide away or shave off beards, so hide we have. More men are camped just north of the rim and will come in as the day progresses. I'd say well over 1,000 of us are in the city now, and double that by noon. One of us has come here daily to wait for you, to let you know.
We should get off the street,
Ivan said.
We need to talk of things.
And drink,
Braun said, and flashed a grin.
I think we bought several taverns dry the last few days.
He chuckled.
Our city-bred brothers have forgotten how to drain a mug, it seems.
They left the yard to wander the streets down toward the harbor. They ducked into a small, unremarkable tavern via the back door. There, 3 beardless men sat at a table eating, but no one else was seen. Braun led the way up the stone steps to the rooms cut into the bedrock. A key unlocked the door at the top and led down a corridor to where a young man sat in the doorway of one of the rooms, looking as if he was sleeping, until he looked up and smiled.
How's it going, Emic?
Braun asked him.
It goes down the throat.
He chuckled, turning over an empty mug he held with a sorrowful expression.
Your wife was looking for you, Braun,
he added seriously.
Aye, it's been hours. She misses me, haha.
Braun laughed. Ivan put the boy's name away for later use. Braun caught the young man's mug to refill it before he knocked, then opened the door. A large room with beds along the walls and tables down the center was packed with Aziran warriors, women in war gear, a number of dogs, and a group of children. Via happily met him at the door, tail wagging.
Via,
he greeted her.
I thought I'd lost you.
The door closed.
Ale?
A woman called from the far end of the table where kegs lined the wall.
Aye,
he said, and with that the voices all began and held breath was let out. They had frozen and gone silent to not let their noise be heard beyond the hall when the door opened. Now they greeted him with outreached hands that he clasped, fists pounded to their chests, and a few with a fist pound to the table. Talk returned as Ivan took the mug from the woman.
We gather at Imerish,
a warrior said as he stood.
What do we plan? Today is the feast of the king. We can move openly.
As the sun reaches its zenith,
Ivan said slowly,
we go to the yard. There I will set my father free.
He bowed his head. The room went silent and serious.
The gods will meet us there. They bid us there.
He looked around at all of them.
We are a great and noble people. We are not orcs. No looting, no rape, harm, no child. And if they surrender, we will pack them on ships and set them sail. Not all men who serve Jerome are evil, just born in an age they know no better.
His voice hardened.
But if they object, if they raise weapon against you, cut them down for the vermin they are. Tonight we clean house, and by dawn only Azirans will walk the great hall.
They all slammed their mugs and fists down to the table. The woman offered him another mug of ale. He took it and lifted it.
You are all wise men. Keep your blood cool and watch me. All will fall into place, and don't let anything happen to my Pertan. He is as dear to me as a brother,
he said as he put his hand on Tykale's head.
But for now, let us drink and sing and celebrate each other, for by next dawn we might not all be here.
They cheered, and Ivan moved to join the men at the table with dice. Games were rowdy for a time, wrestling and cheering, but as the sun lifted upward, the men one by one began to slip out. Ivan and Tykale left when nearly half the men had already gone. They wandered their way towards the great yard before the king's hall.
I'm not sure I should have drunk so much.
Tykale chuckled.
Will you be all right?
Ivan asked, concerned for his Pertan friend.
Yes.
Tykale laughed.
I can purge it out if I want to, but for now being drunk shifts energy and hides me. I just overdid it a little. No. Seriously,
he said to Ivan, reassuring him.
I am a decent enough healer to purge the effects in about 3 breaths. When things start, I will be ready.
As long as you're certain, I would never forgive myself if anything happened to you.
Now that's not fair,
Tykale said.
I am here by choice and by my own will. I know what we head to, and it is I who would never forgive myself if anything happened to you. Today I'm just a lost Pertan. And Ivan, being here feels right. Like the angels themselves put me here to help. Whatever happens.
He smiled and put his hands on his hips in a way that made Ivan's heart almost stop, as the young man so mimicked Shannon for a moment. It was eerie.
I would have it no different. You are an Aziran, my friend. You go to battle knowing something might happen, and that is why you live life with exuberance. So let's enjoy the few hours we have before we face that something.
Ivan looked up to the king's hall. He felt a little uneasy with the idea of anything happening to Tykale. But the young Pertan was right, and he pushed it aside. They stood before the great wide staircase that was cut of the living stone. The steps went up toward the door of the king's hall, almost in mirror of the waterfalls that came down from the rim. The hall itself rose up, made of the stone with its great front wall lifted into its high peak. The high eaves were held up by massive bears carved of ancient golden wood that, while stained with fire about their lower halves, still stood. The massive double doors at the top were the same iron doors as they always had been. They had been pounded with the relief of the charging golden bear, but the gold had long been stripped. Still, the iron held its form. The wall that held back the snow of the rim rose up behind the great king's hall, with the raging white water of the double falls crashing down on the sides, only to vanish behind the wings of the halls, which wrapped around the great yard. Once, massive pillars of carved wood had risen in a ring about the yard to hold up the great tarp that could be drawn out to offer shelter for winter games. The tarps would cover the wall tops and reach nearly to the center of the large open yard where Ivan and Tykale now stood. Along the top of the wall and its high walkway would have been banners of the clans and holy totems. If the king wished to string more banners or prayer ribbons from the walls or the pillars in celebration, ropes were always ready. It was all built with the magic and form of the yards of ancient huts, even as his had been in the high moor where he had spent the last few winters. But now those great posts were gone. The holes where they once stood were filled with stone and paved over. No banners snapped in the wind, and all joy seemed to have died. Ivan stood at the gate of the yard to let his heart take in the changes, but to also see what remained. Already many in costume, some good, some very pathetic, had come into the yard. Food vendors lined the walls of the wings of the outer halls, offering food and drink to the people who had gathered there. Behind the crowd, the windows of the wings had been covered up, Ivan noticed. Once, those windows had let light and air into the living spaces for the warriors of the king. Now they were likely to be storerooms and servants' chambers, bricked up for security against the Azirans. On the wall top stood the men of Jerome, wearing imperial uniforms, holding bows and swords, but looking small, lazy, and bored. A few lounged as if watching little girls at play. Ivan hoped they would drink enough wine to be clumsy, and before the day was over, be dead, or at very least stripped from the walls. Ivan and TyKale stepped through the crowd, working their way to the front. They took a seat on the bottom step. Ivan leaned on his knees as he watched the yard slowly fill and the exchange of coins from the vendors. Ivan accepted a mug of ale from Durin as he passed, taking a swig and sucking foam from his mustache as he passed it to TyKale.
It is not chance that tonight is the night it is,
Ivan said to TyKale.
The gods have moved us to be here this day, you and me, this day, with these men. We are supposed to be here. I just pray I am worthy of their charge.
You are,
TyKale said softly, passing the mug back.
Or they would not have given it to you. It is time for the world to know the roar of the bear again.
Ivan handed the mug back again and chuckled at how big it looked in the young man's hands. TyKale looked over and smiled, but the smile faded.
Ivan,
he said slowly.
I remember.
He took a swig of the beer.
You remember who you are?
Ivan asked excitedly.
That's good, tell me.
Now is not the time.
The young Perton looked around.
This place is spun with a great deal of magic, and not all of it yours.
He smiled reassuringly to his friend.
But I will tell you, and we will have much to talk about. I have much to catch up on. But right now, I am here. And I am here by the will of the greatest master to have ever lived, a great seer, and one backed by the angels. I understand now, and whatever happens, if anything happens to me, don't blame yourself. Trust that my being here today is more important than my being in the world tomorrow.
Ivan looked at him very seriously.
You will not tell me?
Not right now, but I will as we celebrate your return and the victory of Azir.
He smiled.
I am glad I am here, and I think maybe, just as you might have thought you could never go home but soon will, I too will find home when we go to Pert together.
Just as the sun reached its highest point, and before Ivan could ask anything more, armed men, not those drinking on the wall, moved out to line the yard to stand in ranks 4 wide along the sides of the great steps. They were ready to quell any rebellion or actions too rowdy. Ivan almost felt sorry for the men who stood in Jerome's colors. Most of them would die tonight. A great gong was hit, and the crowd went silent. The massive doors of the hall above the yard at the top of the steps opened slowly, and torches sprang to life along the top of the yard walls. From within the great hall came the king. He was carried in a throne of black wood by 6 large human men. The men carried him down to the second step and set him in place. Guards moved in to protect him and control who got to be close to him. Ivan stood in shock and felt his heart ache. His father was nothing but bones inside his robes. His hair had fallen from his head. His beard was thin, scruffy, and barely hung on his jaw, scarcely enough to hide his shrunken face. His once proud shoulders had fallen forward, and he hunched down as if his head was too heavy for him to hold up. His great crown was gone, and was nothing now but a band of leather that looked little better than a boot thong. His hands, white and nothing but shriveled skin over finger bones, lay on his knees. All pride, all strength, all life was stripped from the once great king of Azir. Ivan almost cried out for the state his father dwelt in. Any doubt he had for what must be done was settled. TyKale was right. The king was being tormented and caught in a hell only Jerome could think up.
Behold the bear of Azir,
A boy called, his voice cracking.
Come forward, you of the north, and pay homage to him. Behold his long life as testament to the power of the Holy Church of Pert.
Ivan moved to get in line, the words of the human boy a mockery and further insult.
Behold the bear of Azir. Indeed, boy,
he thought to himself.
You'll wet yourself soon enough when you do behold the bear.
One by one, the men who commanded Azir let people go up to touch the king's knees and whisper their blessing to him or to ask for blessing from him. Ivan did not rush. He wanted all his own men in place. TyKale stayed close to Ivan, silent and watchful. They reached the bottom of the step.
Something has been triggered,
TyKale said, touching Ivan's hand.
It was different than the other, but I felt it. I will guard you from magic as long as I can. There are great powers at work here. This will not go by the sword alone.
Ivan nodded and stepped up. The man ahead of him went up the steps to the king like all the others. The man, in a very pathetic costume, knelt and touched the king's knees, head bowed a moment, then walked away to the side. Ivan walked up the steps, feeling as if lightning was about to come down at him. The last time he had seen his father, they had roared at each other over the way to deal with the attacks of Jerome and his magics. The words were long forgotten, but the old man had paid for his attempt to make peace with Jerome. Ivan sank to his knees. There was no life left in the husk that had once been a powerful and great man. Jerome had destroyed him. Tears filled Ivan's eyes as he reached out. He put his hand carefully on his father's knee. All he felt through the fabric was bone, nothing more. His other hand slid under the fur of his vest to the small dagger he would use.
"Father,"
he breathed,
"I am here. I've come back. Please understand what I must do."
Ivan felt the tears run down his cheek as he bowed his head, not believing he was going to really do it, but knowing he had to, if not for Azir, then out of mercy for his father. He looked up when a hand touched his. His father had dragged his hand over to cover Ivan's. The old man forced his eyes open with barely enough strength to lift his eyelids. There was recognition there. Ivan saw it, and relief. "Now," the old man mouthed. Ivan didn't wait. He moved quickly, a sharp move forward, and he caught the frail old man in his arms and sank the blade all the way into his heart. The force he used was enough that Ivan felt the weak ribs snap and crush under his fist, the dagger driving in past the hilt guard through skin and bone, no stronger than that of a dried-out fish. The old man was gone at once. There was shouting from every direction. A man burst from the door, out of breath, yelling something about the air. Magic cracked down as the old man went limp, dead in his son's arms. Ivan choked on a sob for the loss of his father, the life ruined by Jerome. The guards to either side of the throne moved forward, but already Ivan's men rushed the steps and met them with swords and axes, bellowing as magic cracked down at them. Ivan roared at the wizard who was trying to stop them. The attack shattered on a shield that had snapped up over Ivan and his men. Ivan rose to his feet, gently laying his father back in the chair, then charged at the closest man. Tearing his sword from its sheath, he attacked. He cut off the man's head and chopped another cleanly in half. The wizard who stood in the doorway fell back and attacked again. But this attack was not aimed at Ivan. He attacked TyKale, but TyKale blocked the magic as Ivan moved forward. Ivan was almost in reach of the wizard in the doorway when he felt arrows striking deep into his back. He staggered as the wizard slammed the door shut. Ivan turned to find which archers had been fool enough to attack him. 2 more arrows found his chest, but he snapped them off with a roar of pain. More arrows all about the yard came whistling at him, but burst into flame. They reached him as nothing but ash and smoke.
"Azir, hear me,"
he roared.
"I am Ivan Ushard, known of old as Ishtavan, son of the bear, and I have come home."
Several more arrows turned to ash on their way as fighting carried on between the guards and Ivan's warriors. One, however, made it through and sank into his leg. Dre and several others broke free, rushing to Ivan to stand as body shields. More arrows turned to ash before the last thing Ivan had expected happened. Magic that may have rivaled the works of Shannon or Theo exploded against shields TyKale held over the men. The force made a concussion that deafened everyone and knocked the wind out of most of the people in the yard. A horde of demonic creatures poured off the walls to take Ivan down once he was revealed. Ivan saw TyKale lift his hand against the attack. Holding up a great beacon of light that flared out for one moment, the young wizard began to reveal his true power. The light and power of TyKale's magic burned the creatures away as if they were nothing but smoke. Ivan felt the heat of the power of the young Purton wizard and knew that without him, the Ezerens had no chance to hold. Without TyKale's aid, Ivan would have been Jerome's captive for good. Azir would have ended in that moment. Ivan had assumed this young Purton to be just another nameless prince, But to hold such power, he had to be someone very important. In the moment that the young Purton wizard was blinded from the staggering force that he had unleashed, another hail of arrows was sent at the men who had rushed in to protect Ivan. While most of the arrows burned away, 2 of the arrows were not aimed at the men, however, and those 2 arrows were not seen or stopped by TyKale. A staggering blast of power hit TyKale in the same moment that the 2 well-aimed arrows found the unarmored Purton. One arrow sank into TyKale's side, deep and into his lungs. The other went through his neck. TyKale swayed, then dropped. Ivan roared in pain and rage. There was no doubt, there was no hope. Ivan was battle-born and a warrior. He had seen 100,000 men die and knew TyKale was dead before he hit the ground. Ivan grabbed the power within his being and tore free of his natural form. The power of gods and the sun transformed him. He towered over his men and unleashed the roar of the great bear. All his injuries were forgotten. Pain was washed away, all pain but that of the loss of TyKale. He leapt down the steps to the Purton who lay in the yard. Men fell back as he lifted the body in his great paw and held him to his chest. He turned on the archers, showing his utter rage. With them stood the woman who had attacked them in the hills. She grinned fiercely at the fall of TyKale and lifted her bow with clear delight at her aim.
I am going to tear your souls from your flesh like the vermin you are.
This time, it was not just the roar of a bear, but words like thunder.
Azir, hear me. I am the Golden Bear, and I take back Azir from the betrayer of Pert. Be you not of Aziran blood, then flee before me, lest I tear you down.
He passed TyKale's body to his great-grandson Durrak and rushed the archers. His pawswipe crushed men, his fur deflected all attacks, and before him beardless men fled. As on the moor, the blonde woman retreated through a portal and was simply gone. He spun at the king's hall and rushed the great doors. He hit them with his paws, splitting the locks and bars within and tore them off their hinges. There was no escaping the great bear, his pain, or his rage. No one inside the hall would ever see another day. He would stain the stone with the blood of his enemies. Then he would turn his focus on the mother of TyRaddick lords. End of chapter 66. Continue with chapter 67. Apologies. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 67. Apologies. It had been 5,000 years since Shannon had been in the halls of the palace of Ulambak. During Jerome's rule, the walls had been covered in carved marble relief, in gold filigree and bronze details. But Shannon knew the layout of every floor, hallway, chamber, and stairway. He knew them as well as if he had been there just yesterday. The moment the others were attacked, he slipped behind them down a side hall and sprinted away. The sound of the fighting fell behind and almost vanished as he went around a corner and across a large hall, through a door and up another passage. As he took the stairway up towards the royal family's chambers, 3 at a time, he cast out a scan. It was tangled and scattered by the magic of the guardians who were slowly stirring to wakefulness. Already their power was starting to reach toward him.
Not yet, not yet,
he pleaded. Why could they come to the aid of Pert now and not when he had needed that magic so very badly? If he could just get Tavia free and David to the yard, then the guardians could do what they willed to him, but he just needed a little more time. As he reached the top step, he was hit with a jolt of power that shot through the deepest parts of his soul. The last threads of the bond with Jerome exploded in the back of his head and chest. He tripped on the top step and crashed to the floor hard. Jerome had found him. Jerome knew he was there. Gasping, he made himself get up. Stumbling up the hall, he knew where she was. He could smell her. Part of his mind screamed a warning that for him to smell her, he was already in serious trouble. He was so focused on his need to get to her. He did not have the mind to realize how far he had been pushed and that he was losing his control. Jerome hit him again. Jerome and his demons would arrive at any moment. Shannon could not shift into a demon, or the palace itself would attack him in full force. He had a sliver of hope that whatever magic Jerome had used to put the Guardians to sleep was broken now, and that Jerome's demons would be attacked. If those demons rushed in fully exposed, they would be the bigger target and possibly buy Shannon a few more moments. Shannon staggered to a halt, catching his breath to try to drive Jerome out of his heart, but all he met was fire and the haunted nightmare of the torment he had suffered. He shouted wordlessly at the shields that were doing nothing to help him, at the man who had betrayed him, at the angels who had let this be his fate. It wasn't far. He knew Tavia wasn't in a cell, nor was she locked in a higher security chamber. She was not in the royal chambers, but near the yard of angels where honored guests had been kept. Relief at that was countered by fear that she was in league with Jerome. The thought nearly made him sob with desperation and fear. His dream rushed up to him, flooded his mind, the touch of her skin, the taste of her lips, her breath on his cheek. He fell against the locked door, locked. She was locked in. Relief whispered at him even as his mind exploded in the roaring force of the vampire inside him. Somewhere he knew Oirion staggered and fell to the floor, slamming up shields, not over himself, but over Shannon.
Too late, Oirion,
Shannon thought.
Jerome is already in.
He hit the door with Orion's magic and shattered the hinges and the bolt as if they were fragile glass. The door crashed inward. Tavia rose from the chair by the window where she had been reading a book. He saw her. For one moment, and always through his life, he would be able to see her as she had stood there. Her dress a simple light blue thing of silk and satin, bound with a plain white leather belt. Her hair was down, longer than it had been when last he had seen her. She was backlit by the sun, making her skin seem warm and her hair to shine. For one moment she was utterly perfect, and she was pleased to see him. He started to cross the floor to shatter the cuffs she wore on her wrist. Their magic locked her in her chambers, as surely as a chain would have. Jerome hit him again, breaking through Orion's shields like a spear of fire into Shannon's heart. He staggered, catching the post of the bed halfway to Tavia. Vaguely in the back of his mind, he knew his nose had started to bleed. He needed power. He needed energy. And he needed it now, or he was going to go mad. He had to get Tavia out of Jerome's hands. His mind screamed back and forth at him. He made it to her. With the cuff in his hands, he struggled with it like a man with painfully cold, stiff fingers trying to undo tight knots.
Come on! God damn it!
He sobbed for air to his new lungs. He grabbed the cuff around the top and, using Oirion again, he ripped it open as if it was made of cool wax. The use of energy, though, opened him up to Oirion and Jerome at the same time. And for one moment, he felt like Oirion was going to be able to cut Jerome off. As he caught his breath with hope, he grabbed Tavia's hands in his. His dream flooded him again, and on that breath, Orion's shields shattered, and Jerome roared into Shannon's mind. Shannon felt his knees buckle and give out as his eyes went dark. He was going to black out, lose all sanity, all thought, and be nothing but vampire hunger, and he would be taken down by Jerome. Inside him, Shah screamed at him to get energy now. Tavia had the energy he needed to stay sane, to stay free. All he had to do was breathe it in. He could feel her hands on his arms, her face somehow in his hands. He just needed enough to not go mad, that was all. Shah screamed at him again, his roar overriding all else for a moment. He wasn't even sure if he was on his knees or his feet, if he held Tavia or she held onto him. Light exploded in his head, and hunger consumed him. He knew in one terrifying insight that he had kissed her and breathed in her energy. Jerome cheered with victory and twisted Shah's words. Voices, realms, partners, and time blurred. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. He couldn't find his hands. He couldn't even find up. Visions of the demonic rape of Alicia filled his mind. The smell, the sound, the helplessness of it all sent rage and revenge burning through him. He tried to lash out, but could not even find his own center. He needed power to stop Jerome.
Look what you have become,
Jerome shouted at him. The attack from Jerome hesitated for a moment, as Jerome shifted his focus to the building of a gate. That flicker was just enough for Shannon's eyes to see, his ears to hear, to see Tavia's eyes, the tears, the pain on her face, to see he had pinned her to the very bed he had come to save her from. She had her hands on his chest trying to push him away, sobbing for him to stop. Just a flicker of vision, and it was gone. He couldn't get it back. He couldn't even tell if it was real or a trick from Jerome's demons. He had suffered torment less cruel in hell itself. There was no hope. He was lost, and he couldn't even find his own mind. Then a flash, his name being shouted over it all. He put all his focus to hear it. Desperate to find himself, he gave everything in himself to find that voice. There. He saw Travis as the little boy he had been when they had arrived on the ship. They were back to that moment, but the little child then had just looked at him. Now he was screaming Shannon's name over the storm that had sunk that ship.
"Help me!"
Shannon shouted, begging the boy for help. Travis reached out a hand on a ship that was tilting, with waves crashing over the rail. Shannon fought the madness of his curse, all his focus on that small boy. Waves of pain, of darkness, of rage and loathing tried to blur and steal Travis away, but he fought the weight, the force, and the power of the nightmare to grab hold of that little hand. At that moment, Travis became a grown man. He was filled with light and power that flooded over Shannon. Shannon was jerked back. It was as if his body's natural rush of the energy of release had been timed with that touch. It snapped him back to the moment. The only sounds were that of the all-too-familiar roar of the vampire in his head and the sobbing of Tavia. He couldn't even move for a moment. Shaking, he pulled from her. Where the blood from his nose had touched the skin of her cheek, it had burned her like boiling drops of wax. The fabric of her gown was burned off her shoulder, where more of the blood had met the fabric. He stumbled back a step and grabbed at his open pants and belt, unable to breathe. He didn't understand. Couldn't understand. What had he done? Power was crashing down. Oirion was slamming up shields. Jerome was screaming, but his attention had turned to the gate. In that moment, Oirion was able to win the upper hand and block Shannon from Jerome. Tavia rolled to her side, sobbing, as she pulled her skirt down. The crash that followed after every time the vampire had his way with Shannon's soul hit, and he fell back. He crashed to the floor hard, cracking his elbows and his head on the stone. He barely rolled over before his body sought to purge itself of the soul within it.
I'm sorry.
He sobbed between gut-tearing heaves. It was all he could say. He struggled to get up, to put his clothes back in order, but his hands fumbled and he couldn't breathe through it all.
Get up,
Theo ordered and grabbed Shannon, jerking him to his feet. Shannon's lungs spasmed and his gut tried to double him over, his hands still gripping his own belt. Theo tore Shannon's hands away and helped him with his clothes. Theo was talking to him, but Shannon couldn't hear his voice over the roaring in his head.
I'm sorry,
Shannon gasped. Theo shoved Shannon toward the door. He grabbed a still sobbing Tavia around the shoulders and pulled her with him as they escaped the room for the passageway beyond. With a shout, Theo jabbed his finger at the men charging up the hall from the direction of the Yard of the Angels. They were blasted with a spell that engulfed the dozen of them in flames. In a hallway not far away, Oirion and the others joined them. Oirion looked like he had been badly beaten for several days. His eyes were so bloodshot and blackened, it had to be hard for him to see anything but red. Jamie held him up, and that likely alone was keeping him moving.
Theo?
Dave asked, shocked.
Talk later. We have to get him out now.
They ran up the halls with Grim leading, heading for the closest way out. They rushed out into the wall-less Great Hall of the Angels. Here on the great platform above the Yard of the Angels was the place where the Emperor had once shown his presence, given speeches, held audience, and been seen. It was a dais 100 feet wide and twice as long, with 60 steps, running the entire length and breadth of the high platform, on the east, south, and west sides. Pillars 60 feet tall held up a great ceiling over them, a ceiling hung with 1,000 lamps that were just now flickering to life as the sun set to the west. Before them was the yard they sought. Steps were carved into the stone that had once been the top of the great cliff that the palace had been built upon. Down those steps was the great seal of the Angels. For a moment they all caught their breath at the sheer size of the space, the fresh air, and the hope that they could get to the yard. But even as they did, they staggered to a stop. The base of the steps was lined with armed men. Grim swore under his breath.
Ah, bloody hell!
Eldor swore, looking back and seeing the last thing any of them wanted. From the door they had just come through, Jerome emerged. He looked at them with a hint of amusement.
Drop your shields, Oirion,
Shannon whispered.
All of them.
But...
Please.
Shannon breathed to him.
It's the only way.
Oirion dropped the shields. The fight was over for him and for Shannon. Unmasked and unshielded, the Guardians would take Shannon apart, and Jerome would be stripped of his immortality. The hope was now that one of the others might kill Jerome. Then maybe Grim would have a chance to get Dave down into the yard to the seal, which was just behind the ranks of men at the foot of the steps. Maybe, just maybe, even without Tyrell, Armond could make Dave emperor.
Come home at last, have you?
Jerome asked with almost a purr. Oirion let go. There was nothing else he could do, but at least this would all end.
I'm sorry, Oirion,
Shannon said and stepped away from Theo. He dropped all his own shields. Power rushed outward, black as the deepest space. Churning with blue and purple, Shannon revealed himself completely. The robe flowed out as smoke and stars. His black wings swept up and out behind him, creating a wind that swirled with flecks of lightning and purple power. Never had any mind ever thought of even the Angel of Death in any more fantastic form. Shannon was both terrifying and stunning. They all fell back from him at the sheer power of his presence. Oirion staggered into Theo, just trying to breathe.
Oh no!
Gallus cried out, desperate to stop what was about to happen. The Guardians had been waking the entire time, and now hit the revealed truth that was Shannon as one. Flames of blue fire enveloped him. He cried out and fell to his knees. The heat drove them all back farther, the stone under his feet beginning to melt under the intense focus. Oirion cried out and fell to a knee, blinded and suffocating in Shannon's pain as it sliced through the bond to him. He did not seek to stop Shannon, but knew if Shannon was stripped of everything and they died here, Jerome would die as well. He hated what was happening and how it was happening, but he understood it. Despite the sudden pain of what Shannon was doing, Oirion knew at once why Theo had come. Theo had found the ancient gate.
No!
Travis screamed.
No! Stop!
He screamed again at the magics that were burning away everything in Shannon that was not von Armond.
Stop him!
Jerome roared to the demons at his command, pointing at Theo. Theo cracked his staff down and power flared out over the yard.
No!
Travis roared like thunder and threw out his arms. Golden light blasted out of him and filled the yard. He swirled with power and light and seemed to grow several feet taller. Wings of golden power swept out from him, and robes of light billowed around him.
No, it will not be like this.
His voice became like thunder, and his presence stole the breath away from all who beheld him. Travis was the golden opposite of Shannon. Robed in sunlight, wings of white brilliance, he was sheer power. He rushed to Shannon. He grabbed Shannon by the shoulders and lifted him up. All the power, all the light that was Travis moved into Shannon, until Travis was no more, but Shannon was held in a vast vortex of light. Oirion could barely breathe. All he could see was Travis, as the boy he had been 10 years before, now standing sadly looking at what was happening. Travis looked at Oirion.
Hurry. Help Theo so I can denounce Tyrell and make TyRaddick emperor. I can't hold him like this forever,
Travis said without words. Oirion turned to Theo, who was about to fall to his knees. Oirion cast up his arm and joined into the magic of the old gate, pouring his power into it. If the power Travis commanded held Shannon, then Oirion could pour everything into Theo's spell. Travis had Shannon. Oirion, for the first time in his life, was free to give his all into a magic that did not involve Shannon.
Kill him!
He heard Jerome roar.
Stop him!
The gate was locked onto by Theo, but the magic the sorcerer held was not enough to reopen it. With a jerk, Oirion snagged the lock on it and keyed it into the yard. He felt his own touch on it, and knew somehow it had been Master Silverwood who had hidden the lost army, even though at that moment he had no idea why or how. He could feel the storm behind him building as the ancient gate found its lock in the yard below. There was an odd sensation as one by one the souls of the gate builders keyed into the new gate. Theo was drawing them through lifetimes to this moment, from wherever their souls had gone, beyond this realm. The stone on Theo's staff shattered and exploded. He cried out as if it was his own heart that had exploded. An odd, empty place waited for a soul, waited for the power to take the last position. Oirion waited a moment. Then, when no one came forward, he took it. He committed his soul and felt all the strength of Master Silverwood flare to life and grab onto a source of power that was hidden in time. Time blurred into nothing, and he grabbed the great crystal of the University of Ulumbak and drove it into the gate's vast faltering lines and focal point. Oirion unleashed the crystal's power, along with every thread of energy he had, into the gate magics. The crystal flooded the gate structure with power, feeding it through time to build a gate in the yard behind the men who stood at the north step. The magic was a burning wind that funneled through Orion's soul. He heard himself cry out. It felt as if he was the young red Pertin who had shielded the explosion of the crystal and so saved much of Ulumbak. ShaHaNon who had used the explosion as a focal point to escape hell, and as Master Silverwood who had keyed it into the gate itself. He was all three at once, and yet they were merely reflections of his greater self, the self who had placed the crystal there to start with. The crystal shattered as the gate snapped open. Oirion staggered, knowing in time past the crystal had exploded, leveling the ancient library of Ulumbak, killing thousands. For a moment longer, his soul was torn, and he was both the man there trying desperately to stop the explosion, as well as the man who had caused it, here and now. Everything seemed to be coming full circle and rushing into itself. Oirion felt like a star that was collapsing. He fell to his hands and knees, gasping for air and choking on sobs of guilt, pain, and understanding. Smoke, fire, and an army began to pour through the burning ring of power that dominated the yard. The ancient army was sent crashing into the men ahead of them. They came running, just as they had entered the gate. But not all emerged alive, some collapsing in death as soon as they stepped through, only to trip those behind, who crawled forward screaming and sobbing, the pain and horror of the battle they had fled still caught in their throats. Oirion stayed on his knees, breathless and in pain, as his entire cores were drained and he had nothing left. He felt himself to be nothing but a hollow shell. The gate snapped shut, and yet the light of Armond still held Shannon, lighting the entire yard with divine presence. Shannon's form was still caught in the power of both his soul and Travis's, as if floating in water. Staggering forward from the gate, one of the last to have come through was the lost emperor.
"What is going on in my city?"
he roared, gasping for air and choking on the smoke of the battle he had just left.
"I am Armond the Reborn."
Travis's voice filled the yard and brought all to stillness. His voice seemed to come from all space and every direction.
"Denounced you are, Tyrell. This is my son, he I name Emperor, Tyrradell von Armond von Shannon, King of Norwood, Emperor of all Pert. To him alone do I grace with my city and my throne."
The light swirled up, spiraling and twining with power unimaginable. Shannon was slowly set down to take his feet. The light moved to Tavia and glowed about her.
"This is my mother, Queen of the Wood, wife of Tyrradell. Let no one deny what I have proclaimed."
The star of power that was Armond moved to Gallus and sank into him. Gallus gasped and fell to a knee. There was a stunned silence, and even the storm held its breath. That was the moment Jerome struck. It was heard in the yard, the unmistakable sharp twang of a bow. Oirion looked down at his chest where the arrow stuck. Jerome drew back another and shot him again. Oirion felt his body drop, all the pain went away, all the weight and burden fell off. He was free. He cried out in relief, knowledge, and understanding of who he was. It all poured into him, and he reached for heaven. His wings caught air and spread out. Lightning flashed down them, and he was liberated. It was at that moment he saw Shannon collapse in utter grief and pain that would destroy him. He was helpless before Jerome and his army. Jaime, as well, cried out. Oirion saw Jerome take a step back, and in that instant, all the rage and pain and understanding of what had just happened hit Oirion. He screamed at Jerome and hesitated in his ascent from this realm.
Please, God, no.
Shannon's mind cried out in that moment. Oirion couldn't do it. He couldn't abandon Pert now. He couldn't abandon TyRaddick now. All the wars Oirion had endured, all the battles he had fought, every tear he had cried was for this moment, and if he left now, it would be for nothing. With a cry of his own at the sacrifice he was about to make, he fell back to the ground. He felt it all slam into him, and then he was in Jaime's arms as he gasped in pain and sucked in air. Grim rushed at Jerome to kill him or be killed, but the floor opened up and the man vanished through a gate with the army that stood in the doorway behind him. Jaime cast aside the arrows he had pulled from Orion's chest and kept his hand on the wound, healing it even as tears ran down his face. Oirion passed out. Gallus caught Shannon's elbow and helped him to his feet.
Pert, behold your emperor,
he called out to the entire yard.
TyRaddick von Shannon.
Stunned, those in the yard who had not already fallen down before Armond now dropped to their knees, all but two. One of them was Tyrell, and the other Elishara.
I do not know the line of Shannon,
Tyrell called out to them as he came forward, pushing his way. His wife moved to stop him.
Rel, no.
She caught his arm.
Please, that was no trick of magic or games.
I do not accept the partner to him who attacked us with demons. I will never...
You have been denounced,
Theo snarled with bitter anger.
5,000 years Pert has suffered for your greed and arrogance. You are dead to us.
And just who are you?
Tyrell demanded, as thunder rolled above them. The ancient gate and the power it had taken to reopen it had set off a storm like nothing Ulambach had seen since the Age of Angels.
I am TharaDon Lords, King of Arwens, friend of Armond and the man who will kill you if you do not bow to the Emperor.
The former Empress tried to pull her husband down, weeping.
Please, Rel, you know it is true. Please seek redemption, not damnation.
Shannon left Gallus and walked down the steps one at a time, slowly, trying to make certain he didn't collapse. He stood before his father with tears still on his face and his eyes bloodshot.
Do not make me kill you,
Shannon said very softly.
Armond will not take you if I kill you right now. The tomb of the Guardians will not take you. If ever you loved her, for the mercy of your wife, kneel.
Shannon grabbed his father by the shoulder and, as he had with Eldwer, shared memory. But this time it was Shannon's own memory of what had happened to his children. Tyrell cried out and collapsed to his knees, sobbing for just the smallest awareness of the horror that had ended the lives of his grandchildren.
I am TyRaddick Norwood, von Armond, von Shannon, King of Norwood, Emperor of Pert,
Shannon called out.
I will not be challenged.
As if his words and voice triggered it, the forgotten lines in the center of the yard flared to life, making men fall back in fear and awe. Light raced out, following lines that had not been seen in nearly 5,000 years. He turned from his parents and went back up the stairs, and in through the doors he had fled out of. Once inside and out of sight, he collapsed. End of chapter 67. Continue with chapter 68. Healings. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 68. Healings. There was a stunned moment. A silence hung over the great yard as an utter lack of anyone knowing what to do. Jaime looked up at the others around him. Everyone was so shaken, so suddenly exhausted, they stood there barely able to keep their feet.
Do something,
he pleaded to any of the group. If he let go of Oirion, he feared the man in his arms would die. His life hung on in a flicker only, blood soaking his chest and Jaime's hands.
You!
Eldwer pointed at the highest-ranking man he could spot among the men Jerome had abandoned in the yard.
Get your men and gather the dead along the wall there.
He pointed to the west.
The rest of you help each other get inside. The storm will break soon, and getting a chill will not help you. I will begin to see to you shortly.
He looked to the commander of the troop who still had not moved.
Now!
Eldwar yelled at him. He then looked to Jaime.
You have him?
He asked of Oirion with a gentle compassion that almost made Jaime doubt that the soul within his father was Eldwar's.
If I let go, he will die,
Jaime said, his voice cracking.
Dave, help Jaime get him inside.
Eldwar said to Dave, keeping his voice low. He looked at Tavia a moment before he looked back to Dave.
If the storm breaks over him, it will make keeping him stable much more difficult,
he added to the pirate, who was about to object to taking orders from Eldwar.
This way,
Grim said, moving down the steps to direct the lost army of Pert out of the yard and towards a side hall. His known armor and rank helped the stunned and injured army respond to him. Dave and Gallus helped Jaime lift Oirion, and they carried him inside. Eldwar caught a swaying and shaking man at the foot of the yard and held the man's face in his hands a moment. He let him go and looked to the former emperor.
They are in shock, and if the storm breaks over them, many will die for it. If you ever cared for any of Pert, help get them inside.
I do not take orders from...
Please, everyone,
Elishara said, her whisper amplified in a way to be heard by many in the yard.
Please come with me. We need to get inside. The healer will get to us as he can.
She left her husband to lead her people. Like sad little children, they followed her towards the side hall where Grim had begun to usher others. Eldwar moved past the stunned and dazed to those who actually had bleeding injuries, trying to save those he could before they simply bled out in the yard. He focused on them, not even looking at faces, but moving from one wound to another, stepping over those he had not gotten to fast enough. He was but one man, and with Jaime focused on Oirion, there seemed to be no other healer. He knew their minds were nearly as shattered as their bodies, but minds could be shattered and not kill a man while bleeding injuries would. One thing at a time, he told himself. Rain broke with a tremendous explosion of lightning over the yard, giving Eldwar pause to see that he had been joined by a dozen other healers who were about him, doing their best to heal the wounds of the army. They were mostly dressed as low-ranking priests, but a few wore the green robes of royal house healers. Kneeling among the wounded was Jaime as well. Eldwar paused as he watched his son move from one man to the next, kneeling down beside them, his clothes utterly white, almost glowing in the dark of the yard. Eldwar turned his eyes back to a man who was holding his own guts from spilling out, trying not to scream in pain. Eldwar put a hand on the man's brow. Time must have escaped him, Eldwar realized, as there was no way Jaime would have left Oirion in such threat of death. Eldwar ignored it and went back to work.
Will I die?
The man asked, terrified.
No,
Eldwar said.
I've got you now, and you will wake sore, but alive. Lie back and sleep.
As he said it, the man was forced under to allow Eldwar the task of making sure there were no holes in the man's insides, putting them all carefully back in place before binding the slash closed. Once done, he simply moved to the next man, leaving that one in the rain to be moved by others to shelter. The sun had risen above the storm, but it was hard to realize it. Eldwar sat back on his heels to watch Jaime again. Jaime went from one man to the next, his hands never seeming to pause as he worked. He was healing twice as fast as Eldwar ever could. Eldwar looked away. He had his own tasks to do. To save as many of the injured as he could was all he dared think about. He did not look up again until he had no more bodies about him. He let the man he had just healed be carried away by the former guards of Jerome. He knelt in the pouring rain, letting it wash the blood off his hands and from his clothes.
Here,
Gallus said, offering him a large mug of something that steamed. Eldwar got to his feet, feeling shaky and suddenly very cold. He took the warm mug and held it in his hands a moment before he took a sip of the hot, thick cider.
Thank you, Eldwar,
Gallus said.
Thanks. For what?
Gallus smiled faintly.
You stepped forward when the rest of us were still reeling. You have been out here without pause. Come inside. Grim has gotten you a chamber. I will show you the way.
Eldwar walked with the pontiff, who, like Jaime, had his clothes bleached utterly white by the presence of Armond. He looked around for his son, but did not see him in the yard. Few were left. only a few servants who were cleaning the yard, and even they were about ready to head inside.
Jamie?
He asked.
I saw him earlier. Is he with the army?
No, he collapsed several hours ago and was put in bed. He is all right, just adjusting.
Gallus caught Eldwar's elbow when he nearly lost his balance on the steps up. Eldwar didn't even bother to object. He was too tired. Gallus took him well within the palace, and to a chamber that was so large it felt to the healer from Kilabin that it was surely a grand public hall. Gallus brought him a dry, warm robe and offered it. Eldwar shed the soaked clothes he wore with shaking hands. He realized he was weeping and had no idea why. Gallus didn't even seem to notice, but just helped him get the robe on and folded back the bedding for him.
Rest, Eldwar,
Gallus said.
You earned it.
Eldwar collapsed into the bed and was asleep before Gallus had left the room. Gallus found Grim waiting in the hallway.
He asleep?
Grim asked.
I think so.
Grim nodded.
You should go be with Jamie. I need to do a little more before I rest, but I think you've done enough.
How is Shannon?
Gallus asked.
Sleeping as are Oirion and Theo.
Grim,
Gallus said with a heavy sadness.
How in the world do we hope to hold on to this with just us here? This was not Armond's plan. We are in the heart of the Serpent's Den, and I worry to even leave a sleeping man alone.
I am keyed into magics here that not even the last 5,000 years has destroyed. I can lock this place down and walk unseen here. No one will enter any of the rooms without me knowing about it. I am certain elites are on the way, and the lines of old are beginning to glow and spread beyond the yard and into the walls and palace halls. That will tell servants and the like that the truth is before them. This might not have been Armond's plan, but the angels are still with us.
Gallus nodded and tried to smile. He paused just as Grim was about to walk away.
Grim,
he said.
Yes, Holiness?
Where is Jamie's room? I got here, but now I'm utterly lost.
Grim smiled.
I will show you the way.
Shannon entered the ancient throne room of his father and his father's father. It was empty now. The thrones were still the graceful, tall-backed crystal masterpieces gifted to the Empire by the dwarves of Castova 4 generations before. The walls were plastered over and painted with frescoes. False fronts mimicked pillars, and complex ornate buttresses turned a once graceful open hall into a dark, heavy space that seemed old and tired. Windows were now mosaics of stained glass, not the clear crystal panes they had once been. The floors had a myriad of tiles set in place in complex, darkly colored design. All the simple, graceful beauty of this room was buried so deeply that even if the lines of light glowed here, they would be hidden under it all. It seemed as if every inch of what had once been here was covered up, hidden, and denied. Footsteps sounded dull. The air no longer moved. The room was chilly to the point Shannon's breath showed in the air. That was a strange thing for him and one he would have to get used to. To be cold was something he had not felt in a very long time. Outside, the storm still pounded the city, making it seem darker outside than the late afternoon that it actually was. Grim and Dave had taken a masterful command of the city and the magics. The staff had fallen into submissive obedience under Eldwar's firm commands and expressions. Shannon had allowed him the task, as he seemed to hurt no one, and had taken off a great worry and burden from others. Gallus had vanished to the Pontiff's palace, and Jamie had not left the lost army yet. Shannon ran his thumbs over his fingertips, feeling the living flesh. He wore a body woven of his own genetic memory with the power of Armond making it all new. His lungs demanded air in a way not even the lungs Jamie had made for him had needed, and he often found himself having to catch his breath. His body was complete and renewed, but inside it he was not a mortal man. He was still a vampire, still a demon, still ShaHaNon. His elites would arrive in the morning. They would ride in, making a parade. Shannon would appear, crown David King of Kraus, name Oirion High Regent, create image capture stones to go to every king across all of Pert and beyond, to let the world know that Jerome was removed, denounced, and an exile. He had just one more thing he had to face, He needed Tavia at his side in those images. He needed her human presence, her influence as the mother of Armond. Pert was divided over race and to make peace. Humans needed their empress to be on their side. He was afraid to look at her, afraid to face what had happened. He wanted to explain, but explanation would fail, would fall flat, would not mend what was done. The effects of the touch of a vampire, let alone one who had the energies and magics of one gone mad, never truly went away. He also knew the effects of a demonic touch on a soul, and he knew all too well how very difficult that touch was to bear or to deal with. The two things at once had to be a flash of hell that would burn in her heart forever. In time, a soul might master it, might overcome it, but not in a few days. Not even a few years would be close to enough. Centuries, perhaps, but nothing less. The idea that he had hurt her so badly, that she would suffer that long, made his heart ache and his lungs constrict painfully. He turned at her presence. She wore workman's clothes, dull-worn leather, belts about her waist and buckles up her chest. She did not look at him. For one moment she tried, and he almost thought she would, but she averted her look. She curtsied in elven fashion in a way that hurt even more. It made it very clear that to her he had simply replaced her last master. He thanked God she wore shields to hide her emotions. Her pain might crush him. It took all the self-mastery he knew to force himself to speak smoothly. He had to use a whisper, as otherwise his voice might have cracked and failed.
I could beg for forgiveness, but I know it won't help. I ask nothing of you for myself, but a racial war will tear Pert apart if a Pertan emperor sits a throne without a human empress. Please, stand next to me tomorrow and be seen.
She didn't move and barely kept breathing. She slowly closed her eyes and swallowed hard.
You have no idea what you have done,
she whispered with a tear escaping her lashes.
I have spent centuries being raped and forced to bear the children of Tepe-Epshek. He has spun more magic into that end than any other single magic in all of the Elven Empire.
She clenched her fists.
Not only have you cost Armond a mortal presence, you would have his heir be a demon's spawn.
Shannon stood unable to fully understand, terrified he might.
What are you saying?
He asked. She put her hand on her stomach. She tried to speak, but couldn't. She had to swallow hard several times and try again.
I will do what I can for Pert. I will honor Armond's will. I will say nothing of what happened until I know what sort of soul you have passed your curse on to. But stay away from me. If you care at all, never come see me, do not send for me, and do not cross my path. Or I shall vanish and leave you to deal with your actions without so much as a whisper to where I have gone or what has happened to this child.
She turned and left him standing alone in the throne room.
Dear God,
he breathed, shaken and feeling ill. He lifted a trembling hand to his eyes, trying to steady and master this body he now wore. He had not moved and could not say how long he stood when Jamie joined him.
What can I do for you, James?
He asked, not looking up or lowering his hand.
I just wanted to let you know your mother has collapsed into a coma. It seems she is with child, and that child is more taxing on her systems than she could handle. I will do what I can for her, but I'm not sure how much that will be.
Shannon dropped his hand and sighed heavily, looking at the man who now stood in white.
And my father?
Is arrogant and angry. He demanded a private chamber. He commands food be brought and then to be left alone.
Do what you can for my mother, but Tavia is a greater concern. Watch her closely.
What do you mean?
You'll understand when you look at her,
Shannon said and walked away. He needed to find Grim and decide what to do with his father. End of Chapter 68. Continue with Chapter 69. Repercussions. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 69. Repercussions. The tavern was a large place with a lot of corners and hidden areas in it. Oirion looked around for Dave but spotted Jamie first. He cut across the room toward the man who sat in the back corner with an elite's cloak on. Oirion slid in next to him just as a pitcher arrived.
I can't stay long, but I wanted to come out as well.
Jamie smiled.
Nice cloak.
It's the only thing that will keep its color.
Jamie opened it up a little to show that his clothes beneath had been bleached white.
No matter what I put on, it turns white. It's hard to be in a crowd and not be known.
I suppose not.
Oirion smiled at his partner. Jamie looked well. There was a health, a light in his eyes, and a deep shift in him that showed in the healer's entire being.
How is the army?
I think a lot of them will pull out of it, but it will take time. Some are just too far gone. It is best to let them slip away.
Oirion nodded.
And you? How are you holding up?
Jamie reached out and took hold of Orion's hand.
I'll figure out how to do this. I miss you, though. There is definitely a hole and it hurts. How does Gallus fit?
Jamie made a face, considering.
Like new boots. Some parts are nice, but the rest just isn't very comfortable. He is a wizard of a low level, but nothing like you. I think I could use his power better than he can.
Jamie smiled ruefully.
He has no idea how to use a bond. He hasn't the slightest idea, and it shows. His soul is fumbling and stumbling with no grace at all.
He sighed heavily.
But I am a priest again, and he is a good man. It's nice to feel purified. How about Shannon? How is that?
He does know how to use a bond, and he knows how to build shields. Once I find the new center, I will be able to stand up to him. But for now, I am sort of reeling from last week.
You really need to stop dying on us.
Jamie tried to make a joke, but it failed. Jamie and 100,000 others had seen Oirion transform into the holy albatross of the royal family. They saw him take to the air and saw him crash back down with a cry of utter grief. Jamie could not meet Orion's look, knowing what he saw. It was just too much. Jamie knew enough of the lore as well as the stories of the church to know that the great Thunderbird was said to be the form the angel Malchazedon took as he came to the world. Jamie had never thought of the Thunderbird and the holy albatross to be the same thing, but once it showed itself, there was no doubt. No one, as far as Jamie knew, had yet to say a word as if it never happened. But they all knew it, and Jamie could see it in their faces, even if others didn't know what it meant. Even if Oirion himself didn't know, or if he had forgotten, Jamie knew very well what he had seen. Somehow, on some level, Oirion was far more than a normal mortal soul. Jamie gripped the hand of his former partner tighter. Oirion was the only soul able to deal with Shannon, the only soul willing to try.
It'll be okay,
he said, more to himself than to Oirion.
Does the Emperor know you're holding his consort's hand? Ha ha ha.
Dave laughed as he joined them, grabbing a chair with a flash of his pirate smile.
That's not funny, Dave,
Oirion said.
Yeah, it is.
Jamie chuckled.
He gave you all the rank that normally goes to the spouse.
When Tavia wants it, she can have it.
There are rumors already, but then, look at the two of you, pretty as goddesses, haha.
Dave chuckled and waved for a mug.
So, what's up?
I needed to get out of the palace. Tomorrow things will change forever, and this new face will be as famous as the last, if not more,
Oirion said.
Good time for a few, then. We can talk later. I'm up for an escape out of there. Just let me know when and I'm there,
Jamie said with a grin.
No worries. Tonight we enjoy it. Good drink, a fun crowd, and money to pay for it all. Ha ha ha.
Dave laughed.
Brothers, we beat the unbeatable. We did what no one even considered. I say we have earned a night out.
They changed the topic as it threatened to grow serious. They needed to find things more fun and work to enjoy the night. It would be the last night they could ever be in a crowd in Pert and not be known. Oirion got pulled into a knife-throwing contest at Jamie's taunting. The standing champion was a woman who, even he hated to admit it, was likely one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen. She was very good, but so was Oirion. She was skilled, but Oirion had been trained and conditioned with such skills being used in battle, not just in tavern games. She tried to fluster him by standing right behind him, but he didn't even seem to notice and just laughed at his dead center hit. He couldn't help himself. He had been drinking and had to do to her what she had tried to do to him. He had seen Jamie do the same thing 1,000 times. Oirion stepped up right behind her and whispered in her ear, making sure his breath reached her skin.
You'll have to do better to fluster me,
she said coolly, but with a playful lift of an eyebrow. She pulled her arm back as the crowd laughed at the turnabout. Oirion waited, then let his fingertips just brush her waistline. The knife slipped her fingers just a split moment too soon and barely hit the top of the target. He couldn't help but chuckle as he walked back to the table where Jamie remained, laughing at it all. Dave applauded and slapped Oirion on the back.
Didn't know you had that in you.
Oirion chuckled again, surprised it had worked. On his next shot, he was startled by being jerked around and having the woman kiss him rather impressively in her next attempt to make him get flustered. He laughed at her. His years as a priest were too much training to be all that affected. With the lure of a vampire whispering in his soul, it would be hard for anyone or anything to seem all that exciting or tempting. He laughed at her despite himself.
I should make you miss shots more often,
he teased her humorously. They played back and forth a bit before the woman and her friends joined them, and the two groups sat together most of the night. Jamie bid them good night, as his cloak had begun to turn gray. He was reluctant to go, but knew it was time. Oirion had to admit to himself that he was quite drunk, and wondered if he had gotten drunk so easily because he was no longer bonded to a healer who would always be purging his blood. He knew better than to try to walk back. He paid for a room when he got the next pitcher, with the promise to himself he would go to bed as soon as he finished it. Shortly after he sat back down, the girls decided to dance on the table. As so often happens when a number of drunk people dance on tables, they all fell, and the knife thrower ended up crashing into Oirion. He caught her, but they hit the floor, crushing the chair under them.
Maybe I overdrank,
she said, laughing despite herself.
I have a room,
he said in a way to let her know she wasn't the only one. She got up and helped him to his feet. He staggered a little, but she grabbed his hand.
Come on then, lead the way,
she said. He knew he needed to stop now or he was going to do something stupid. But he didn't stop. He just let her help him get to his room. He fumbled the key several times but got the door open. She followed him in and locked the door before she kissed him again. His head was swimming, but somewhere Shannon fell asleep, and whatever part of Oirion would have said no simply was not there that night. He had no reason to say no, so he not only gave in, he took over. He had finally dozed off with a cool breeze drifting in through the window along with the morning sun when there was a knock.
Time to get up,
Dave called through the door.
We have been sent for.
Oirion rolled up with a groan. He reached for his clothes as she ran her hand down his spine, tracing the scars that were the result of his life as a hunter and as companion to Shannon.
Leaving already?
Oirion held his head a moment, then got up and pulled the clothes on. She really was a beautiful thing lying there in the tangle of bedding. It was odd to be three men in one. One of them smiled at the familiar game. Another was a bit shocked he had allowed himself to get into this position. And the third hoped it never came back to haunt his political position.
I'm supposed to be elsewhere.
He bowed his head to her and left her in the bed. Dave waited in the hallway and chuckled as they fell into step. He offered Oirion a drink of cold tea and 3 little pills.
Those will help.
A pirate magic?
Something like that,
Dave said with a grin.
Come along, my regent. We have a parade to partake in.
Oirion groaned, but took the pills and gathered himself up to get ready, instinctively trying to pull on energies that had been Jamie's to aid the hangover, but they were gone. He couldn't help but grieve, and he knew today would not be one of celebration for him.
I miss the mountains,
Oirion muttered. End of chapter 69. Continue with chapter 70, Letters. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 70, Letters. The last ship of the foreigners had cast its ropes off just this morning. The harbor was empty. Ivan had already sent out commissions, as Ivan Ushard, for ships to be built, reaching out all over the world to the best shipwrights he had ever heard of. It would take months to build these vessels, and longer to get them sailed to the harbor. But by then, the shipbuilders here would also have ships back on the water. His harbor would not be empty for long. Ivan winced as one of the arrow wounds in his chest spasmed a little. He pressed his hand over the wound. The injuries hurt, but the deeper pain was loss of Tykel. The Pertan had been the trigger to make him transform, and he knew it. He felt somehow disorientated without a Pertan around. There was an empty position that needed to be filled. He turned from the high wall that gave him view of the city and the gray waters of the fjord. A chill wind had come in and tugged at his hair and beard. Tears stung his eyes from far more than the chill of the wind. He turned and headed back to his reclaimed home. He walked slowly, taking his time. He made his way back inside and down the hallway to the great main hall. The chamber was all the furthermost men ever made it into the king's dwelling. Ivan had torn down all the tapestries, thrown away all the rugs, and shattered all the furnishings for the fire that would be lit tonight. He left only those high tables where the fallen heroes now lay. Among them, lost in the battle to take the city, was the last of his known bloodline. They were there, dressed as warriors, weapons in hand, gold in their hair. Tonight they would be carried down to the fjord and laid in the only ship they could find worthy of it, the only Eziran ship in the entire area. Of them all, the one that Ivan could not look past, could not grieve for more, was Tykel. The Pertan lay in the finest robes that Ivan had been able to find that would suit a Pertan of his time. He stood at his friend's side and reached out to touch the young man's cold hand, where it was folded over the hilt of the sword that he had used to save Ivan more than once.
Oh, my friend, I am so sorry. If we had the magic, I would seal you away to one day bring you home to Pert, but I have not that magic. I swear to you I will find your house. I will tell of your deeds.
He bowed his head with grief.
I will hunt that woman to hell and beyond if I must. I know not how, but I swear to you I will hunt her down and rip her heart out.
He bent and kissed the cold forehead of the man to whom all Azir owed such a debt. He stood with his hands braced on the edge of the table, silently weeping for his failure to protect the young man, for himself and the loss he felt for the young man's death. Tykel could not be replaced. Ivan felt his age and his grief like a crushing weight. Slowly men came in, 12 men for each fallen warrior. Dry put his hand on Ivan's shoulder.
It's time,
he said softly. Ivan drew in a great breath and stood. 2 old men, whom he felt he should know, stood across from him. Ivan almost laughed. Tykel was small enough the 3 of them could carry him. He knelt to the floor, then slid his arm under Tykel's shoulders. The other 2 men each took a side. The one on the right took Tykel under the middle, and the one behind Ivan took his feet. They rose as a drum was hit. Ivan put his left hand under Tykel's head, and with the sorrowful, slow beat of the drum, they took one step at a time as they left the great hall. Ivan led the way out to the yard, out the front gate, and down the long path to the water's edge. At the dock, they walked up the plank to the small plain ship. They laid the Pertan wizard down at the bow, and Ivan knelt beside Tykel. The king of Azir took the braid at his temple, and with a gasp of grief he sliced it off and tucked it in the Pertan's cold fingers.
If ever the gods of Azir were to grace and walk with a man of another breed, you, my good friend, would be one of the few. Please,
Ivan begged his gods,
be with him, walk him safely to the holy places of his fathers.
He rose as the train of men behind him laid the others, his sons, his grandsons, and even great-grandsons, daughters and granddaughters, all in the ship. As far as he knew at the moment, it seemed that besides his seeress daughter, not an infant of his bloodline had survived the last month. He paused at each and touched their brow with a whispered prayer for their safe passage. He was the last to leave the ship. Back on the dock, he took a torch from a child and set it in a barrel of oil there. It took a moment, but the oil lit, and the flames began to burn on the surface. He took a gold cup and scooped up burning oil. As the crowd began the lament, he tossed oil and flame to the ship, 1 scoop for each of the dead who lay there. Oil and flame cast, every man who could reach laid hands on the hull of the ship and pushed. They pushed until they reached the end of the dock. As the tide caught it, the ship drifted outward with the water's pull. Ivan stood at the end of the dock and watched, It took a very long time before the flames grew up enough to take to the masts and cast light on the waters about the ship. The flasks were passed, and far up the hill, in the city, the music had begun. Ivan turned only when the ship sank. He walked back towards the city alone and passed far too many homes of men who hid away and did not join in the grief of the loss or the celebration of freedom. Ivan didn't care. He made his way up to the main yard where a massive fire roared, burning the decor of the former inhabitants. The fire stank, but the smoke boiled upward and away from the yard. Ivan stood at the fire like many others. He looked over when a young woman caught his hand. He looked at her. She smiled and pulled at him to dance with her.
I'm too old for that,
he said to her.
My joints have the energy for only one sort of dance tonight.
She smiled and pulled him from the fire back to the wall where others sought privacy, half hidden in the shadows, to exchange kisses. Ivan guided her away from the crowd and through a door that only days ago had been bricked up but was now open. He took her past the torchlight to where the young and eager would not go. He led her to a small chamber that had once been a guest room and would be again, but today was a storage room. They would not be bothered here.
Will we get in trouble for being in here?
She asked, concerned.
I don't think so,
Ivan said, glad she didn't realize who he was. She was sweet and kind. He tried to drown a hint of his grief in her, but his heart was not in it. He made sure she was happy, leaving her sleeping wrapped up in his old wool cloak. And then he walked away, with no relief and no desire to try again. He went up to the office that was now his. He stood at the window and watched the fires roaring all over the city as the sun came up. Ivan turned from the window back to the desk and dropped into the chair. He'd need a new one. This one was just too small.
Ivan,
Dre stepped in the door.
there is a man here to see you. He says you know him.
Ivan waved it off and reached to pour himself a mug of strong amber whiskey to help with the pain of his loss and his wounds. He looked up as a young man entered. For one moment, Ivan had no idea who he was until he smiled.
Travis.
Ivan got to his feet and met the young man, lifting him off the ground in a great hug. Travis laughed and hugged him back until Ivan set him down.
You look good, Ivan,
Travis said.
Except the blood.
Travis tapped the blood stain on Ivan's shirt where it seeped through bandage and fabric.
How did you find me? I thought you were still inside the barrier. Is your mother here?
My mother is in Ulumbak with Shannon.
In Ulumbak?
Travis nodded as Ivan sank back into his chair.
Jerome has been dethroned and fled Pert. Shannon is emperor, as he should be.
Was the battle terrible?
Ivan asked, concerned. Travis set a crystal down on the table carefully.
Not as bad as it might have been. I can't stay, Ivan. I wish I could, but I wanted to give you this.
He held out a scroll case and indicated the crystal that he had just set down.
I also wanted to let you know that they remember you. Even Oirion has had to admit he misses you. And Theo wishes deeply you were there to lighten the mood with a joke and a laugh when the battles get dark. Don't be afraid to let them know you are not an exile any longer, but a king.
Ivan nodded.
Are you going soon, headed to Pert?
Yes.
Travis nodded.
I have to, Ivan.
Can you?
Ivan lifted a letter he had written the day before, with no idea how to send it to his other Pertan friend.
It's for Shannon. It might be silly, but I felt I needed to write it.
Travis nodded and took it, rolled it, and slid it into the wooden scroll case he had given Ivan. He held it a moment with a very sad expression, then nodded and smiled a little.
I might not dwell in his ear, Ivan, but I love you,
Travis said seriously.
I might have caused you pain and grief, and I am sorry for it, but it was all for a reason. Just know I love you.
He bowed and simply vanished. Ivan reached for the crystal, somehow not shocked. Theo had shown him very well that some magics of old and of Pertan line were things he did not understand. Men could come and go without gates. As soon as he touched the crystal, he was gone from his chambers and stood under a lightning-filled sky on the steps of a palace so vast and stunning it seemed unreal. There was Shannon staggering to a stop with Theo, Tavia, and several other men. The yard was full of an army, and behind them was Jerome. Ivan watched the past move. When the images ended and he sat again in his chair, he felt stunned.
Shannon wasn't Malkazadon. Oirion was,
he said to himself.
The Ulam-Ar mixed the two of them up. Shannon was the masked king.
He opened his desk and slid the stone into it.
And Travis was Armond. It makes sense now.
He sighed and leaned back in his chair.
The gods shall gather on forgotten roads and walk to the setting sun.
He muttered the ancient Highmoor song. Shannon picked up the letter from the desk.
Who was in my office?
He asked the elite at the door.
No one, my lord.
Shannon ran his new fingertips over the heavy, thick paper. It was not made of wood, but flowers and pounded plant pulp in the style of Vizier. Carefully he unrolled the paper as he sat down. He knew at once who had written it, even though he had never seen the handwriting before.
My dear friend Shannon, as I now write this, I sit as king of Izir. I have regained my throne, and much of that has to do with the strength and fortitude you have maintained. My loss and grief of the past is a small reflection of your own, and knowing you has given me the ability to overcome it. I am writing to thank you, but also to tell you of a young man I lost, and now grieve for. From when and where he came, I do not know, but he appeared on the highlands of Izir and was adopted by a village there. Perton and a great wizard, he sought to aid them as he could. With no memory of his own, and only nightmares of pain and blood, he remained optimistic. When he and I traveled to Imerish, he became a dear friend and like kin, even perhaps a brother to me. But in the battle before the great hall doors, he fell. His magic he used to the end to aid and protect me. But he was focused on me, not himself, and he took a fatal arrow, and my heart is broken. I cannot bear the thought of Pert not knowing the hero they sent to Izir and of his greatness. I do not know how to honor him properly, except to perhaps somehow let his family know his story, wherever they be or whatever generation they be. Tykael with the Cruzan accent and the ready smile has fought with the Izir as ambassador of Pert, friend and ally to the bear. Blessed be his father, blessed be his mother, and humbly do I offer my gratitude to Armond for the gift of his son. Should Pert ever be in need of us, Izir is your brother and your ally, Ivan.
Shannon set the paper down and reached for his own. He took out a pen and wrote to Ivan.
How did you get the letter to my desk?
He slid the paper into a scroll case and focused on the name and face of Ivan. He had to touch on Orion's cores to borrow the energy for the magic, but it was worth it. His own magics simply would not work with this. He felt it shift and the letter was gone. Half the world away, Ivan saw the paper appear on his desk next to the scroll case and laughed a little. He wrote back simply,
Travis, but how do you get this back now that he's gone?
He put it back in the case. He waited then, peeked in. The letter was gone. Shannon wrote back,
Magic, Ivan. I'm sorry for your loss.
He sent it and got a reply back in just a moment.
Cale told me he thought he was a member of the army, but not in uniform. He was one of the youngest gate point holders in your father's army when the gate failed. I would like very much to know who he really was, maybe his full name, and now that you have your throne back, maybe you could send me a Pertan. It doesn't feel right not having one around.
Who was the youngest gateholder for my father?
Shannon asked the elite, who stood at his door, ever ready to take his orders. The man closed his eyes to send the message and asked the collective of the elites within range. He opened his eyes.
Your son, my lord, Prince Redel Tykalen von Armond.
He was at Russia,
Shannon said softly.
Not with my father. Who was the youngest with my father when they gated?
Again, the elite closed his eyes and asked out. Shannon could easily be a part of it, but his shields would have to come down, and he was not ready to add Oirion to the energy already storming about in his soul.
There are several men who swore they saw him there just as the gate failed. The other youngest would be Tygel, at 53 years.
Shannon sat a very long time just thinking. He tried to work out the magics and how it might have happened to get his son out of Russia and to Izir. He picked up his pen and wrote back to Ivan.
I am being told that Riddell, Tykallen von Armond, heir to the throne of Norwood, was the youngest Purton to hold a gate point in the time of my father's rule. But I know my son was not at the gate that failed, as he was at Russia when Jerome betrayed us. While I cannot confirm if the man you knew as Cale was, or was not, my son, without having seen him or his possessions, I can think of several ways the magics might have worked to cast him to Ezir. It is highly unlikely, but I will have it looked into. Calen would have been 14, not an adult. I will let you know what I find out.
He sent the letter to Ivan. He waited as the sun rose before the letter returned.
Cale was about that age when he came to Ezir. He'd lived here about 10 years, they tell me, about the same time we crossed the barrier. When I make it to you, I will tell you what I can, but I have no ships at the moment. As soon as I do, I will be there. I owe Pert and you no less.
I will see you then.
Shannon wrote back to his Eziran friend. News of Ivan being back on the throne of Ezir and of his planned visit was a point of light for Shannon, but the mere thought of his son made his heart ache. He could not even think of it long enough to consider the magics. If that had been all he had to worry about, he might have been able to think more clearly. But the fear that Tavia was right and that she carried a spawn of his made his heart twist in pain. It crept in at the ache for the loss of his children. She was right. If he had sired a child in the state he had been in, there was no way to know how the magic would manifest in this world. Maybe it was best that he get Jamie to just make it go away. As a healer and pontiff, Jamie had to have such ability and would understand why it should be done. He couldn't think about any of it. It all just hurt too much. He gripped the edge of his desk and leaned forward, slowly resting his forehead to his knuckles. He wasn't supposed to be emperor. Dave was. There was so much to do, and he just couldn't seem to even learn how to breathe, let alone rebuild, reclaim, and command his shattered empire.
I can't do this,
he breathed, swallowing the storm of emotions.
I can't do this.
He begged Armond to make this only a bad dream, to give him a way out, but he was given no such gift. End of Chapter 70. Continue with Chapter 71, The Aftermath. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 71, The Aftermath. The battle had been horrific, obvious from the ruin and wreckage that covered the vast battlefield. Most of the city had been destroyed, and the death toll was higher than Theo had feared it might be. Jerome had hit Tuslang with everything he had. His rage at Theo was unleashed here. Even with the unexpected aid of the Purton wizards and the army of elites, the common population was devastated. This was beyond mere war. It was a personal vendetta. The hill and much of the city was blasted away by magic explosions. Where the shield line had been was marked by the same. When Jerome's wizards had overtaken the wizards of Tuslang, the magic had exploded violently, and with it the people who had held the linked shields. There was no doubt they were all dead. Theo felt ill at the thought. They had come to his aid after thousands of years in hiding, and now they were gone. The city was in ruins, and the border between Awans and Forli forever scarred. Where once a grassy slope had gently flowed down to the Forli border, the land was now ripped open and covered in craters created by violent explosions. Some were massive, others much smaller, and many had been hit and re-hit so many times the lines were destroyed, and there was nothing but churned and charred soil. Many of the holes still smoldered, stinking of magic and death. The dead had been gathered as best as could be done with the few who were able to. The bodies had been burned on a hill to the north, but the ruined landscape was still stained with blood and stank of the waste of war that rotted in the sun. Wolves, crows, and ravens had moved in to clean up what parts had been missed or left behind in the rush to clear the dead away. Theo paused to watch a small wild dog dart across an open field to snatch up some bit of flesh from a crowd of unhappy ravens. It took off with the prize in its mouth. Items were scattered in the mud and trampled grass. No one had yet bothered to scavenge for trinkets, but they would in time. Years, decades, even centuries later, trinkets of the fallen would be found on such a field of battle. For many, those lost tidbits would be all that was left of their lives. Theo knew if he wanted, he could look past the sunshine and the flies to watch the battle he had missed, to see the ghosts of the fallen, just as he had with the Gate of the Emperor and that battle. But he didn't feel he needed to. He could not feel any more sadness for the loss or honor the fallen any more than he already did. The battle was over. The fallen were gone, and there was nothing he could do to change that. He wandered the hillside, bent, and picked up a set of blood-stained prayer beads that some priest had dropped on his way to battle. It was terrible how good men could be driven by a madman to do such things. He whispered a prayer for the souls of the misguided men of Jerome's army. He didn't want to think about the price they might end up paying for blind obedience. Theo tucked the beads in his belt. He tried to be all right with the deaths of so many. He tried to not feel somehow guilty for it. He tried to make his heart understand the deaths had not been in vain. Jerome's distraction here had bought what was needed. This ruined land, this shattered city, and the devastated lives were directly responsible for the dethroning of Jerome and for Shannon taking his rightful place. Still, it seemed such a waste. His heart did not listen to his mind. He forced out a heavy sigh and headed up to his city. The city was destroyed on the eastern and southern sides, nearly half of it blasted away into rubble. The middle of it had burned with fires that raged hotter than any natural flame. Only a few hollow walls of soot-stained stone remained there. A few people picked through the ruins as he walked. The smell was just starting to set in, as there was simply not the manpower to clear the rubble and pull the dead free. Disease from the rot and the flies that were already thick would hit the people. The survivors would have many difficulties to overcome. Theo tried to think how he might alleviate the pain and suffering that were on the way. As he neared the western quarter of the city, life began to return to normal. People moved in the actions of life. Water still had to be drawn, meals still had to be cooked, and children still had to be cared for. But the look of pain, of grief and shock was on all their weary faces. He entered what had once been an inn, but had been converted to a place of healing. It was a solid building that kept the heat off the men inside, but it was no healer's college. The main tavern room had become the hospice for the nameless men who lay on mats on the floor. Healers moved from one to the next. The stink was different here, but no less, and the moaning pain of the men was constant. The wounded and healers both suffered for the lack.
"Can I help you?"
A tired-looking Persian woman in her later years asked, coming to him.
"Are you looking for someone?"
Theo looked from the rows of injured to her. It took a moment before she realized to whom she had spoken, and she dropped to a knee.
"Your Grace, I did not recognize you,"
she said.
"Please."
He caught her hand and pulled her up.
"That's not what I need."
He looked to the men.
"I am not a healer, but today I wish above all else that I was. Is there anything you need? Anything I can do to help?"
"Are there more healers from other cities?"
she asked.
"We are just so few. Many died during the battle trying to save lives amid the fighting."
She shook her head with a haunted look.
"They will be arriving soon. I have already sent for as many as I can from every school and monastery in Owens."
"Your Majesty, what has happened? They say you gated away, and that shortly after that was when much of the army of Jerome gated as well."
"I was needed in Ulaanbaatar,"
he explained, thinking how pathetic that sounded. He was their king, and he had abandoned his people in mid-battle.
"With my aid, the King of Norwood, TyRaddick von Shannon, now sits in Ulaanbaatar, and the light has begun to return. Armond himself stood on the steps and showed his rage at Jerome and denounced Tyrell, named Shannon Emperor, announced a true Holy Father. Jerome has fled Pert. I hate that I was not here to help. I might have saved many, but if I had not gone, Jerome would still hold the throne."
She smiled with relief and let out a breath. She reached out and touched his arm, offering comfort to his sadness.
"Prince Harold has said you went to aid the heir of the Empire. Some, however, claim you fled a battle you did not think to win, and others say you did something that lured Jerome away from the city.
Oh, I did.
He smiled a little.
The old man is very upset at me at the moment. I found the lost army of Tyrell and keyed the gate back to Ulaanbaatar. With the help of the new regent of Pert, TyShaHaNon, we opened the gate and brought them all back.
She nodded and put her hand to her heart and tried not to cry with relief.
Blessed you are, my king. Blessed your father who held the throne long enough for the true line of lords to set Pert back into order. Without you, such news would not be possible. Long have we prayed for the angels to set things right again.
I cannot take all that credit. It is more truthful to say that it was all made possible because of Oirion Hennon and his cousin TyShaHaNon. Shannon has held on a very long time and never given up on Pert or on his faith in the angels.
He paused, then continued.
Why don't you let the men know I am here? And perhaps I can help change his bandage and bedpans, if nothing else. I am here to help.
You would do that?
She asked, shocked.
Yes, I would,
he said.
Go ahead and let the other healers whisper the truth and just tell me where to start and who needs it.
Many of those whom Theo helped were in too much pain to know or care who it was that came to aid them. Some wept at his calm, easy touch. A few were horrified their king was seeing them at their weakest. Strong men do not like to have bedpans, let alone have their king change it. He stayed with the men who had the hardest time being served by their king. He asked them of their lives, of their families, where they were from, where they had served. He worked to find out the details they were most proud of to ease their minds. He prayed that his example would lead others to be good to those in need. Owens was going to need that. It was a full day's work when he looked up as a hand touched his shoulder. He was just finishing changing a bandage on a young man's arm. The arm was nearly chopped off and would never work fully again, but perhaps the man would keep it. Theo wished he had just a whisper of Jamie's ability. He turned and rose and saw Vin nearby. Theo tried not to wince in sympathy for his friend, whose gnarled scars gashed across his face. Half of his left cheek and jawline were burned into a white scar. It was horrific to see, but the man had deep inner strength, and it showed. Not even under such torture had he lost his self-control. Instead, the pain had honed him into something unbreakable. Theo found himself startled again at how short Vin truly was. Like all Pusans, Vin was not even 5 feet tall. He was a stocky man of solid muscle and reminded Theo of the build of dwarves. But unlike dwarves, Pusans had a sleekness to them. They did not grow beards, and their narrow eyes added to the sense of mysterious grace they all seemed to possess. Pusans were a remote and secretive people who rarely traded or traveled abroad. The only reason Vin was abroad was due to capture, not choice.
How did it go?
Vin asked him as they left the crowded space.
Shannon is emperor and Jerome has fled Pert, so it went well enough. I am so sorry I wasn't here.
To have Jerome flee Pert, it is worth it.
Theo washed his hands in the basin near the door before they left for the night street. In the dark, the light of the old buildings of the northern edge of the city could be seen faintly, broken and flickering in places, but glowing. Theo paused a moment to look at them before they walked on, passing through the rubble toward that end of the city.
What will you do with the city now?
Vin asked.
I don't know yet. Much of it is in ruin.
The older city was not damaged too badly. Jerome tried, but the magics of Owens rose up to help protect it.
Vin nodded to himself.
Are Harold and Borrdick okay?
Yes. Harold has proved himself a fitting prince. He has taken over command of the city in a very calm manner. He has begun to send the injured out to other places to be healed as they get stable. He works with the crews to clear the rubble and to get the dead gathered before the area becomes diseased. It's an almost impossible task, but he is keeping people moving and things are being addressed. You should be proud, and Borrdick is Borrdick.
And you, Vin?
I took some injury, but nothing of note, and it has been healed.
They stopped at a tavern and entered the low, dark place. Many men sat around with heads hung over what meal they had gotten and a mug of drink. A man brought a pitcher of dark beer to them without a word and nodded to Vin.
General?
The man bowed his head to him. Vin nodded to the weary man, then clearly turned his attention back to Theo.
I guess I stand out,
Vin said with a sad smile, almost apologizing for being recognized when Theo was not.
What will you do now, Vin?
Now?
Vin sighed.
Part of me wishes to stay and aid you as a friend. I have come to care very much for Arwens and for you, but I think I need to go home.
Theo nodded.
Will you tell me your story first?
Vin passed a mug to Theo and poured his own slowly to prevent too much foam.
Pusa does not have priests as you have them, but we have wisdom keepers. Those wisdom keepers have magics that work in concert with each other. No one person holds the entire magic. Our religion, as such, is very like that of ancient Arwens.
He took a drink of the dark ale and shifted a little in the wooden chair.
We believe that when the barrier comes down, that only the races that take a part in it will pass through into the next age with any of the remaining grace of the angels or the teaching from the last age.
He slowly took a drink, thinking about how to proceed.
There is always a sacred female, a woman who is destined to be the mother of the age to come. At least that is as close as I can get the translation.
He took another sip.
We call that woman the Walker. She is found by many signs, and her entire life is spent in learning and preparing for her task. She is kept as a virgin until she has either seen to her task, died, or has passed her 45th year, and a new Walker is named. Normally, the new Walker is a young girl who is then brought to the house of the nearest wisdom keeper, or shaman, in another way of translating.
He took another drink, clearly uncomfortable talking of the way of his people.
I am the keeper of the wisdom of the waters, a form of magic that is not real usable here, or much use without other forms to work with me. My eldest daughter was named the New Walker nearly 20 years ago when she was just a small child.
He took another drink.
Somehow Jerome learned that the young Walker was in the care of the wisdom keeper of the waters, and in his every effort to control the magics of the world and the power of the shields, he came to steal her. But I hid her away in time. However, he did take me. His tortures were for me to reveal where the girl was hidden away. He dealt with me as a shaman, not as a father, and so I was able to hold out through his torture. My daughter is still a young woman in need of much teaching, and my wife may yet hold out for hope of my survival. I have tried to reach her, but I am uncertain if I have. It is for them and for the fact that I hold a wisdom that needs to be taught to another and passed on that I would leave you.
Had I known you had a family, I would have asked you to go home sooner,
Theo said.
That is why I said nothing. My soul needed to be here for this, to prove my stance and loyalties. And now that the throne of Pert is refilled, the hope of the barrier truly coming down becomes a real possibility, not just a religious tradition we honor.
Theo nodded. He reached out and took hold of Vin's hand.
You know I consider you a friend and an ally, and it does make me feel better to know that Pert is not the only place where men look towards the next age and consider what must be done about the barrier. If the world does not address it soon, we will not last long. It will break, and in that release of power, it will destroy us all.
I have seen that in the ice.
Vin debated saying more, and Theo waited for him. The Pusan man looked up after his inner struggle.
I suggest you learn to find a magic to allow a blind man to see, and that will not be felt as magic at all.
What do you mean? For whom? Myself?
No, not for you.
Vin tried to think of what to say and how to say it.
It will be a very long and difficult road for Pert to recover this shattering of lines, and war will happen on many scales. Should the Emperor ever be known to have a weakness, what little faith the people hold for him will waver and fail. Not even the lights of the cities of old will be enough. He must seem to them as beyond weakness, to be nearly an angel himself. I will give such things no power by putting it to words, but there will be a day when Shannon will need you in ways that he will not even be able to explain.
I understand,
Theo said.
Let not the words of the foreseen breathe life into the energies of the world. I am no master at it, but among the list of things I have spinning in my head, being a seer is one of the lesser ones. Much I do not understand, and I have a very hard time knowing dream from vision, but that is not my stronger magic, and so I leave it to the angels to use as they will.
Vin nodded a little.
I am not supposed to tell of things seen except to the other shaman. To know that you carry a wisdom of foresight makes me feel better. I do feel, though, that I need to go home.
Theo reached into his vault and pulled out a purse and slid it across the table.
That will pay for your passage and anything else you might need. I cannot thank you enough, Vin. I could not have done what I have without you.
I know.
Vin grinned. He took the heavy purse, rose and lifted Theo's hand to his chest, then to his forehead.
I do not think we will meet again in this life by chance, but perhaps we shall choose to.
He bowed his head and left. Theo sat alone at the table drinking the dark ale. He had so much to do. Once he left the table, he would be bound to the role of king and his responsibility to deal with the repairs to his kingdom from warp storms, the food shortage certain to come, and the unstable politics of the rest of Pert. He bowed his head and prayed for Shannon, for Oirion, and for the new Holy Father. Their tasks were far more than Theo's, and he was already feeling overwhelmed. End of Chapter 71. Continue with Epilogue, Master Adept. Emperors and Exiles, Epilogue, Master Adept. It takes a lot for a healer to get a hangover. It had to do with energy depletion, overall physical weakness, and a massive amount of very strong alcohol. Hangovers were also no stranger to Eldwar. On the other hand, he had not had one this bad in a great long time. Eldwar did not even remember how he had gotten to the stable he was in. He sat on a low barrel of grain, holding his head. He couldn't sit steady and swayed despite efforts not to. The splitting pain in his head felt as if he had been stabbed just above his right eye. He felt sick and had been a few times already. The slime from his gut was a reeking puddle between his feet. He was filthy, whether from falling or from a fight he didn't know. He'd not been this sick since Shaz. Jamie was young. He couldn't even begin to scan his own body for injury, but part of him just didn't care enough to be concerned either way. His gut twisted, and he gagged on the force of his stomach, but there was nothing left. He coughed and caught his breath. He spit the taste out of his mouth, trying not to think. God only knew what he might have done during this last bout of drinking, and he was very afraid to learn what it might have been.
Here,
a man said. Eldwar squinted up to the man who had spoken. He was in his mid-years, mostly human, but his being too many other races had backlashed and given him too much in the information cords. His face showed a little of his condition, but not as bad as some Eldwar had seen, just enough to know he was different. The man generously offered a cup of something.
What?
Eldwar asked him.
Pickle juice,
the man said with a kind smile. He took a seat beside Eldwar on the crate. Eldwar took the cup and tried to take a sip, but his body didn't want it. He groaned and set it aside.
Thanks, but I don't think it will help.
It helps me,
the man shrugged.
Thought I'd offer.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Eldwar tried to be nice. The people afflicted with the extra marker tended to be very kind souls, and treated poorly because of their slightly slower minds. Slower minds, faster hearts, he had once said of them. Once, so long ago it might have been another life, he had made a study of the building blocks of what it was to be one race and not another. That had led to the study of insanity and how blended races affected the mind. The people, like the man beside him, had been the natural link between the physical and psychological effects of just too many energies competing with each other in a single person.
The thing that made you overdo it is so bad. Was it worse than this? Or was it worth it?
Eldwar looked over at the man. Eldwar's hair was mud-crusted, tangled, and in his face, but it didn't matter. He couldn't focus. He closed one eye to try to better see his newest companion.
What do you mean?
He asked, not understanding.
All men drink heavy for a reason. I was wondering if being this sick is better or worse than the reason.
Eldwar clenched his teeth against a watering mouth, warning him of another dry heave that was trying to form. He swallowed it hard.
Not better or worse, just different.
The man nodded and leaned forward on his knees. Eldwar held his head in his hands again and ignored him. The fellow meant no harm and clearly worked at the stables. Eldwar realized he wasn't even sure if he was still on the palace grounds or not. He remembered nothing beyond drinking at the tavern that was part of the guard's village. Something to do with a dwarf, and then nothing until he woke up here.
If you need, there's a clean stall down there.
The stable hand pointed to the right.
You can lie down till you feel like going.
Thanks, but I'll be fine here.
If you say so.
The man left him to sit alone again. Eventually, Eldwar picked up the cup and sipped at the strong juice. It helped get the taste of vomit out of his mouth, if nothing else. He pushed himself up and left the cup. Brushing his tangled hair out of his face a little, he stumbled for the door. At the bright light of the day, he stopped, wincing and covering his eyes in pain.
How are you feeling this morning?
A man asked with a laugh. Eldwar peeked blurry-eyed at a man who had walked up in a guard's uniform. He was one of the men Grimm had taken in as a palace guard from Jerome's former army. Eldwar didn't know what made Grimm so damn trusting, but it wasn't Eldwar's concern. If he didn't have an open tab at the tavern, he would have stumbled away from Uhlambach altogether.
About like I look, I'd guess,
Eldwar replied, uncertain of how he should react to the man.
I imagined so,
the guard said with a sympathetic chuckle.
I don't think I have ever seen a man outdrink any dwarf, let alone 3. I was a bit worried you'd gone and gotten robbed.
Eldwar felt for his wallet and found it rather full and heavy on his belt. He groaned as he fell against the doorframe.
Apparently not.
He wondered how he had managed to get money. Maybe healing, maybe darts, maybe tricks in an alley. He had no idea.
Well, it was great to see those boys get put in their place. Arrogant little dogs. Anyway, glad you're still on your feet. Oh, there was a healer lady asking how to find you. Something about reading some paper you once wrote about brain function. Something to do with Tyrell's army, I guess.
A paper I wrote.
For some university in Kilabin?
The guard shrugged.
Anyway, I'll see you around, and try not to fall over.
He walked past Eldwar to the cool dark of the stable. He called for someone named Denny and left Eldwar to try to find his way to some place to be. Eldwar found a water trough a few yards away and dunked his head in it. The cool water helped. He lingered a moment and considered just gulping in. To drown under his own will would be something impressive, really. He'd tried to kill himself a number of times over the years, first to stop his insanity, then because of his crimes, but each attempt had failed as he blacked out, and his own magics betrayed him and brought him back. He leaned on the trough edge and wiped his wet hair out of his eyes. He splashed water on his face and wiped his unkempt beard of the water. He wanted to cry, but wasn't even sure why. He dared not look at his emotions too closely. If he did, he might find Jamie at the core of it. He was just about to step away when he was grabbed hard and shoved down. His feet slipped and his chest slammed into the edge of the trough and his head was forced under. Instinct made him fight. In his mind, he almost laughed at the irony that a moment before he had considered suicide and now fought murder. He relaxed his body. He could have killed the man who held him, but he didn't fight. He couldn't quite make himself breathe in, but he could allow his own murder. There was almost a moment of peace about the idea, but then it was over. He was let go. He dropped back with a gasp of air despite himself. His hand went to his chest where he had hit the wood, cracking ribs and skinning flesh. He caught a few quick breaths and pushed himself up, wincing from the headache he still had. With the help of the trough to pull himself up, he got to his feet and pushed the hair and water out of his face as the man behind him ran off. Shannon stood on the other side of the trough in a stunning robe of green so dark it might only seemed green in the light. The entire garment was stitched with black silk thread in detail that seemed to shimmer with power. Eldwar coughed a little. He could see the magic in the Emperor's robe, and part of him was rather impressed, even awed by the beauty and detail of it. His near murder was utterly forgotten for a moment.
Your Eminence,
Eldwar said, giving a pathetic and mocking attempt at a bow. Shannon should have let him be killed.
So kind of you to interrupt,
he said, not hiding his annoyance and distaste at being still alive.
What happened to you?
Shannon asked with a slight scowl.
How can you be the same man who took charge one moment, healing hundreds, and then turn around and fall right back into this?
I must not have been thinking clearly.
Eldwar spat blood from his lip, trying not to be intimidated or concerned for what Shannon thought or said.
This is who I am, and unlike you, I am not going to pretend to be something I am not. You can wear whatever mask of control you like, but I know what you are inside that perfect body you wear. Piss off, Shannon. You should have let me die.
I did not come here to save you, Eldwar,
Shannon said.
I rather dislike you. You disgust me, and that is difficult to do. I do not even have the concern for you to bother to remind you exactly who and what I am in a most unpleasant way. I suggest you not get too bold with me, though, as I might find the time.
Eldwar laughed and staggered sideways despite himself.
Do us both a favor and just kill me.
Do not think I am not tempted.
Let me make it easier for you.
Eldwar moved at Shannon and caught the front of his robe, but Shannon just stood there. Eldwar winced with the pain of his headache. His knees gave out and he gripped hold of the fabric to stay up, but his hands didn't have the strength. Shannon grabbed Eldwar's wrists in a powerful grip and held him up, but forced him back a step.
Go be useful, Eldwar, and you will get a room. You'll get all the drink you want. I'll even pay for your whores. Just go be useful.
There was no anger, no hatred, just pity, and a hint of disgust. Shannon stepped away and around. Eldwar stood for a moment, wavering, then collapsed.
Shannon!
He yelled, begging the man to just kill him.
Shannon!
He yelled with all he had, all the anger and hatred he held for himself, at the Perton who had so mastered his own curse to become lord of it, and to use it to his own gain, and at Armond for allowing any of it.
Please,
he whispered, folding over, fighting to not cry, not in public. His voice was not heard, but he sent all the emotional power he could, all of it, at Shannon. He choked on the tail end of his own grief and pain. He did not see Shannon falter in his step. He had no way to know the sensitivity and power of Shannon's link to emotional energies. He did not see Shannon cover his heart with a shaking hand or gasp in pain. He just lay over in the mud, feeling utterly alone and unheard. Eldwar woke up in the mud by the trough. No one had bothered to move him, to cover him, or to kill him. A pity, he thought, but at least he wasn't in the depth of a hangover. He pushed himself up, stumbling to go find a bathhouse. You didn't pay for baths here. If you were on palace grounds, you had access to the baths. It was just that easy. Once he located the building, he stumbled for a tub. He started the water and peeled off the muddy clothes. At least now he felt numb. Numb and hollow was so much better than being in pain. He dumped the clothes and stepped in, sinking down to scrub as best he could with neither soap nor cloth. It was all just a process that was something to be done and meant nothing. He gave it no thought, just letting habit dictate his motions. He got out once done and left his filthy wet clothes where they were. He left the building in nothing but his hair. He didn't care. He was headed back to the guards' village's barrack-like hostel, and the room he had been staying in when Grim met him in the yard. Grim looked grand, with his hair bound back, his uniform of black and red with the white sash across his chest. He put a cloak around Eldwar's shoulders.
I don't need your...
He started, but Grim punched him in the chest just hard enough to stagger him back, but not knock him over.
If you don't follow me, I will throw you over my shoulder like the child you are and carry you,
Grim warned. Grim led him not to the village area that Eldwar knew, but to the nicer side of the village. This was tucked between the western palace wall, the back of the imperial healer's house to the south, the royal stables and barracks to the west, and the palace grounds, fish pond and pastures, that were more park than pasture, on the north. Grim opened a door for them and tapped a light to turn it on. The house was small. The main room had the living space with a kitchen at the back, a small bath chamber on the right with a stairway up to a bedroom. The building was ancient stone and in time would have light, water, and heat without need for fuel or maintenance. The lines of the Emperor had reached it and glowed faintly along the wall top and responded in the lamp Grim had tapped. The blessing Armond had put on Shannon would provide clean energy to every house connected to him. It would transform the empire and the economy on levels few had any idea of. Eldwar thought it rather amusing that the catastrophe would hit so many wood and coal markets. Even oil and candle merchants were about to suffer. Among them were several Killaban lords he personally hated.
Get dressed,
Grim said, as he went to the kitchen, turning the lights on. On a chair was a stack of folded clothes, nothing fancy, but a far cry better than the rags Eldwar had worn in Killaban. He pulled on the clothes before he joined the captain of the guard in the kitchen. Grim pointed to the table that stood next to the main room door. Eldwar sat and accepted the soup and bread Grim set down for them. Grim opened the back door to let fresh air into the warm kitchen and took a seat. Eldwar didn't want to eat, but with the food there, he found he was indeed hungry. While he wanted to not show he needed help or wanted it, he took a spoonful of the thick stew.
You know how I met Jamie?
Grim asked.
No, and I don't care.
In a tavern in Borrdick. I was the door guard there. He came in and drank a lot. He never left for days, just healed for coins, gambled, drank, and ate what I put in front of him. A lifestyle he learned to master by example, I now see.
Eldwar looked up only to give Grim a look of hatred.
He stumbled out one day after a massive win at a table, and as expected, he got himself attacked. Even stumbling drunk, he left a mark. They left him for dead in a gutter. I drug him home, made him bathe and eat.
Grim took a sip of his hot tea and leaned back in his chair to watch Eldwar force himself to take another spoonful.
I had no idea who he was or what the devil he was running from, but I know now.
I don't even have any idea what decade you're talking about, so don't look at me. He ran away from me a long time ago.
He's still running away from you. He's running away from the fear he is going to be just like you. When he proves his own fears, he lashes out at the world. I have more broken bones from him than from 5,000 years on the run being hunted by Jerome's demons.
Grim leaned forward with one elbow on the table. He studied Eldwar.
It's amazing to me that a man with so much power over another can't even stay sober for a day on his own.
I have no say in his life.
Eldwar snarled back.
Hell, I don't even claim him as my son anymore. What do you want, Grim? Why do you care?
Shannon told me to get you out of sight. You're an embarrassment to Pert.
So, just kill me then.
Grim looked at him as if considering doing just that.
What do you want, Eldwar? Travis told you once that death would not fix it, that death without redemption would not be pleasant. And knowing now who he was, is that really what you want? I'll do it right now if it is. So think about that real carefully. You want death? You really want to risk Armond's threat?
Eldwar shifted. He almost said yes, almost. But he hesitated. For some reason, he believed Grim might just do it. The reality was that Travis was Armond, and Eldwar had always known that. He had denied it with everything he had, but he had known. He wanted to turn the table over, to shout and throw punches, to attack Grim for making him admit he didn't want to die. He did not want to be what he was, who he was, or to be dead either. So he was caught in a hellish cycle. Grim leaned on the table.
What?
Eldwar looked up, his tone snarly and rude. He wished he didn't sound so horrid, but he wasn't about to take it back.
What do you want? You must ask yourself, what do you want? Shannon is giving you another chance. He will give you anything you ask for, money, the finest wine, silk clothes, a palace perhaps. What do you want? All he wants is you to do something, anything.
What do I want?
Eldwar almost laughed, but it fell short and he felt his heart drop. What did he want? He wanted his wife back. He wanted to start over. He wanted to be the man he was at 20. He wanted forgiveness. He wanted his daughter to be happy. He wanted his son to be proud of him. He wanted his son to love him. Most of all, he wanted that. He opened his mouth to say it, but his throat tightened and he snapped it closed. Anger at himself, at Armond, at Jamie boiled up, but he choked it down.
When you figure it out,
Grim said, pushing himself up,
let me know, and I'll see what I can do to help. But maybe, just maybe, you already know what you should be doing. You just need to admit what it is, what you want. Not to me, not to Shannon, but to yourself, maybe to Armond.
Grim put his bowl and cup in the sink.
Oh.
He paused in the doorway.
This is your house. If Shannon ever hears about you laying drunk in the yard again, he'll lock you in here for the rest of your life. Do what you want, but don't do that.
He left, shutting the front door softly. Eldwar sat staring at the door a long time before he got up and made his way up the stairs to the room above and crawled into bed. He could not forgive Armond. He could not talk to the angel. He could not talk to anyone. He had no counselor, no friend, no family. Everything had all gone with the pain of madness and grief.
I hate you,
he whispered at Armond. Part of his mind knew he wasn't sure if he spoke to Armond or to himself. Eldwar might well just be letting Armond know how much he hated himself. Eldwar tore himself awake, shouting and desperate to escape. He thrashed away the bedding and held himself up on his elbows. Sweat-soaked and with a sick taste in his mouth, he caught himself sobbing and shouted at the angels, at heaven itself. He felt the energies of his heart threaten to shred it apart, but he refused to be reduced to that point again. He grabbed it all back, choked it down, and flung himself from bed and down the stairs. Low light glowed along the top of the wall of the main floor, giving enough to see by when added to the glow of the moons through the windows. He hit the lever of the sink and was somehow not surprised when fresh cold water came to his command. He filled a cup and chugged it down, but it didn't wash away the turmoil of his dreams. Frustrated, he flung the glass into the sink with the strength of his emotions. The glass shattered with enough force that some of it landed on the counter and the floor. He couldn't be still. Eldwar left the small house still barefoot and just walked. A storm was rapidly moving in, making the moons vanish behind clouds. He didn't notice. He didn't care. He just had to move, to purge energy from his mind and body. His head buzzed with the past and the pain of shattered magics. Eldwar stopped. The view of the palace was amazing. Somehow it almost seemed alive, as if the walls themselves had come to life with the deep energy within. The faint lines along the wall tops, around every door and window, were softly glowing blue, as if the moon had charged them. But it wasn't the moon. It was Shannon, it was Armond, and the other angels. Eldwar turned his back on the palace and walked the other way. He was headed nowhere. To see the light of the wells of Pert made him feel almost more isolated and broken than he had been before. He knew his pain was nothing compared to Shannon's, but it did not help his sanity or his heart. It only proved how weak he was. He barely noticed as heavy clouds moved in on a light breeze that became a hot wind. Distant thunder exploded about him, startling him out of the dark mood that seemed to consume him. There was a crack of lightning that hit the palace towers and for a moment lit them up in a flash of pink that left the world suddenly dark in its aftermath. Eldwar blinked to get his vision back. He cleared his eyes as the palace came back into focus with its faint lines of light. Then it seemed to blur. That was his only warning before rain downpoured on him. Sheets of hot rain that he could feel held the power to warp, to alter, to set off magics, or to destroy them. He ran for the nearest building as lightning again struck down. He ducked inside the door. The last thing he wanted was for his past magics to suddenly flare back to life in his cores. Great windows held back the storm, but left him dripping and out of breath just behind the glass, watching the storm explode over Ulambak. He saw the walls of the palace flush with the lines growing momentarily brilliant in the reaction to the energy of the lightning. Eldwar watched with a growing admiration for the magics of old as the power of the warped lightning was absorbed by the lines of power. This ancient city with its divine magics was built for exactly this sort of storm and was gaining strength from it. He flinched and stepped back as lightning struck the yard between the building he was in and the palace. He wasn't the only one. Other people had come to the front hall here to watch the storm.
How far does it reach, you think?
A middle-aged human asked with concern.
You think the city is being protected as well?
I hope so,
a woman said.
Only the old city and the areas where the lines are not broken will be protected,
Eldwer said, realizing how many people were going to be exposed and without hope.
Port Hall and the Orchard District are going to get hit the worst.
Master Eldwer.
A young woman exclaimed, surprised.
Oh my lord, I did not know it was you. I am so glad you found time to come in. We really wanted to talk to you. Do you have time now?
I suppose,
he said, not certain he wanted to deal with them, but it was nice to be called master and to be shown a little respect.
I'll fetch tea,
she said. The man gestured and led the way into the building and up several flights of stairs to a conference office.
We're at a dilemma,
the man said.
The army is not responding well to our efforts to heal them. It's almost as if they are being drained as fast as we can give them aid. Some of the open wounds have yet to heal, and it feels like we are being fought in a way.
The man went to one of the drawers that lined the bottom half of the wall around the entire room. He pulled out several heavy folders and brought them to the table just as the girl came in with a tray of tea.
All the journeymen have tried everything we know and looked into every book we can find,
the healer continued,
but have found nothing to help us. Novice Kella,
he nodded to the young woman,
found a paper you seem to have written about 280 years ago, about the brain activity of schizophrenics and the extremely depressed. It got her thinking, and we hypothesized that they are not brain dead, but in some sort of waking coma.
He slid the folder over with the page open.
We just do not have the understanding of the brain or anyone of enough power to really see it. What do you think?
Honey,
Kella asked.
No, thank you.
Eldwer took the folder as he sat. Outside, lightning flashed again so brightly the lights inside the room dimmed in response, but came back up quickly. He couldn't help it. He was fascinated. The differences in brain energies of the races was what had been his focus as a young man, and that had led to his fateful choice to study the insane. He skimmed over the reports and the efforts the healers had made. He sipped the hot tea that seemed to flood him with energy and to make the storm and his inner issues vanish.
I need to see one of them,
he said.
Of course,
the healer said with relief and led the way down the hall and to a private chamber. There a woman lay in the bed with only a faint lamp by her bedside, the drapes drawn tightly against the storm outside. He moved to her to sit on the bedside and reached out, but paused.
Did you know she is with child?
Eldwer asked them.
No.
The healer breathed in a bit of shock.
No, we didn't. We have been so focused on just trying to keep her alive. Someone needs to inform the Emperor.
Eldwer looked back to her as his hand touched her head. He knew without needing to ask why it should matter to Shannon. This was Shannon's mother. The baby inside would be his brother.
It's a boy,
he said, knowing it without even having to really think.
At least in body,
he added, but was already looking into the woman's brain to see the patterns and movements of energy. He lingered to be certain, then rose.
Show me another,
he said. The man took him to another room and another. Each in turn, he looked into the energies trying to understand. After a number of visits, he took a seat back at the table with the healers of the city. They simply included him in the breakfast they all had together every morning, as they spoke of things for the day.
Master Eldwer,
the eldest man at the table said with utter respect and hope.
Did you learn anything?
Eldwer tried to put what he saw into words. It had been so long since he had had to think and speak like a healer to other healers. It took a moment.
It is most certain they are not brain dead. All those I saw were conscious. Their brains are active. It is more like they are caught in a magic, or that they are very focused on something other than us. Think of it as a parent trying to read a book with a child playing at his or her feet. The parent is aware and yet is not really in the room with the child, but caught up in the story.
Like a demonic trance, or as if they have retreated into sanctuaries?
A Perton woman asked.
Exactly,
he said after a moment of thought.
Do we know how many of them would be strong enough wizards to have sanctuaries?
That is a myth,
an older male human healer said firmly, dismissing the idea.
No, it's not,
Eldwar said.
Can someone ask Father Jamie about how to reach a soul who has retreated into a sanctuary? He might have the means to try as the Holy Father to do that. I need to see every record of everything that was done before they went into a coma and everything that happened the day they did.
There was a storm,
Kella said.
one of the aftershocks of the gate in the yard. As each fell asleep, they just never woke up. They seemed mentally all right, traumatized of course, but sane and lucid before that.
A woman got up, leaving her meal, to pull out a file from another drawer and gave it to Eldwar.
And you are certain such stories are true?
The old man asked again uncertainly.
Yes,
Eldwar said firmly. He was not going to tell them how he knew so certainly, but he had conviction he hoped they saw. He could not tell them that once upon a time he had his own, but that it had shattered and driven him half insane. If they had any idea of that, the respect they showed him right now would be replaced with something far different.
How do you know that so certainly?
The man asked with a sideways look, trying to believe, but unable to overcome his lifetime of dogma.
I travelled with the Emperor. I assure you he trances into one daily, as does the regent to whom I spoke of it. It is a magic as simple as our ability to see inside another body. Very strange, even fearsome to others, but normal to healers. I would guess those of rank at least had such sanctuaries. Possibly all. Lord Commander Grimm would know, I think.
So would Tyrell,
an old woman said.
He is not affected.
Where is he?
Eldwar asked, curious why the former emperor might not be sharing in the side effects with his army. There might be a very important clue there.
In a tower cell. His Holiness locked him in for his own safety,
she said with a clear dislike for the former emperor.
I will go talk to him then.
Eldwar volunteered before he could stop himself. If he was going to go talk to the father of Shannon, he would not be able to do so in the plain clothes he wore now.
I best have a formal robe for that,
he said, with a glance at the elders at the table. With a man as arrogant as the former emperor, there was no doubt what a man wore mattered.
Fetch the master a robe,
the old human said to Kella.
There should be a master's robe yet in lockup.
He paused.
On second thought, I'll do it. Where are you staying? In the palace?
No,
Eldwar said with a bit of tension. It was nice to see they thought he might be, and he was a little ashamed that he wasn't.
In the village. I have a small house there.
I will bring you robes as soon as I am done eating. I don't walk as fast as Kella, perhaps, but I know what to grab.
Eldwar nodded and finished his meal.
If I do not answer the door, it is because I need a bath. Just come in,
he told the man and left the healer's college to try to find his house again. It took him longer than he had hoped, but he found it. He went in and hurried to clean up the broken glass, make a bath and wash before the old healer arrived. He wanted to be certain he seemed to have lived here since the overthrow, not that he had just been drug in as a drunkard the day before. His mind went to the complexity of what he had seen. He was thinking about the magics that could be involved and did not hear the man knock at all. He was so caught up in his thoughts that he walked out of the bathroom in his towel, talking to himself about the cross energies between the brain halves, and nearly jumped out of his skin when he startled at the presence of the old healer in his living room.
I did not mean to startle you,
the man apologized.
Oh no, it was my own doing, just wrapped up in thought.
Robes.
The healer motioned to the robes laid on the chair nearest the door.
I also brought you a few of the master badges and such.
He motioned to the small box on the side table, next to the chair.
You need anything else?
His gaze flickered more than once to the scars on Eldwar's chest. Eldwar struggled to seem to not have noticed. It had been a very long time since anyone had seen him shirtless, and longer since a healer had seen the scars not even he could heal.
No, that will be good. Thank you.
The man bowed and left the little house quickly. Eldwar picked up the robe on top. It was a heavy cotton, silk-lined, dark green master's robe of the healer's college. Golden stars were embroidered over one shoulder, and down across his chest, with the threads turning green as they went. So the last stars that flowed down the length of the robe were nearly invisible. They symbolized the healing powers that rose from life and transcended into the divine. He pulled it on, the weight of it familiar from his far past. The line and shape were the same the empire over, and one not even Jerome had altered. He added the belt of black with the healer's talismans embroidered in gold on them. Many thought them just fancy details, but Eldwar knew they were sorcery wards made to protect the healers from battle magics, so they might work healings without fear of being blasted into nothing by a wizard in war. Maybe he should talk to Theo about activating the magics. The King of Awans would not do it for him alone, but maybe for the healers as a whole, he might think about it. At least he might do it for those who would be in his own army anyway. Theo would know something about them, he was sure. Eldwar opened the box to find a number of rings, which he pushed on, and the heavy chain of the Master of College, the Dean of Healing, gold plates linked and woven with silver chain. Each inch-square plate was layered with the seals of the healers and the angels, and set with an oval stone, each one different, each one corresponding to the many cores of the pertinent matrix of body and soul in this realm. He had never considered himself to even be likely to be given any formal rank, let alone to be handed the college itself. Eldwar lifted the chain up and held it in his hands. He stared at it with tears building in his eyes. He had not been so scared of anything since his wife had died, and he had held his infant son in his hands. He had failed in that very sacred task, horribly and unforgivably. This could not end much better. His heart sank, wanting to put the ornament and all it meant down. He could flee. He could run back to kill Abin. He could go get a drink and think about it, or he could just run off a cliff top. In his hands was what he wanted. The chance to redeem himself, if only a little. The chance for his son to see him in a different light. The chance to give something to his son. To make his daughter remember who he had been once. To redefine himself. Was all in the rank in his hands.
What if I can't? What if I fail?
He asked himself. He knew the answer. He'd end up locked up in this little house for the rest of his life, and no worse than he had been a day ago. He had no lower to fall. He took a shaky breath and lifted the ancient chain up and set it on his shoulders. Its weight was felt, a reminder of the gravity and power of his position. The thing draped back off his shoulders and down nearly to his navel. This was no small trinket, but heavy in more ways than one. He touched it softly, and wiping the tears off his cheeks, he turned to go talk to the dethroned emperor. He stopped to get a newspaper before he went up to the tower. The guard bowed to him, recognizing the chain, if nothing else.
He is to have no visitors, Your Grace, by order of the Holy Father.
I know,
Eldwar said.
You can send word to the Holy Father if you like. Tell him the Dean of the College wants to talk to Tyrell about sanctuary issues. He will understand and forgive you. If not, I will take full responsibility. It really is very important. You can lock me in if you like.
The young man faltered, then nodded and unlocked the door to the chamber. Inside, the former emperor sat at a small table, staring at the window. His beard had grown and his hair had been left uncombed. Tyrell looked over slowly. Eldwar set the paper on the table and took the second chair in the room and sat. The former emperor of Pert glanced at the paper and back to the healer who had come in.
What do you want, Dean?
He asked, not in a whisper, and thus in an open insult to the rank Eldwar now held.
How many of your army would have held a sanctuary?
All of them. I did not let riffraff into my service,
Tyrell said with contempt and disgust.
They have all retreated there and are not coming back. What would cause that?
Why don't you ask my son, since he is so damned worthy?
He snarled, and looked back to the window.
They are dying despite the aid of healers,
Eldwar said. Tyrell didn't look over, and even with his beard, his bitter disgust and contempt was clear.
Do you have no love at all for any of your men, for your wife, no love for the son she carries?
Tyrell flickered a glance over to Eldwar at that.
If my wife has a baby, it's not mine. You might test it for being half human.
He is not half human. He is very pertinent, and he is without a doubt yours. Do not insult my ability."
The former emperor snorted and looked back to the window.
"Oh, I do not insult your skill, just your honesty."
Eldwar nearly laughed at Tyrell. His own annoyed reaction to the man who had such power to help, but had chosen a different path, was so much like Eldwar's own state, that Eldwar suddenly understood how tiresome he must have been to the company he traveled with.
"You can help me and get newspapers and books, or you can sit here and rot in your house arrest. I really don't care. You mean as little to me as any bitter old man. In fact, you remind me a great deal of someone I know very well and detest. You do not impress me at all."
"You have no idea who I am."
Tyrell suddenly exploded, standing so fast his chair hit the floor. He slammed his hands to the table, his rage making the veins on his forehead appear and his brow to bead with sweat.
"You have no idea what that half-breed pontiff did to me. To hell with this empire and all in it. You denounce me and then strip me of all power and expect me to care at all? I will not help you,"
he roared. Eldwar didn't even flinch. That same rage was in his own heart, and was known to lash out just as unexpectedly, but it had often met the body of a small boy, not a tabletop. He rose slowly.
"You do care,"
Eldwar said calmly, almost as if talking to himself.
"That is why it hurts so goddamn much."
"Get out!"
Tyrell roared, pointing at the door. Eldwar could see the tears filling the man's eyes. Eldwar bowed his head, understanding it all too well, and went to the door. It was unlocked by the guard, and he was let out.
"I will wait if you like for confirmation that it's all right,"
he told the guard, who had come in to replace the one who had run to talk to the Holy Father.
"I'd feel better if you did."
Eldwar nodded and took a seat on the top step to think about the issue of the sanctuaries and the storms and how the two might relate. He was still thinking about it when the young guard returned and nodded.
"It's all right,"
he said with a relieved smile. Eldwar got up and headed back to the college to consider it all. He went up to the former Empress's room and stood at the end of her bed watching her and her unborn son, letting his mind just try to think. The answer was there. He just had to figure it out. It was very possible the fate of Pert would depend on it. End of Emperors and Exiles. The saga continues with Regent's Way.